In the early morning light, at 5:30, in a dimly lit room, on a narrow single bed, Chen Zimo abruptly opened his eyes, clutching his heart as he gasped for air. Vivid and bizarre images flashed before him, incessantly jarring his nerves. Supporting his forehead, he took several deep breaths, striving to calm his racing heart. He wiped away the sweat that had trickled into his ears and tossed aside the damp, thin blanket, allowing the coolness to envelop him, finally exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Another nightmare had plagued him. Since the beginning of his senior year in high school, this peculiar phenomenon had surrounded him. Initially, the nightmares occurred sporadically, but as time progressed, their frequency escalated from once every couple of weeks to several times a week, and now they had become a nightly ritual. Fortunately, these nightmares were not devoid of benefits amidst the calamity of his nightly torment. They had ushered in a stroke of good fortune in his life. For reasons unknown, since embarking on this nocturnal journey, his cognitive processing speed had significantly increased. This newfound ability transformed him from a perennial underachiever into a model student within a mere 6 months. His family marveled at his sudden enlightenment, and he effortlessly gained admission to the esteemed Jiaoshui University, ranked among the best in the province. With such academic prowess, he envisioned a future dedicated to public service. The thought of escaping the relentless cycle of competition and leading a life of stability filled him with sunshine. He retrieved his phone and pressed the button, dispelling the last remnants of his nightmare with its illuminating glow. It must have been the terrifying video I watched last night, damn big data. I merely discussed my nightmare in the group chat, and now I am inundated with horror film recommendations. He mused aloud while eagerly opening a forum. With over 2,000 eloquently crafted words, he had completed a perfect logical horror story. After meticulously proofreading for any glaring typos, he clicked send, sharing his nightmarish experience with others. These individuals, compelled to lead monotonous and repetitive lives, relished seeking thrills from various sources, adding a subtle ripple to their drab existence. Stretching contentedly, he donned his slippers and ambled into the kitchen, basking in the warm hues of the morning sun at 6 o'clock. "Grandma, what are we having for breakfast today?" he inquired, just as he was about to lift the lid off a pot. A pair of lightning-fast chopsticks swatted his hand away. "Don't make a fuss, I'm steaming buns. If you have nothing to do, go light some incense for your father," she commanded. Chen Zimo sighed. His grandmother was usually mild-mannered, but when it came to food, she became quite domineering. To avoid further conflict, he rubbed his hand and retreated from the kitchen. Entering his father's room, he sighed as he grasped the doorknob before stepping inside. His gaze fell upon the colorful photographs on a small table in the corner, and a weight settled heavily in his heart. Lighting a stick of incense, he reverently placed it in the incense burner. When he was young, his parents had separated due to discord. Not long after starting elementary school, he began living with his father. As their financial situation improved, they purchased a new house. However, his father also became consumed with work, laboring tirelessly to repay debts. During that period, Chen Zimo endured a life of uncertain meals and seeing their grandson grow increasingly gaunt. His grandparents decided to move in to care for him, and the family began living together. Half a year ago, just as the debts had been settled, an unexpected tragedy struck. His father, working abroad, suffered a maritime disaster, and due to the absence of a body, he was ultimately declared missing. After lighting the incense, Chen Zimo opened the window to let in fresh air and to admire the view outside. Their home was situated in a prime location, flanked by a forest park on one side and a river encircling half the city on the other. They had purchased the house at an opportune moment, being in the outskirts and lacking a bridge for easy access to the city. The prices were remarkably low, less than 7,000 per square meter. By the time he finished high school, the city underwent a massive construction boom, and with the completion of the ring road, a new bridge was built adjacent to their community, causing property values to soar nearly fourfold. One could not help but acknowledge the fortuitous circumstances surrounding his father's decision to sell their old house in the county for a new one otherwise. Chen Zimo might have found himself homeless. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of someone banging on the door sent a jolt of panic through him. Without needing to peer through the peephole, he recognized the visitor. He hurried to the kitchen, grabbed a bun, and stood before the security door. "Zhao Qiuyan, my father has been missing. When he was still around, you insisted on leaving. So how dare you show your face now? Chen Zimo shouted at the dark red security door, clutching the bun tightly. What do you mean, show my face? Chen Zimo, remember that I am your mother. I gave birth to you and raised you. I have a rightful claim to this home. Moreover, raise me? Chen Zimo slammed his palm against the door, the resounding noise interrupting her tirade. Zhao Qiulian, have you forgotten who it was that, when I was 5 years old, told me the river was shallow and safe, deliberately directing me to a secluded spot where I nearly drowned? Who was it that, during my elementary school years, encouraged me to steal from my classmates and then praise my good work, nearly getting me beaten to a pulp? Let's not forget how you abandoned me in the urban-rural fringe if it weren't for a passing law enforcement officer. I might have been abducted to some unknown village. However, I should indeed thank you for leaving before you managed to end my life, for mercifully granting me a chance to survive. Zhao Qiulian was instantly incensed. Yu Chen, do not slander me. We live in a society governed by law. You need evidence for your claims. If you cannot provide proof, be careful of facing defamation charges. I don't know what kind of nonsense those old geezers have filled your head with, but you should know that I was never divorced from Chan Jiangwo. I am still your mother, and this house is our joint property legally, morally, and emotionally. I have a stake in it. If you do not return what belongs to me, I will not let this matter rest. The heavy security door could not muffle the sharpness of Zhao Qiulian's voice. Chen Zimo's expression darkened. His mother, with her pretty face, possessed a wicked heart. Back when his grandfather was in power, she had schemed to become his father's partner. In those days, reputation was everything, and her notorious promiscuity was widely criticized, leading his family to disapprove of the union. Yet, she had boldly pursued her desires, becoming pregnant before marriage, leaving them with no choice but to wed hastily. After his birth, she was conveniently placed in a state-owned factory, and everyone assumed that the saga had concluded. After all, Zhao Qiulian was an adult despite her wild past. One would expect her to settle down and lead a proper life. However, to everyone's astonishment, within a few years, she rekindled her flirtations with a factory supervisor, gifting his father with a piece of land, and was the first to flee to the south for work, disappearing for 2 years without a trace. After his grandfather retired, she vanished entirely from their lives. Had she not reappeared, clamoring for a share of the inheritance, Chen Zimo would have suspected she had perished long ago. Swallowing the last bite of the bun, he retorted, Zhao Qiulian, have some dignity. In all these years, you have never contributed a single penny. What gives you the audacity to cause a scene? By the way, I'm quite full and need to use the restroom. If you're still here barking like a dog when I return, don't blame me for treating you like the lowly creature you are. You. Zhao Qiulian seemed to recall some unpleasant memory, her sharp voice faltering before transforming into a furious tirade. You ungrateful wretch! I curse your entire family to suffer misfortune. Chen Zimo couldn't help but laugh. My dear mother, please refrain from speaking in anger. Are we not a family? Why would you curse yourself with ill fate? It is quite unnecessary, and considering your age, one must be wary of speaking such words that may come to fruition. I can't believe. Zhao Qiulian, in a fit of rage, reiterated the notion of familial unity, only to find her intentions thwarted as her curses rebounded upon herself. Leaving a scuff mark on the security door, she hurled a few expletives and stormed off with her designer handbag. She had no desire to be drenched in further humiliation. Upon hearing the departing footsteps, Chen Zimo cautiously approached the peephole to assess the situation outside. Still feeling uneasy despite the absence of anyone nearby, he donned his shoes and stepped out to inspect the emergency exit. Confirming her departure, he returned indoors. Following his father's disappearance, Zhao Qiulian resorted to nefarious tactics in her quest for inheritance. After being denied entry, she concocted a devious scheme. On one occasion, when grandfather ventured out for a stroll and opened the door, Zhao Qiulian, who had been lurking in the shadows, burst in unexpectedly, nearly inducing a heart attack with her sudden assault. Upon entering, her methods became increasingly extreme with handcuffs of dubious origin. She shackled herself to the gas pipe, wielding a kitchen knife and attempting to commandeer the kitchen to coerce compliance. Chen Zimo had considered summoning the authorities to remove her, yet Zhao Qiulian's legally recognized status as a spouse and her willingness to threaten her own life turned the tables, rendering his family the ones in need of intervention. Though Chen Zimo initially contemplated starving her out, the presence of an outsider in their home was simply intolerable. In desperation, he hastily contacted a pest control company, employing a triple dose of lethal chemicals to conduct a thorough extermination, successfully evicting the most troublesome of pests from the kitchen. After being roused early from his slumber, Chen Zimo felt hunger pangs as he returned to the dining table to partake of his meager breakfast accompanied by pickles. Zimo, no matter her transgressions, she is still your mother. You ought to show her the respect due to your elder, his grandmother remarked. Having exited the kitchen, her demeanor softened, and her features morphing back into a benevolent expression. Placing a bowl of congee on the table, she spoke with a hint of exasperation. Chen Zimo moved the congee closer, taking a hearty gulp. Grandma, I have been without a mother since birth. If you wish, I could still change how I address you. You rascal, do you wish to be on par with your father? His grandmother retorted, playfully tapping his head. By the way, your grandfather's workplace recently distributed health check cards to the veteran employees. You should use one to get a checkup. Although retired for quite some time, given his previous high-ranking position, he still received certain benefits every few years. Let grandfather use his own card. I am not yet 20, and my health is impeccable, Chen Zimo replied, dismissively munching on a bun. He doesn't need it. His annual checkups yield the same results every year. It would simply waste societal resources, she asserted, stripping him of his grandfather's health card privileges with a single statement while he silently continued to eat. His grandmother pressed further. Waking so early during your break and hearing you shout in the house. Are you perhaps plagued by nightmares every night? Chen Zimo fell silent, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on his breakfast. The recurrent nightmares had begun to raise alarms within him. They were becoming too frequent. Due to these dreams, he had perused numerous studies. While external factors could trigger dreams, they did not solely dictate their occurrence. Experiencing nightmares occasionally could be attributed to excessive external stimuli, yet experiencing them daily was decidedly abnormal. His grandmother continued, the funds on the health card are limited and the tests are elective. You could opt for a brain MRI, and it wouldn't take too much time. Finishing the last spoonful of congee, Chen Zimo finally acquiesced. Understood, Grandma, I will go this morning. After breakfast, he took the health card and headed to the hospital. These health checks, conducted in cooperation with his grandfather's workplace, were not performed at large hospitals. This was partly due to the high volume of patients occupying resources and partly due to social dynamics. Despite the informal nature, the equipment and medical personnel were nonetheless quite professional. On this workday morning, Chen Zimo was fortunate enough to be the first customer. After handing over the health card, he was swiftly ushered into the examination room. As the mechanical whirring intensified, Chen Zimo, initially intrigued, began to feel a sense of lightheadedness. Soon, a faint electrical ringing filled his ears. Why was there tinnitus? In a moment of confusion, silence enveloped him, the only sound remaining the persistent ringing in his ears. Suddenly, the ringing intensified, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of dizziness akin to a tempest. Outside the MRI room, a shadow abruptly appeared on the brain scan displayed on the monitor. Ugh! Before the MRI was completed, Chen Zimo crawled backward out of the machine, clutching his head and retching before the doctor could inquire about his condition. Wake up, young man, you must wake up. After an indeterminate passage of time, the cacophony in his ears dissipated, and the urgent calls nearby gradually brought him back to consciousness. The dizziness subsided, and he felt as though he had been extracted from a chaotic spin cycle. Doctor, what just happened to me? Opening his eyes, he realized he had somehow ended up outside the examination room, where the doctor was anxiously slapping his cheeks to rouse him. You frightened me to death. The doctor exhaled deeply, relieved. You were undergoing the MRI just fine when, for reasons unknown, you suddenly began to struggle. You were unresponsive, and after you emerged, you vomited and then fainted. And the results? Chen Zimo asked without forethought. What results? The doctor appeared momentarily perplexed. The MRI results. Not yet available. The examination was only half complete, so we cannot provide results. However, the doctor hesitated, seemingly torn between revealing something and withholding it. Seeing the doctor's demeanor, Chen Zimo felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Piecing together the doctor's hesitance and his earlier dizziness, he surmised that there was likely an issue with his brain. "Doctor, I sense that something is amiss otherwise. I would not have sought a specialized examination. Please, just be forthright with me," he insisted, gesturing toward his head. "Very well, follow me." The two moved to the MRI examination room, where Chen Zimo quickly spotted the cross-sectional images of his brain on a monitor. "This is the result from the earlier scan. I will play it for you." The doctor indicated for him to look at the screen, and, after pressing a few buttons, the image began to shift. Suddenly, a distinct white spot appeared against the previously uniform brain image. "What is this?" Chapter 2. Genesis. Having been inundated with information via the internet, his comprehension of medical knowledge, while not exhaustive, was reasonably comprehensive. This palpable alteration within his cerebrum could only signify one diagnosis: a neoplasm. To witness another's ailment is one experience. But to receive one and Apos' own death warrant is an entirely different matter, despite having mentally prepared himself for the possibility of illness. The sight of that solitary white spot plunged Chen Zimo into profound trepidation. He cast a desperate gaze toward the physician, yearning for some reassurance. "I cannot ascertain." The doctor demurred. "The examinations are incomplete, but preliminary assessments suggest a foreign object." A foreign object, not a disease? Chen Zimo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively suspecting the doctor of deception. Yet, upon reflection, he reasoned that since the results were already being disclosed, there would be no purpose in fabricating information. Potentially. But the probability of a foreign object is more substantial. "I cannot render a definitive judgment until the examinations are concluded. Could we conduct another examination?" Chen Zimo tentatively inquired. "Regrettably, no," the doctor promptly declined. "As you may be aware, MRI machines possess a potent magnetic field. It is plausible that the object within your cranium was drawn in by the magnetic force, thereby precipitating the vertigo and emesis. This is the basis for my suspicion of a foreign object." "Then why was I asymptomatic upon initial entry?" Chen Zimo questioned. "The magnetic force differs between the machine's standby and operational states. Perhaps the metallic content of the foreign object is minimal, or there may be other factors at play. The impact was negligible during standby, hence the absence of symptoms. In any event, further MRI scans are inadvisable. I shall prescribe a steroidal medication to alleviate the symptoms. But remember to consult a specialist promptly," the doctor patiently elucidated. Upon hearing that it was not a disease, a portion of Chen Zimo and Apos' anxiety dissipated. Yet, how could it be a foreign object? He had no recollection of any cranial trauma. Given the gravity of the situation, there was no time for protracted contemplation. Chen Zimo collected the doctor's note and hastened home, intending to reassure his grandmother before immediately seeking further medical attention. Upon entering his residence, a wave of dizziness assailed him, and a piercing sensation in his brain nearly caused him to cry out in agony. After enduring the pain for a few moments, Chen Zimo strode purposefully toward his father and Apos' chamber, recalling the presence of analgesics within the drawer. Found them. He yanked open the drawer and rummaged through the assortment of vials and containers, swiftly locating the medication box. As he extracted a tablet and prepared to close the drawer, a familiar inscription on a neighboring vial caught his eye. It appeared to be the very medication the doctor had mentioned. Reopening the drawer, Chen Zimo retrieved the vial in question and confirmed his suspicion. He shook the vial, and the resulting sound indicated a paucity of contents. How peculiar. Why would his father be taking such medication? Despite his bewilderment, he did not dwell on it excessively. The medication prescribed by the doctor was not a targeted panacea. Corticosteroids are indicated for a multitude of conditions. His father may have procured it for an unrelated ailment. He uncapped the vial, dispensed 2 tablets, and replaced the vial before departing the chamber. "Xiaomo, when did you return?" Upon entering the living room, Chen Zimo, having just ingested the medication with water, was greeted by his grandmother and Apos' inquisitive voice from behind. "Just now, you were in the kitchen. You must not have heard me. What were the results of the examination?" His grandmother inquired with concern. "Still unknown. You are familiar with the efficiency of our physical examinations. The results will take half a month to materialize." His grandmother shook her head, clearly dissatisfied with the protracted timeline. Chen Zimo continued, "By the way, I encountered a high school classmate on the way back. He happens to be organizing a reunion for this afternoon." Before he could complete his sentence, the doorbell chimed. Chen Zimo's countenance darkened. Suspecting that Zhao Qiulian was once again attempting to stir up trouble, he was prepared to unleash a torrent of reproach upon her. But the visual display revealed 2 individuals in somber uniforms. Law enforcement officers? Chen Zimo paused momentarily before pressing the door release. The presence of law enforcement officers likely pertained to the news of his father. They had previously delivered official statements following his father's disappearance, and their reappearance likely concerned the same matter. Had his father and Appo's whereabouts been discovered? He felt a surge of anxiety. Xiaomo, who is it? His grandmother inquired. I couldn't quite discern. I shall go and receive them, Chen Zimo replied before opening the door and proceeding to the elevator. His grandmother was elderly, and it was imperative for him to intercept them at the elevator. To acknowledge his son and Appo's disappearance was one thing, but to confirm his demise was another. The delivery of unfavorable news could potentially jeopardize her well-being. The elevator doors promptly parted, and two law enforcement officers in dark uniforms emerged, one of whom was female. Greetings. I am Chen Zimo, Chen Zhangwo's son. Greetings, my name is Sun Jian. We are of similar age. You may address me as Brother Sunday. This is Investigator Liu. Investigators, akin to detectives, typically oversee the investigation and resolution of cases. After exchanging handshakes with the two officers, Chen Zimo inquired, Brother Sun, has my father's whereabouts been ascertained? Is it favorable news, or? Sun Jian nodded, his expression turning solemn. Indeed, the news is not favorable. Chen Zimo clenched his jaw. Despite having anticipated this outcome, he still found it difficult to accept. Officers, may I implore you to grant me a request? He glanced furtively toward his residence and inquired in a low voice. To withhold the information from your family? Sun Jian patted his shoulder. I shall be candid with you. We shall conduct a brief formality upon entering. How does that sound? Chen Zimo nodded in agreement. I am grateful, Brother Sunday. It is merely our duty. Sun Jian expressed understanding and leaned closer, whispering, according to the most recent investigative findings, the vessel upon which your father was traveling encountered an accident. There is a possibility of human involvement. What? Chen Zimo was aghast. He had always presumed that his father's misfortune was accidental. The evidence is scant, and we remain in the preliminary stages of suspicion. Our primary objective today is to conduct interviews to gain a deeper understanding of the internal affairs of your father and Appo's company. As family members, have you ever heard him discuss matters pertaining to his company? Chen Zimo pondered and replied definitively. No, due to his work, he rarely returned home. I inquired a few times out of curiosity, but he invariably stated that maritime work was arduous and monotonous, akin to being a machine, and he seemed disinclined to discuss work-related matters. Sun Jian retrieved a notebook and recorded the information before stowing it away. Understood. Shall we enter the residence? We must also inquire with your grandparents. Chen Zimo ushered the two individuals into the residence. Upon seeing the law enforcement officers enter, his grandmother was immediately alarmed. Her hands trembling, her voice tinged with tears. As Zhangwo, Chen Zimo was about to assist his grandmother when Investigator Liu, who had been silent until then, preempted him. Madam, please accept our apologies. We have not yet received any news of Mr. Chen. Our purpose today is to inquire about a separate matter. Mr. Chen's company is implicated in a financial case that may be related to the maritime accident. We would like to inquire whether you have ever heard Mr. Chen comment on the company. Investigator Liu's voice seemed to possess a calming effect, and his grandmother, under her questioning, soon regained her composure and responded to her inquiries. Chen, is your grandfather not present? Sun Jian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on the family portrait on the wall. He should be outside playing chess at this time. Chen Zimo replied truthfully. Sun Jian nodded knowingly and patted his shoulder. We shall not impede Investigator Liu's questioning. May I offer incense to your father? Certainly. The incense lit in the morning has completely turned to ash, and a marvelous fragrance lingers in the room. Chen Zimo observed Sun Jian as he ignited the incense, respectfully kneeling to perform the 3 bows and placing it in the incense burner before opening the window to ensure ventilation. All right, let us proceed, Sun Jian declared. After paying his respects, he was the first to exit the room, with Chen Zimo following him back to the living room, closing the door behind him. As he gazed at Sun Jian and Appo's retreating figure, a smile crept across Chen Zimo and Appo's face. He had not anticipated that the seemingly carefree individual could also be someone who adhered to etiquette. After the news of his father and Appo's disappearance spread, numerous friends with whom the family had close ties had visited. However, during the incense offering, many merely went through the motions, with few showing true respect, and none kneeling at all. Sun Jian and Appo's reverent demeanor gave Chen Zimo the peculiar sensation of observing himself from an outsider and Appo's perspective. Investigator Liu and Appo's inquiry soon concluded. Chen Zimo and Amp, Apos, grandmother had seen his father even less than Chen Zimo had, and due to her advanced age, she showed little interest in matters concerning the company. Within minutes, she began engaging investigator Liu in casual conversation. The two law enforcement officers recognized that further questioning would yield no additional progress. Sun Jian glanced at his watch. Andy, Zimo. If you remember any clues regarding the company, please inform us promptly. Time is of the essence, and we have other tasks to attend to. We must take our leave. In the car downstairs, Sun Jian and investigator Liu closed the car door. Have you found the items? Sun Jian asked. Rest assured, I will handle it, he replied, producing a vial from thin air and gently shaking it. I never expected you to have hidden it in the medicine cabinet. No wonder it took so long to locate. But the quantity is rather scant. Could it be that some were consumed by your family? Investigator Liu's lips curled into a sly smile as he remarked. You are being overly cautious. Without the assistance of a neural network, relying solely on medication would be not only ineffective but a path to self-destruction. When it comes time to eliminate the family, be decisive. Do not allow any slip-ups. I shall not grant you a second chance. Sun Jian fell silent, leaning back against his chair. Why didn't we act earlier? We could have called that brat back to fetch the old man. Why waste time here? It is not we, but you, Investigator Liu corrected him. Sun Jian was taken aback, then quickly comprehended the implication. The three of them are ordinary people. If I were to kill them all, it would disrupt future synchronization. Investigator Liu secured the vial and patted Sun Jian and Apos' shoulder. This is the organization and Apos' punishment for you. From now on, consider yourself a cleaner. After bidding farewell to the two law enforcement officers, Chen Zimo returned to his bedroom and opened his computer. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but after the inquiries today, he realized that his father and Apos' references to his company were alarmingly few. Unlike ordinary individuals, who, regardless of how stable their jobs may be, would inevitably encounter various incidents, his father was different. Reflecting on the past, Chen Zimo suddenly recognized that, within his memories, his father had never voiced a single complaint about the company nor shared any good news from it at home. In a typical company, even under the demanding 996 work schedule, employees would receive some trivial benefits during holidays, providing a small measure of psychological comfort to the hardworking staff. Yet, his father's company seemed to lack even employee welfare. At least, Chen Zimo had never witnessed any. Were it not for the fact that his father consistently went to work, he might even suspect that the company did not exist at all. As he opened the browser, poised to enter the company's name into the search bar, his hand hesitated midair. Chen Zimo discovered a fatal flaw. He did not know the name of the company where his father worked. How is that possible? He thought, sitting frozen before the computer, frantically searching his memory. Nothing. There was truly nothing. During the time when his father was busiest, he had just entered high school. Because the school was far, he left home before dawn each day and returned when the street dogs were already asleep. Even when his father came home during holidays, their schedules rarely aligned, resulting in infrequent meetings. Though somewhat resigned, Chen Zimo accepted this reality, even concocting the implausible excuse that his father worked for a secret department to deceive himself. Suddenly, a sound jolted him from his thoughts. There are quite a few visitors today, he mused as he approached the door to check the intercom. Within the small window, two individuals clad in black uniforms stood side by side. Law enforcement? Chen Zimo felt a bit dazed. Hadn't they just visited? Why were they back again? Despite the peculiar nature of their return, he decisively pressed the button to open the door. Just as he was about to greet them at the elevator, the door swung open slightly on its own. Grandfather, you're back so soon. Did you lose a few games? Chen Zimo inquired upon seeing his grandfather enter. His grandfather was passionate about chess, though his skills were mediocre, not quite terrible, but not particularly strong either. What do you mean? How did I lose? Old Wang had something to attend to and left early, he replied. Chen Zimo chuckled silently. This was always his grandfather and Apos' excuse after a series of losses. I saw two law enforcement officers downstairs. Does that mean there is news about your father? His grandfather asked. Chen Zimo shook his head. No news. They came this time to inquire about my father and Apos' company and its financial matters. Humph. These enterprises are either evading taxes or exploiting the common folk, all typical capitalist behavior. His grandfather grumbled in frustration before continuing, It's absurd. Your father has gone missing, and they only now care to take a look. A few missing tax payments, and they scurry away faster than a rabbit. Human life is less valuable now than it was back in my fighting days. Chen Zimo felt somewhat speechless. His grandfather, a former soldier, was a good person, though sometimes rather stubborn in his views. Grandfather, what are you saying? They are merely doing their job. The officers who came this time are quite nice. They even took the time to pay respects to my father. Is that so? I didn't notice any scent. His grandfather replied. The fragrance of the incense was indeed quite strong. A single stick could linger in the room for an hour or two after burning. I opened the window. The wind has been strong lately, so it must have dispersed. As he spoke, Chen Zimo and Apos' thoughts suddenly froze. Something felt amiss. An odd sense of disorientation enveloped him. Something must have gone wrong nearby. Their house was close to the river, and this location had a notorious drawback. The wind was consistently strong throughout the year. It was usually inconspicuous, but when entering or exiting, if a window was open, a draft could easily form, forcefully slamming the door shut if one was not cautious. Earlier, when Sun Jian lit the incense for his father, he had opened the window. And afterward, while escorting the two individuals out, he had not closed the door to his father's room. So why had there been no draft when his grandfather entered? As he recalled the recent events, a strange sensation surrounded him. Reflecting silently on every detail, that subtle yet indescribable feeling enveloped him once more like a shadow. Was it merely an illusion? His gaze unconsciously flitted around every corner, seeking to capture the source of that eerie sensation. Chapter 3. The killing intent. Chen Zimo's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the living room window, a hint of perplexity gleaming in his eyes. He observed the willow branches by the river swaying vigorously, indicating that the wind outside was quite fierce. This revelation stirred a ripple of unease within him. He distinctly recalled that when he had seen off the two law enforcement officers just moments ago, there had been not a whisper of wind within the house. Yet now, the tempest outside raged as if it were silently contesting his memories. Chen Zimo ruminated carefully, confirming that there had indeed been no breeze in the house at that time. Perhaps he had misremembered. His brow furrowed tightly. This situation was undeniably abnormal. He began to question whether his memory had faltered or if his home concealed some unfathomable secret. With this uncertainty gnawing at him, he found himself instinctively moving towards his father and Apos' bedroom. The door stood ajar, yet the window was firmly shut. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon the incense burner, filled to the brim with ash, devoid of even a trace of red embers. How could this be possible? He was astonished. A stick of incense typically burned for no less than 20 minutes, yet the two law enforcement officers had left less than 10 minutes prior. How could it have burned completely? Moreover, the aroma of incense was usually quite potent, even if Sun Jian had chosen a faster burning variety. How could there be no scent left in the house? A sinking feeling gripped his heart. Had his condition deteriorated to such a degree that he was now experiencing hallucinations? At that moment, Chen Zimo remembered how devoutly Sun Jian had lit the incense, a gesture that felt eerily familiar. He marveled at Sun Jian's act of kneeling to offer the incense. Reflecting on it now, was that not precisely the manner in which he would pay homage to his father? A wave of sorrow washed over him. Had he truly begun to hallucinate? How far could he be from death? With a heavy sigh, he contemplated increasing his medication, only to discover, as he opened his father's drawer to retrieve the steroids, that the bottle was inexplicably empty. Only moments ago, it had lain there securely, yet now it was entirely gone. With the disappearance of the medication, a surge of inexplicable panic surged within him, as if something crucial in his mind had been abruptly ruptured, awakening important memories. Those deeply buried details reverberated in his mind like plucked strings. He recalled that Sun Jian had not lit the incense upon entering. Rather, he had hastily rummaged through the bedroom. His intentions were clear. He aimed to open the drawer containing the medication and seize the bottle of steroids. Yet the scene had morphed in Chen Zimo's mind into a respectful offering of incense. The clash of these contradictory memories sent a throbbing ache through his head. He clutched his temples, unable to suppress a groan. Meanwhile, downstairs in the car, Sun Jian, dissatisfied and nibbling on bread, paused, glancing upwards in astonishment. His gaze landed squarely on the window of Chen Zhangwo's bedroom. Just moments ago, the core of the illusion he had set within the medication drawer had been disturbed. Illusions seemed to possess an air of mystique. Yet, in truth, their essence bore little difference from magic. To the audience, a magician's tricks appeared astonishing and unfathomable. However, once the cleverly concealed props were revealed, everything became logical. Before witnessing the magician's devices, the audience remained blissfully ignorant, yet upon their revelation, the magic lost its novelty. Similarly, illusions could easily disorient the unsuspecting observer, immersing them in a world entirely different from reality. However, just as the secrets of magic are unveiled, The mystery of an illusion dissipates once its core is discovered. When the key object that sustains the illusion is touched, the entire construct collapses like a burst bubble, rendering all false images null and void. Those who had once been lost within it would awaken as if from a dream, recalling all they had witnessed. Sun Jian, upon realizing that the illusion had been shattered, felt no panic. Instead, exhilaration coursed through him. He shouted triumphantly, "I knew it. Someone in their family is indeed taking medication. A synchronizer. Only a synchronizer could take medication and still remain alive. If he was not mistaken, that boy had also acquired synchronization abilities. What a fortune!" Sun Jian rejoiced. Synchronizers were exceedingly rare. Capturing that boy would be a significant achievement, and surely the headquarters would absolve him of the punishment of becoming a cleaner. As lunchtime approached, the foot traffic in the neighborhood increased. Sun Jian parked his car against the back wall of the community, shed his conspicuous uniform, crumpled the bread into a ball, washed it down with water, and opened the car door. Gripping the top of the vehicle, he effortlessly vaulted over it, utilizing the height of the car roof. He easily scaled the community wall and landed in the underbrush, concealing his figure. This route was one he had just discovered, perfectly evading surveillance cameras. Illusions could only deceive the minds of the living. Cameras were not sentient. With investigator Lu absent, lacking her abilities, Sun Jian appeared no different from an ordinary person in the eyes of the machines. Not far from the underbrush lay the back of Chen Zimo's home. During summer, the stairwell windows remained open nearly all day long, and with his agile physique, he slipped inside with ease. He opted against the elevator. It was crowded during lunchtime, and waiting for it would waste time and draw attention. He ascended the stairs to Chen Zimo's residence, knocked on the door, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he prepared to cast an illusion. Inside the house, Chen Zimo and Apos' throbbing head had just begun to clear when a knock echoed through the air. With the medication bottle gone, he was certain that Sun Jian had impersonated the law enforcement officers. The one knocking now was likely the real deal. Rubbing his slightly dazed head, he hurried to the living room. As he swung open the security door, he was met with a pair of enigmatic eyes. "Father?" Chen Zimo exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily speechless. You're still alive." Sun Jian nodded. "This is not a place for conversation. Come with me." Despite his confusion about where could possibly be more suitable for discussion than his own home, Chen Zimo obediently changed his shoes and followed him outside. Sun Jian reveled inwardly at how effortlessly he had deceived the synchronizer, just as he planned to abduct Chen Zimo in the same manner. They arrived at the fire escape door. Suddenly, with a chime, the elevator doors opened behind them. Two uniformed individuals stepped out, one tall and imposing, the other shorter and bespectacled. Together they created a comical contrast. The tall man stepped forward and boomed, "Not taking the elevator? It's quite a climb. Going down might be hard on your knees, Zisen Jianfa." Upon hearing the phrase Zisen Jianfa, Sun Jian froze, his expression shifting through various emotions. Official synchronizers? He was ambushed by two officials. The middle-aged man, with a genial smile plastered on his face, stepped closer. "Zisen Jianfa, where do you plan to take this young brother? How about we escort you? Get lost, you maggots obstructing the arrival of light." Sun Jian snarled, pulling Chen Zimo in front of him as a shield. "Let me go, or I will kill him." The man's smile widened. "Zisen Jianfa, I didn't expect you to remain as foolish as ever. Enough chatter. Do you really think I'm here for a friendly chat?" With a sharp command, he barked, "Zilong, make your move." The smaller man hidden behind him swiftly clapped his hands together twice in the air. He held nothing in his hands, yet it seemed as though he was striking a spherical object. With each swing, Sun Jian felt as if he were struck by a pair of palms to his ears, a deafening explosion echoing in his mind. Fear surged within him. The tall individual was undoubtedly a power-type synchronizer, typically accompanied by a sensitivity-type synchronizer in official configurations. To his astonishment, the bespectacled thin man turned out to be a mental-type synchronizer. Sun Jian realized he could not take Chen Zimo away today. With a sudden flick of his right hand, he produced a short sword, roughly the length of his forearm, aiming to sever Chen Zimo's head, clearly intending to execute him on the spot. The tall man would not permit such an outcome. He stepped forward, placing his hand atop Chen Zimo's head, shielding his neck with his arm. Amidst a painful grinding sound, Sun Jian and Apos' short sword sliced through the tall man and Apos' arm but failed to penetrate his bone. Blood flowed profusely from the wound, yet the tall man displayed no change in expression. He curled his fingers back, pushing Chen Zimo aside, then lunged forward, crashing into Sun Jian with his shoulder. Sun Jian, wary of confronting the tall man's strength directly, summoned an illusion to disrupt him. The tall man's eyes glazed over, his footing faltering as he careened towards the fire door. Though labeled a fire door, it was of poor quality and had become precariously unstable over the years. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed under the impact, and the tall man tumbled down the staircase, followed by the cacophony of shattering pottery. Chen Zimo silently wished the tall man luck. Below, a neighbor had cultivated a variety of flowers, including 2 towering cacti over a meter tall. Simultaneously, Sun Jian's ears were assaulted once more. Near the elevator door, Zilong swiftly brought his palms together, striking the invisible sphere in midair with tremendous force. The impact sent Sun Jian reeling, blood streaming from his ears as he nearly lost his footing. "Damn it, you obstructive fool. I and Appos. I'll deal with you first." Sun Jian staggered, not waiting to regain his balance, and hurled the short sword at Zilong. Despite the developer's unscrupulous design of the elevator lobby, which was disproportionately vast, the actual width was less than 3 meters. Zilong had not anticipated that Sun Jian, despite his unsteady stance, would launch an attack. The two were too close for evasive maneuvers. They could only twist their bodies desperately to mitigate the damage. The short sword, propelled with great force, pierced through Zilong's chest, pinning him against the elevator wall. Blood trickled down the wall as the elevator buttons flickered erratically, both the up and down buttons activating simultaneously. Zilong struggled to extract the sword, but his severe injury rendered him too weak to succeed. Sun Jian, having endured 2 blows from Zilong, found his hearing and balance severely compromised. With a roar, he lurched towards Zilong like a drunken man. Clang, clatter. The sounds from the fire escape echoed. The synchronizer who had crashed through the fire door was now rushing back. The staircase was narrow. Sun Jian stepped over Chen Zimo's body, reaching for the short sword embedded in Zilong, intending to finish him off, when suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from nowhere, seizing his ankle and yanking him backward. The seemingly lifeless Chen Zimo had intervened at a critical moment. With his injured ears and already precarious balance, Sun Jian fell to the ground. As he tumbled, Chen Zimo was already breaking free from the illusion's grasp. Zilong and Appos' earlier strikes had not only targeted Sun Jian, but had also dispelled the hallucination. When the illusion faded, it left behind a residual memory, leaving Chen Zimo disoriented and immobile. Moreover, the events had transpired rapidly. Only seconds had passed since the tall man had knocked him down, and the staircase was quickly transforming into a scene of violence. Chen Zimo had been a significant help. Sun Jian lost his prime opportunity to attack Zilong, yet he refused to concede. He kicked Chen Zimo aside, reaching into his sleeve to retrieve a pink plastic cat paw. Chen Zimo was taken aback. The cat paw felt oddly familiar. Wait a moment. Wasn't this the box cutter he used to open packages at his doorstep? This scoundrel must have pilfered it during his first visit. Such despicable behavior was fitting for someone in a law enforcement uniform. Nevertheless, Sun Jian, lacking any moral scruples, pressed down hard, shattering the cat paw. He grasped the small blade within, aiming it forcefully at Zilong and Appos' throat. Chen Zimo, having been kicked away, was powerless to intervene. Just as he believed Zilong was doomed, the elevator door swung open with a clang, blinding light pouring forth from the gap. The building where Chen Zimo resided, while expensive, boasted mediocre facilities. The property management had neglected their duties, and with tenants occupying the premises, the elevator light had remained unfixed for years, its LED glare nearly blinding anyone entering. Today, Sun Jian was fortunate enough to become one of the LED and Appos' victims, and Zilong narrowly escaped with his life. The blinding brightness dazzled Sun Jian, causing his thrown blade to veer off course, grazing Zilong and Appos' neck and severing a small artery, blood gushing forth. At that moment, the tall man returned from the fire escape, bellowing as he lunged forward, preparing to crush Sun Jian's skull beneath his foot. "Catch him alive," Zilong cautioned, gripping his neck. The tall man halted his advance, instead stomping down on Sun Jian and Appos' shoulder. The sound of bones cracking echoing as Sun Jian's left arm broke under the force. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Just as he intended to incapacitate Sun Jian's right arm, a little girl appeared from the open elevator, leading a golden retriever larger than herself, timidly inquiring. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Zimo felt a surge of dread. Anyone who had watched a suspense film knew that children in such scenarios were often enemy operatives, their presence foreshadowing disaster for their allies. Sure enough, in the next moment, the golden retriever, previously wagging its tail and panting happily, suddenly turned feral upon spotting Sun Jian, baring its teeth and lunging at the little girl. She screamed and recoiled, but the elevator was too confined, leaving her with no escape but to cower in the corner, awaiting the inevitable attack. The tall man could not bear to witness the child being mauled by the dog. He had no choice but to abandon Sun Jian and dash into the elevator to protect her. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Jian rose, a wicked grin spreading across his face. So timid and hesitant, and you think you can contend with us? He withdrew the short sword from Zilong, poised to end his life. Inside the elevator, the tall man successfully subdued the dog, shouting as he rushed to the rescue. However, before he could emerge, the elevator door, having reached its closing time, began to shut slowly. The tall man desperately clung to the elevator, attempting to force it open, but the sensor had been malfunctioning for years. With the property management neglecting repairs, he could only pit his physical strength against the mechanical force. Sun Jian, unwilling to let him rejoin the fray, feigned a throw of the short sword towards the tall man's face. The tall man could only retract his hand to defend, using his arm to shield himself from the attack. Yet, Sun Jian merely feigned a strike. In that instant, the elevator doors slammed shut with a thunderous crash, beginning their ascent. Chapter 4. The synchronization world. The elevator doors shook violently, and despite the 2 layers of metal separating them, Chen Zimo could still sense the towering figure's fury. Sun Jian raised his short sword once more, compelling Chen Zimo to hastily remove a shoe and hurl it to disrupt the attack. Feeling a gust of wind approach from behind, Sun Jian turned and thrust his sword, piercing the shoe Chen Zimo had thrown. This brief delay allowed Chen Zimo to roll and crawl towards the collapsed fire door. With a weapon in hand, he dared not confront Sun Jian directly. Instead, he picked up fallen bricks and debris from the fire door and hurled them indiscriminately. The airborne rubble stirred clouds of dust. Sun Jian, momentarily blinded, was now both deaf and sightless, flailing his short sword in a desperate attempt to eliminate Zilong. Zilong quickly dropped to the ground to evade the onslaught, rolling away and releasing his grip on his neck, letting blood stain the floor beneath him. Quick, throw more stones. Chen Zimo instantly grasped the intent and swiftly gathered a larger chunk of concrete, scattering it at Sun Jian's feet. The blood-soaked tiles were already perilously slippery, and with the added debris, the difficulty of traversing the area increased tenfold. Sun Jian stumbled and fell to his knees, while Zilong seized the opportunity to bite down hard on his arm. Chen Zimo attempted to lift the collapsed fire door, initially assuming it would be heavy, but discovered it was surprisingly light. Peering through a crack, he realized the inside was hollow. Without further ado, he flipped the fire door onto Sun Jian. Despite its hollow nature, its considerable surface area ensured a substantial impact. The door struck both Sun Jian and Zilong, causing them to cry out in unison as Chen Zimo leapt onto it, further compressing them beneath. Fortunately, Sun Jian's short sword fell from his grasp. Zilong, pale from blood loss, weakly directed him, "Brother, stop jumping. First, grab the short sword and incapacitate his hand." Only then did Chen Zimo notice that Zilong was also trapped under the door, and he hurried to retrieve the sword, dragging Zilong out, holding the short sword aloft. He gestured menacingly at Sun Jian but ultimately refrained from striking. "Let me handle this," Zilong said, his voice feeble as he took the weapon, piercing Sun Jian's right hand and pinning him to the ground. Having completed this task, the two collapsed onto the fire door, exhaling deeply in relief. That was arduous. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from the staircase, and a tall individual, drenched and adorned with a small hula hoop around his neck, rushed down from above. He was about to unleash his prowess when he discovered that Sun Jian had already been subdued. "Zilong, what just happened?" The tall man expressed bewilderment, recalling how Sun Jian had held the upper hand when he entered the elevator, only to find him now pinned beneath the door. "Enough of this. If we don't find something to staunch the bleeding, I'm going to die," Zilong replied, grimacing at a severe chest wound. Although it had penetrated his shoulder due to the angle, the laceration on his neck posed a grave threat, with 2 instances of blood loss rendering him unable to apply pressure to the wound. The tall man lifted the door panel, knocked Sun Jian unconscious with a swift strike, and tore his clothes into strips to bind him, speaking rapidly, "Go find some tape, medical tape." Chen Zimo rummaged through his home, but unfortunately, in a typical household, injuries were rare, and the only medical supplies he could find were various medications. There was no tape to be found. Ultimately, he gathered everything remotely related to tape, along with a box of band-aids, and hurried back to assist. Observing the assortment of colored electrical tape and transparent tape scattered on the floor, both Zilong and the tall man fell silent. "If we cut a few more band-aids and stick them together, they'll serve just as well as medical tape," Zilong remarked weakly. The two quickly extracted the band-aids, cut out the central adhesive pad, and affixed the remaining portions together, crafting 3 substantial wound dressings. The tall man cleaned Zilong's wounds, applying the makeshift dressings to his shoulder and neck. To ensure they remained secure, he wrapped transparent tape around them several times. Perhaps it was psychological, but Zilong's complexion appeared to improve significantly. Seeing Zilong stabilize, the tall man sighed in relief, removed his shirt, and began extracting cactus thorns embedded in his skin. He was truly exasperated. Sun Jian was merely a novice illusionist. Although his physical prowess was somewhat enhanced, it paled in comparison to his own. Had it not been for the fire door and the broken elevator severely limiting his combat capabilities, and with Zilong's coordinated control, he could have subdued Sun Jian without sustaining any injuries. What is the matter with this building? Is there not a single decent thing here? Even the elevator and fire door are broken. It's one thing to have flowers in the hallway, but how can there be fish as well? Chen Zimo spread his arms wide. That's all on the property management and developers. It's futile to tell me. The tall man, realizing it was not Chen Zimo's fault, shook his head in resignation. What was Sun Jian's purpose in coming to your home? Chen Zimo recounted the incidents involving investigator Liu and Sun Jian, omitting the detail about the stolen vial. Since Sun Jian was an imposter, who could ascertain the authenticity of the two men? Until the situation was clarified, he had to safeguard his secret. And there is another female synchronizer. The tall man nodded. Thank you for your assistance today. Allow me to introduce myself, Law Enforcer Gao Lei, Gaoshang Leiluo. This is Zilong, the Purple Dragon King. Huh. Chen Zimo paused, pondering if all law enforcers preferred to explain their names this way. I am Chen Zimo. Gao Lei responded. I know, you are the son of Chen Jiangwell. We regret to hear about your father's disappearance. Have there been any updates on my father? Chen Zimo inquired. Kicking the unconscious Sun Jian, Gao Lei replied, none. There are suspicions of some human factors involved. Members of the Aurora sect are highly suspect. Aurora sect? Although it was the first time Chen Zimo had heard this name, an unsettling premonition washed over him. It is well known that in the country, aside from a few familiar orthodox and folk religions, the term sect is typically associated with illegal organizations. Gao Lei helped Zilong to his feet, explaining, you can view them as an illegal organization composed of extremists. Perhaps your father knows something or inadvertently acquired their belongings. Sun Jian was sent to your home to retrieve something. By the way, this matter must remain confidential. He left a business card. We will send someone to protect you discreetly. If that woman named Liu approaches you, remember to contact us immediately. Zilong, with his leg pinned and neck wrapped in transparent tape, resembled someone with a stiff neck as he was assisted upright, each step producing a sound of plastic friction. As they watched the two law enforcers enter the elevator, Chen Zimo's grandmother emerged, her eyes wide in astonishment. Xiaomo, what on earth is happening here? Don't worry, Grandma. Someone was just filming a video. It's a current trend, and these are props. They clean up afterward, and I earn money by helping. His grandmother, though skeptical, ultimately believed her grandson's explanation. Well then, make sure you come back once you're done. Understood. Observing the disarray in the corridor, Chen Zimo suddenly felt exhausted. He swept the area carelessly before collapsing onto his bed, still wearing his shoes, succumbing to a hazy slumber. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly intense. From worrying about the contents of his mind in the morning to nearly losing his life in the afternoon. He desperately needed sleep to ease his taut nerves. As he closed his eyes, bizarre images flashed before him, ultimately settling into a profound darkness. Just as Chen Zimo believed he could finally enjoy a restful sleep, a voice devoid of tonal variation and emotion pierced the stillness. Neural network singularity confirmation successful. Synchronization value 100, initiating entry into the synchronization world. Chapter 5, The Hospital of Happiness. What is a neural network? Synchronizing the world. Chen Zimo did not take it to heart. It was merely an auditory hallucination, nothing remarkable. After all, he had encountered deities in his dreams. However, today was somewhat special, for it marked the first time he dreamed of something related to the system. Previously, his dreams were often bizarre, and it had been a long time since he had experienced such a gentle dream. It seemed that the friends who urged him to share his nightmares would have no tales to tell tomorrow. While he felt a tinge of regret for them, Chen Zimo secretly delighted in the fact that this proved the medication was indeed effective. As he pondered, a voice devoid of emotion echoed once more. Name. Untitled. Please name it immediately. As the words fell, a translucent window filled with sci-fi elements materialized before him. Chen Zimo, the real name of the synchronizer, cannot be used. Huh? It's just a dream. Must it be so complicated? Chen Zimo fell into contemplation. He struggled with naming, often taking days to decide on a username for a chat app, so being prompted to name something on the spot was rather challenging. Suddenly, he recalled the self-introductions of the two enforcers. It appeared that people these days favored 4-character phrases for introductions. So he decided to call himself Zimo. As the thought crossed his mind, 4 neatly arranged Chinese characters appeared in the window. Wait, just as he was about to confirm it, Chen Zimo hesitated. Since it was a dream, why take it so seriously? Moreover, changing the last 2 characters would better reflect his current situation. With that in mind, he replaced the final 2 characters with Zimo. While others welcomed the tranquil darkness of midnight, his midnight was a kaleidoscope of bizarre dreams. It was not an exaggeration to say he was Zimo. Name successfully set. Synchronization name, Zimo. Synchronizer? Chen Zimo was taken aback. The term was rather unfamiliar. Specific world generation in progress. Happiness Hospital has been adapted for Synchronizer Zimo. Type, Solo Comprehensive Challenge World. Acquired temporary ability, Blessing of the Mentally Ill. The introductory voice gradually faded, and the profound space before him began to take on color, shifting from blur to clarity. Chen Zimo found himself in a modest clearing. The unpaved ground was littered with clods of dirt and gravel, and a worn path encircled the area, suggesting it was frequently traversed. Where is this? Wait, who are you? A second soul appeared, and Chen Zimo noticed someone behind him. He turned to see a portly youth sitting in a pile of grass, gazing at him in astonishment. Seeing the chubby boy speak startled Chen Zimo not because he was surprised that the dream figure could talk, but rather because he was astonished that a normal person had appeared in his dream. This was clearly abnormal. Had the terrifying dreams of the past 2 years finally concluded? Or had his mental state deteriorated so severely that he was beginning to hallucinate? Hello, can you hear me? Where is this? The chubby boy continued with a somewhat shrill voice. Chen Zimo paused. Regardless of whether this was a hallucination, he decided to engage in conversation. My name is Chen Zimo. Are you from Beijing? The chubby boy was taken aback. How did you know? I've always heard that people from Beijing pronounce hello as a sound resembling meow. I never quite believed it until today. The chubby boy scratched his head, muttering to himself, is it that obvious? He then added, my name is Li Puyo, and I'm not actually from Beijing. I just study there. Li Puyo? Do you have a brother named Li Wang's? Chen Zimo quipped, inadvertently recalling a foreign place. Li Puyo was again astonished. You know my brother? Huh? I was just making a joke. Did I actually guess right? Li Puyo continued to inquire. By the way, do you know where we are? Chen Zimo shook his head. He initially believed this was his dream. But the chubby boy's reaction made him feel that this experience was somehow different from the past. As the two exchanged glances in silence, an emotionless voice rang out beside them. Specific World Happiness Hospital generation complete. Main task 1. Leap over the asylum. Please find a way to leave Happiness Hospital within 4 hours. Current remaining personnel, 6. Main task 2. Explore the hospital to increase exploration level, which can enhance settlement rewards. Current exploration level, 0. Introduction to Happiness Hospital. You might not imagine that this is the happiest mental hospital in the world. Suddenly, the voice shifted in tone, alternating between ardent and frenzied ramblings. It has gentle and caring nurses, skilled surgeons, and a morally upright hospital director. Since its inception, no patient has ever spoken ill of it. Moreover, the hospital offers a plethora of recovery programs, allowing every madman, strike-through, patient to enjoy the finest rehabilitation experience. It is well known that severe mental illness is a challenging affliction to heal. Despite the hospital's best efforts, they have yet to successfully cure a single patient. It is said that only one mental patient has ever managed to leave Happiness Hospital, yet those who encountered him found his words to be quite perplexing. The frenzied ramblings suddenly escalated into terrified screams. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The voice gradually diminished. Chen Zimo and Li Puyo exchanged incredulous glances. What an unbearable racket. Who is playing music and disturbing my sleep? Where is this? A languid female voice emerged from the bushes, transforming into a scream. Chen Zimo turned to follow the sound, and a girl clad in silk pajamas emerged from the foliage. Her face a portrait of terror. The piercing scream furrowed Li Puyo and Appo's brow, but upon seeing the girl, his expression of disdain morphed into a lecherous grin akin to that of an amateur. So beautiful. Indeed, she was exceptionally lovely. And Chen Zimo silently concurred with Li Puyo's assessment. When the girl burst forth from the bushes, he almost believed a divine being had materialized. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws. In contrast to her porcelain skin, her silver silk pajamas appeared a muted gray, even her elbows tinged with pink. Her rounded legs possessed a uniform texture, and Chen Zimo even suspected their cross-section was perfectly circular. Her short hair, tucked behind her ears, framed her slightly flustered cheeks. while her tightly pressed lips and the faint blush on her cheekbones made her already endearing face appear even more captivating. One could easily believe she had stepped out of an oil painting. "Hello." Li Puyo could hardly contain his eagerness to greet the girl, his eyes constantly darting to the neckline of her pajamas. Chen Zimo felt a twinge of exasperation. Did this chubby boy not consider the appropriateness of the situation when making friends? Chapter 6. The Eerie Realm. Alas. As anticipated, upon seeing Li Puyo's attire, the girl let out a shrill scream and hastily retreated a couple of steps, increasing the distance between them. "Who are you? Why have you bound me to this place? What do you intend to do with me? And what are the other three?" At this moment, Chen Zimo had already concluded that this was no dream. During the mission briefing, it was mentioned that there were a total of 6 individuals. Who could the remaining 3 be? Before the girl could finish her sentence, 3 more figures emerged from the underbrush. One was a towering, muscular bald man. Another was an elegantly dressed lady with gold-rimmed half-moon glasses, exuding an air of gentle intelligence. The last was an unremarkable middle-aged man. Upon seeing the bald man and Appos' imposing figure, both the chubby boy and the girl instinctively took a step back. His arms, adorned with muscles and tattoos, were clad in a sleeveless tank top and camouflage pants tucked into long boots, standing at over 6 feet tall, emanating an overwhelming sense of intimidation that left the others feeling as if they were facing a formidable threat. "I believe I just heard a voice. Did anyone else catch that?" Before the bald man could speak, the bespectacled intellectual woman broke the tense silence. "Yes, yes, yes," Li Puyo hastily replied. Noticing yet another girl had appeared, the others nodded in agreement, and Chen Zimo followed suit. The girl in the silk pajamas, spotting a fellow female, took a few cautious steps closer. "Sister, may I stand with you?" The bespectacled woman welcomed her, replying, "Of course, but I don't yet know your name." "I am Chushue." Chushue as in the first of the first snow. "And you, sister?" The intellectual lady paused for a moment before responding, "I am Hong Shaluo." Upon hearing her name, the group fell into a hushed silence. There were many surnamed Hong, but Hong Shaluo. In this day and age, one would expect a more sensible name. It was evident that it was a fabricated one. "Hello, Sister Hong," Chushue awkwardly greeted, observing that the 2 girls had begun to introduce themselves. The chubby boy felt compelled to join in, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Li." Before he could finish, Chen Zimo suddenly raised his voice. "When we entered this synchronized world, we should have all chosen names, right? The mission likely has its purpose for that. Let us use those names for our introductions." Chen Zimo glanced at Li Puyo. The chubby boy, momentarily displeased at being interrupted, turned to Chen Zimo, ready to protest, only to see Chen Zimo subtly shake his head. And he instantly understood. Li Puyo was merely slow to react, not foolish. With 2 girls introducing themselves, both named Chushue and Hong Shaluo, it was evident they were using pseudonyms and were evidently cautious of everyone. There was no need for him to extend an olive branch to someone who had already built walls. I am Guangdong Gu, a student." The chubby boy stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed, having taken so long to come up with a name. Had he known there would be introductions, he would have chosen something more presentable. "I am Mo Shan, a freelancer," the tattooed man grumbled. One could not deny that his muscular physique indeed resembled that of a mountain, well, except for his receding hairline. A stranger in a foreign land. The middle-aged man suddenly recited, "Every festive season brings thoughts of home." Guangdong Gu instinctively completed the couplet, bewildered. "Are you signaling some sort of code?" The middle-aged man, visibly annoyed, replied, "I am merely stating my synchronized name. I consider myself an employee." Given such a name, Chen Zimo sensed the middle-aged man held some intriguing stories. "I am Zai Rum, a student," Chen Zimo announced last. "Rum?" All eyes, except for Li Puyo, who was still covertly glancing at Chushue, turned towards him. "Your name is rather unique," Emoshan remarked. The intellectual lady and Chushue remained silent, both evidently awaiting his explanation. Chen Zimo chuckled lightly. "I use this name when playing games. What do you think? Quite cool, right?" "Very juvenile," Emoshan retorted, showing no mercy. Meanwhile, Hong Shaluo silently surveyed their surroundings, while Chushue appeared somewhat excited. "I also enjoy playing games secretly after finishing my homework." "What games do you play, Brother Zai? Perhaps we could team up." "Unfortunately, I only play single-player games," Chen Zimo shrugged, subtly declining her offer, then turned to the middle-aged man. "Brother, your name is rather lengthy. It may cause confusion when we address one another. Could you shorten it?" After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man suggested, "You may call me Yixiang Ke." "And you? Should you not shorten your name as well?" "That works. Call me Zai." Chushue chimed in. "I have a better suggestion. How about Night Demon? Doesn't it sound more imposing? Suit yourself. It's merely a name, as long as it serves to distinguish our identities, Chen Zimo replied, indifferent to such trifles. The group exchanged glances, and no one voiced opposition. Just as they were about to deliberate on their next course of action, a sharp bell rang throughout the area. Break time is over. Please return to the hospital before the bell tolls ends. This is merely a preliminary reminder for the instance. Break time? Are we prisoners? Guangdong asked, bewildered. Perhaps not prisoners. The voice just mentioned that this is a mental hospital, so we are likely patients, Chen Zimo responded. What happens if we don't go back? Chu Shue pouted, clearly reluctant to re-enter the building. I only know that in prison, failing to return from break has its consequences. Rubber bullets can be quite painful. Imo Shan rumbled, leaving the others uncertain whether he was joking or stating a fact. What should we do? That building appears quite unsafe. Should we really go in? Hong Shaluo expressed her concern. Following her gaze, the group noticed a building next to them. Its windows boarded up with planks and nails. The lower parts of the window frames were stained with reddish-brown streaks, reminiscent of sealed mouths, presenting a foreboding sight. As they made their way toward the hospital, Chen Zimo caught a glimpse of a grayish-white object nestled in the grass. Without voicing his thoughts, he walked ahead. Knowing that to return, they had no choice but to follow the mission's directives. Regardless of what lay ahead, he had to press on. Zai, where are you headed? Guangdong hurriedly inquired as he noticed Chen Zimo's departure. Without responding, Chen Zimo approached the patch of grass and kicked at a half-moon-shaped object, which tumbled out and landed near the others, spinning twice before coming to a halt. What is that? Chu Shue, curious as a kitten, leaned closer. The next moment, she emitted a high-pitched scream akin to a boiling kettle, leaping behind Imo Shan and clutching his arm, trembling. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was, in fact, the back of a human skull. Chapter 7. The abandoned hospital. The skull was not a product of natural erosion. It bore the unmistakable marks of a blade scrape and traces of blood, indicating it had been severed by some sharp instrument. The red hourglass recoiled in shock, softly gasping. Surely, this was not the punishment for not entering the hospital? Perhaps it was. Chen Zimo and Appo's ambiguous reply was overshadowed by his focus on the red hourglass, who, in her retreat, revealed she was wearing a pair of athletic shoes. Interesting. Among those present, only 3 individuals were properly shod: the traveler, the little demon mountain, and the red hourglass. Chu Shue was barefoot, while both she and Brother Guodang donned slippers. The traveler appeared to be an employee. Clad in casual attire complemented by leather shoes, his weary face suggesting he had not enjoyed the luxury of a midday rest. Little Demon Mountain and Appo's choice of long boots was not surprising. Such a rugged, muscular look was quite fashionable in certain circles, likely his daily attire. However, the red hourglass was different. Her pencil pants accentuated the smooth curves of her hips, paired with a translucent, pleated top that subtly hinted at her figure. And her face bore a delicate touch of makeup. She embodied the quintessential image of a modern working woman. Why would such an image-conscious individual wear athletic shoes? Was it merely for convenience? Chen Zimo sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Fortunately, with the appearance of the skull, no one was inclined to linger. Chu Shue, clad only in her pajamas, had already sustained several scratches on her delicate feet from the prickly grass. After taking a few steps, she sweetly pleaded for Little Demon Mountain to carry her. Chen Zimo found this amusing and was curious to see how this pairing of beauty and beast would unfold. To his surprise, Little Demon Mountain flatly refused her request. Why not? Chu Shue pouted, her displeasure evident, leaving Brother Guodang awestruck. Wishing to step in and take Little Demon Mountain and Appo's place, Chen Zimo marveled at the woman and Appo's cleverness and her adeptness at leveraging her advantages. Here, a life had been lost, and no one knew what dangers lurked ahead. Carrying her would impede movement. However, she could walk behind me. Rejected, Chu Shue displayed a look of hurt, observing her pitiable expression. Brother Guodang stepped forward. Chu Shue, how about I carry you instead? Chu Shue appraised him, biting her lip before resolutely shaking her head. Brother Guodang, Little Demon Mountain is right. There could be dangers here, and having you carry me would hinder your movements. I can manage on my own. Seeing her attempt to maintain composure, Brother Guodang's heart ached further. He removed his slippers and, with a flattering demeanor, offered them to her. If you don't mind, you can wear my shoes. Upon glancing at the slippers, a barely perceptible crease formed on Chu Shue's brow before her face blossomed into a radiant smile. Thank you. Brother Guodang, you are so kind. Flattered by her praise, Brother Guodang scratched the back of his head, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. as if he had received a love letter rather than merely relinquishing a pair of shoes. Chen Zimo shook his head in exasperation. Too naive. Unquestionably. Hidden within this place were unknown risks. A pair of shoes could very well represent a life, easily swiped away from one's grasp. He suddenly recalled a saying, the devoted suitor ends up with nothing. The hospital was not far. As they stepped through the ominous doorway, the ringing ceased abruptly. The sudden silence enveloped them, plunging the surroundings into a chilling stillness. Thud, thud, thud. Above, the sound of light fixtures igniting echoed, casting a harsh, pale glow throughout the dim corridor. There was electricity here. Not just the traveler, but everyone present appeared bewildered. The sealed building presented a terrifying visage. Akin to a horror film set, they had prepared to navigate in darkness, yet they were met with illumination. We have returned to the hospital. What now? Do we simply remain here? The cold tiles were uncomfortable beneath their feet, prompting Brother Guadang to lift one foot onto his calf in a comical pose. It shouldn't be that simple, the traveler mused, stroking his chin. Do you remember the tasks? We have two. One is to leap over the insane asylum and find a way to leave within 4 hours. The other is to explore the hospital for additional rewards. The second task does not seem hazardous. Perhaps it is merely a supplementary objective. To escape, we must complete the first task, Chen Zimo agreed, acknowledging the traveler's insight. Leave the hospital? Are we not going the wrong way? Chu Shue pointed towards the distant wall. Wouldn't it have been quicker to climb over the wall? Not quite. Leaving here should not be understood in a physical sense, but rather as a state of being. A physical sense? A state? Chu Shue's mouth opened slightly, clearly confused. In simpler terms, it means being discharged. The introduction mentioned that the Happiness Hospital was a mental institution, distinct from a regular hospital. As patients were confined and could not leave freely, those attempting to exit would be forcibly returned. Therefore, to fulfill the first task, climbing the wall would not only be futile but could also provoke complications. To leave, it would be best to obtain something akin to a discharge certificate. The traveler supplemented naturally. A discharge certificate? Where would we acquire such a thing? Chu Shue inquired, bewildered. Well, I only know the procedures of a regular hospital. Generally, when a patient requests discharge, the hospital confirms everything is in order and issues a certificate, after which one seeks the attending physician's signature. But this is a mental institution, and I lack experience in that regard. The traveler raised his voice to the group. What about you all? Everyone shook their heads. Among the 6 present, only he possessed substantial social experience. The others, not only had they likely never been discharged, but they might not have even stayed in a hospital at all. Just as despair began to settle in, the red hourglass adjusted her glasses, a gentle smile gracing her face as she turned to Chen Zimo. It seems the traveler's words carry some merit. Ah, classmate Zimo, have you disowned something? Chen Zimo warily stepped back, distancing himself from her warm, inviting smile, which sent a chill down his spine. Nothing much, merely that something seems amiss here. Amiss? What is lacking? Little Demon Mountain swiftly scanned the surroundings but failed to identify any inconsistencies. People, whether they're medical staff, patients, or doctors. Have you not noticed the absence of any human presence? There isn't even a trace of anything related to humanity. The group swiftly surveyed their surroundings. However, within the hollow building, aside from the lights and the pristine tiled floor, there was nothing at all. Standing here idly is not a solution. Perhaps we should split up and search for anything related to discharge, focusing solely on the first floor, the traveler proposed. Agreed, let us divide into 2 teams. I'll head left. Little Demon Mountain quickly chose his direction. I'll accompany Brother Mountain. Chu Shue chimed in, her slippers clattering softly against the floor as she hurried to follow him. Chapter 8. Sudden Death. I accompanied them, forming a trio. The traveler nodded at Chen Zimo and walked to the left. Only the red hourglass, Guadang Gu, and Chen Zimo remained at the entrance. Well then, Guadang Gu glanced at the red hourglass. Though the lowly had departed, having a mature woman instead was not too shabby. Ah, in this unfamiliar place. It and Appos, as somewhat inconvenient for Miss Chu Shue, as she and Appos, as a girl and might need assistance in personal matters. Surely, Little Demon Mountain cannot accompany her to the restroom. The anxious expression on the red hourglass almost made Chen Zimo believe she genuinely cared for Chu Shue. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, that's true. Among us, only you 2 are girls, so it would be wise for you to look out for each other. A gentle smile returned to the red hourglass's face as she fixed her gaze on Guadang Gu, saying, I apologize, next time. I will make an effort to bring Chu Shue to find you. Good. Guadang Gu took her words as a promise, nodding happily as he watched her depart. All right. Everyone has left. Chen Zimo clapped Guodangu on the shoulder and proceeded into the right corridor. The corridor was short, with several doors scattered on either side. Chen Zimo glanced back, trying to gauge the progress of Little Demon Mountain's team, but found only an empty corridor. Have they all entered their rooms? He mused, not overly concerned, and pushed open the door before him, revealing an empty space. Shrugging, he moved to the next door, which was also devoid of contents. He hastily opened all the remaining doors, and finally, in the last room, he encountered something distinct, with a creak of rusty hinges. Dust fell away to reveal a square table in the corner of the room, accompanied by a matching cabinet and coat rack. This appears to be an office. Chen Zimo observed. How do you know? The coat rack is made of iron and is movable. Such items are generally not found near psychiatric patients. He closed the door behind him, where indeed a set of regulations was affixed. 1. You must return to the main building of the hospital before the bell rings. 2. Metal items are strictly prohibited. 3. Maintain personal hygiene. The hospital conducts regular inspections. 4. No unnecessary outings are permitted. 5. Patient-doctor correspondence is mandatory. If a patient requires independent movement, a doctor must accompany them. Well, whether in reality or in a parallel world. Such places that no one intentionally visits are indeed the most suitable for displaying regulations, Chen Zimo mused, nodding in satisfaction as his gaze settled on the last rule. The management of this hospital was exceedingly strict. If leaving required the director's permission, then obtaining a discharge certificate would undoubtedly necessitate the director's approval. Just as he intended to tear down the regulations to show Little Demon Mountain's team, a shrill, kettle-like scream pierced the air from a distance. It was Chu Xue's distinctive cry. Chu Xue is in danger. Upon hearing the scream, Guodangu displayed an agility unexpected of his stature, flinging open the door and rushing out. Chen Zimo thought to himself, could this fellow be inexperienced in romantic affairs? He certainly seems like a man who's never experienced love. Without pausing to retrieve the regulations, Chen Zimo followed Guodangu as they rushed towards the left side of the building. As their footsteps echoed, the two entered an open room, where they beheld a trembling Chu Xue plastered against the wall in terror. Blood flowed around her, transforming the tiles into a massive crimson mirror that reflected the cold lights above in a macabre, yet oddly beautiful display. Avoiding the blood, they stepped into the room. In a peculiar position beside the cabinet lay a corpse, its back of the head missing. The expression frozen on the face of the deceased suggested that it had not realized danger had approached until the very last moment. As Chen Zimo entered, he accurately identified the body. Traveler? Ugh. The nauseating scene caused Guodangu to clutch his stomach and retch. Yet, Chen Zimo noticed that his retching was feigned. He was actually using the opportunity to sneak a peek under Chu Xue's skirt through the reflections created by the blood. This guy, there's no saving him. However, he couldn't help but admire Guodangu's unwavering focus. Even in front of a corpse, his attention remained fixated on Chu Xue's skirt. Such dedication to his desires is commendable. What happened? Little Demon Mountain approached with the red hourglass. We just arrived. You'll have to ask Chu Xue for the specifics, Chen Zimo replied, pulling Guodangu aside to create a blood-free path for Little Demon Mountain. Little Demon Mountain regarded him with a glance, showing no gratitude, and unhesitatingly stepped through the blood to approach Chu Xue. How did the traveler die? I don't know, Chu Xue stammered, clearly shaken, her voice barely above a whisper. Tell us what you saw. I didn't see anything. The moment the traveler reached the cabinet, the lights went out, and I was startled into screaming. When the lights came back on, he was already like that. Chu Xue's terrified demeanor appeared genuine, yet the information she relayed seemed off. Even to the usually oblivious Guodangu. Was there a power outage just now? Little Demon Mountain directed his question towards Chen Zimo. Chen Zimo answered, no. We discovered a room resembling a duty room, where we found a set of regulations affixed to the door. I had just closed the door, intending to take it down, when I heard Chu Xue scream and rushed over. There was no power outage, nor did the lights flicker. He then countered, Little Demon Mountain, did you experience a power outage? Little Demon Mountain and the red hourglass exchanged glances, responding with silence. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The hospital was becoming increasingly eerie. Should we check the cabinet? Perhaps the traveler's death is connected to it, the red hourglass suggested gently, adjusting her glasses. Up close, Chen Zimo noticed that her glasses lacked lenses. Were they merely a prop to enhance her intellectual persona, or was there another reason? This woman's presence was riddled with enigmas. The suggestion from the red hourglass was quite pertinent. With cautious steps, Little Demon Mountain approached the cabinet, protecting his own head as he treaded through the blood. Suddenly, he kicked the side of the cabinet with force. With a clang of twisted steel, the cabinet door deformed and fell away. A few white lab coats fluttered out, revealing that it was indeed a nurse's changing room. In the lower compartment of the cabinet, several pairs of matching white shoes were neatly arranged. Upon seeing the clothes and shoes, Chushua timidly spoke. "Little Demon Mountain, could you please help me fetch a set?" Of course, Little Demon Mountain nodded, glancing at Guadanggu and Chen Zimo's attire. With a swift motion, he lifted the cabinet. The display of strength startled everyone. A metal cabinet weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds would be a struggle for most, yet it seemed as light as a toy in his hands. "Choose for yourselves." Little Demon Mountain placed the cabinet down before them. Chushua picked out a coat, held it up for Guadanggu, and said, "This one is too big. You should wear it. It's quite cold in the hospital, and I wouldn't want you to catch cold." Her soft voice sent Guadanggu into a flurry of excitement, eagerly accepting the white coat and donning it, straightening his back a little more. Chapter 9. The monster Red Sandour donned a white lab coat, tying her disheveled hair into a ponytail, and wore it with an air of curiosity. As she tightened the belt around her waist, her figure was accentuated, transforming the loose garment into an outfit that exuded a unique uniform charm. She admired her reflection, then turned to Chushue and the clumsy brother, asking, "Do we not resemble a family now?" "Indeed, we do," the clumsy brother replied, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly finding Chushua less appealing, scurrying around Red Sandour like a playful pug. There were 3 lab coats in total, leaving Chen Zimo with only a pair of shoes to choose from. "Classmate Zai, could you share the rules you observed earlier?" Red Sandour redirected the conversation towards Chen Zimo, ignoring the clumsy brother's antics. "I noted 5 rules, which are before Chen Zimo could speak," the clumsy brother eagerly interjected, swiftly reciting the rules verbatim. Chen Zimo realized that this little chubby fellow possessed an extraordinary memory, despite the rules consisting of only a few dozen words. He had memorized them with remarkable precision after just a glance. "Do you think the death of the foreign guest might be connected to these rules?" Red Sandour proposed a plausible theory. "It is possible he violated one of them. This hospital is filled with peculiarities. Mere speculation holds little value. However, the last rule states that leave must be approved by the director. To leave this place, we must locate the director." Chen Zimo articulated his earlier conjecture. Red Sandour nodded, her expression shifting from gentle to troubled. "But we do not know where the director is. Then we shall search room by room. There are 4 floors. We will surely find him," Chen Zimo suggested. Everyone agreed, for in this unfamiliar environment, all were in the dark and had no choice but to proceed as planned. "Time is of the essence. Since we are all in accord, let us commence," Zima Shanzan declared, stepping out the door towards the staircase. "Zima Shanzan, wait for me." Chushua, frightened, closely followed Zima Shanzan, as if this were her only source of safety. Red Sandour smiled at Chen Zimo before exiting. The clumsy brother, seeing the 2 goddesses leave, immediately dashed after them. Inside the room, only Chen Zimo and the corpse of the foreign guest remained. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed a dark rectangular mark above the door. Something had once been affixed there, leaving behind a trace. What secrets lie hidden here? Chen Zimo turned back, forcing himself to gaze at the headless corpse. Soon, he noticed something amiss. The expression frozen on the foreign guest's face still bore a profound tranquility. How strange. Could he truly feel at peace despite his gruesome fate? That seemed impossible. Chen Zimo surmised that the foreign guest must have discovered something significant in this place. Gritting his teeth, he approached and quickly searched the pockets. Yet found nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Or maybe the item has already been taken. Just as he was about to abandon his search and join the others in exploring the hospital, a vivid image flashed in his mind. The bright overhead lights suddenly extinguished. The light spilling through the doorway cast a slender shadow within the room. No, that was not a human figure, clad in a mask and a brimless hat. Towering to the ceiling, the elongated figure's face was marked by a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes, and from its sides hung not arms, but 2 blood-stained, sharp blades. Chen Zimo wanted to flee, to scream, but under the gaze of those crimson eyes, his body refused to obey him. The creature's blade-like arms closed in. The sound of metal clashing erupted, and blood sprayed as his head was cleanly severed. When Chen Zimo regained his senses, he realized that what he had just experienced was a mere illusion. A hallucination? Was the shock of the foreign guest and Appo's death too overwhelming? Or had something amiss and his mind conjured this vision? Never mind, as long as it is not real, I shall visit a major hospital upon returning. He rubbed the chilling nape of his neck, confirming it was still attached to his body, just as he was about to catch up with the others. The lights above him flickered off once more. The familiar sensation sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to turn instinctively. Two bright blades fell before the foreign guest's corpse, their tips directed at him, and at the top of those blades, a pair of deep crimson eyes fixed upon him. A monster. Chen Zimo's scalp tingled, fear gripping him as he dashed towards the door. But as those red eyes glimmered, he suddenly froze. The blade-wielding creature had somehow materialized behind him, and turning around, he nearly collided with it. No, I refuse to die. Chen Zimo wanted to scream. But the overwhelming terror rendered him voiceless. As he watched the bloody blade rise, his mind erupted into chaos, conjuring various imagined death scenarios. A wave of terror engulfing him like a storm. Chen Zimo knew the foreign guest's death was abnormal, and he had mentally prepared to confront such danger. Yet witnessing this otherworldly being plunged him into sheer panic. What should I do? What should I do? He lamented his predicament, wishing he had simply stayed with the group and searched for the director together. However, just as the blade was about to descend, a head peeked into the room. Zai. We are planning to head upstairs. What are you waiting for? Wait, when did the lights in this room go out? The clumsy brother questioned, noticing the flickering lights. Run. There's a monster inside. In the midst of the strobing lights, Chen Zimo found himself able to move, seizing the clumsy brother and bolting out of the room. His shout drew Zima Shan's hand and the others' attention. Where's the monster? Zima Shan's hand hurriedly approached, his imposing height casting a shadow that enveloped Chen Zimo. The place where the foreign guest was killed is occupied by a monster. I saw it during the blackout. Chen Zimo hastily explained, detailing the creature's appearance and its method of attack. Zima Shan's hand took a step back, creating distance, and cast a questioning glance at the others. Why are you all looking at me like that? Chen Zimo queried, puzzled by the strange gazes of the four, including the clumsy brother. The clumsy brother cautiously remarked, because just now, there was no blackout. That's impossible. Chen Zimo stood frozen, bewildered. He had clearly seen that eerie entity wait. Could it be that what he experienced was still a dream? No, it could not have been a dream. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Chapter 10. Mutual Suspicion. Chen Zimo inquired with a tone of gravity, Brother Guangdong, I have a crucial question. What did you observe when you entered and sought me out? I saw you beside the traveler from another land, he replied. That is not my position. You mentioned the flickering lights in the room, Chen Zimo reminded him. Indeed. As I approached the door, I noticed the fluorescent light flickering. I was puzzled as it had been functioning properly just moments before. Speak plainly, Brother Guangdong. Correct? That is the case. Chen Zimo scanned the group, his gaze finally resting on Little Demon Mountain. This hospital employs antiquated fluorescent tubes, which require multiple electrical activations to start, resulting in flickering. Brother Guangdong's words corroborate that I have not lied. That room indeed experienced a power outage. Moreover, has anyone noticed a peculiar correlation between the monster and Appo's movements and the presence of light? Ah, it dawns on me, Hong Shalu exclaimed, a look of clarity on her face. The traveler from another land was attacked during a power outage. Precisely, Chen Zimo affirmed. Both instances of power failure coincided with the appearance of the monster. Its arrival likely necessitates shadows as a medium, hence we must avoid dark areas moving forward. The monster's method of attack seems singular, targeting the back of the head. As long as we steer clear of dimly lit spaces, our chances of survival increase significantly. That makes sense, Hong Shalu praised. Zai, you are remarkable. Having encountered the monster only once, you've already discerned its weakness. This significantly boosts our probability of successfully navigating through. Not at all. I merely possess a knack for logic. Chen Zimo modestly declined the compliment, adhering to social niceties. We have little time. Let's proceed to the second floor, Little Demon Mountain interjected. The group checked the task panel, realizing that nearly an hour had elapsed. The hospital comprised 4 floors, with numerous rooms yet to be searched, prompting them to hasten up the staircase in preparation for their exploration. On the second floor, let us split up. Everyone, be cautious. Zai, would you care to join me? Little Demon Mountain suddenly asked. No, that won't be necessary. Chen Zimo replied to Hong Shalu, Chu Shue, and Brother Guangdong. Hong Shalu, Chu Shue, may I invite you to search the rooms with me? I have something important to discuss. Certainly, Hong Shalu agreed. Seeing the 3 form a team, Little Demon Mountain said nothing and proceeded left, while Chu Shue silently followed closely behind him. The trio ventured into the right corridor, where Chen Zimo pushed open a door, stepping inside and gesturing for them to follow. Once both had entered, he abruptly shut the door. What are you doing? You startled me, Brother Guangdong exclaimed, retreating a step in alarm. Preparing to hide behind Hong Shalu, only to realize this was inappropriate and instead positioned himself in front of her. Chen Zimo disregarded the small psychological drama and lowered his voice, What I am about to say is of utmost importance. Little Demon Mountain may have ulterior motives. Hong Xiaolu appeared taken aback. Why do you say that? Do you recall what Little Demon Mountain said? He too experienced a power outage, Chen Zimo reminded them. I do, Hong Xiaolu responded. His exact words were, and amp, oppos, was there no power outage on your side? And amp, oppos, exactly. Therein lies the crux of the issue. Chen Zimo pointed at the lights above them and continued, however, when I encountered the monster, only the room was in darkness. The corridor lights remained lit. This implies that the monster can control the lights to select its desired location for arrival. If it can descend with precision, it can silently eliminate everyone without the need to plunge an entire floor into darkness, thus exposing Chuxue while she cries out. The motive for such behavior could only be one. He did not finish his thought, but both individuals present grasped the implication that power outage was orchestrated. But why would Little Demon Mountain want to kill the traveler from another land? What benefit would that serve him? Hong Xiaolu queried. Chen Zimo shook his head. I am uncertain. Perhaps they share a prior grievance, or it may be for self-serving interests. Interests? Brother Guangdong echoed in confusion. There is not a single bird in this cursed place. What profit could there possibly be? Have you forgotten the second task? Increasing exploration levels can augment the rewards upon completion. Given your youth, you must have encountered such concepts in level-based games. In these games, the rewards for completing a level are personal, while additional rewards from exploration are typically shared among all participants. In this synchronized world we are experiencing, rewards are finite. If one person is absent at the end, the remaining individuals will receive a larger share. If he is the last one standing, he could claim the entire bounty. Surely not. That would be criminal. Brother Guangdong's complexion paled as he grasped the simplicity of the logic. Having lived in a peaceful society for so long, he initially hesitated to entertain such notions, as murder for mere profit seemed unfathomable. Zai makes a valid point. This is a synchronized world. Moreover, the way we are attired indicates we hail from different realms. Even if Little Demon Mountain did eliminate the traveler from another land, he would possess an impeccable alibi. Furthermore, who could definitively assert that the traveler is truly dead? What if this is merely an immersive game, and death results in nothing more than a return to reality? Hong Xiaolu's words eased Brother Guangdong's anxiety, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, in online games, dying merely results in a loss of experience points or items. In this light, this synchronized world may not be as terrifying as it seems. However, Chen Zimo believed the situation was far from straightforward. No matter how realistic a virtual world may appear, it remains ultimately fabricated. Yet, everything he had encountered thus far felt palpably genuine. Especially the events that transpired at his doorstep, heightening his vigilance towards this place. The three synchronized participants fought fiercely, each blow delivered with lethal intent. Their attitudes akin to that of sworn enemies. Sun Jian's ruthless approach was understandable, given the nature of outlaws, yet Gao Lei and Zi Long, being enforcers, exhibited a lack of restraint in their combat styles, starkly revealing that the world experienced by the synchronized participants was anything but ordinary. To perish in the synchronized world could very well mean death in reality. Chen Zimo resumed the conversation. That is the most optimistic scenario, however. We must not place our hopes entirely on chance, for that is as unreliable as dreaming of winning the lottery. Continuing with our discussion of Little Demon Mountain. If he truly seeks to eliminate the traveler for the sake of rewards, others will inevitably find themselves on his hit list. The next to fall must be either Chuxue or myself. Why Chuxue? Upon hearing her name, Brother Guangdong's demeanor darkened. Chuxue, barefoot, walked with discomfort, and he could not abide the thought of anyone harming her. I have placed my own safety first. Should you not be concerned about your teammate? Chen Zimo felt exasperated by Brother Guangdong's reasoning, but chose to ignore him. The rationale behind targeting me is straightforward. As the only individual who has laid eyes on the monster, I am bound to uncover the truth behind the traveler's demise. The sooner I am eliminated, the less likely it is for the truth to be revealed. Perhaps that was the very reason he invited me to explore the floor with him earlier. So why Chuxue? Brother Guangdong reiterated his earlier question. Because Chuxue is rather clingy, Chen Zimo explained, exasperated. What? Brother Guangdong was taken aback. Chen Zimo cast a sorrowful glance at him. Have you not noticed? Chuxue has been sticking closely to Little Demon Mountain. Before you offered her slippers, she attempted to have him carry her. And while exploring the first floor, she was eager to walk alongside him. During the power outage, you were the first to arrive. Yet she did not even spare you a glance until Little Demon Mountain walked in, at which point she began to speak. She is too clingy. Hoping to gain Little Demon Mountain's protection through this means. No, That is impossible. Although Brother Guangdong professed disbelief, his expression of despair revealed his awareness of having acted like a sycophant. Chen Zimo patted his shoulder. Little Demon Mountain is not one to cherish delicate beauty. A troublesome burden will only lead to a dead end. I know you have feelings for Chushue and have tried to bring her along with us, but unfortunately, she has chosen Little Demon Mountain. She has likely already met with misfortune. No, don't. Chushue. Stung by Chen Zimo's words, Brother Guangdong went mad, rushing to find Chushue. Guangdong, don't go. You are no match for him. Chen Zimo urgently pressed against the door. Right now, the enemy is clear while we remain in the dark. If we three unite, perhaps we still have a chance to turn the tide. If you go, it will only cost you your life. No, I cannot let anything happen to Chushue. Guangdong dismissed Chen Zimo's words, forcefully pushing his hand away. With a shoulder shove, Chen Zimo was caught off guard and fell against the corner of the door. This little chubby fellow possesses great strength. Chen Zimo was secretly astonished. Indeed, one must never underestimate any chubby individual. You can hardly tell how much explosive power those who pant after merely walking a few steps possess. Chushue. Guangdong called as he ran, quickly locating Chushue, the girl in a white coat, who was searching the room behind Little Demon Mountain. What are you doing? Chushue was startled by his fierce expression. Little Demon Mountain is in danger. The outsider might be the one who killed him. Stay away from him. Guangdong exclaimed anxiously. What nonsense are you spouting? Chushue clearly did not believe him. It and Oppos. As true. Zai told me about the manner in which the monster killed him. It is different from how the outsider died when you encountered him. Fearing she might not believe him, Guangdong recounted Chen Zimo and Oppos' speculation in detail. He expected that after hearing this, Chushue would abandon Little Demon Mountain and stand by his side. But to his surprise, Chushue scoffed. How amusing. Framing others for a good excuse. Is that acceptable? I was right beside the outsider when he died. Little Demon Mountain was not even present. Where would the opportunity for murder come from? Furthermore, do you believe everything Zai says just because he has fallen into madness? Did you ever consider he might be a liar? To be used as a pawn without realizing it. How foolish. Chushue's cold gaze and tone left Guangdong feeling deeply wounded. He hadn't been present, so he did not know things had unfolded this way. He was only concerned for her safety. After hearing her words, Guangdong's face filled with guilt. Seeing his remorse, Chushue's eyes shifted, and she comforted him in return. All right, I know you didn't mean to say that. However, it would be best to avoid Zai, who has lost his mind. A person with such a name is certainly not a good individual. As they spoke, Chen Zimo and Hong Shaluo arrived at the door. Little Demon Mountain regarded them, pausing for a moment. You have come at the right time. Since we are all here, let us discuss the next steps in our exploration. Although I do not know how the outsider met his demise, one thing is clear: to survive in this hospital, we must not suffer further losses. Typically terse with words, Little Demon Mountain rarely spoke at length. Everyone nodded in agreement. His words were quite reasonable. Having more people does not necessarily equate to greater strength, and the dangers posed by discord among us can often be more severe than the threats we face. Chushue immediately stepped forward. Yes. While I can understand Zai's suspicion of someone having a hand in the outsider's death, such infighting must not continue. If this persists, we will inevitably perish in this hospital. I propose we no longer split into teams for exploration. Anyone who spreads rumors to incite division shall be expelled from the group. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Zimo, making it clear she wished to expel him immediately. I agree. The group turned to see that the voice of agreement came from Chen Zimo himself. Chushue is correct. In times like these, we cannot afford to fracture our unity. I apologize to Little Demon Mountain for my previous doubts, but I did not lie regarding the monster. Chen Zimo and Oppos' candor caught everyone off guard. Guangdong gazed blankly at the youth opposite him, who was barely older than himself. He suddenly felt akin to picking up an eraser only to find he could not comprehend the teacher's lecture. What on earth was this fellow doing? Had he just missed some crucial conversation? Moments ago, he had been speaking ill of Little Demon Mountain, yet now he stood allied with him. The speed of his shift in stance was astonishing. Chen Zimo's words were a reluctant necessity. The outsider's death was indeed suspicious. And as the only one who had encountered the monster, he knew someone in the team was acting maliciously. However, his weakness and lack of influence rendered him powerless. To lay it all bare would not only fail to solve the problem, but would also incite distrust among teammates, unwittingly aiding the hidden antagonist. Enlisting Guangdong's assistance would yield a different effect. No one would hold a grudge against a simpleton who was being used. This way, he could reveal the hidden dangers without exacerbating internal conflict. This was the optimal solution Chen Zimo could devise. I agree. So do I. Chu Xue and Guangdong both expressed their approval. Although unsure of what had transpired, they decided to follow the majority. In that case, we need not separate. Let us hasten our pace. The remaining time should suffice. We shall search the rooms together. Upon seeing everyone in agreement, Little Demon Mountain nodded. Observing Little Demon Mountain's attitude, Chen Zimo furrowed his brow slightly. When he had incited Guangdong to criticize Little Demon Mountain, he had already prepared to face the consequences. He had assumed that Little Demon Mountain, wronged, would retaliate, yet unexpectedly, the latter showed no intention of blaming him. Generally, muscular individuals, endowed with higher levels of male hormones, tend to exhibit a more volatile temperament. This is scientifically substantiated, not mere conjecture by Chen Zimo. In contrast, Little Demon Mountain appeared excessively easygoing. His entire demeanor seemed incongruous with his rugged attire. Perhaps a robe would suit him better. Little Demon Mountain, after we split up, we only searched one room, resulting in no progress. Let us commence from here and search the rightmost floor last. Hong Shaluo made a superfluous remark to assert his presence, and everyone had no objections. The exploration proceeded down the left corridor. Compared to the first floor, the second floor was cluttered with more debris. However, they still made no significant breakthroughs until they reached the end of the right corridor, where something unusual appeared. Chapter 11. Life and Death. On the edge at the end of the corridor stood a door emblazoned with the words Chief Surgeoness Office, capturing the attention of all present. Hadn't it been stated that this was a psychiatric hospital? Why then, was there a chief surgeon? Brother Guangdong stared at the sign, utterly perplexed. Have you ever seen a classic film that shares the same title as our mission? In it, a surgery is specifically designed for psychiatric patients, Chen Zimo remarked. Are you referring to the lobotomy procedure? Guangdong, true to his character, promptly deduced the implication of Chen Zimo's words with just a hint. That can't be. What era are we in? How can anyone still believe in such methods? He shook his head vehemently. The practice of lobotomizing patients to treat mental illness had long been abandoned, despite the fact that its originator received a Nobel Prize. It was clear that this approach not only failed to cure mental illness but often rendered individuals into true imbeciles. Not necessarily, Chen Zimo replied, glancing at the time. They had already squandered over 2 hours. This is a synchronized world, seemingly governed by its own set of rules. The standards of the real world do not apply here. Therefore, there may be dangers within. We must tread carefully if we are to enter. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Our objective is to find a way out of the hospital. If there is danger, why not avoid this place altogether? The red hourglass suddenly interjected. Everyone paused, realizing the validity of her point. If danger loomed, they could simply seek out the director instead of risking their lives. Little Magic Mountain surveyed the faces around him. Avoiding it could be an option. What does everyone think? The red hourglass makes a valid point. We need not enter this room, Chu Xue concurred. I agree. Locating the director is the way to exit. Guangdong also opted to leave. Then it is settled. Let us proceed to the third floor. Little Magic Mountain did not solicit Chen Zimo's opinion, leading the way towards the staircase. Wait. Chen Zimo suddenly realized a crucial issue and tentatively called out to Little Magic Mountain. The red hourglass's description is inaccurate. Our mission specifies leaving the hospital, not locating the director. This implies that simply finding the director may not suffice. The Wanderer and I have encountered monsters. This hospital is rife with peculiarities. Who can guarantee that the director is not a monster? He could very well be the ultimate boss. We still have no understanding of the monster's killing patterns. Advancing recklessly would only expose us to unknown dangers. Chu Xue, though young, harbored considerable cunning and regarded the boy with disdain. So, what do you propose? Shall we linger here and await death? If you are so eager to enter, then go ahead, but do not drag us down with you. Initially, you incited Guangdong to disrupt the team in Dapos, Esmeralda, and now you spout such frightening words, contributing nothing but amplifying our fears of the unknown. Chu Xue. Guangdong observed her brash demeanor, feeling momentarily estranged from the girl. What do you want? You are just as daft as the rest of us, completely unaware that you are being used as a pawn. Chu Xue held the lowest opinion of the rotund boy in their group. The Midnight Demon, crafty in his schemes, was undoubtedly selfish, yet one had to acknowledge his capabilities. He thrived in the synchronized world. The rotund boy, on the other hand, donned a typical otaku appearance, lacking intellect. His furtive glances were telling of his cowardice, rendering him utterly unreliable. Chu Xue gravitated closer to Little Magic Mountain, confident that he was the one who could navigate this synchronized realm. Chu Xue's comment struck a nerve with Guangdong, who turned to the red hourglass for assistance. Chu Xue, your words are somewhat excessive. This is our first experience in the synchronized world. Confusion is a natural response. The death of the Wanderer has already established the danger here. Perhaps Guangdong is merely frightened and instinctively seeking others' opinions, correct? The red hourglass shifted her gaze to Guangdong. Yes, I'm just worried about encountering more danger, Guangdong hastily clarified. Chu Shui rolled her eyes. Oh, please. To her, this individual was merely frightened. He had become cunning. Employing reflections to sneak a look up skirts, a maneuver few would dare attempt. Little Magic Mountain, do you think we should enter this room? Chen Zimo inquired. Disregarding their squabble and turning to Little Magic Mountain. Since everyone has differing opinions, let us vote, Little Magic Mountain shrugged, showing little concern for their direction. Chen Zimo immediately raised his hand. I vote to open the door. Chu Shui promptly responded, I vote to find the director. Guangdong chimed in, I also vote to find the director. Chu Shui raised her chin, looking down at Chen Zimo with a smug expression, mocking the futility of his proposal. However, the next moment, her pride was swiftly smacked down. I vote to open the door. What? Red Hourglass, have you lost your mind? Chu Shui stared incredulously at the woman across from her, who had initially proposed this plan. Why was she now supporting the idea of opening the door? The Red Hourglass adjusted her glasses. Midnight's words hold merit. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the director is also a monster. Collecting intelligence before seeking the director is a prudent course of action. The other rooms in this building are identical, only this door differs, and it likely holds crucial information. Go if you wish, Little Magic Mountain. We are heading upstairs to find the director, Chu Shui retorted stubbornly, striding toward the staircase. After walking a few steps, she suddenly noticed the absence of footsteps beside her. Turning back, she was nearly infuriated to find that no one had moved, all standing still and gazing in her direction. Why aren't you moving? Chu Shui glared reproachfully at Guangdong, her gaze then sweeping over Little Magic Mountain. She could understand Little Magic Mountain's reluctance to follow. His call for a vote indicated he was open to the idea of opening the door. But why wasn't he the rotund boy following? Wasn't he supposed to be her loyal supporter? He had voted to leave, but was now refusing to come along. Chen Zimo chuckled, for Guangdong's reasoning was quite simple. True, Chu Shui was undeniably beautiful. In the real world, her looks could carry her far. Yet, such advantages held no weight in the synchronized world. Perhaps Guangdong had once considered being her knight in shining armor. But the grim fate of the Wanderer had swiftly brought him back to reality. In this perilous environment, beauty offered no value. Guangdong appeared to shadow her every move. Yet in truth, it was Little Magic Mountain who served as his psychological anchor. Ultimately, Chu Shui lacked the courage to act alone. After grinding her teeth in frustration, she begrudgingly returned to the group. Since it was your suggestion to open the door, the danger is yours to bear. Don't expect others to sacrifice themselves for you. Chu Shui clung to Little Magic Mountain's arm, considering him her protective charm, one she could not easily relinquish. Fine, but keep your distance. I wouldn't want you to get splattered with blood, Chen Zimo quipped, approaching the door and grasping the handle. Chu Shui's complexion paled as she hastily hid behind Little Magic Mountain. With a gentle twist of the handle, Chen Zimo flung the door open with a sudden motion. With a creak, the wooden door swung wide. Dust fell away, and the anticipated danger did not materialize. However, the revelation within was unexpected. The interior was not an office but a small suite. On one side was a long sink with a mirror, on the other, a pair of double doors, tightly shut, bore the inscription Operating Room. Upon entering, Hong Shalu curiously turned on the faucet. The sound of rushing water surprised her. It was still functional. She washed her glasses with her hands and dried them on her white lab coat. Gangdang Gu, seemingly parched, approached and cupped his hands to drink a large gulp, only to spit it out immediately, his expression peculiar as he lamented, "It has a strong disinfectant taste. It seems undrinkable." The room was devoid of anything useful. Should they enter the operating room? Chen Zimo replied, "Now that we are here, we must proceed. I will go in first." Without needing further prompting from Chu Shui, he pushed open the door to the operating room. Inside, the surgical light, the operating table, and a tall cabinet against the side wall were visible, accompanied by a small cart behind it, revealing everything within the sterile environment. Noticing nothing amiss, Chen Zimo walked directly to the cabinet. Such cabinets typically held surgical instruments, and he intended to find a scalpel for self-defense. Though a scalpel might not harm the elusive monster, it could pose a threat to any trader, offering him a semblance of psychological comfort. However, upon opening the cabinet, he discovered it was completely empty, a fine layer of dust on the shelves indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. "Did you find anything?" Hong Shalu inquired from the doorway. The cabinet is devoid of contents, Chen Zimo replied, closing the door and pulling out the small cart. This time, fortune smiled upon him. A large metal clipboard hung from the side of the cart. Upon flipping it open, he found it was a ledger of surgical records. Would you like to see? Seeing no danger, Hong Shalu nodded and stepped inside. Gang Dangu intended to follow, but found himself outpaced by the tall and long-legged Zima Shanshan, who reached the door first. With Chu Shui closely behind, Gang Dangu could only stand by and wait, just as Chen Zimo was about to place the clipboard on the operating table for everyone to see. A slip of paper fell to the ground. Instinctively, he bent to retrieve it, but as his gaze fell upon the paper and Oppo's surface, an emotionless notification sounded in his ear. Exploration progress increased by 20. As he grasped the slip of paper, a translucent window popped up. Item name, signed by Happiness. Before Chen Zimo could fully comprehend the details, the lights in the operating room abruptly extinguished as Chu Shui stepped inside. He suddenly realized he was unable to move. Accompanying the darkness was a faint thud. Gang Dangu felt a warmth on his cheek, as if a warm liquid had splattered upon him. Through the dim light from the corridor, he saw a body with a severed head collapsing toward him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, only to recognize a familiar face. With his intervention, the girl and Amp, Oppo's lifeless form slumped into his arms, and with a sickening thud, a gelatinous mass of red and white shattered on the floor. Blood and brain matter splattered across his shoes and calves. The warm sensation confirming to Gang Dangu that only moments ago, its owner had been a vibrant life. Chu Shui, you, he gasped, horrified. Upon realizing he was cradling a corpse, Gang Dangu screamed, tossing the body away and frantically patting his arms, fearful of contamination. Hong Shalu appeared unaffected by the darkness. Upon witnessing this scene, a satisfied smile graced her face. The owner of those blood-red eyes, having slain Chu Shui, did not depart but instead turned towards the operating room. Fixing her gaze upon Chen Zimo, who was still picking up the paper, under that piercing stare, Chen Zimo felt his body freeze. As if it were no longer under his command, he stood obediently in front of the eerie creature, head bowed slightly, akin to a contrite student awaiting punishment. The monster flickered and suddenly appeared before him, raising its long knife inward. In a heartbeat, his head would be severed from his body. In an instant, Zima Shanshan charged forward, remaining silent as he thrust his large hand down upon Chen Zimo's head. With a thud, the long knife closed. Thanks to Zima Shanshan's protection, Chen Zimo's head remained intact. Yet Zima Shanshan's arm was mercilessly severed at the elbow. Ignoring the injury, he kicked the creature away with all his might. The abnormality of the situation came swiftly and left just as quickly. As Zima Shanshan was flung aside, Chen Zimo regained control over his body. The monster's wrath shifted entirely onto Zima Shanshan, who brandished 2 long knives and charged at him. Despite losing half an arm, Zima Shanshan, embodying the essence of a muscle-bound warrior, faced the threat unflinchingly. He sidestepped and rolled, swiftly traversing half the room until he reached the small cart. Tearing off his undershirt, he pressed it against his severed arm, muscles bulging as he swung the cart towards the monster. Zima Shanshan's strength once again astonished Chen Zimo. The stainless steel cart, weighing no less than 30 or 40 pounds, felt as light as a feather in his hands, the sound of the air rushing from his swift movements filling the space. The creature, lacking intelligence, wielded its 2 long knives clumsily, attacking blindly without any strategy, failing to target Zima Shanshan's torso. This oversight allowed the two to exchange blows, with Zima Shanshan even gaining the upper hand momentarily. This is it. Zima Shanshan will defeat him and avenge Chu Shui. Gang Dangu cheered from the sidelines. Zima Shanshan, seemingly spurred on by the encouragement, increased the force behind his swings. However, this optimistic scene filled Chen Zimo with unease. While Gang Dangu may have been oblivious, he understood that Zima Shanshan was nearing his limit. The intensity of the battle accelerated his heartbeat, and the makeshift bandage on his wound could not staunch the bleeding. The floor was now a canvas of crimson. Though Zima Shanshan appeared to be gaining the upper hand, he was merely holding on by sheer willpower. If they did not resolve the monster quickly, exhaustion would render them all hopeless. What to do? Chen Zimo thought rapidly. But his usually sharp mind failed to devise a strategy, his fingers anxiously crumpling the slip of paper. Wait, the paper. I have the paper. This item can increase the team's exploration value by 20. It must be crucial. Chapter 12. Regression. The sudden appearance of the monster caught Chen Zimo off guard, leaving him unable to finish reading the note. Fortunately, the props came equipped with a system panel, allowing him to view it without light. A translucent window materialized once more. Item name: drug license signed by Happiness. Type: consumable. Function: using this certificate allows the acquisition of medical sedatives. Note 1. You have not provided research results for 3 months. The Happiness Hospital is facing a drug shortage. Although your reasons for requesting the medication are valid, the director was still quite displeased during the signing. If you fail to present research results in the next surgery, it will incite the director's wrath. Note 2. This can only be used once. Note 3. This item belongs to Happiness Hospital and cannot be placed in the item slot. A drug license? Chen Zimo was bewildered. What use would summoning a bottle of sedative serve? Would he need to inject it into the monster? With his limited skills, he would surely be incapacitated before he could even approach the creature. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground jolted Chen Zimo back to reality. His mind, clouded by confusion, realized that the battle had taken an unexpected turn. The little demon mountain, which had been overpowering the monster, was now half kneeling on the ground. Clutching its severed arm, the cart it had been wielding lying abandoned nearby. The loud crash had been the sound of the cart being knocked down. 2 bright reflections glimmered in front of the little demon mountain. Those were the monster and Apos' long blades. Just as Chen Zimo thought he would witness the little demon mountain and Apos' demise, it rolled to the side, evading the closing blades and positioning itself near the cart. With a mighty roar, it lifted the cart and slammed it down upon the monster. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated throughout the room. In the dim light, Chen Zimo observed the little demon mountain skillfully avoiding the blade's edge. Seizing the moment when the blades came together, it used the cart's railing to pin the monster's arms against the wall. Impressive! The little demon mountain's cunning made Chen Zimo want to cheer for it. Think of something. I can't hold on for much longer. The little demon mountain managed to squeeze out, despite the darkness that obscured Chen Zimo's view of its expression. However, the strain in its voice was enough to convey the tension of its bulging veins. Yes, think of something. This was not the time to lose focus. Chen Zimo quickly gathered his thoughts. The monster was pinned. He could definitely use the sedative. He silently willed the usage, and a syringe instantly materialized in his palm. Item name: medical sedative. Type: consumable. Function: forces the target into a state of sedation for 2 minutes, during which the target will not exhibit any resistance. Note 1. The duration of sedation may vary based on the target's life state. Note 2. It can only be used once. Note 3. This item belongs to Happiness Hospital and cannot be placed in the item slot. 2 minutes? Chen Zimo clutched the sedative, unsure of what to do. It was too brief. 2 minutes would barely suffice for their escape. The first note filled him with dread. The monster was as formidable as an ox, and the sedative's effect would undoubtedly be shorter. This sedative was certainly not meant for the monster. The creature merely represented the first obstacle. Given the hospital's eerie nature, he had no idea what other threats awaited them. The sedative must not be used lightly. Yet, with the little demon mountain nearing exhaustion, how could they evade the monster's pursuit without the sedative? Chen Zimo recalled that the monster feared light. If he could find a source of illumination, they could drive it away. But where could light be found in this place? No, this was an operating room. There might indeed be lights. He placed the syringe in his mouth and groped towards the center of the room, quickly encountering a tall object. It was an essential piece of equipment in every operating room, the shadowless lamp. To ensure that the surgical process would not be compromised by unforeseen circumstances, shadowless lamps typically come with their own power supply, allowing them to function even during a blackout. He flicked the switch on the lamp stand, and a cylindrical beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the operating table. It worked. The stark contrast between the intense darkness and brilliant light was blinding. Ignoring the discomfort, he angled the lamp towards the little demon mountain. As the light illuminated the area, a shadow was cast before the little demon mountain, enveloping the monster within. "Don't shine it on me, shine it on it," he urged, pushing the shadowless lamp forward. The brilliant light coalesced into a cylindrical beam, revealing the monster in all its grotesque detail. The loose white coat did little to conceal its gaunt form, and the loosely hanging mask failed to obscure its features. Its withered cheeks bore a pallid hue, and had it not been for those blood-red eyes, Chen Zimo might have mistaken it for a zombie. The monster appeared to despise the light. As the shadowless lamp illuminated it, it withdrew its blades to shield its eyes. The light seemed to inflict significant harm upon the creature. Accompanied by strange sounds, wisps of white smoke began to rise from its skin. Within the illuminated area, the monster lost its ability to teleport, resorting to using its blades as a shield while it frantically dodged the light. Chen Zimo could not afford to squander this opportunity. He tightened his grip on the lamp, relentlessly pursuing the monster, determined to not relent until it was vanquished. However, just as the monster was cornered and on the brink of annihilation, the sound of crackling electricity echoed, and the ceiling lights began to flicker. The monster, as if receiving some signal, let out a roar and vanished into thin air. With the light restored, the once orderly operating room lay in disarray. Chushua, the red hourglass, witnessing her sister's tragic fate, gasped and collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she wept softly. Meanwhile, the clumsy brother, having embraced Chushua, crouched by the sink, retching violently, kicking his legs in a futile attempt to dislodge the brain matter clinging to his calves. Why did Chushua have to die? Chen Zimo was stunned. Based on the previous indications, this woman should have been the mastermind. Why had she met such an untimely end? It made no sense. Suddenly, a possibility crossed his mind. Could it be that there were others lurking in the shadows besides Chushua? A chill ran down his spine as he cautiously regarded the red hourglass and the clumsy brother. The little demon mountain was the first to be ruled out. This man had lost his arm while trying to save him. Without the little demon mountain, his own head would have been severed. If the little demon mountain had been the mastermind, it could have easily waited for him to perish before making its move. The true mastermind must be concealed among the red hourglass and the clumsy brother. Sigh. Before he could unravel the mystery, a weak voice reached his ears. It was the little demon mountain calling out to him. Thank you for saving me. Your arm. The pool of blood rendered Chen Zimo speechless. He could only tighten the vest around the little demon mountain's severed arm. The loss of blood was too great, and the little demon mountain was nearing its limit. The little demon mountain shook its head and patted Chen Zimo's hand, seemingly wanting to convey something, but before it could utter a word, life slipped away. The little demon mountain's pallor filled Chen Zimo with sorrow. If only he had acted a moment sooner, the little demon mountain might have survived. As he grieved, a vision flashed through his mind. From a low vantage point, he saw a figure resembling himself tending to a severed arm. Moments later, coldness and darkness engulfed him, and his vision faded into blackness, consciousness returning to clarity. This was the little demon mountain and Apos' death replay. With the fixed event, Chen Zimo finally comprehended what he had just experienced. In a room on the first floor, he had not encountered a mere illusion but rather a replay of the outsider's death. Perhaps the death replay was the temporary ability hinted at by the system, the blessing of a mental patient. Thanks to this, he finally comprehended the true nature of the game. From the very beginning, he had been ensnared in a trap, one meticulously crafted for him. Concealing the tranquilizer in his hand as he passed the red hourglass, Chen Zimo feigned support, injecting the sedative entirely into her arm. The red hourglass stiffened, succumbing to the effects of the tranquilizer, her expression vacant as she sat on the ground. What are you doing, Zimo? Upon witnessing this, Brother Gang rushed towards him. But Chen Zimo preemptively lunged to Chushua's side, pressing against the bloodstained white coat. Exploration progress increased by 20. Item name: Anesthetist and Amp. Apos' white coat. Type: Apparel. Function: Anesthesia. Note 1. Anesthetists possess the highest authority over the sedation of psychiatric patients. Donning this coat allows for a single 5-second anesthesia on a patient, followed by immediate craniotomy. Note 2. This item belongs to the Happiness Hospital and cannot be stored in the inventory. Indeed, a chill ran through Chen Zimo's heart. Monsters could be summoned by human hands. Anesthesia. Without any forewarning, Chen Zimo unleashed the tranquilizer upon Brother Gang. The lights abruptly extinguished, and Brother Gang, mid-flight, suddenly froze, standing still as if he were a reprimanded student. Yet, Chen Zimo understood that this was not an act of chastisement. Rather, it was a maneuver to facilitate the surgeon's operations during the craniotomy. In the enveloping darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes materialized. As the sound of electricity reactivated the fluorescent lights, Brother Gang, now devoid of the back of his head, collapsed limply to the floor. What are you doing? Why did you kill Brother Gang? The red hourglass, still under the compulsion of calm, spoke with an air of astonishment that Chen Zimo could discern despite her tranquil demeanor. Shaking his head, he replied with regret. Just moments ago, you revealed a significant flaw. You should be questioning why the monster has appeared, rather than why I killed Brother Gang, Madam Director. The red hourglass fell silent for a moment. When did you know I was the director? Not long at all. Your story is remarkably clever. Although I had suspicions early on, I could never ascertain who was pulling the strings. Initially, I found you peculiar, dressed in professional attire yet paired with sneakers, until I killed Shuxue and anesthetized you? The red hourglass stated coolly. Not quite that early. Chen Zimo countered. At that time, I still did not realize the white coat was an anesthetic garment. believing instead that monsters manifested and killed according to rules, and that immobilization was an innate ability of the monster. It was Xiao Mo Shan's battle with the monster that alerted me. I found it strange. If the monster could immobilize both the foreign guest and me, why not simply immobilize Xiao Mo Shan? Clearly, that was not the case. I entered the room with Xiao Mo Shan, and if it were a rule violation, I would have been killed like Chu Shui. The red hourglass interjected suddenly. How do you know Chu Shui was killed for violating the rules? I clearly blocked the rules behind the door, didn't I? Chen Zimo took up her words. Though I did not see the rules behind the door, one must wash their hands before and after meals, especially in such a critical place as an operating room. The rules on the first floor indicate that wearing a white coat is taken as a mark of being a doctor. A doctor who proceeds to operate without washing their hands would be scorned into silence in the real world. Your plan was flawless, persuading Chu Shui to use the anesthetic garment to eliminate the foreign guest, then swapping the used anesthetic garment with Brother Gang. With complete control over the rules and both anesthetic garments, you could have systematically eliminated the rest. The operating room indeed served as an ideal hunting ground, allowing you to kill multiple individuals under the guise of rules. Yet, for some reason, you grew impatient, desiring to eliminate everyone in one fell swoop. Your flaw appeared the moment Brother Gang inadvertently saved me. Modifying your plan in haste only leads to failure. The memories of death merely accelerated my certainty of your identity. Upon hearing memories of death, the red hourglass huffed in dissatisfaction. The neural network has finally influenced this place. What neural network? The unfamiliar terminology left Chen Zimo somewhat bewildered. You don't know what a neural network is? The red hourglass's expression was peculiar. Should I know what that is? The calming effect is waning. I need to take your white coat back, so it would be best if you cooperate. Chen Zimo stepped forward, unceremoniously stripping her of the white coat and draping it over himself as he retreated towards the door, perhaps due to the effects of the drug. The red hourglass offered no resistance throughout, only speaking calmly as Chen Zimo departed. Let me ask you one final question. Why did you kill Brother Gang? He did nothing wrong. In fact, he saved your life. Chen Zimo cast a regretful glance at Brother Gang's lifeless body before entering this world. A voice once hinted at a truth. In this hospital, ultimately only one person can successfully escape, and I have always remembered that this is a solo challenge. Regardless of Brother Gang's or Xiao Chu's demeanor, the foreign guest's somewhat excessive dullness, or Chu Shui's petulance, their personalities are rigidly fixed, even in the face of life-threatening crises. They remain unchanged. Reflecting on Brother Gang and Amp Appo's act of peering beneath Chu Shui and Amp Appo's skirt through a blood-formed mirror, I found it utterly bizarre. Such behavior is not typical of a sane individual. Oh, and the key still lies with Xiao Mo Shan. As a muscular man, he exhibited an unusual calmness. If I am not mistaken, they are all characters you simulated. A playful smile graced the red hourglass's face. Interesting. It seems you are a natural synchronizer. He hesitated, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the red hourglass and Amp Appo's smile. The effects of the tranquilizer were dissipating too quickly. Although he was curious about the neural network and natural synchronizers, reason advised him that this could very well be a trap set by the red hourglass. Chen Zimo did not dare to be careless and continued to retreat towards the door. Just as he was about to enter the corridor, the red hourglass suddenly spoke. Child, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Chapter 13. The kidnapping. Chen Zimo paused momentarily, awaiting her conclusion. Do not reveal your identity as a natural synchronizer to anyone at all. Understood. He hesitated for a moment before retreating into the corridor. Darkness enveloped the room in an instant, followed by the sound of metal clashing. The crimson hourglass, stripped of its white coat, was slain by a monster for breaching the rule that patients must not be alone. A voice devoid of emotion echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing the challenge at the Happiness Hospital. Experience gained, 70. Settlement items obtained. Medication license signed by Happiness. Anesthesiologist robe exploration progress increased by 40. Experience reward, 20. Settlement task completed. Kill the director of Happiness. Experience reward, 30. Total experience reward, 130. You have leveled up to a comprehensive enhanced synchronizer. Current experience, 20. Items obtained from the synchronizing world. Big data analysis glasses, sedative syringe. Inventory unlocked. Exiting synchronization. As the voice faded, the scenery before him grew hazy, as though he were peering through translucent glass at the world beyond. Soon, after a fleeting illusion akin to awakening from a dream, everything returned to clarity. Chen Zimo beheld the familiar ceiling. The bright window and the soft touch of the sheets informed him that he had returned to the earthly realm. Am I back? He gazed around in astonishment, hurriedly feeling the objects beside him to confirm his presence in the room, finally leaning back against the headboard. How wonderful it is to be home. His taut nerves finally relaxed as Chen Zimo let out a long sigh. What exactly was the synchronizing world? And what did the final words of the Crimson Hourglass mean? Do not reveal my identity to anyone. Is there something unique about being a natural synchronizer? With these lingering questions, Chen Zimo grabbed his phone, attempting to research information on the synchronizing world. However, he suddenly realized that it was still morning, not even 11 yet. Although he could not recall the precise moment he entered the synchronizing world, he had surely spent over 2 hours there. Reality should be approaching noon. Did time in the real world come to a standstill upon entering the synchronizing world? After a brief observation, Chen Zimo reached a definitive conclusion. He lay on the bed in a semi-reclined position, his face pressed against the pillow. This sleeping posture was far from healthy, yet it was his favorite. It was all too easy to imprint marks on his face in this position. Within just a few minutes, the pattern from the pillowcase would etch itself onto his skin. Yet, as he scrutinized his reflection in the phone, he discovered that despite having slept for over 2 hours, there were no red imprints on his face. Strange occurrences did not end there. Chen Zimo also noticed that the medical elastic shoes he had been wearing had vanished, along with his white coat. Not only had time frozen, but it seemed that the possessions from the synchronizing world could not be brought back to reality. Or perhaps they had all been stored in the inventory. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a new space within his consciousness. The space was subdivided into 9 sections, with a leave request form quietly hovering in the first small space. With a mere thought, the leave request materialized in his hand. Was this the storage space? This sensation intrigued Chen Zimo. The small space felt as natural as if it had been an innate part of him for many years. Observing the syringe in his hand as if it were a magic trick, Chen Zimo couldn't help but reflect that from this moment on, he too could be considered an individual with extraordinary abilities. Item name: sedative syringe. Type: portable. Function 1. Generates sedatives every 72 hours. Cannot be stacked. Resets upon use. Function 2. Induces a mandatory sedative state in the target for 12 seconds. During this period, the target will not exhibit any resistance. Note: the duration of sedation may vary based on the target's life status. Minimum enforced sedation is 3 seconds. The effect had been significantly reduced. In the Happiness Hospital, the sedative could last for 2 minutes, but now the duration had been shortened tenfold. Although the 72-hour recovery time and the ability to enforce sedation were decent compensations, yet 3 seconds of enforced sedation was hardly sufficient to even stifle a yawn. Chen Zimo wondered what could be accomplished in such a brief span, barely worth mentioning. He then retrieved the glasses. Item name: Big Data Analysis Glasses. Type: accessory. Function 1. Light modes. 1. Normal mode. No lens. 2. Bright light mode. Reduces light transmission and alters angles. 3. Low light mode. Increases light transmission. 4. 0-5x magnification. Function 2. Data mode. Analyzes specified objects within the field of vision. Multiple selections possible. Note 1. While technology brings advancement, it also fosters dependency. Note 2. This is a pair of women and Oppo's glasses. These were the glasses belonging to the Crimson Hourglass. Chen Zimo immediately recognized the item in his hand. They were identical to those worn by the Crimson Hourglass in the hospital, with slender temples and a delicate golden frame. One could easily envision how they would enhance a woman's intellectual appearance. Curiously, he placed them on his face and, as described, immediately grasped several functions of the glasses. Bright light mode. Activating this mode, a black mask emerged from the frame of the glasses, transforming the light in the room dramatically. Though coated in darkness, it did not diminish his visual acuity like sunglasses. Rather, Chen Zimo found the light to be softer and his vision clearer. Peering out the window, he realized that even direct sunlight was no longer uncomfortable. Low light mode. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding white light flashed before him, causing tears to surge forth. Oh, my eyes. Activating low light mode during the day felt akin to viewing the sun through a magnifying glass. The intense stimulus threatened to blind him, prompting him to swiftly remove the glasses and toss them aside, taking some time to recover. This low light mode was indeed a perilous tool. He vowed never to activate it casually again. The zoom function was undoubtedly Chen Zimo's favorite. With a 5x magnification, distant objects appeared as if they were merely 1/5 their original size. This meant that a 100-meter object could be observed as though it were merely 20 meters away. When he reached the seaside, would he not be able to surreptitiously gaze at ladies in bikinis? What was the data mode function? This was the aspect Chen Zimo was most curious about. It was well known that abilities with minimal explanations often fell into one of two extremes, either utterly useless or overwhelmingly powerful. Data analysis. Chen Zimo focused on the desk. Activating the data analysis function. Semi-transparent text materialized. Wooden desk, length, 1,800 millimeters, width, 900 millimeters, height, unmeasured. His gaze shifted. Irregular steel cup, diameter, varies. Capacity, 350 milliliters. Then he glanced at his phone. Smart device filled with yellow waste. Goodness. What a remarkable ability. It would be a pity not to utilize it to induce social embarrassment. Retrieving the glasses and syringe, Chen Zimo attempted to store his phone in the inventory. But that familiar, intuitive sensation did not manifest. He tried a smaller item, a utility knife, but the result remained the same. How curious. What exactly was the principle behind this inventory? Aside from the reward items, he had not even been able to bring back his shoes. And no other items could be stored. Was it possible that only thoughts traveled to the synchronizing world? That seemed implausible. When he entered the happiness hospital, his clothing and slippers had also gone with him. Retrieving the leave request, he lifted his calf to examine his ankle. The playground of the happiness hospital was overgrown with weeds. He had only been wearing flip-flops, and the grass blades had inflicted numerous wounds on his ankle. If only thoughts could traverse dimensions, those wounds would surely vanish. As he pressed on his ankle, a barely perceptible pain emerged. A closer inspection revealed that there was only sensation without any visible injury. The skin bore no trace of even the faintest red marks. The wounds had healed, likely a result of the bodily enhancement he had undergone. Only the white coat and shoes had disappeared. Could it be that items from the synchronized world could not be transported back to reality? Chen Zimo pondered, but could not arrive at a conclusion. If understanding eluded him, he would set it aside. The paramount concern now was to decipher the nature of the synchronized world. He immediately searched for synchronized world on his phone. However, the results yielded only a handful of films and novels sharing the same name, with the rest being irrelevant articles containing fragmented keywords. Presuming he was hindered by sensitive word restrictions, he switched search engines. Still nothing. Regardless of the software he employed, he found no desired information, and even related content dwindled. It was as if the term was linked to a barren expanse of a virtual world. Something felt amiss. Chen Zimo instinctively sensed a problem. The internet had become an inseparable part of human existence. Within this empire of data, anything that appeared would inevitably leave a trace. He should have encountered more information here, unless it had been deliberately purged. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, raising goosebumps all over him. If his suspicions were correct, a formidable force must be orchestrating events from the shadows. Continuing this search would undoubtedly yield futile results. He needed to adopt a different approach. After a moment's contemplation, he cleared the search box and inputted keywords such as happiness hospital and strange occurrences, then pressed the search button anew. This time, the results presented something distinctly different. Chen Zimo's spirits lifted as he focused intently. 23 strange incidents at the hospital. A chill will sweep over you after reading. Strange happenings in happiness community. All residents mysteriously disappeared overnight. Terrifying strange events in 10 bizarre hospitals. The truth will make your skin crawl. A hospital that appears happy yet echoes with screams. Patients are dismembered 10 times a day. Ah, so this is how it is played. What was I expecting? Observing the screen filled with sensationalist titles, Chen Zimo and Appo's lips twitched in irritation. He scrolled through the array of drivel, struggling to uncover any valuable information. Suddenly, a title with a more realistic tone captured his attention. To provide better treatment for mental health patients, Happiness Hospital hires foreign brain specialists to bring healing news. He hastily clicked to delve deeper, but the page flickered and revealed the 2 lines of text that the internet users despised most. According to regulatory body provisions and complaints, this link violates relevant laws and is prohibited from access. What the hell? Patients at the hospital are dismembered 10 times a day. And yet a normal post is banned? He vented his frustration vocally. Fortunately, while the content had been censored, the small print beneath the search page title remained intact, allowing him to glean some information by enlarging the screen. Since our studies of the human brain began, we have discovered that mental illness is an exceedingly difficult condition to treat. The symptoms of mental health patients often accompany them for a lifetime. However, with advancements in technology, our understanding of the human brain has deepened, and there is newfound hope for the treatment of mental illnesses. Years ago, a director, while discussing. The passage was limited, thus, the small print concluded here. While discussing what? Chen Zimo fumed. Why not start from the beginning of time? The prevalence of verbose literature was infuriating. Although he could not discern the specific location mentioned in the article, it nonetheless provided him a breakthrough. The term years was vague. However, considering the architectural style and the synchronized world, Happiness Hospital likely dated back several decades. Seeking the hospital's old site was impractical. Information online had been systematically cleansed, making it exceedingly challenging to find valuable data. Where could he search? Chen Zimo let his thoughts wander. Was there a location that could preserve records from 30 to 40 years ago, independent of the internet and free from human interference? Suddenly, his mind sharpened. Such a place indeed existed, people's memories. In the grand scheme of a human life, 30 or 40 years was not a lengthy span. If he asked enough individuals, he could surely locate the former site of Happiness Hospital. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he prepared to set out, his grandmother and Appo's voice called from outside the door. Xiao Mo. It and Appo's time to eat. He had not noticed before, but her reminder made him realize he was indeed a bit hungry. Responding affirmatively, he tidied his clothes and opened the door to the dining room. The table was laden with a trio of dishes and a soup, prompting him to eagerly devour his meal. Grandma, I'm full. I'm going out for a stroll to digest and play for a bit. Swiftly finishing dinner, Chen Zimo wiped the remnants of food from his mouth, crafting an excuse to step outside for fresh air. Seeing her grandson content, his grandmother suspected nothing amiss, only advising him not to return too late. Exiting the community, Chen Zimo remained haunted by the hospital's experiences. The blades that had confronted him left a profound psychological scar. Each time he closed his eyes, he could envision the glimmering steel approaching. He intended to cross the street to the park to alleviate his mood and inquire about the hospital. Amidst the jarring screech of brakes, a black SUV with tinted windows abruptly halted before him. From the lowered window, a familiar woman regarded him with cold indifference. Investigator Liu. Chen Zimo shivered. The woman was the same one who had recently disguised herself as an enforcer. Get in the car. Investigator Liu issued a terse command. Chen Zimo instinctively stepped back 2 paces, preparing to flee down a side path. This woman was in cahoots with Sun Jian. Only a fool would enter her vehicle. But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Investigator Liu, one hand firmly grasping the steering wheel while the other extended, aimed a peculiar silenced pistol directly at his head. Her tone was measured and unyielding. Get in the car. Chapter 14. The Sole Survivor. Lady Hero, let us speak candidly. Why did you not draw your weapon sooner? Chen Zimo nimbly opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. Less chatter. Hand over your phone. And secure yourself with the left handcuff to the door handle. Investigator Liu ignored his banter, retrieving a pair of handcuffs from the central armrest and tossing them onto him. What a woman, excessively cautious, thought Chen Zimo, as he awkwardly fastened the cuffs. The car glided smoothly, soon halting before a desolate, unfinished building. What is your sync name? Investigator Liu inquired, placing a cigarette in her mouth. What? Do not play the fool. Sun Jian has relayed the message. We are already aware that you are a synchronizer. Investigator Liu prodded his leg with her firearm. Tell me your sync name, or I shall furnish you with a reason to speak. Wait. My sync name is Midnight Enchantment. Chen Zimo hastily proclaimed, fearing the deranged individual might indeed pull the trigger. What type of enhancer are you? A comprehensive enhancer. She jabbed him with the gun again. Now, elucidate how you entered the synchronization world. Well, I am uncertain. After those 2 enforcers took Sun Jian away, I felt exceedingly drowsy. As I lay down to rest, a voice suddenly began speaking in my ear, urging me to choose a name. Subsequently, I found myself in a place akin to a mental asylum. Chen Zimo briefly recounted his experience of entering the synchronization world. A rather ordinary method of entering the synchronization world, Investigator Liu noted silently, her eyes betraying disappointment. Comprehensive enhancers may sound formidable, but in reality, they possess no specific enhancement direction, rendering them more reliant on tools than other types of enhancers. At lower levels, the lack of tools restricts them against the specialties of other enhancers. At higher levels, without a specialty, they can only contend evenly with others unless they possess powerful tools, making growth exceedingly arduous. Their sole advantage lies in their compatibility with any type of tool. However, the tools produced in the synchronization world are highly sought after. Even if one cannot utilize them, they can be bartered, making the all-type tool compatibility sound impressive yet ultimately a lackluster ability. Upon learning that Chen Zimo was a comprehensive enhancer, Investigator Liu resolved to bring him back to the organization for disposal. She started the vehicle, intending to drive out of the city, casually asking, "What was your first world?" "The Happy Asylum," Chen Zimo replied without reservation. He failed to notice that upon hearing this name, the previously indifferent gaze of Investigator Liu suddenly ignited with a spark of incredulity. "The Happy Asylum? You cleared the Happy Asylum? That Ultra S-tier difficulty Happy Asylum? What does Ultra S-tier mean?" Chen Zimo responded. That voice did not mention the difficulty level. But the name was indeed the Happy Asylum. Investigator Liu exclaimed, "What a treasure I have stumbled upon. A genius. This lad before me is a prodigy." Synchronizers do not enter the synchronization world randomly. There exists a certain pattern. This is seemingly designed to safeguard the survival and growth potential of synchronizers. Lower-level synchronizers only enter worlds comparable to their own level, while higher-level synchronizers cannot access lower-level worlds. This phenomenon appears equitable, preventing low-level synchronizers from inadvertently entering high-level worlds and perishing en masse, while simultaneously limiting high-level synchronizers from plundering resources in lower-level worlds. However, it soon became apparent that even among synchronizing worlds of similar levels, the difficulty varies significantly. In lower-level worlds, the most challenging of them all is the Happy Asylum. In ordinary worlds, the clearance rate serves as a critical metric for gauging difficulty. A 70 clearance rate qualifies as a C-level world, 40 is B-level, 10 is A-level, and 5 is S-level. Yet this calculation method falters in the face of the Happy Asylum, as its clearance rate has perpetually remained at a solitary individual, demonstrating the immense difficulty of this world. Once that individual cleared it, they became the target of various factions vying for the strategy to conquer the Happy Asylum. What began as attempts to recruit turned into a fierce scramble, and before the strategy could be revealed, the synchronizer perished amidst the conflict, rendering the strategy a mere illusion. This incident earned the Happy Asylum the moniker Death Asylum. Anyone entering this world, even if they succeed in clearing it, faces only a path to demise. Investigator Liu was nearly trembling with excitement. She had stumbled upon the sole survivor of the Happy Asylum. This was a stroke of fortune. Among the critical currencies in the synchronization world, strategies reign supreme. A well-crafted strategy can significantly enhance clearance rates, serving as an invaluable tool for recruiting members and expanding influence. Strategies for high-difficulty worlds are especially coveted treasures held closely by various factions. If she could deliver the strategy for the Happy Asylum, her standing within the organization might soar, and she would acquire generous resources. This was indeed an opportunity for meteoric rise. Unable to contain her eagerness, Investigator Liu yearned to drive Chen Zimo straight to the organization. Yet, she regained her composure. This was indeed a monumental achievement, but her rank was low, and she could not directly submit the strategy to headquarters. Rewards would be siphoned off as it passed through higher-ups, leaving her with scant returns. More critically, this strategy was of such importance that while she would receive a reward, she might also encounter unforeseen peril. Gazing at the somewhat bewildered youth, Investigator Liu suddenly conceived a daring plan. Given that one-time rewards are limited, why not transform him into a long-term asset? With this thought in mind, she magically produced a pill and tossed it to him, compelling Chen Zimo to consume it before speaking. "You have ingested a form of chronic poison. Without the corresponding antidote, you shall endure a painful death in 1 year. This is a necessary procedure for joining the organization." She then retrieved a familiar bottle, gently shaking it. "This bottle contains a month's worth of antidote left by your father. Take 1 pill every 2 days to mitigate the side effects of the poison, but it will not prevent your demise. As long as you assist me for 1 year, I shall provide you the true antidote. What must I do?" Chen Zimo recognized he had no choice. "Join the Enforcement Bureau and provide me with official intelligence." All right. He could only acquiesce, harboring hope that the official channels would offer a solution. The drug he had just ingested filled him with trepidation. In the past, Chen Zimo would have felt no fear. Research demands a foundation of knowledge, especially in pharmacology. Without scientific trial and error in large-scale biological testing, it is impossible to produce a viable product. If these nefarious individuals can create such substances, it would be even less of a challenge for the righteous path. Once he joined the righteous forces, he would merely need to have them eliminate the tumor. Perhaps this could also provide insight into the foreign object in his brain. However, after experiencing one synchronization world, such thoughts felt increasingly unreliable. The ability to thrust someone into another realm, with capricious beings capable of cranial surgery, renders the production of a special antidote far from a daunting task. With these considerations weighing heavily on his mind, Chen Zimo gravely inquired, "Investigator Liu, what are the side effects you mentioned earlier?" My synchronizing name is blood flowing like a river. From the moment you begin taking the medication, I am your superior, and you shall address me as master. Blood flowing like a river holstered her pistol and turned to face Chen Zimo. She intended to properly educate this young man, imparting to him the essence of discipline. Chen Zimo felt somewhat speechless, reflecting on the archaic remnants of this organization, where the leader is referred to as emperor. Very well. Master, blood flowing like a river, what are the side effects of the medication? Upon hearing his change of address, blood flowing like a river expressed her dissatisfaction. Remove the phrase and oppos, very well and oppos, from your vocabulary. If I hear it again, I shall break your teeth. She continued. The side effects vary from person to person, with distraction and nightmares being the most common, particularly nightmares, which can also be used to monitor the extent of your affliction. Initially, the frequency of side effects is quite low, but as the drug takes effect, it will gradually increase. Once they occur daily, you will have only 6 months to live, and without the antidote, death is certain. Distraction, nightmares. Chen Zimo suddenly froze. This description perfectly matched his symptoms. Even the progression was identical. I now have nightmares every night. Could it be that what resides in my mind is not a foreign object, but rather a side effect of the medication? No, that cannot be. According to blood flowing like a river, side effects only manifest after taking this drug, and I have never been in contact with such a substance. Yet, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. What if my nightmares are indeed side effects? According to blood flowing like a river, I have but 6 months left to live. 6 months. Did anything significant happen around me 6 months ago? Did you hear what I said? The gun jabbed sharply into his thigh. The intense pain snapping Chen Zimo back to reality, and once again, he found himself distracted. Ah, I am listening, he hastily asserted, adopting a serious demeanor. Contact the officials. Capturing those two, Sun Jian and his companion, would be a good start. Inform them that you have become a synchronizer and infiltrate their ranks as swiftly as possible. Blood flowing like a river tossed her phone into his lap. Chen Zimo could only retrieve Gao Lei's number and dial it in her presence. After a few rings, a familiar voice answered. Hello, who is this? Brother Gao, it and Oppos. Es me, Chen Zimo. Oh, I know, Chen Jiangwo and Oppos. Es son. Thank you for your help today. Zilong is much better now. Would you like to speak with him? Chen Zimo was somewhat perplexed. He was not familiar with Zilong, so why would he want to talk? Brother Gao, I am calling to report something. Report something? Has that investigator Liu appeared? No, it's another matter. The situation is quite complex. So I will be brief. I may have become a synchronizer. Oh, you have become a synchronizer? That's wonderful. Perhaps we shall become colleagues. Gao Lei rambled excitedly. But after a moment, his voice suddenly faltered. Wait, did you just say you became a synchronizer? Yes. You must be joking. Gao Lei clearly did not believe him. Speaking more rapidly, young man, I know that at your age, there's a tendency to indulge in fantasies about acquiring some sort of superpower due to academic pressure. You likely overheard our conversation, leading to this delusion. But jokes about synchronizers are no laughing matter. Seeing his disbelief, Chen Zimo recounted his experience of entering the synchronizing world once more. Upon hearing that he had not utilized any objects to enter this world, a gasp of astonishment came from the other end of the line. A synchronizer. Autonomous awakening synchronizers are quite rare. Were you afraid on your first entry? What was the name of the mission? How difficult was it? Do you have teammates? Male or female? Gao Lei fired off questions in rapid succession, leading to a commotion on the other end, until Zilong's voice finally came through the receiver. This is Zilong. Chen Zimo, I may understand why Sun Jian visited your home. His target is likely you. Me? Chen Zimo was somewhat taken aback. Yes, the identity of a synchronizer is highly attractive to those of the dark path. Your current circumstances are perilous. Tell us your location, and we will come to retrieve you immediately. I am. Chen Zimo glanced at blood flowing like a river, who mouthed the word home. I am taking a walk downstairs from my home. Return home immediately, and do not leave until you see us. After Chen Zimo hung up, blood flowing like a river said, once you join their organization, inform me at once. I will guide your next actions. By the way, blood flowing like a river uttered a string of strange syllables. Upon hearing that sequence, an intense pain surged through the depths of Chen Zimo's mind, accompanied by a sensation of vertigo. Ugh! The sudden stimulation caused him to lean against the car window and retch. The abnormal sensation was fleeting, within mere seconds. His perception returned to normal and the pain subsided. Blood flowing like a river maintained a calm demeanor. Do not think that having a backing allows you to act with cleverness. Otherwise, you will pay an unimaginable price. This serves as a minor warning should I choose I can determine your life or death at any moment. Upon returning home, Chen Zimo, feeling uneasy, patted his head, wishing to avoid experiencing that pain a second time. He sighed deeply. Just a day ago, he was an exemplary student. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had become a traitor, the surreal disparity leaving him feeling as if he lived in a dream. Blood flowing like a river and Appos' method stifled any thoughts of resistance, yet the moral conflict within him caused great turmoil. He was uncertain of this madwoman and Appos' intentions. Minor skirmishes were one thing, but what if she compelled him to undertake actions that jeopardized greater interests? Would he choose to resist to the death or succumb to complicity? How long could he conceal his identity as a traitor? What would Gao Lei and the others do once his true nature was revealed? Was the phenomenon within his mind a tumor or something foreign? What did the innate synchronizer from the red hourglass signify? One troubling matter after another plagued him, his constantly shifting thoughts causing a throbbing pain in his head. Is your head bothering you again? The steady voice of his grandfather redirected his attention. Chen Zimo lowered his hand from his head. No, just a habitual touch. As long as there are no issues, it's good. You should take a nap at noon. Resting will benefit you. Got it. By the way, Grandpa, do you know about a hospital called Happiness Hospital in Jiaxue City? Chen Zimo casually brought it up. Although his grandfather was of advanced age and held a significant position, he had access to many things unknown to ordinary people. However, given that information was not well circulated back then and his grandfather was not from Jiaxue City, it was likely he had not heard of Happiness Hospital. Happiness Hospital. Is that the psychiatric hospital run by a director named Happiness? You know it? Chen Zimo was quite surprised. Of course I know. That incident caused quite a stir back in the day. Chapter 15. The Bureau of Anomalous Energy Investigation Case? Yes. It has been nearly 50 years since that time when I had just begun my career. One day, our unit suddenly summoned numerous personnel to assess the conditions of individuals with mental health issues in the vicinity. It took us a month to complete the task. At that time, we were all bewildered, but after some time, whispers began to circulate that a grave criminal incident had occurred at a psychiatric hospital in Jiaxue City. Although the name was not disclosed, there was only one psychiatric hospital in Jiaxue, namely the Happiness Hospital. What happened at Happiness Hospital? Chen Zimo inquired eagerly. I do not know the specifics, but it is said that a doctor went mad and, in an attempt to research methods for treating mental illness, dissected all the patients in the hospital. When the number of patients dwindled, that doctor resorted to luring mentally ill villagers with the promise of free treatment and even captured the homeless from the streets. Within a few months, all the mentally unstable villagers and vagrants in the vicinity had vanished, which raised suspicions. By the time it was discovered, he had already dissected over 100 individuals. It is rumored that those patients had their skulls vivisected while still alive. It was truly a heinous act. Indeed, that doctor was quite deranged. The method of killing in the synchronized world also involves severing the skull. There must be a connection between the two Happiness hospitals. Grandfather, do you know who the person conducting those dissections was? Grandfather shook his head. That remains unclear. Some say it was the director himself, while others claim he was a doctor summoned from abroad. Only those involved in the case would know the truth. Do you know where that hospital was located in Jiaxue City? It no longer exists. Due to the high death toll, no organization was willing to take it over. And I heard it was eventually demolished. I do not know its current whereabouts. Grandfather gestured toward the shimmering river outside the window and continued, however. 40 or 50 years ago, Jiaxue City was quite small. This river was then part of a remote suburb, surrounded by wasteland. Any facility like a psychiatric hospital could only be built on such barren land. After all these years, as the city expanded, it is possible that the old site of that hospital has been transformed into a housing complex. A chill suddenly crept down Chen Zimo and Appos' spine. Grandfather's casual remark might indeed hold a kernel of truth. When people purchase homes, they typically consider only the price and convenience of transport, seldom pondering the history of the land beneath their feet. Even if countless souls had perished unjustly below, who could discern it once the asphalt was laid? As Chen Zimo and Appos' thoughts spiraled, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, he recognized two familiar faces standing at the door. Brother Zilong, what brings you here? Chen Zimo exclaimed as he opened the door in surprise. The tape around Zilong's neck had vanished, replaced by an oversized bandage. Yet, the remnants of black stains on his skin suggested he had rushed over without taking the time to clean himself. Nobody in Appos' with this guy, the captain is concerned. Zilong nudged Gao Lei with his arm and added, let us go to the station together. We need to clarify a few matters with you. Chen Zimo noticed that whether it be a river of blood or Gao Lei and his companions, they all favored vehicles that were black and equipped with fully tinted windows, adding an air of mystery. Despite the discomfort the bandage caused Zilong and Appo's neck, he still took the wheel. Gao Lei, usually talkative, remained unusually quiet in the passenger seat. Zilong glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Chen, I imagine you have numerous questions to ask?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zimo inquired, "What exactly happened to me?" "Relax, we are not law enforcement officers. You can just call us by our names," Zilong replied with a friendly smile. He continued, "Your question is quite profound. Many, including us, are seeking the answer, yet it remains elusive. However, I can tell you that everything happening to you stems from the synchronized world." The synchronized world. Chen Zimo recalled the voice that introduced it when he entered Happiness Hospital. What is the synchronized world? He had many questions. Yet his lack of understanding of the current situation hindered him from asking further, prompting him to follow Zilong and Appo's lead. "I would love to tell you, but this is not a question I should be answering. We have arrived," Zilong said as the off-road vehicle pulled into a courtyard of a low-rise building on the outskirts of the city. Accustomed to towering concrete jungles, this modest three-story structure appeared almost dwarfish by comparison. Fortunately, despite its low stature, the architectural style was quite serious and unmistakably associated with an official department. "This used to be a research facility. After it was abandoned, it became our base, and our team conducts its operations here," Zilong explained. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, Gao Lei bolted out, gasping for fresh air as if he had nearly drowned. What is wrong with him? Chen Zimo wondered, feeling somewhat self-conscious, questioning whether he emitted an unpleasant odor. Zilong replied nonchalantly, "He gets carsick. Just ignore him. Let us head inside. The captain is waiting for you." The small building had a simple layout. The walls of the first floor had been torn down to create an open office space, with glass-walled compartments by the windows. A middle-aged man sat behind a desk, engrossed in his phone. "Captain, the person has arrived," Zilong announced with a knock. "Oh." The captain set down his phone, glanced at Chen Zimo, and then turned his attention to Zilong. "Thank you for your hard work today. You may take the next few days off as there are no tasks assigned. Focus on healing your injury." "Understood, Captain." Chen Zimo's eyes lit up. It was rare to encounter a leader who actively granted leave to subordinates. "Am I allowed to take leave as well?" Gao Lei had somehow slipped back into the room, appearing significantly better, and chimed in eagerly. "Not a chance." The captain retorted sharply, "If Zilong can get injured while capturing suspects, how are you fit for duty? Until Zilong recovers, you will cover for him." "Oh." Gao Lei's enthusiasm waned, and he departed in a despondent manner. Once Gao Lei had been dismissed, the captain turned to Chen Zimo with a smile. "Welcome to the Federal Bureau of Anomalous Energy Investigation. Please, have a seat, Chen." "All right, Captain," Chen Zimo replied somewhat awkwardly. Though Li Shoudao wore a mask of formal politeness, the disappointment in his eyes was unmistakable. After Chen Zimo sat down, the captain rose to close the door. Rather than returning to his desk, he opted to take a seat across from Chen Zimo. "My name is Li Shoudao. You may call me Captain Li. Firstly, congratulations on becoming a synchronizer. Your first experience in the synchronized world must have been quite disorienting." "Captain Li, what exactly happened to me?" Chen Zimo hesitated, seeking clarity. "I can answer that question right now, but I believe you have more than just this inquiry. You now have a choice to make," Li Shoudao said earnestly. Chen Zimo pressed his lips together, waiting for him to continue. "The organization has two distinct stances regarding you. The first is to join us, which would grant you access to further information about the synchronized world, but it would also require you to undertake assigned tasks." "I choose to join," Chen Zimo declared immediately. Li Shoudao seemed taken aback by the decisiveness of Chen Zimo's response, momentarily faltering, his expression darkening. "You do not wish to inquire about the other option? No need. My lifelong dream has always been to serve my country faithfully." Chapter 16. The Ultra S-Class World. After expressing his stance, Chen Zimo donned a smile. "Moreover, we can consider this a public position. Becoming a public servant before even entering university means I've avoided over a decade of missteps. How enviable that sounds." Upon hearing his words, Li Shoudao also chuckled. Though this lad had a hint of cunning, he was quite likable. "Indeed, your awareness is commendable. But I must address the second point. The organization's other stance involves constraints and oversight. Constraints first, oversight later?" Chen Zimo's expression shifted slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Exactly as you imagined," Li Shoudao confirmed his suspicion. "Synchronizers can enter the synchronized world, or what you may refer to as a dungeon, upon being summoned. As their strength increases, without proper regulation, many synchronizers might begin to abuse their powers, jeopardizing the stability of order. However, this is not the crux of the matter. In the absence of external disturbances, synchronizers tend to engage in minor, harmless mischief and rarely threaten societal safety. With proper persuasion and education, they can be corrected. The true impetus for the organization to enforce constraints and oversight policies is the malevolent forces. Malevolent forces? The unfamiliar term elicited a sudden sensation in him, as if he had leapt from a modern metropolis into a fantastical realm. These are the collective term for those forces. You may also call them chaotic entities. Li Shoudao elucidated. They are perilous, lurking in every corner of the city, ready to inflict severe damage on order at the slightest opportunity. The chaotic forces employ various methods to corrupt and entice unorganized synchronizers, attempting to recruit them. You have already encountered one of their factions. The Aurora sect? Chen Zimo ventured, recalling that it was Zilong who had informed him. Among the 4 chaotic factions, the Aurora sect emerged last, having quietly developed until it reached a modest scale by the time we discovered it. The organization cannot permit the chaotic forces to thrive unchecked. Recently, we initiated actions to dismantle several of the Aurora sect and Oppo's strongholds. They're a nascent sect, lacking substantial foundation, and after suffering significant losses, they began to reclaim resources from various locations, actively seeking synchronizers. Unfortunately, you have become one of them. Is my father? A weight settled heavily on Chen Zimo and Oppo's heart. The sword technique had taken a vial from his father and Oppo's drawer, which must have been one of the resources reclaimed by the Aurora sect. How could an ordinary person possess such resources, apart from the cultists? Not necessarily, Li Shoudao replied. The company where your father works has not been completely infiltrated by the Aurora sect. The number of cultists there is minimal. We have reviewed your father and Oppo's credentials, and he appears to be an ordinary employee who may have simply taken something by mistake. Li Shoudao continued. Well, now that you have some understanding of the synchronized world and the malevolent forces, I will take you to arrange your employment. The base salary is 8,000. With triple bonuses for task completion and additional performance rewards after meritorious service. Housing and medical expenses are fully covered. An 8,000 base salary per month? Chen Zimo's eyes lit up, and he promptly agreed. In Jiashui City, which is not a first-tier metropolis, such a salary far exceeds the average income, placing him on par with public service positions. Moreover, the high income in public service is predicated on performance bonuses, where a mere base salary hovers just above 5,000. Even so, it surpasses the average income by a significant margin. Not to mention, the comprehensive coverage for housing and medical expenses was a benefit he had never heard of for lower-tier employees. Before officially commencing your employment, you'll need to complete an employee resume. By the way, what was the name of the first synchronized world you encountered? Happiness Hospital. Wait. Li Shoudao suddenly stood up, his voice rising in surprise. What did you say? Happiness Hospital, Chen Zimo replied, somewhat bewildered. Had he misspoken? Why did it seem that the captain was overly excited? Indeed. Blood-flowing River also reacted with urgency upon learning that you had cleared Happiness Hospital. Could there be a secret to this synchronized world? Chen Zimo pondered. Happiness Hospital. The Ultra S-Class Comprehensive Challenge world, you say? It must be that Happiness Hospital, though he was unaware of the specifics of an Ultra S-Class world. He recalled the voice mentioning a comprehensive challenge before entering the synchronized world, but the subsequent events within the hospital had been so shocking that he had forgotten. Li Shoudao's first thought was that he could finally ascend in rank. Why has the captain suddenly stood up, smiling so blissfully? I have never seen him smile at me before. Gallet craned his neck, peering curiously into the office. Perhaps if you committed fewer foolish acts, he might scold you less, Zilong quipped. As they spoke, Li Shoudao swiftly approached Chen Zimo. From today onward, he will be our new team member, Li Shoudao declared grandly. Zilong, exert yourself a bit more. Help him fill out the resume promptly, inform him of the necessary precautions, and send it over to me afterward for registration. Having given his instructions, he strode towards the staircase, eager to report the good news of recruiting a synchronizer who had cleared Happiness Hospital to his superiors. Has the captain taken some strange medicine today? His spirits are unusually high, Gallet murmured, watching the captain's departing figure. Zilong shot him a surprised glance before producing a form and placing it before Chen Zimo. Here, take this form, scan your face, iris, and fingerprint. Additionally, please hand me your identification card. Chen Zimo handed over his ID, then sat at a nearby table with the form, swiftly filling it out with a pen. The form contained little information. Aside from name and gender, it required only his synchronized name, enhancement type, and the worlds he had entered. Within a minute, Chen Zimo had completed the form and was about to hand it to Zilong when he noticed Zilong scanning his ID into the computer, then tossing it into a nearby shredder. Hey, my ID. Following the global federalization, facial recognition systems had permeated every aspect of daily life, rendering identification cards as auxiliary identification tools. Even so, many places still required them, and most importantly, replacing one was time-consuming. He was about to start school, and losing his ID would complicate his enrollment process. I'll provide you with a new one shortly, Zilong reassured him. The Federal Abnormal Energy Investigation Bureau is a secret agency. All members' identities must remain confidential. Your previous biometric information will be entirely erased, and the new identification will not contain biometric data, allowing you to use it in daily life. Furthermore, you will no longer be able to use your current phone. After completing the onboarding process, the Bureau will issue you a new one. Chen Zimo nodded. Phones are the most susceptible to leaking identity information. He preferred not to draw the attention of malevolent forces too soon. But how will I attend school? Zilong smiled. What is your purpose in going to school? To improve myself. And the ultimate aim? To secure a good job? Suddenly, Chen Zimo comprehended that he no longer needed to attend school. This job was, in the eyes of most, a stable and secure position. After a fleeting moment of joy came an overwhelming sense of emptiness. While the job and Oppo's compensation was indeed impressive, he had yet to experience the joys of university life, the carefree revelries of 4 years, the thrill of parties with fashionable peers. Was it truly worthwhile to become a cog in the machine so soon? Chapter 17. The Enigma of Synchronization. Zilong initially believed that Chen Zimo was disheartened due to his inability to attend university. He spoke solemnly. There is a reason for this. With the captain, you should have gained a general understanding of the dark path. The composition of the dark path is intricate. They primarily recruit individuals with violent tendencies and distorted psyches. Once these criminals acquire powers, they persist in their nefarious activities. Moreover, to undermine our strength, they will resort to any means to hunt down official synchronizers. Exposing their identities in the real world not only endangers you, but also places your family at risk. Undermine our strength? Chen Zimo found this perplexing. Generally, official forces are stronger. Why did it seem reversed now? Do not worry. The strength I refer to pertains to our capabilities within the synchronization realm. In the real world, whether past or present, they are akin to rats scurrying in the streets. Suddenly, Chen Zimo recalled the voice that had alerted him about the solo challenge world upon entering the happiness hospital. If there exists a solo challenge world, then a multiplayer challenge world must also be present. It appeared that their struggle against the dark forces within the synchronization realm was intense. Otherwise, it would not have spilled over into reality. Zilong, with the dark path so rampant, cannot we organize an operation to eradicate them entirely? Zilong chuckled. Your thoughts align with the Federation's aspirations, but most of these dark members are dispersed throughout the cities, coupled with the undetectable means of communication from within the synchronization realm. As long as they remain dormant, locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Each time the Federation acts, we may capture a few small fry, but effectively striking at the dark path is exceedingly challenging. Unless we apprehend their leaders, they will inevitably rise again within a few years. Hearing Zilong and Oppo's grave words, Chen Zimo felt a twinge of curiosity. If the dark path was so formidable, why had he never encountered them before? Are you wondering why there are so few visible signs of the dark path's activities in the real world? Zilong discerned his confusion. Chen Zimo nodded, affirming his suspicion. The answer is simple. It is not that they do not wish to cause chaos, but rather that they cannot. What do you mean? Every time a synchronizer enters the synchronization realm, their synchronization value is assessed, which we refer to as the synchronization score. When the score exceeds 70, synchronizers remain unaffected. Between 40 and 70, they experience interference leading to mental confusion. Below 40, they may suffer severe psychological issues, potentially transforming into entirely different individuals. Possessed? Chen Zimo exclaimed in surprise. What are you thinking? Have you been reading too many fantasy novels? Zilong chuckled before explaining. Have you ever heard of the concept of the soul weighing 21 grams? Chen Zimo nodded. This concept was introduced years ago by a scientist who, through experiments, discovered that upon death, a human and Oppo's weight inexplicably decreases by 21 grams without external influences, leading to the hypothesis that this weight represents the soul and amp, opos, s mass. However, the scientific community has yet to substantiate this claim, leaving the topic of soul weight unresolved. Now, as Zilong revisited this idea, could it be that souls truly exist in this world? Zilong, do souls genuinely exist? Perhaps they do, but certainly not at 21 grams. The weight loss discovered in that experiment was not instantaneous, but rather a gradual process, likely due to the evaporation of fluids from breathing and perspiration before death. I mention this because the fluctuations in synchronization scores bear some resemblance to the concept of the 21-gram soul. Although no theory currently elucidates the synchronization realm, we have observed that within a certain range, deliberately killing non-synchronizers results in a decrease in the score, similar to how a deceased person's soul seems to cling to the killer. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo felt a chill run down his spine, followed by an unsettling speculation. This phenomenon appeared reminiscent of the kill scores in games. He probed further. What about killing synchronizers? Could it be? Yes, precisely as you surmised. The score would rise. Zilong nodded. Dark synchronizers, when committing crimes, inevitably engage in extreme actions. Murder is commonplace for them. Thus, isolated federal synchronizers and those without organizations become their targets for maintaining synchronization scores. This is also why the Federation must oversee non-synchronizers. Why do these dark members not turn against each other? Would and amp, opos, infighting be safer than hunting federal synchronizers? Chen Zimo queried. You are correct. Infighting is indeed safer. However, the identities of dark members are exceedingly concealed, like a speck of dust among a multitude of stars. The Federation requires substantial manpower and resources to conduct a thorough investigation, and they lack the opportunity even for internal strife. In contrast, federal synchronizers are like the moon in the night sky, powerful yet easily become targets. Zilong patted Chen Zimo and Opos' shoulder and said, from the moment you joined, your life is no longer solely your own. It is entwined with the tranquility of the entire Federation. To ensure the Federation's prosperity, you must persevere. I will, Chen Zimo replied. Zilong's words cast a shadow over Chen Zimo's mood. He understood that joining the Federation would entail a share of responsibility, yet he had not anticipated this burden arriving so swiftly and heavily. Let us not dwell on this. Do you know why the employment files must be in paper format? Because electronic data is too susceptible to leaks, Chen Zimo replied with a wry smile. In this age of intelligence, anything connected to electricity carries a risk of exposure. The most reliable method to keep secrets is through physical documents. Precisely. This should be the first classified document you have encountered aside from your college entrance examination papers. It is destined for backup at the Federation headquarters. Now, care to guess its classification level? Top secret, Chen Zimo asserted confidently. Impressive. You guessed it correctly on the first try, Gao Lei interjected. That was not merely a guess. The confidentiality level is too low. Given that there are only 3 synchronizers in our bureau, the classification cannot be anything less than top secret, Chen Zimo explained. Zilong nodded. Addressing Gao Lei, did you hear that? This is called reasoning. Do you think everyone is like you, needing to guess 3 times? Well, I guessed it too. Gao Lei retorted. There are only 3 levels of confidentiality. Do you expect me to praise you? Zilong replied, exasperated. Chen Zimo suddenly felt that Gao Lei's knowledge of the number of confidentiality levels was already worthy of commendation. After reprimanding Gao Lei, Zilong continued, Chen, while you correctly identified the confidentiality level, there is one point you misunderstood. The synchronizers in the Investigation Bureau are not limited to just us. This is an external branch. There are 3 branches in the city of Jiaxue, and counting you, there are 10 synchronizers stationed here. The number of synchronizers is not as scarce as you might think. Based on existing records, approximately 1 in every 100,000 individuals can awaken as a synchronizer. A 1 in 100,000 chance? Chapter 18. The Realm of Order. The total number of Federation members stands at 1 billion, which implies that there are only about 100,000 synchronizers. Chen Zimo quickly deduced this figure. However, this is merely a recorded statistic. The actual number is likely far greater. No wonder the evil path is likened to dust hidden among the stars. Identifying a concealed synchronizer among 100,000 individuals is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This metaphor is indeed quite apartment. As he spoke, Zilong picked up the form he had just filled out, his gaze fixated on the top of the page. Midnight Enchantment? The name suits your age quite well. From now on, we shall call you Midnight. The comprehensive enhancement type is rather common in the synchronizing worlds entered. Happiness Hospital. Zilong appeared momentarily lost in thought, then exclaimed in astonishment, You cleared Happiness Hospital. Chen Zimo had grown accustomed to their surprise. He did not perceive the dungeon as particularly challenging. What is Happiness Hospital? I have never encountered it before, Gao Lei interjected, scratching his head in evident confusion. Happiness Hospital belongs to the comprehensive enhancement world. It is normal that you, as a strength-type synchronizer, have not seen it, Zilong replied nonchalantly. Chen Zimo's interest was piqued. Brother Zilong, is Happiness Hospital particularly difficult? It seems you all are quite concerned about it. Upon mentioning this, he suddenly noticed a spark of excitement illuminating Zilong and Apos' face. Not just difficult, the difficulty of synchronizing worlds is categorized according to survival rates, with the highest S-tier worlds boasting a mere 5 survival rate. However, Happiness Hospital is different. Over the years, only 2 individuals have successfully cleared it, and you are the only one to have survived. What happened to the previous person? Chen Zimo inquired with concern. That individual was an autonomous awakener without an organization. After clearing the dungeon, he intended to sell the strategy for Happiness Hospital, but he drew the attention of multiple factions. Ultimately, before the strategy could be released, he perished in a scramble for it. Can strategies be sold for money? He asked, half curious, half bewildered. Of course. Strategies are a form of hard currency among synchronizers. In some cases, they are even more valuable than items. Let me check the price for the strategy of Happiness Hospital. Zilong operated his phone and displayed it to him. A string of zeros on the screen dazzled Chen Zimo's eyes. 50. No, 5 million? Chen Zimo was astounded. This money seemed too easily obtained. Clearing a dungeon felt more exaggerated than winning the lottery. Moreover, the 5 million was not merely a figure but carried additional value that far exceeded this amount. You saw how the captain strutted around. This strategy could very well elevate his career, Zilong murmured. Does the Federation place such importance on strategies? Chen Zimo was skeptical. After all, it was just a strategy. Even if the dungeon was challenging, how could it possibly relate to the captain's promotion? Zilong handed the form to Gao Lei, instructing him to take it upstairs, and shifted to a more comfortable position. Ordinary strategies are not held in such high regard. Happiness Hospital is unique. Not only is it the first strategy of its kind, but its world type is also crucial. There are 4 types of enhancement among synchronizers, meaning 1/4 of synchronizers belong to the comprehensive enhancement type. However, within the Federation, their numbers are less than 1/5. Surely the Haven and Apos all perished in Happiness Hospital? Chen Zimo blurted out instinctively. Not to that extreme. But most casualties are indeed related to Happiness Hospital. Zilong paused before continuing. The summoning of synchronizing worlds is divided into stages. Synchronizers below level 3 enter a designated range of worlds, with each type of enhancement corresponding to a specific world. Happiness Hospital is one of them. Synchronizers do not re-enter the same world, and the probability of exclusive worlds appearing is quite high, making the mortality rate for comprehensive enhancement synchronizers below level 3 exceedingly high. This is also the primary reason the Federation is reluctant to recruit comprehensive enhancement synchronizers. So do you see? Your experience in clearing the dungeon is not merely a strategy. It represents the hope for comprehensive enhancement synchronizers to survive. Whoever obtains the strategy gains a prestigious ticket to recruit them. In that case, selling it for 5 million would indeed be a loss. 50 million seems more reasonable, Chen Zimo thought to himself. Brother Zilong, since this strategy holds such immense value, will the Federation reward me in some way? He did not wish for much, just enough to cure the poison coursing through his veins and alleviate the turmoil in his mind. Of course, a monetary reward would be even better. Rest assured, the Federation will not shortchange any of its members. While the reward may not match the bounty, you will undoubtedly receive a B-level merit, and it could even be an A-level one. Merit? Chen Zimo felt a tinge of regret. What use is merit? Even if the Federation and Apos' leaders collectively awarded it to him, it would merely be a worthless token. Do not underestimate merit. Our merit is not just some trivial accolade. All merits can be exchanged for resources or items, things that money cannot buy, Zilong declared with pride. As they conversed, Zilong led him upstairs. The second floor resembled a series of hotel rooms, and upon casually opening one, they discovered it was fully equipped for immediate occupancy. However, the most striking feature was the large oval object situated in the center of the room. As the device powered on, Chen Zimo realized that the oval was merely its exterior, revealing a remarkably comfortable single seat within, topped with a futuristic helmet. You must be quite curious about how we conduct our work. This device is called a synchronization pod, and the helmet connects to a neural network, allowing us to access the synchronizing world. Please lie down. Zilong instructed him as the exterior shell of the oval automatically closed. And Chen Zimo heard the sound of it locking. Do not worry. This is normal. The metal shell serves only as protection. There is a button nearby that opens it automatically, or you can open it manually. Chen Zimo pressed the button, and indeed, the metal door swung open. Zilong explained. Upon entering the world, the synchronizer and Oppo's body remains in reality. The flow of time differs between the two worlds. You might feel as though time stands still upon entering the synchronizing world, but there is a slight discrepancy. What is the difference? He had not paid attention to this aspect. I do not know yet. Zilong shook his head. The process of consciousness recovery after leaving synchronization is highly subjective. But time is definitely in motion. Once you don the helmet, you will re-enter the synchronizing world. Do not panic. I will guide you shortly. After putting on the helmet, a dispassionate voice echoed in his ears. Confirmation of neural network uniqueness successful. Synchronization value at 100. Entering the synchronizing world. Federation Anomalous Energy Investigation Bureau. Type. Order World. Introduction to the Federation Anomalous Energy Investigation Bureau. The realm of order shared by the highest leaders of the Federation. Temporary ability acquired. Blessing of the insane. Suddenly, the voice morphed into a rhythmic mumble. There exists the breath of synchronization, a chaotic aura. Chapter 19. The impossible task. The Federal Bureau of Anomalous Energy Investigation. This synchronized realm actually falls under the jurisdiction of the Federation? Chen Zimo was somewhat taken aback. The Federation and Oppo's ability to control such a mysterious world seemed utterly formidable. In an instant, he felt reassured that he had aligned himself with the right organization. However, a peculiar question lingered in his mind. Would the whispers manifest in a synchronized world governed by the Federation? Moreover, that strange blessing persisted as well. He decided to inquire about it later with Zilong, who appeared particularly knowledgeable about such matters. The darkness remained unbroken as Chen Zimo's thoughts continued to wander. Did all synchronized individuals experience these whispers, or were they unique hints meant solely for him? Suddenly, he recalled a woman. Yes, the red hourglass had also taken note of the hints. Upon hearing the hints, she had proclaimed herself a natural synchronizer. If that were the case, there must be a connection between the hints and natural synchronizers, possibly a privilege exclusive to them. Child, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not reveal your identity as a natural synchronizer to anyone, under any circumstances. The words of the red hourglass echoed like thunder in the night, awakening Chen Zimo. Rather than leaving him in a state of trepidation, they imparted a sense of clarity akin to being purified by a storm. As his scattered consciousness returned, Chen Zimo opened his eyes once more, suppressing his intention to question Zilong. Until he unraveled the mystery surrounding the identity of natural synchronizers, he would never willingly expose his own. With his awareness restored, the profound darkness receded, revealing a pristine white world before him. Welcome to the realm of order, Zilong's voice resonated beside him. The realm of order is the synchronized world controlled by the Federation. No anomalies will arise here. Allow me to introduce you to it. As Zilong spoke, he began to showcase the surroundings. Under his guidance, Chen Zimo gained a general understanding of the realm of order. It resembled a task square, where one could accept missions and exchange rewards. The realm of order operates entirely independently of the internet, ensuring the utmost security against information leaks. It was expansive, with distant structures that exuded an air of governance. What is that building? Chen Zimo inquired, pointing towards a particularly official-looking edifice. Following Chen Zimo and Oppo's gaze, Zilong replied, that is the administrative office building. The captains hold meetings there, primarily to convey orders from superiors. We cannot approach it now. Only those who attain the rank of captain may enter. Indeed, the synchronized world serves as an exceptionally convenient venue for meetings. At any time and any place, one can engage in face-to-face communication simply by entering this realm, a veritable boon for those who thrive on meetings. Chen Zimo had no desire to go there. If it were up to him, he would avoid such places for a lifetime. Just as he averted his gaze and continued to follow Zilong's tour of the realm of order, a figure in the office building withdrew his attention from the two and focused on the document before him. Synchronized name, Midnight Enchantment. He let out a soft scoff, harboring a disdain for the name. Li Shoudao was not an overly conservative individual, considering that Chen Zimo was merely a 17 or 18-year-old boy. He found such a name rather normal. However, his superior was an old-fashioned man who adhered to the belief that names reflect one's character. The term enchantment violated his superior's taboos. He could not afford to jeopardize this rare opportunity for promotion due to Chen Zimo and Oppo's synchronized name. I can only assist you this much. Whether you succeed or not depends on your luck. As his thoughts turned, Li Shoudao devised a strategy, rehearsed it in his mind, and stood at his desk awaiting the entrance of his superior into the synchronized world. Shoudao, do you have something urgent to discuss? The figure of Shangwan Shuzheng materialized in the office chair. Good day, Captain, Li Shoudao respectfully greeted, smiling as he continued. I apologize for disturbing your rest, but I have monumental news that must be reported urgently, lest we risk it being intercepted. His light-hearted tone eased the furrow in Shangwan Shengzheng and Amp, Oppo's, brow. He raised his chin with satisfaction, intrigued. Progress. You and Amp, Oppo's, VE always been so obedient. It and Amp, Oppo's, commendable that you've learned to crack jokes. Your praise is unwarranted. But this matter is indeed beyond my capacity to decide. I must trouble you. Speak. What is it? We have located the synchronizer who cleared the Happiness Hospital. Happiness Hospital? Shangwan Xingxing's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded him. Is that the synchronized world with only one successful clearance? Li Shoudao hastily confirmed. Shangwan Shengzheng's expression grew grave. He recalled that it had long been a thorn in his side. Years ago, he had been a centurion, recognized for his outstanding abilities and potential for advancement. However, during a competition, he had inadvertently caused the death of a synchronizer. Logically speaking, the death of a single synchronizer should not be a matter of great concern. Synchronizers perish in the hundreds each time the synchronized world opens, just another nameless individual. Yet the tragedy lay in the fact that this particular individual was the sole synchronizer to have cleared the Happiness Hospital. His oversight resulted in the Federation losing its greatest asset for cultivating comprehensive synchronizers. This grave error had cost Shangwan Xingzheng his opportunity for promotion. Where is that synchronizer now? He must be protected, he declared with earnest intensity. He is at the branch office, and his employment paperwork has been processed. Here are his details. Good work. Expedite the clearance strategy. Rest assured, sir, here is his basic information. Li Shoudao handed over the documents. Upon receiving them, Shangwan Shengzheng leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. However, as he glanced at the information, his brow knitted once more. Midnight Enchantment. He harbored a strong aversion to this name. Noticing his displeasure, Li Shoudao added, Sir, this Midnight Enchantment is quite young. While it and Amp, Oppo's, common for children today to adopt rebellious names, one who chooses such a name seems to harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps we should demote his merits and monitor him for a while to see if he can be of use to us. His intention was not to speak ill of Chen Zimo, but rather to save him. While it was merely a thought on his lips, if it were to come from Shangwan Shenzheng, it would become a reality. The leader typically preferred not to adopt subordinates and Amp, Oppo's, suggestions outright. And Li Shoudao's maneuver provided Chen Zimo a chance for redemption. Shoudao, you are a captain of the Federation. How can you judge a person by their name? You are correct, sir. Though reprimanded, Li Shoudao secretly rejoiced. Shangwan Shengzheng had softened his stance. After a moment of silence, Shangwan Shengzheng spoke gently. Very well. Expedite the clearance of Happiness Hospital and ensure every detail is meticulously documented. You will personally oversee this. I want to see results tonight. Understood. Li Shoudao nodded eagerly. The tone of Shangwan Shengzheng and Amp, Oppo's, words was calm, yet the implications were severe. He understood that Chen Zimo and Amp, Oppo's, prospects for advancement were bleak. With a sigh, he thought to himself, I have done my part to assist you. Blame your foolish name. Apart from the administrative office building, the realm of order housed another striking structure, the pyramid. The pyramid-shaped edifice transported Chen Zimo back to the era of pharaohs. This is the archive. In a daze, he found himself led by Zilong into the interior of the pyramid. The interior was remarkably modern, furnished with sofas and equipped with elevators. The archives house all known information regarding the synchronized worlds. It is a favored destination for synchronizers, and it shall serve as the setting for your forthcoming mission. My mission? What is it? Chen Zimo inquired with confusion, pondering when he had ever received a task. The Federation requires a strategy for the Happiness Hospital. Suddenly, Li Shoudao and Oppo's voice interjected as the two conversed. Captain, you have arrived, said Zilong, turning to face him. Li Shoudao nodded. You may take a rest. I will inform him of the subsequent matters. As Zilong departed, Li Shoudao continued. The more detailed your strategy, the greater the guidance provided to synchronizers once they enter the instance, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Thus, your strategy must be thorough and precise. Chen Zimo found the captain and Oppo's demeanor oddly peculiar, but he chose not to dwell on it. He promptly penned an extensive strategy as requested. After reviewing it, Li Shoudao nodded. Not bad, but your action descriptions are somewhat vague. Chen Zimo did not expect a one-time approval and continued his writing. The environmental descriptions were far too scant. Many dangers lurked within the surroundings, prompting him to draft another version. Realizing the complexity of the environment in Happiness Hospital, he revised it once more. Excellent. You previously mentioned that the other players might be creations of the synchronized world, potentially possessing fixed personality traits. Please include their characteristics at the end. He complied. And upon Li Shoudao and Amp, Oppo's review, he expressed satisfaction. Very well. This strategy is quite flawless. Chen Zimo exhaled in relief, believing this endeavor might finally conclude. Li Shoudao interjected. The strategy must be submitted to the leadership and filed in the archives. Your handwriting is somewhat hasty. Please exert yourself a little more. Chen Zimo felt exasperated. Upon returning to the real world, he was immediately assigned a duty shift. Glancing at the clock, he felt an urge to curse. Why were the Federation's regulations such that the working hours in the synchronized world did not overlap with those in reality? After dedicating 4 hours to the strategy, he still had to endure another half-day shift. This synchronized world was nothing short of a gilded cage. Even capitalists would shed tears over it. After a long day, he finally approached the time to return home. As he intended to take a refreshing shower and unwind, a chilling voice from the depths of his mind echoed. The organization has a task for you. Chen Zimo halted in his tracks, scanning his surroundings. There were no living souls nearby, only shadows swaying in the dim light. Do not look back. Continue walking. If the Federation detects any anomalies, it will lead to stricter surveillance. Do not move your lips too much. Speak softly. And I can hear you. The Federation is monitoring me? Chen Zimo felt a surge of panic. His current identity must remain concealed. For should the Federation discover he was a traitor, the consequences would be dire. Do not be alarmed. The Federation monitors everyone. You are merely being observed. And there is no indication your identity has been compromised. In this era, filled with cameras, surveillance has become an integral part of life. Focused observation is hardly alarming. You mentioned that the organization has a task for me. What is it? I have told you before. Address me as my lord. Very well. My lord Bloodflow River. Remove the "my" from that title, or I shall have you torn apart. Understood, my lord Bloodflow River. What is the organization's task? He found her incessant need for formality rather tedious, particularly her tendency to nitpick. Eliminate Sun Jian. Before he could relax, Bloodflow River dropped a bombshell. What? Chen Zimo exclaimed in astonishment. Keep your voice down. The woman's voice in his mind was filled with discontent. I have only just begun my tenure. I do not even know where he is. How am I supposed to eliminate him? Then find out where he is. Bloodflow River and Oppo's tone was frigid. If you wish to eliminate him, do so yourself. I just emerged from the synchronized world. I have not known a moment of peace in a day, and now you expect me to risk my life for you? I will not serve you any longer. Chen Zimo resolved to ignore her and continued walking into the community. A sudden pain surged from the depths of his brain, causing him to stagger momentarily, nearly losing his footing. The agony was fleeting, dissipating within a second, and he returned to normal. He had almost forgotten that the old woman possessed such means. Bloodflow River's voice returned. Sun Jian was my former partner. He is privy to many details about the organization. The Federation has recently intensified their scrutiny of us. Rescuing him is arduous. Eliminating him is the best option. Chen Zimo gritted his teeth. Even if I could locate Sun Jian, he is under the Federation and Oppo's protection. It would be impossible for me to eliminate him alone. The organization will assist you in creating an opportunity. For you, eliminating Sun Jian is not only fulfilling the organization's mission but also safeguarding yourself. He sensed an underlying message in Bloodflow River and Oppo's words. Was she alluding to his identity? When Bloodflow River threatened him, Sun Jian had already been captured. There was no way he could be aware of Chen Zimo and Oppo's affiliation with the Aurora cult. Even if Sun Jian were interrogated, it was unlikely he would reveal Chen Zimo and Oppo's status as a traitor. But what did she mean by protecting myself? Did I possess some leverage against Sun Jian? Chen Zimo shook his head. Aside from being a traitor, his only potential liability was his browsing history. Now that his phone had been destroyed, he had little to fear. What do you mean by protecting myself? Little brat, do you genuinely believe Chen Zhangwo is merely an ordinary employee? His heart skipped a beat. My father is a member of the Aurora cult. Otherwise, how would he possess our medication? Bloodflow River continued. If Sun Jian is interrogated, Chen Zhangwo will inevitably be exposed. At that point, your family will become a focal point of scrutiny. and your identity as a cult member will be impossible to conceal. By then, you will not need my intervention. The Federation will eliminate you. Once Chen Zimo is gone, you will be the only grandchild left for your grandparents. The Federation may not act against them, but they will certainly neglect them, leaving their twilight years filled with suffering. Enough. I will undertake the task. But I cannot guarantee that I will kill Sun Jian. Recalling the fierce struggle in the stairwell, Chen Zimo felt a wave of anxiety. Sun Jian was indeed formidable, holding his own against two opponents. Had it not been for his fortuitous timing in assisting Zilong, the latter would not have endured until Gao Lei's arrival. To assassinate Sun Jian under the Federation's protection was an exceedingly daunting task. Chapter 20. The old woman Sun Jian is not as formidable as you might imagine. I shall assist you when the time comes. Connect your phone to the computer when you return home. I will handle the federal surveillance methods, and thereafter, you may use it to contact me. The sound of blood flowing like a river gradually faded away. Chen Zimo remained unperturbed, continuing his leisurely stroll home. Upon exiting the elevator, he noticed several boxed gifts placed at the entrance. Curiously, he opened the door and inquired, "Grandmother, whose are those items at the door?" With a heavy sigh, his grandmother replied, "Your mother visited today, Zhao Qilian." The experiences from the synchronized world were so abundant that Chen Zimo momentarily recalled he had a biological mother. "She is still your mother. Refrain from directly calling her by her name. It is inauspicious," his grandmother admonished. "The very fact that she is my mother is the greatest inauspice." Chen Zimo thought to himself. He was well aware of what that woman was truly after. She had no intention of mending the past of their family. Her eyes were solely fixated on this apartment. He turned and disposed of the gifts into the stairwell. Regarding these ominous items as worthless, he had no desire for them. As he gazed at the dilapidated stairwell, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. Before he had even adjusted to his identity as a synchronizer, he was thrust into a day's work, only to be burdened with the chaos instigated by Zhao Qilian once he stepped inside. The matters swirling in his mind were yet to be clarified, whether they were tumors or foreign objects, and he was now assigned a task of silencing someone. What a series of absurdities each day brings. The thought of Sun Jian sent a wave of discomfort through him. That old woman truly overestimates me. I have never even killed a fish, yet she expects me to take a life. Am I to bite him to death? What did you call me? The chilling phrase, blood flowing like a river, unexpectedly echoed in the depths of his mind. Damn. Chen Zimo was startled. This old woman is truly deranged. Watching him constantly without fear of needles pricking her. Young man, what I mean to convey is that my abilities are far too weak and may inadvertently complicate the plan. Mind your words. Blood-flowing river warned him before continuing. As a comprehensive enhancer, one can only average out the enhancement of their attributes and cannot acquire exclusive abilities. If you wish to bolster your strength, you must rely on items and tools. Is a comprehensive enhancer truly so lacking? Not even a single skill? No wonder the Federation pays them no heed. Items and tools, could they refer to those objects he brought from the synchronized world? By the way, what items did you acquire after clearing the Happy Hospital? A pair of glasses. Chen Zimo concealed the tranquilizer, keeping it as a trump card. He had no intention of revealing the tranquilizer to anyone, including the Federation. What is their function? Similar to binoculars. They possess zooming capabilities and can also serve as sunglasses and night vision goggles. The data analysis function can be disclosed to the Federation, but must not reach the enemy. His current identity as a double agent does not prevent him from viewing blood-flowing river as an adversary. What a useless item, blood-flowing river remarked. You cleared an S-level dungeon and acquired merely a pair of glasses. Such a feeble lie. Do you think I am a novice who has just awakened and synchronized? Chen Zimo felt another wave of pain in his head. A hurricane of dizziness enveloped him. Nausea. Struggling against the wall, Chen Zimo managed to say, "There were 3 items from the Happy Hospital, but they were all single-use. I didn't bring any items out of that world." At the conclusion of synchronization, they all turned into experience points. Experience points? The red hourglass paused, the vertigo dissipating in an instant. How much experience do you currently have? I am already at level 1. Upon hearing such an astonishing level of experience, Red Hourglass began to believe him. She had only experienced an A-level world, and due to it being a team endeavor, she ultimately received only 30 of the experience. Yet, that had still been her highest experience gain. She speculated that the total experience from an S-level world might hover around 60 or higher. The Happy Hospital was a solo endeavor. As long as one cleared it, they could enjoy a substantial amount of experience. However, 60 of that experience would not suffice for a synchronizer to level up unless there were additional sources providing Chen Zimo with extra experience. implying he was likely being truthful. "I will make a cut on you. I want to see blood." Chen Zimo understood her intentions. He could assess whether his physique had strengthened by determining if he had leveled up. Without a small knife on hand, he could only resolutely bite into his finger. Ouch! With a heart-wrenching pain, he winced. His physique had indeed increased, yet his sensitivity to pain had not diminished in the slightest. Blood flowed from the wound and quickly began to clot. Within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, the injury had scabbed over. He truly was a level 1 synchronizer. And judging by the speed of healing, it appeared he retained quite a bit of experience post-upgrade. Blood-flowing River, who had been observing in silence, was taken aback. Chen Zimo had not deceived her. Not only blood-flowing River, but Chen Zimo himself was astonished. The speed of healing was somewhat abnormal, no matter how small the wound. It typically took at least 2 hours to scab over, yet now it had transformed into 2 to 3 minutes, an acceleration of nearly 50 times. He felt a twinge of panic. The rate of healing was influenced by metabolism, and such rapid metabolism could potentially shorten his lifespan. He was not yet 20. At this rate, he could age rapidly within a few years. No, wait. I have been poisoned by blood-flowing River, with no antidote. I want to even survive until the new year, so I need not worry about aging. Suddenly, he realized that this issue was of little concern. In a few days, he would have to silence Sun Jian under the Federation's protection. Any mistake could lead to immediate exposure. In this light, aging did not seem like a significant issue at all. You truly are at level 1. How much experience do you have left after leveling up? Blood-flowing River's inquiry jolted Chen Zimo back to reality, as his tendency to let his thoughts wander resurfaced. 30 remaining. How could it be so much? Chen Zimo elaborated. I earned 70 of the experience for completing the challenge world. In the hospital, I acquired 2 settlement items and inadvertently completed a task, ultimately garnering 50 of the settlement experience. Blood-flowing River suddenly felt a tinge of jealousy. Chen Zimo was oblivious. She was acutely aware. That was not a settlement task, but rather a hidden task. What kind of luck had this lad stumbled upon, clearing an S-level world and even completing a hidden task? Moreover, the final experience points surpassed what she had gained from clearing 4 ordinary worlds. Amidst the envy, a profound sense of unease filled blood-flowing River's heart. Chen Zimo's pace of leveling up was alarmingly swift, with this S-level world as a foundation. Even if he only faced ordinary worlds thereafter, he could easily catch up to her level within 2 years. Once their levels were equal, it would be increasingly difficult for her to maintain control over Chen Zimo. She must ensure he obtains high-value intelligence. If my level cannot rise swiftly, I may have to eliminate him preemptively. Blood-flowing River gritted her teeth. She did not wish to kill Chen Zimo. This lad possessed immense potential. He could very well become a core member of the Federation in the future. If she could keep him under her control, his future prospects would be limitless, and even the establishment of a new sect would not be out of the question. Chapter 21. Blood flow to the river. I will report your situation to the organization. Please connect your phone to the computer as soon as possible. I will inform you of the next steps. Chen Zimo nodded and returned indoors to connect his computer. After a moment, the phone screen showed no signs of power, and after a few seconds, a window automatically opened. It was the most popular instant messaging application. A message appeared in the chat window. Lord Bloodflow to the river. From now on, contact me here. Quickly ascertain Sun Jian's status and whereabouts. The window will automatically delete the record upon closing. Looking at the speaker ID, Chen Zimo felt somewhat speechless. What peculiar obsession did this arrogant woman possess that she needed to include Lord in every context? Understanding the message, he clicked send. However, after sending the text, a change occurred. The chat box added a few more words. Understood. Lord Bloodflow to the river. Chen Zimo? Damn, is this old woman delusional? Is it impressive to install virus software? Why add a suffix automatically? Suppressing his discomfort, he noted the route and quickly closed the window, fearing that lingering for even a second might trigger a heart attack. Xiaoma, come out for dinner. Putting away his phone, he heard his grandmother and Appo's gentle voice from outside the door. I and Appo's, I'll be right there, Chen Zimo replied. Upon entering the living room, he found the dining table already set with food. You must be tired after wandering outside all day. Finish your meal and rest early, his grandmother said with a warm smile, serving rice soup in front of him. The simplicity of the meal, a dish, a soup, and a staple, made Chen Zimo feel as if he were in a different world. He was utterly exhausted. The dangers of the parallel world kept his nerves on edge. Blood flow to the river forced him to join the Aurora sect, and the burden of being a double agent weighed heavily on his psyche. After entering the Federation, The Investigation Bureau and Oppos' environment felt reassuring, but the high-intensity work model left him drained. He was truly fatigued, yet no one knew. Nor did anyone offer even a modicum of solace. Surrounding him were only hidden malice, perilous missions, and unending strategies. Only his grandmother consistently worried about his exhaustion. Suddenly, a haze enveloped his vision. He dared not raise his hand to wipe it away. He could only force a yawn, using the opportunity to stretch and dry his tears. I am indeed a bit tired, Grandma. Let me share some good news with you. He lifted his bowl and took a hearty sip of rice soup, feeling satisfied. What good news? His grandmother asked with keen interest. I found a part-time job. A part-time job? Xiaoma, is your allowance not enough? His grandmother inquired with concern. It is sufficient. The part-time job is at a psychological clinic. It can help alleviate my nightmares. After the counseling today, I was able to sleep there for a while. And I truly did not have any nightmares. Really? That and Oppos. That's wonderful. His grandmother exclaimed. Then you need not work part-time. We can pay for it. And let them cure you as soon as possible. Chen Zimo patiently explained, Grandma, psychological counseling requires time. It cannot be rushed. My part-time work there is also part of the treatment. It's not long, just half a day each day is enough. However, for the Federation, that half day could stretch to several hours. In the basement of the Abnormal Energy Investigation Bureau, Li Shoudao was particularly excited. When fortune smiled upon someone, nothing could hinder it. Sun Jianfa was merely a lower-tier member. He had not anticipated unearthing something significant from him. To his surprise, Sun Jianfa brought him unexpected joy. As long as you reduce my sentence, I can help you capture blood flow to the river. Blood flow to the river? The unfamiliar name puzzled Li Shoudao slightly. You may not know her name, but you are surely aware of her methods, Sun Jianfa said with a smile. The Federation has conducted multiple searches for Aurora sect members, achieving some results in various locations. Although they have not harmed the core of the Aurora sect, they managed to identify a few mid-level members. Yet, in your jurisdiction, you only captured me, an ordinary member. Captain Li, it must be hard for you to report that. Is blood flow to the river the one who protects you? Li Shoudao's spirits lifted. To support the Federation's actions, he had participated in several searches in Jiaoshui. Strangely, every search yielded no results. They even suspected that there was an insider providing the Aurora sect with warnings. Taking more covert action still produced no results, and eventually, it was discovered that someone had tampered with the electronic device records. This individual possessed a strange ability to infiltrate numerous civilian electronic devices, affecting certain Federation special equipment. The Aurora sect had many operations near Jiaoshui that bore the traces of this person, causing significant distress to the Federation. The Federation and Oppos' repeated attempts to eliminate this individual had failed, and to this day, they did not even know whether this person was male or female, let alone their true name. Blood flowed to the river, so this was the synchronized name of that individual. A smile appeared on Li Shoudao's face. Capturing a malevolent synchronized individual could precisely resolve the Federation and Oppos' lingering headache. How could Li Shoudao not feel exhilarated? Had it not been for the ongoing interrogation, he would have laughed heartily. First, there was the strategy for the Happy Hospital, and now encountering blood flow to the river, this stroke of luck deserved a promotion. Just as he intended to head upstairs to share this good news with Shangguan Shizheng, he hesitated and returned to his seat. The processes of the Federation were rather cumbersome. The rewards for the Happy Hospital would take some time to materialize, and during this interval, continuous achievements might lead Shangguan Shizheng to experience aesthetic fatigue. That old stickler couldn't even manage his own affairs and would not have the capacity to promote him. Reporting blood flow to the river would not only significantly diminish the reward, but also raise future expectations of him, something Li Shoudao did not desire. To attain a greater reward, only two options remained: suppress Sun Jianfa temporarily and wait for the situation with the Happy Hospital to settle before claiming credit, or execute an even larger operation. The bigger the better, ensuring that this news bypassed Shangguan Shizheng and reached the higher echelons of the Federation directly. In this way, he could ascend without needing to go through Shangguan Shizheng. Li Shoudao devised a plan and spoke. Why should we trust you? Dawn and Oppos, do you think the Federation is unaware that the Aurora sect operates on a single-line communication? You are merely an ordinary member who can be easily discarded. You are not worth rescuing by blood flow to the river. Sun Jianfa remained unperturbed. You are correct. I am an ordinary member. While she may not come to save me, she will certainly come to eliminate me. What do you know? Li Shoudao demanded. If you are willing to be forthcoming, the Federation will surely offer you favorable treatment. He understood that Sun Jianfa's statement must have some critical truth behind it. Otherwise, he would not be at risk of being silenced. Captain Li, such casual promises cannot deceive the wise. My life is worthless, and I must rely on this trump card to survive. Li Shoudao emitted a dissatisfied grunt, muttering, Sun Jianfa, stubborn resistance will only yield worse outcomes. From the moment you joined the Aurora sect, you forfeited your human rights. The Federation can utilize brain machine technology on you without hesitation. Chapter 22. Must die. The brain machine possesses the capability to forcibly extract human memories, yet the consequences are exceedingly grave. Subjects often do not die but may become vegetative. The severe side effects severely restrict its application, permitting its use solely on individuals who have been stripped of their human rights. Captain Li, I am terrified. You want to use the brain machine on me? That's acceptable. But can you ensure that I arrive alive at the federal headquarters? Zisen Jinfa, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, mimicked the gun with his hand, pointing it at his own head and pulling an imaginary trigger. Bang! With just one shot. Not only would a secret stronghold of the Aurora sect be obliterated, but you would also lose all chances of capturing blood flow. So, Captain Li, are you willing to take that gamble? Madman. Li Shoudao's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that this was the sole opportunity to apprehend blood flow, which also represented the best chance for his rapid advancement. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for Shangguan Shenzheng and Appos as promotion, which could take years. Since you refuse to confess, we have no choice but to send you to the federal headquarters. Considering your intelligence value, I will request special transport for your escort. Zisen Jianfa scoffed. Whatever you say. As long as you can ensure my transport to the federal headquarters, I will divulge the intelligence of the Aurora sect. Remember your promise. You have already offended the Federation once. Should you dare deceive me again, you will face utter ruin. I have no need to deceive you. The Aurora sect is not a benevolent organization. After my last operation failed, even if I were not captured by you, remaining in Aurora's future would only render me a cleaner. You know what that implies. Cooperating with you is presently the best option. The term cleaner notably improved Li Shoudao's expression, and he nodded before exiting the interrogation room. Captain, how shall we handle this fellow? Should we send him for detention as before? Gale inquired as he saw Li Shoudao emerge. No need. His situation is exceptional. You stay here and watch him while I apply for a special transport vehicle. Once it arrives tomorrow, we will send him to headquarters. Gale paused. Captain, the special transport requires 3 escorts, and the journey to the Federation takes several days. If we leave, no one will be on guard, and besides, Zilong has not fully recovered. What are you thinking? We're escorting him to the airport. Zilong. Li Shoudao hesitated momentarily. The intellectual enhancer posed some inconvenience. Gale's arm would heal within half a day, and Zilong was already at level 2, not significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Let and Appos do this. Send him some healing medicine shortly, and aim for him to recover by tomorrow night to participate in the mission. Understood, Captain. After a moment and Appos thought. Gale asked, for this escort, should we involve Zai? Li Shoudao shook his head. Chen Jiangwo's identity suspicion has not been entirely lifted. I cannot allow someone with a familial criminal history to easily participate in core plans. If something goes awry, Shangguan Shenzheng serves as a cautionary tale. Not necessary. This mission bears certain risks. He is still a newcomer, so he will stay behind to watch the door. After exiting the basement, Li Shoudao swiftly made several calls, establishing a perimeter for capturing blood flow before entering the synchronization chamber to rest. The following morning, Chen Zimo awoke, surprised to find his memories of the nightmare from the previous night quite vague. Although some fragments lingered in his mind, they were no longer as vivid as before. Is this the effect of my enhanced physique? He wondered, elated. Now, he did not crave complete recovery. Merely waking up without horrific images before him was sufficient. After breakfast, he took a brief nap, and as he stepped into the blazing midday sun, he felt invigorated as he arrived at the investigation bureau. However, upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of bustling activity, among which were several unfamiliar faces. Zilong, what has happened? An urgent operation has arisen. Oh, Chen Zimo, slightly disappointed, walked toward his workstation. Though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his heart raced. He needed to urgently inform blood flow. Casting a sidelong glance at the busy crowd, Chen Zimo's thoughts began to unravel. Outside, he noticed a notably heavy vehicle, which was presumably a transport vehicle. Considering recent significant personnel, he could only think of himself and Sun Jian, having just become a federal synchronizer, with the strategy for the Happiness Hospital already submitted. He recognized that, according to the Federation's usual conduct, he was currently regarded as a low-value target, unworthy of such high-spec treatment as a transport vehicle. The individual being escorted must be Sun Jian. The attire of those synchronizers appeared odd, not resembling standard escort personnel. In addition to being fully armed, they carried net guns and electric guns, indicating that this was not a routine transport, but rather a capture operation. Using Sun Jian as bait, the target became evident. Chen Zimo's brow furrowed. Sun Jian possessed considerable insider knowledge. His silence now did not guarantee future discretion. Should he divulge information, given the Federation's nature, he would undoubtedly face a severe investigation. His official identity as a synchronizer would be compromised, and he might spend the rest of his life behind bars. How could he assist blood flow while also navigating his own perilous situation? His thoughts spiraled rapidly, twisting and turning within moments. Chen Zimo grasped the crux of the matter. This capture operation had to result in Sun Jian and Appo's demise. He had two subsequent choices: help blood flow escape or eliminate her. The latter seemed a viable option. Zai, you should rest in the synchronization chamber for a while. We need to hold a meeting. The hand resting on his shoulder pulled his thoughts back. Oh, okay. Brother Zilong, when should I come down? A brief meeting. Just come down in 10 minutes. He shifted his gaze to Zilong's neck, where the bandage still clung. Brother Zilong, your wound hasn't fully healed, right? Let me join this operation, or I could replace you. Chen Zimo yearned to join the team, seeking an opportunity to leverage blood flow and Appo's hand to eliminate Sun Jian, subsequently removing her to eliminate future threats. Following the mission, he would undoubtedly face disciplinary action for disobeying orders, yet with the credit from the Happiness Hospital, he would not be dismissed. As for the antidote, with the Federation's prowess, he could likely trade future merits for a chance at treatment, which would alleviate the poison and Appo's effects. Regardless, this was an exceedingly favorable exchange. Unexpectedly, Zilong chuckled and shook his head. We do not have a safe operation. You are a newcomer. Your task now is to quickly familiarize yourself with the synchronization world. Once you are capable of undertaking missions, you will be unable to avoid them. Gao suddenly leaned in, feigning innocence. Zilong, why don't you speak to the captain about letting me withdraw? As I can take my place. I truly do not wish to sit in that vehicle, like a can. All right, Zilong nodded. Really? Of course. I will inform the captain that you voluntarily requested to withdraw from the squad due to your reluctance to undertake missions. Forget it. The captain would not only berate me, but would continue to do so for several months. Gao sat beside them, visibly disheartened. Chen Zimo found the situation amusing. This granite-like man was sulking like a child merely because of motion sickness. Motion sickness? Just take some medication for it. A bunch of quacks. That stuff is utterly useless. The airport isn't far. Otherwise, I and Appo's rather sit on the roof. Gao grumbled, his mood noticeably dim. Is it due to the enhanced physique of a synchronizer that the motion sickness medication is ineffective? Chen Zimo pondered with curiosity. There is some truth to that. But it's not the sole reason, Zilong explained. A robust physique can increase drug tolerance, but Gao's motion sickness stems primarily from the price of his acquired power. Are you referring to the synchronization world? Chen Zimo asked, surprised. Indeed, while the synchronization with the world bestows enhancements, it also brings forth certain other afflictions. Gao suffers from sensory imbalance, whereas I experience a decline in physical constitution. Zilong lightly touched the wound on his neck. Of course, the decline is relative. Compared to ordinary individuals, my physical condition remains robust. Then what affliction do I bear? Chen Zimo pondered, unable to discern any changes since becoming a synchronizer. Each individual's circumstances vary, and self-discovery is essential. Gao had previously experienced motion sickness, which he dismissed after becoming a synchronizer, only to realize the severity when the medication ceased to be effective. Is there no remedy? Chen Zimo inquired. There are indeed many, Zilong affirmed. As long as Gao avoids open transportation, he will not suffer, and sitting in the front row alleviates discomfort. His condition can be compensated with specialized medication. As he spoke, he peeled away the bandage, revealing the edges of the wound where the scab had loosened, exposing the tender pink skin beneath. Zilong, Gao, come to the meeting. The two departed, and Chen Zimo ascended to lie in the synchronization chamber. Captain, as you mentioned, Zai has proactively inquired about joining the capture team. Zilong reported candidly. I see. Has he made any external contact? None. His phone has only been charged once since last night, with usage records but no communication. Continue to observe until Chen Jiangwo's identity is confirmed. Inform me immediately of any developments. Li Shoudao nodded in satisfaction. Inside the synchronization chamber, Chen Zimo tossed and turned. checking the time on his phone like a restless insomniac. Once more, he rolled over and picked up the device, refraining from pressing any buttons. As expected, the screen illuminated itself. This was a coded signal devised by blood flow, requiring an accurate rhythm to establish contact, which also verified the security of the communication. Blood flow. What is it? Upon seeing that ID, Chen Zimo was suddenly struck by the notion that perhaps her capture would not be entirely unwelcome. The Federation plans to escort Sun Jian away tonight. The escort team is substantial and heavily armed, likely with additional operations afoot. Blood flow. Blood flow. That traitor Sun Jian. Betraying the organization so swiftly, he deserves his fate. It cannot be that simple. Sun Jian is no fool. Revealing everything he knows now would only hasten his demise as a discarded pawn. He cannot speak, at least not here. The automatic suffix irked Chen Zimo, prompting him to manually obscure the right side of the screen, easing the strain on his eyes. Blood flow. Share your perspective. The consequence of betraying the organization is singular. If Sun Jian wishes to survive, he must seek refuge, yet he cannot easily escape, as the organization will surely seek to eliminate him along the way. Blood flow. So he devised this scheme, collaborating with the Federation to trade organizational intelligence for a chance at survival? More accurately, it should be termed an opportunity for atonement in exchange for his life. The escort team is not only heavily armed but also equipped with capture devices. Sun Jian serves merely as bait, with the Federation and Oppos aimed to ensnare a larger prey. Gazing at the screen, a glint of ferocity flashed in blood flow and Oppos' narrowed eyes. Others may be oblivious, but blood flow understood all too well. The water exchange is a newly opened site for the Aurora Church, its influence not yet fully established. Currently, only Sun Jian, she, and her immediate superior are involved in the operation. The Aurora Church primarily operates on a single-line communication basis. She must proactively seek her superior, necessitating a time interval. The Federation and Oppos' fishing plan must have originated from Sun Jian and Oppos' own mention, yet he remains unaware that her superior is also at the water exchange. The fish destined for slaughter can only be her. What an exquisite play of Sun Jian. Blood flow. Your intelligence is timely. I will commend you to the organization. The extermination plan is temporarily shelved. You must remain hidden for the time being and refrain from proactive contact to avoid exposure. Chen Zimo was momentarily taken aback. Is it befitting to be so timid with such a formidable synchronizer title? Moreover, if Sun Jian does not perish, you can walk away unscathed. But what of me? Should I place all my hopes on Sun Jian? Relying on a morally bankrupt individual, willing to sacrifice integrity for survival, to remain steadfast under torture is an impossibility. One need only to speculate. By the way, blood flow, I inadvertently overheard that the Federation intends to transport Sun Jian to the airport, where he might be taken to a more secure facility. The airport? Blood flow paused and inquired further. Are you certain it is the airport and not another federal jurisdiction? Absolutely. Blood flow and Oppos' heart sank. Prepare for evacuation. Sun Jian is likely to be sent to the Federation headquarters. Evacuation? Does the headquarters possess any tools capable of extracting the truth? Sensing her rising tension, Chen Zimo became anxious as well. Items produced in the synchronization world have varied functionalities, and it is possible that the Federation headquarters possesses devices that compel truthfulness. However, he was unwilling to evacuate. His grandparents could not escape. Blood flow. I am uncertain of the tools the Federation has. Even if there are, Sun Jian would not qualify to use them. However, I am aware that the headquarters possesses a device known as the brain machine. The mention of the brain machine instilled a foreboding sensation in Chen Zimo. The text on the screen continued. The exact function of the brain machine remains unknown, but during our last severe setback, we discovered the Federation had developed a machine capable of forcibly reading and rewriting human memories, which they dubbed the brain machine. Damn, blood flow's words nearly provoked an expletive from him. How could the Federation even possess such a contraption? To what extent has technology advanced, enabling the reading and writing of memories? Sun Jian must not be allowed to reach the Federation. Chen Zimo steeled himself, setting down his phone. He lay in the synchronization chamber, fervently propelling his mind to devise a method to eliminate Sun Jian tonight. This remnant of the Aurora Church must perish today. Chapter 23, Exposure. Thump, thump. Time ebbed away with each passing second. Submerged in contemplation, he was roused by a series of knocks. Midnight, your shift commences. Xylan's voice echoed from outside the synchronization pod. Chen Zimo responded in the affirmative and opened the hatch. only to be greeted by two visages. Gao Lei stood beside Xylan. The unexpected presence of Gao Lei ignited a spark of inspiration within him, instantly conjuring a solution to the Sun Jian predicament. Confined within the synchronization pod, he remained oblivious to the external headcount, mirroring the Federation's ignorance regarding the magnitude of the quarry Sun Jian could lure. Should that quarry prove formidable enough to drag one into the depths, would the angler sever the line or engage in a protracted struggle to the bitter end? Are we about to embark? He inquired proactively. Not quite yet. The operation is slated for the night. As this is your inaugural solo shift, some precautionary measures warrant recitation. Xylan elucidated. Understood. Allow me to visit the lavatory first, he offered as a pretext to dismiss Xylan and Gao Lei. Whereupon he retrieved his mobile device and established contact with Blood River. Blood River, what is it now? Did I not stipulate a cessation of contact? I have conceived a method to eliminate Sun Jian, Blood River, Chen Zimo declared, foregoing any concern for the bothersome suffix. The Federation's fishing expedition is scheduled for tonight. While their numerical superiority and equipment might seem insurmountable, we are not devoid of opportunities. If my concept bears fruit, extirpating Sun Jian would be a feat of simplicity. How so? Blood River inquired. Imperceptibly, Chen Zimo had assumed a position of dominance in their rapport, a dynamic Blood River had failed to recognize as she unwittingly ceded control. A raid. A raid? Blood River echoed, momentarily bewildered before grasping Chen Zimo and Appos, intent. The Bureau of Hetero Energy is a bastion of security. Do you presume a successful raid is a facile endeavor? Furthermore, I am but a solitary operative. One cannot ascertain without endeavor. Moreover, the security here is far from impregnable. Upon infiltrating the Bureau of Hetero Energy investigation, Chen Zimo discerned that the supposedly inviolable fortress was riddled with more loopholes than a sieve. In the realm of physics, there exists a renowned paradox known as SC Chardinger's cat. Regarding the unseen, humanity remains ignorant of its very existence, provided your firepower is sufficient. How would the Federation discern the number of assailants? Blood River lapsed into contemplation. Moments later, Chen Zimo deactivated his mobile device and assumed his station, awaiting developments with stoic patience. Time trickled by relentlessly as the curtain of night descended. In the vicinity, fellow synchronizers commenced the final preparations for their imminent departure. As the armored transport vehicle rolled into the atrium, Sun Jian, clad in full protective gear and under Gao Lei and Appos' watchful gaze, emerged from the subterranean depths. All eyes converged upon Sun Jian, oblivious to the seemingly ethereal appearance of a pair of decidedly feminine spectacles upon Chen Zimo and Appos' visage. Big data analysis glasses, data analysis. The world transformed into an overlay of data streams. Concentrating his attention upon the synchronizers, each individual was adorned with a small string of numerical annotations above their craniums. This was a newly discovered function of the spectacles. By gauging the distance between himself and various objects, the glasses could compute the real-time coordinates of the observed subjects. He cast his gaze upon the target, employing height, gait, and body language to ascertain that the armored figure was indeed Sun Jian. As Sun Jian approached the transport vehicle, Chen Zimo parted his lips and uttered a string of numbers. Commence. The lights on the ground floor abruptly extinguished, plunging the area into a temporary state of disorienting darkness. Rapid and harrowing gunfire reverberated throughout the surroundings. With the exception of Gao Lei, several Federation synchronizers stationed beside the vehicle succumbed to the onslaught. Ambush. Ambush. Prioritize the protection of the target. Li Shoudao recognized the unmistakable hallmarks of the Aurora cult and Appos' extermination operation. He had intended to use Sun Jian as bait to lure a larger prize, yet the quarry had materialized before the bait could even be cast. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, but rather than instilling panic, Li Shoudao was consumed by a surge of exhilaration. The audacity to launch an assault on the Bureau of Hetero Energy Investigation served as proof that he possessed genuine knowledge of the Aurora cult and Appos' profound secrets, necessitating his utmost protection. All are expendable, save Sun Jian. He must remain alive, in my custody. In the instant the gunfire commenced, Sun Jian vaulted into the vehicle. Gao Lei, momentarily stunned, failed to intercept him and could only follow suit. Big data analysis glasses, low light mode, data analysis. The darkness posed no impediment to Chen Zimo. Through the spectacles, he effortlessly perceived his surroundings, even in the pitch-black abyss. Upon witnessing Gao Lei and Sun Jian being ushered into the vehicle, Chen Zimo swiftly communicated, Blood River. Establish contact with Sun Jian. Instruct him to commandeer the armored transport. Address me as and amp. Oppos, master and amp. Oppos. I am your superior. Blood River retorted with indignation. Chen Zimo disregarded her outburst and recited another string of numbers, directing Blood River to unleash a barrage of fire that would keep the opposition pinned down. There are 2 other synchronizers in the vehicle. The incompetent one is hesitant to act for fear of failing to secure the prize. Moments later, Blood River's voice echoed in his mind, laced with fury. Inform him not to fret. The lanky one suffers from motion sickness. Instruct him to employ his ability to control the driver. Once the vehicle is in motion, the lanky one and Oppos' senses will become disoriented. As predicted, mere seconds elapsed before the taillights of the armored transport flared to life as it roared through the gates. Success. Chen Zimo swiftly retracted the spectacles, assuming a posture of evasion as if dodging bullets. His next task was to devise a means of eliminating Sun Jian. The raid was swift and decisive. As the armored transport crashed through the bureau and amp, Oppos' in trance and sped away, the gunfire abruptly ceased. In the aftermath of the chaos, the well-trained synchronizers regained their composure and surged out of the building in pursuit. The previously incapacitated individuals rose to their feet, their robust protective armor and exceptional physical attributes rendering them unscathed. Upon emerging from the building, they discovered that the area was devoid of any adversaries. Several modified drones lay in ruins, their machine guns depleted of ammunition. A group of synchronizers had been effectively suppressed by a handful of drones. Pursue them. Give chase. Li Shoudao bellowed in exasperation. He could scarcely fathom that he, who had always occupied the position of the hunter, had become the hunted, and within the confines of his own domain. This was more than a mere abduction of Sun Jian. It was a blatant affront to his authority, an insult to the Federation itself. Chen Zimo leisurely rose to his feet, his plan having unfolded with remarkable success. Perhaps it was the Bureau of Heteroenergy Investigation and AMP, Oppos' affiliation with the Federation and its unblemished history of invulnerability, but this hastily conceived plan had exceeded all expectations. Whether it was an over-reliance on the prowess of the synchronizers or some other factor, the facility lacked bulletproof glass, contingency systems for thwarting attacks, and even comprehensive surveillance coverage, let alone electromagnetic interference devices to neutralize drones. The lights flickered back to life a mere dozen seconds after the commencement of the assault. Intriguing. An intelligent backup power system? Chen Zimo mused, somewhat surprised. It was perhaps the most combat-ready feature of the entire Bureau of Heteroenergy Investigation. The roar of engines reverberated through the courtyard. He peered out the window, observing several imposing motorcycles already in motion, their sleek lines hinting at their extraordinary velocity. Captain, we have acquired the armored transport and Oppos' tracking signal. It is en route to the outskirts of the city. Real-time coordinates have been transmitted to your terminal. Pursue them forthwith. The motorcycles thundered away, leaving Chen Zimo alone in the expansive office, lost in contemplation. Are you all departing? Why does no one bother to consult me? The tumultuous dialogue within his mind seemed to have a limit, as communication ceased abruptly after Sun Jian's departure. Chen Zimo endeavored to reach out using coded messages. Yet there was no response. He silently hoped for her success in eliminating Sun Jian. Of course, if Sun Jian managed to escape, that would not be an unfavorable outcome either, as long as he did not fall into the hands of the Federation. Chen Zimo would not mind if this individual lingered a while longer. The disarray of the office caused Chen Zimo considerable discomfort. Should I tidy this place up? No. This is a crime scene. Haphazard cleaning might compromise crucial evidence. But then again, it seems there are no significant clues here. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The entire plan had been devised by him. If there were any vital clues in the Bureau, it was undoubtedly his own presence. After cleaning up, Chen Zimo meticulously sketched the positions of several individuals at the moment they were shot, attempting to deduce the location from which the shots were fired. After scrutinizing the scene for a while, his lack of experience left him utterly perplexed. The repository of knowledge for synchronizers contained only information pertinent to the synchronized world, leaving him wanting in terms of common knowledge. Equipped with data analysis glasses, he activated their capabilities, instinctively lowering his head slightly and brushing the frame with his fingertip. The five-fold magnification deepened his field of vision. As he shifted his stance, he locked onto a distant hilltop. Data analysis commenced. The summit of the densely vegetated peak. Elevation, 767. 25 meters. Current distance from the peak, 592. 3 meters. A sniper's range of nearly 600 meters. Was blood flow river's marksmanship commendable or merely average? Chen Zimo was not well versed in firearms, yet he was certain that even with his own aim, he could not strike a target from such a distance. This was problematic. Even with the assistance of the glasses, he could only estimate the sniper and Oppo's position. Chen Zimo recalled a story he had heard about snipers in conventional combat. Upon detecting an enemy sniper, the standard procedure was not to dispatch another sniper to engage him. Such action would waste time and could result in greater casualties. Typically, when confronted with a sniper, the immediate response was to blanket the suspected area with suppressive fire, which was deemed the safest course of action. Engaging in a sniper duel was something one would only witness in films or extreme scenarios. Unfortunately, urban combat fell within the realm of such extremes. Considering the presence of civilians, the use of suppressive fire would be excessively ruthless. The Federation would not annihilate a building merely to eliminate a rogue synchronizer. In such instances, engaging in a shootout became the most viable option. Alas, if only the glasses could calculate bullet trajectories. By analyzing the direction and angle of the bullet's flight, he could pinpoint the sniper and Oppo's exact location. However, calculating the trajectory required time, and by that moment, the sniper would have long since relocated. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a line of text appeared before him. Big data analysis. Several red lines shot forth, connecting the hilltop to the location he had circled. Within those circles, the figures of the synchronizers at the moment of being shot emerged. So my glasses are this remarkable. Chen Zimo was astonished. The instant trajectory calculation and scene restoration capabilities of these data analysis glasses were quite extraordinary. After observing the sniper's position, he used the glasses to analyze the location from which the drone had fired. This time, he identified a flaw in the glasses. Why were there only red lines in these areas, yet no figures of the individuals who had been shot? Staring at the lines connecting to the void, he felt somewhat bewildered. I remember now. Chen Zimo slapped his forehead and returned to his workstation. Indeed, the endpoints of those red lines were obstructed by objects. It seemed the glasses could only compute visible entities. The unseen remained beyond their analytical reach. Even so, the functionality of the glasses delighted Chen Zimo. With them, he could effortlessly locate the assailant's position. He resolved that he must wear them regularly from now on. Considering the overly feminine design of the data analysis glasses, he promptly ordered a pair of large-frame sunglasses, specially crafted to fit over his glasses, providing excellent concealment. After completing this, the roar of motorcycles echoed from outside. A man in armor, accompanied by Gao Lei, drove through the gate, and blood was visibly seeping from the seams of Gao Lei's armor. Was Brother Gao injured? Gao Lei's condition was unmistakable. Even clad in armor, he was easily recognizable. The armored man driving responded. It was Zilong. He sustained a few stab wounds. Should we take him to the hospital? Chen Zimo asked anxiously. No need. The vital organs are unharmed. Going to the hospital would only complicate things with stitches. Together, they lifted Gao Lei into the investigation bureau to tend to his wounds. Zilong, have we captured Sun Jian? Zilong suddenly turned to him, his gaze icy. Who told you the person was Sun Jian? Chen Zimo's heart momentarily halted. He suddenly realized that the team had never disclosed who the individual in the vehicle was. Who else could it be but Sun Jian? Recently, he was the only rogue cultist we had apprehended. Chen Zimo responded casually, continuing to assist Gao Lei with his injuries. I thought Sun Jian's identity should not be of great significance. I didn't expect so many people to escort him, or even attempt a jailbreak. Zilong did not detect any suspicion in Chen Zimo and Oppo's expression and countered, why do you believe his identity is not critical? If it were of great importance. Hiwun and Oppo's have been dispatched to my home to retrieve items. Chen Zimo replied nonchalantly, the reason the Aurora cult is reclaiming their belongings is that their stronghold was dismantled. If that had not happened, they likely wouldn't have bothered to search. Perhaps, in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Aurora cult, those resources are as good as refuse. Sun Jian was sent to collect garbage. How high could his status possibly be? I doubt he could even rise to the level of a minor leader in the Aurora cult. Zilong was suddenly struck by the soundness of his reasoning. By the way, he recalled suddenly, Sun Jian mentioned that if he were captured and returned to the Aurora cult, he would become a cleansing agent. Zilong knew all too well what being a cleansing agent entailed. Once cleansed, synchronizers would lose their ability to enter the synchronized world, a punishment only slightly less severe than death. So, Sun Jian has deceived everyone. Chapter 24. The moment of the hunt during the course of this escort. Zilong suddenly realized that this was the escape opportunity he had long awaited, yet he was a moment too late. He was overwhelmed with regret. chastising himself for not discerning the intricately devised trap sooner. Zilong and Amp, Apos, S despondent demeanor finally eased Chen Zimo and Amp, Apos, S anxious heart. He was acutely aware that engaging in a contest of wits with this exceptionally intelligent enhancer required utmost caution, as any misstep could reveal his intentions. As he gently patted the bandaged wound of Gao Lei, he found interacting with this simpleton much more comfortable. At least he didn't have to remain on high alert while conversing. Hey, don't pat my wound. I heal quickly. But that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, Gao Lei complained, grimacing. You brought this upon yourself, Zilong retorted, his annoyance fading as he regained his composure. A hint of just dancing in his eyes as he glared at Gao Lei. Who told you to be the one escorting Sun Jian while suffering from motion sickness? If someone else had been in the vehicle, that guy might not have escaped. Gao Lei bristled at Zilong's words, countering, Do you think I wanted this? If everyone had been shot, I wouldn't have gone in. Observing their quarrel, Chen Zimo couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. When he reported the incident involving blood flow into the river, he had deliberately overlooked Gao Lei. Firstly, Gao Lei was positioned too close to Sun Jian in the escort vehicle, making it difficult to hit him. Secondly, he didn't want Gao Lei to get shot. However, it now seemed that perhaps allowing Gao Lei to sustain some injury would have been a better choice. By the way, Brother Gao Lei, Chen Zimo finally inquired. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, that guy, he shouldn't have been able to defeat you, right? Did you manage to kill him? Gao Lei sighed and shook his head. No, he escaped. The vehicle was shaking too violently for me to stand up. It seemed he had a plan all along. Knowing that both the escort vehicle and our equipment were equipped with tracking devices, shortly after the vehicle started moving, he seized my knife, intending to kill me. Fortunately, my protective gear hindered him. After injuring me and the driver, he jumped out and fled. I chased him for a while, but the wound made it impossible to keep up. Wait, you actually chased him for a while? Chen Zimo was astonished by Gao Lei's tenacity. After removing the protective gear, he could see that Gao Lei had sustained 7 or 8 stab wounds, particularly severe ones behind the joints where the gear provided no protection. A regular person would have either died or been rendered incapacitated for life, yet Gao Lei was still capable of pursuing him. Was the physique of a strength enhancer truly this formidable? Use your brain a bit, will you? Zilong suddenly slapped Gao Lei on the head. He was merely serving as a decoy for you. Chen Zimo suddenly came to this realization, glancing at Zilong before gazing into the distance. Fortunately, the captain and the others have gone. He should find it difficult to escape. Zilong shook his head, a trace of helplessness on his face. If he were alone, he indeed wouldn't be able to flee, but there's a sniper aiding him from the shadows, and our people can't disperse to search for him. Is the sniper really that much of a threat? Chen Zimo questioned, perplexed. The physical capabilities of synchronizers were already extraordinary, not to mention they had protective gear. Could a sniper truly pose a significant danger? Zilong perceived his confusion and explained, synchronizers are indeed powerful, but they are not invincible, especially the lower-tier ones. Without excellent equipment, they struggle against sniper rifles. As he spoke, he picked up the bloodied protective gear and gently tapped the armor. This specially designed federal armor is indeed sturdy, capable of withstanding most firearm attacks. However, when faced with specialized equipment or custom ammunition, it becomes as fragile as paper. Some specialized projectiles can penetrate even tank armor. The sniper posed a significant threat. Without high-level synchronizers present, casualties were likely to occur. Just then, the roar of motorcycles filled the air once more as the captain led the main force back, bringing with him unfortunate news. Sun Jian had escaped. Though Chen Zimo felt a surge of joy, he struggled to maintain an expression of disappointment under the captain and Amp, Apos' gloomy aura until the end of his shift. Li Shoudao was exceedingly furious. The escape of Sun Jian was not the issue. As long as they could retrieve him, everything could be resolved. However, not only had Sun Jian successfully fled, but he had also injured 2 federal synchronizers in the process. Escaping even while surrounded by layers of defenses from the Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau. Inside the office building of the Orderly Land, even within the safest synchronous world, Li Shoudao remained uneasy. Sun Jian's escape was no longer a mere oversight, but an irreparable blunder that he must report to Shangguan Shuzhang. Li Shoudao, you truly are something. Shangguan Xingjing's calm tone, however, stirred a tempest within Li Shoudao's heart. He understood that this stern leader was genuinely enraged this time. Sir, I intended to capture blood flow into the river before reporting, so our department and Amp, Apos, as achievements could be recognized by the higher-ups, he stammered in a feeble explanation. Are the achievements of the department or your achievements? I believe you know the answer, Shangwan Shengzheng replied, his tone slightly paused. Your department was attacked, and the main perpetrator escaped. It is difficult to absolve you of blame. If you fail to handle the aftermath properly, prepare to face federal penalties. Li Shoudao had already steeled himself for reprimand, but upon hearing these words, he almost leaped for joy. Shangwan Shenzheng had been quite clear. As long as he handled the aftermath well, this incident could be brushed aside. He found it puzzling that his superior, who usually reproached them for even minor mistakes, today seemed inclined to absolve him. Was it possible that his recent submission of the clearance strategy had garnered some goodwill? Wait, the clearance strategy. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. It was indeed the clearance strategy. Shangwan Shuzheng was eager to advance in rank and was unwilling to allow any further missteps. Li Shoudao and Amp, Appo's face glowed with enthusiasm. Rest assured, sir, we will make good use of the bait Sun Jian to catch the big fish hidden in the waters of the Aurora cult. Well, having such ambition is commendable. Regardless of success or failure, the remnants of the Aurora cult must not be spared. This matter is entrusted to you to handle with full authority. Proceed swiftly. Shangwan Shuzheng nodded and severed the synchronous connection. On the other side of the city, after finishing dinner, Chen Zimo tidied up the dishes and returned to his room, ready to indulge in a delightful night. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up without warning. He paused for a moment, then opened the messaging app, and as expected, Blood Flow into the River had sent a message. Blood flow into the river. Hunt down Sun Jian. Act immediately. This old woman. Does she treat me like a beast of burden? Chen Zimo dared not voice his grievances aloud, only silently cursing in his heart. Just moments ago, he had helped her extricate Sun Jian from the Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau, and now she was dispatching him on another mission. Even a former Wu Ti dared to treat his slaves in such a manner. Chen Zimo felt he could not refuse, yet he was equally unwilling to reply. He turned off his phone, changed into a fitted dark outfit, donned 2 black masks, and after some thought, grabbed a beanie before stepping outside. Just as he crossed the threshold of his bedroom, the sound of the television from the living room reached his ears. He nearly forgot. His grandmother had poor sleep quality and enjoyed watching television to pass the time, typically staying up late in the living room. Realizing he couldn't use the front door, Chen Zimo pondered briefly before turning back, entering his father's bedroom, closing the door, and opening the window to climb out. This small community had been built long ago. Although the initial prices were low, the developers had not completely sacrificed their integrity, resulting in relatively complete facilities, including air conditioning units on every floor. The sudden expansive view made his legs feel weak as he crouched on the air conditioning unit, attempting to quell his anxiety. Had his father chosen this room for its convenient access? As he climbed out for the first time, did he, too, feel a twinge of trepidation? Taking out his big data analysis glasses, the previously dim night transformed into a brilliant panorama. The enhancement of physical fitness provided him with robust support. Navigating through the orderly array of air conditioning units, he swiftly descended to the ground floor. Gazing at the scenery of the community, he found the familiar nightscape, which he had observed for many years, to be imbued with a peculiar sense of novelty. A powerful thrill inexplicably surged within him. Was this the world his father had perpetually inhabited? It seemed so. A hint of freedom. Why had he not responded just moments before? Amidst his musings, the echo of a river of blood suddenly resonated deep within his mind. This old woman startled me. Does she not realize the answers lie within herself? My lord, Blood Flow, he fabricated calmly. I was overly eager on my first mission, and in my haste to depart, I momentarily forgot. It is best that way. I have already rewritten the community surveillance. You may come and go as you please. He arched an eyebrow. The old woman's ability to infiltrate phones and manipulate surveillance suggested a skill set akin to that of a hacker, a highly valuable asset in this digital age. No wonder Li Shoudao intended to use Sun Jian as bait. Individuals with such capabilities, roaming freely, could significantly impact the Federation. If he possessed such skills, it would facilitate his movements and concealment. I am speaking to you, Midnight Demon. Bloodflow growled. Understood, my lord Bloodflow. Chen Zimo, uninterested in further disputes, offered a terse response and proceeded to the designated meeting place. The park had always been an excellent venue for rendezvous, particularly this semi-wild park nestled between mountains and water, rendering it an ideal location for clandestine meetings. With his heightened senses, Chen Zimo had already overheard numerous couples exchanging sweet nothings along the way. He even caught wind of hushed conversations deemed inappropriate by the Federation, yet were, in reality, widely embraced by the public. Having only seen such interactions on screens, he had never encountered them in reality. He paused, wanting to eavesdrop more closely. Midnight Demon, what are you doing? Blood flow's roar erupted in his mind without warning, prompting Chen Zimo to instinctively cover his ears. This old woman must have never known love. He felt a surge of indignation, forcing himself to disregard the increasingly audacious revelry in the woods. Upon nearing the designated location, however, he halted. Under the dim light, the figure before him was not the cold woman he anticipated, but rather a young girl. She donned a black cartoon t-shirt, snug denim pants that reached her knees, and pristine white sneakers, her neat bangs and shoulder-length hair complemented by a fluffy little handbag, resembling a passing university student. This youthful attire hardly suggested a hunter. If anything, she appeared more like prey. Blood flow, Chen Zimo tentatively called out upon seeing the well-dressed young woman, suspecting he had mistaken her identity. Call me my lord. The icy tone abruptly dispelled the youthful ambience, indicating that the old woman's monthly cycle had yet to conclude. A flash of insight struck him. His gaze dropped to Blood flow's abdomen. It was said that a person often resembled their name. This old woman had such a foul temper. Surely, she did not experience a river of blood every time? The thought was chilling. What are you staring at? I'll gouge your eyes out. Blood flow hissed. Where shall we hunt for Sun Jian? Chen Zimo diverted his gaze. Where is your honorific? She retorted. What? I need to use honorifics? Are you a drifter from a foreign land, clinging so tightly to ancestral customs? He sighed. My lord Bloodflow, where are we to hunt for Sun Jian? Can you track him? Sun Jian was not so foolish. All portable smart devices produced by the Federation had tracking capabilities, and he would not utilize them. What should we do then? The waters are vast. Running about might not yield results. No need to search. He will come to us. Here? Chen Zimo surveyed his surroundings, not wishing for Sun Jian to spot him. Do not worry, he has not yet arrived. Bloodflow shifted her handbag in front of her. Chen Zimo noticed the white, fluffy material adorned with a shimmering blue line, depicting a cartoon cat. The cat and Appo's outline extended to the edges of the bag, culminating in two metal ears shaped like triangles. The cat and Appo's ears could be manipulated, serving as the bag and Appo's closure. In the next moment, Bloodflow extracted a handgun from within. Chen Zimo. Indeed. Everything adorable conceals darkness beneath. Who could have anticipated a gun hidden within the belly of a cat? This was his first close encounter with a firearm, and he could not help but examine it, feeling the weight of explosive potential in this metallic creation. The handgun was aesthetically pleasing. Yet he noticed another detail. The surface finish was a matte blue. The park and Appo's dim lighting obscured the firearm and Appo's full form. Had they been closer, he might have struggled to discern its true nature. Bloodflow retrieved a rectangular suppressor from the bag and affixed it, then produced two knives, tossing one to Chen Zimo before speaking. At the Bureau of Anomalous Energy Investigation, I arranged a meeting place with him. Chen Zimo regarded her with skepticism, questioning whether she was truly awake. Sun Jian was no fool. Just because she had set a meeting did not guarantee his appearance. He could easily evade capture. He will come. Bloodflow deciphered Chen Zimo's doubts. Sun Jian was unaware of your affiliation with Aurora. He would merely perceive this as a routine rescue operation. I have not raised any suspicions about him. Moreover, he has another compelling reason to attend. What is that? Chen Zimo inquired. Bloodflow racked the slide of the gun, a crisp click echoing as a bullet chambered, her gaze emanating a lethal intent. He swallowed hard, hastily asking, My lord Bloodflow, what is that reason? The Aurora cult will never tolerate any form of betrayal. Should I learn of his treachery against Aurora, death will become a luxury for him. To survive, killing me is his only option. Chapter 25. The night of the killing, Chen Zimo could not comprehend the twisted thoughts that lingered in the minds of these sinister individuals. He found himself with a headache after a day spent playing competitive games. How could these people, who seemingly thrived on violence, not find it exhausting? Yet, in the matter of eliminating Sun Jian, their opinions aligned perfectly. This man was a potential threat, and his demise would be for the best. He drew the blade from its sheath, examining it closely. Such weapons were strictly regulated within the Federation, and any deviation from the standard dimensions could lead to legal repercussions, even if one intended to keep it as a collectible. The most lethal bone-cutting knife he had ever seen had only been in his grandmother's possession, much like a handgun. The blade was coated in a matte blue finish, yet it was evident that this particular piece was a substandard product. It was a single cast, and the edge bore the scars of rough sharpening. A mere touch with his finger peeled away just a thin layer. What nonsense! You wield a handgun, yet you offer me a blade that can barely slice through flesh. Instantly losing interest, Chen Zimo sheathed the knife and tucked it into his pocket, deciding it would make a fine ornament at home. Master Bloodflow, are we merely going to wait here? Of course not. Sun Jian is an agile enhanced synchronizer. In a direct confrontation, neither of us stands a chance against him. Only by ambushing him do we stand a chance of eliminating him. Without protective gear, 10 of you would not suffice in a fight. A single encounter with him could spell your end. Is he really that formidable? Chen Zimo marveled. Since becoming a synchronizer, his physique had greatly improved. He had tested his strength at home and could easily lift a single bed. His speed had also seen significant enhancement, allowing him to engage 3 ordinary individuals without sustaining injury. Was he really incapable of withstanding a single strike from Sun Jian? Sun Jian is a level 2 synchronizer. Besides the advantages of his level, he has awakened an ability that can ensnare others in illusions. When fighting him, do not look into his eyes. Oh? Chen Zimo shot Bloodflow a surprised glance. He was not astonished by Sun Jian's ability. He had long been aware of the illusions cast through eye contact. Rather, he pondered the previous conversations, realizing he might avoid directly questioning her. Contemplating his thoughts aloud, he mused, so his ability is released through his eyes. No wonder I experienced an illusion after looking into them. Unaware of his inner dialogue, Bloodflow continued. This ability is less effective against synchronizers and may even fail against higher-level synchronizers. Her failure to notice his musings excited Chen Zimo. It seemed that eliminating Sun Jian would not be a simple task. Perhaps setting a trap would be their best recourse. What is wrong with you? Why do you keep talking to yourself? Bloodflow rolled her eyes. Did you think we arrived at the park this early for no reason? Early? Chen Zimo glanced at the fading light on the horizon. It was only just nightfall, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Bloodflow nodded. I have an appointment with Sun Jian for tomorrow morning. Damn. If anyone has a problem, it and Oppos. SU. Why summon me here tonight, if we are meeting tomorrow morning? Am I your delivery boy? Put in a little effort tonight, and I will grant you a holiday after we take care of Sun Jian. Another arduous task, pairing the old woman with Li Shoudao, would surely be a match made in hell. With such authority, why was she still entangled with the dark paths, when she could easily rise to a captain within the Federation? Master Bloodflow. Since you have disclosed the meeting location to Sun Jian, One and Oppos, T lie and wait for us nearby? Ever since Chen Zimo learned that Sun Jian could easily take down 10 of him, he had become increasingly paranoid. Do not worry. I am quite pleased with your prudence. The location I agreed upon with him is far from here. He will only discover our current meeting place after arriving at the designated spot. As a wanted criminal, he cannot afford to travel by vehicle. Even if he were to run at full speed, he would require considerable time to return. We have at least an hour to set the trap. Bloodflow and Oppos, as caution was reassuring to Chen Zimo. He had informed her late, and upon receiving the message, she had almost immediately rushed to ambush the anomalous Energy Investigation Bureau. She would need to regroup with him afterward, leaving little time for preparation. The plan to lure Sun Jian had undoubtedly been devised prior to the ambush. To orchestrate such a meticulous plan in such a short span of time was a testament to the cunning of those who had hidden beneath the Federation and Oppos' gaze for so long. In certain aspects, he truly needed to learn from Bloodflow. Only then could he better conceal his identity as a double agent within the Federation. After finishing her explanation, Bloodflow retrieved 2 bundles of fine thread, a bottle of spray, a strangely shaped firearm, and 3 foldable drones from her satchel. Chen Zimo was taken aback. Is your bag from Doraemon? Just how large is it inside? Bloodflow first sprayed both of them with the aerosol. This is an insect repellent. It is effective for 6 hours. She even considered mosquitoes. For the first time, Chen Zimo found her somewhat agreeable. The enhanced agility of synchronizers grants them superior hearing, allowing them to detect large gatherings of mosquitoes from a distance. If you expose our ambush by swatting at them, I will kill you. Fine, he had been overly cautious. It was clear that the old woman lacked any semblance of concern. Bloodflow held up a length of thread. This is a tripwire. Its diameter is only half that of a hair, yet it possesses great strength. When taut and wrapped around trees, it can thwart close-range ambushes by synchronizers. Once set, remember the position of the wire. Without protective gear, a swift movement could make it sharper than a blade. She thrust the tripwire and the peculiar firearm into his arms. This is an electromagnetic gun, effective at a distance of 20 meters. It fires a bullet attached to a wire after firing. Pressing the trigger again will release a continuous electric current. This weapon can only be fired once. You will lie in wait here, Remember to aim carefully before shooting. Now, go. With that, she launched a drone into the night sky. These little devices served as her eyes. As the drone ascended into the darkness, Blood Flow concealed herself among the treetops across from him. Chen Zimo gazed upward in the direction from which the drone had departed. The last rays of the setting sun had faded, replaced by a night sky adorned with brilliant stars, a sight both magnificent and enchanting. Yet, this beautiful scene evoked a complex array of emotions within Chen Zimo, who found himself spending his first night away from home. The good news was that he was away from home, accompanied by a charming young lady. The bad news was that the girl was anything but charming, and the purpose of this night away was to lead him into murder. The worst news was that he was merely bait in this deadly game. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to a sleepless night, encircling the trees with tripwires to establish a defense. Under the same starry sky, Sun Jian retracted his gaze from the distance. Ah, Blood Flow, you dare to evade me. When I find you, I shall make you suffer. Though filled with rage, Sun Jian did not dwell on it. They had long been evading the Federation's scrutiny, and changing the meeting location on the fly had become routine. He crushed the drone, collected the written remnants, and discarded them in a roadside trash bin as he hurried toward the park. Chapter 26. Loss of Opportunity. Sun Jian moved swiftly through the night, like an animated shadow. He was well acquainted with the Federation's methods for dealing with heretical sects. They often disseminated false intelligence about the sects, publicizing the capture of their members and claiming they had defected to the Federation. The heretics dared not dismiss this entirely, yet they also did not fully believe it, opting for a cursory investigation of these members. This instance would likely be no exception. The bait plan targeted only Blood Flow into the river, and once the Federation released its announcement, she would undoubtedly notice certain details. Once reported to headquarters, the scrutiny on Sun Jian would be intense. He had to hasten. Only by eliminating Blood Flow into the river before the Federation disseminated its information could he hope to return to the Aurora sect. The outline of the park emerged in the distance. Sun Jian evaded the cameras, leapt over the railing, and plunged into the shadows. He needed no elaborate concealment. His heightened agility rendered him as nimble as a monkey, and the towering trees and dense underbrush of the park provided the perfect cover. Something was amiss. Upon arriving near the meeting point, he sensed an unsettling stillness. Even the chirping of insects was conspicuously absent. Sun Jian halted, concealed among the leaves, and observed quietly. "Wake up, he's here." The voice of Blood Flow into the river echoed in his mind, startling Chen Zimo, who was resting against a tree. He hurriedly raised his stun gun. Sun Jian was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered, and he needed to be on high alert. "Don't move. At his speed, he is nearing us, but the drone has only captured his entrance into the park. He may have sensed something amiss and is hiding nearby." Blood Flow into the river's words sent a chill down Chen Zimo's spine, as if a predatory beast lay concealed in the shadows, fixated on him. He quickly donned his data analysis glasses and activated low-light mode, scanning the surroundings. "I can't find him." With the aid of the glasses, the night became as clear as day, yet he still could not locate Sun Jian. The environment was far too complex. Chen Zimo cursed inwardly, wondering why the old woman chose to meet in a park, surrounded by trees and grass. Visibility scarcely reached 10 meters. Wouldn't a golf course have sufficed? Create some noise to draw him out. Go check on Sun Jian's status. Blood Flow into the river commanded within his mind. "Do I have to?" Chen Zimo reluctantly rose. "Why do I have to do all the dirty work?" No wonder Sun Jian chose to side with the Federation. With such treatment, even a stone would not stay put under you. Before he could steady himself, a shadow darted through the foliage, and two glimmering objects flew from the darkness, one heading straight for his face. "My goodness!" Chen Zimo instinctively turned his head as a steel needle, slender as a chopstick, grazed his hair and embedded itself into the tree trunk. Dodged it. Sun Jian's pupils constricted. His throwing knife, though not as swift as a bullet, should have been unavoidable for a second-level synchronizer like Blood Flow into the river. Yet Chen Zimo, who had barely just awakened, managed to evade it. Perhaps it was merely luck. Even if Chen Zimo had fortuitously passed the first synchronized world, his lack of experience prevented him from leveling up without enhanced attributes. He remained no different from an ordinary person. Once Blood Flow into the river dealt with him, she could eliminate him at will. Sun Jian did not dwell on such thoughts and charged at Blood Flow into the river, for she posed the greatest threat. Blood Flow into the river's arm was struck by the steel needle. Unlike a bullet, a cold weapon inflicted piercing damage, and the knife embedded deeply into the bone, rendering any slight movement a torturous ordeal. With her left hand occupied by the gun, her accuracy plummeted, and Sun Jian's erratic movements made aiming increasingly difficult. The crisp sounds of misfired bullets filled the air. This was the situation blood flow into the river dreaded most. She immediately discarded her handgun and drew a short knife, preparing to confront him while quickly retreating, seeking advantageous terrain. Sun Jian chuckled to himself. Without her firearms, blood flow into the river, as an intelligence-based enhancer, was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Everything transpired rapidly. Chen Zimo, shaken from the shock of the steel needle, witnessed Sun Jian charging forward. Without time to think, he raised his stun gun and pulled the trigger. This was his first time firing a weapon, and in his haste, his shot was wildly off target. The projectile from the stun gun zipped past Sun Jian and struck a tree across the way. "You fool." Blood flow into the river seethed in frustration. Now, she had lost even her sole chance to turn the tide. Chapter 27. Betrayal. However, she did not anticipate that after Chen Zimo fired his weapon, Sun Jian, in the midst of his frantic escape, would suddenly stumble, his calf violently torn open by a large wound. Was it a tripwire? The characteristics of that wound were unmistakable, resembling a cut from a tripwire, yet it was incomprehensible. They had not set any tripwires in this vicinity. Sun Jian and Appo's face mirrored his horror. He had just passed through this area, and yet a tripwire appeared, just as he was about to tear away the tripwire ensnaring his leg. Chen Zimo abruptly squeezed the trigger, unleashing the full power of the electric gun and amp. Appo's stored charge. ZZZZT. Sun Jian convulsed violently. It was then that he comprehended the truth. The tripwire had been affixed to the bullet of the electric gun. This was Chen Zimo's makeshift strategy. He was all too aware of his shooting skills. Hitting a stationary target was already a challenge, let alone a moving one. Faced with no other choice, he devised this plan. The electric gun could not kill a synchronizer, and as blood flow surged forward to deliver a finishing blow, Sun Jian feigned unconsciousness, his eyes suddenly snapping open to gaze upon the newcomer. Illusion successfully activated. Blood flow perceived Sun Jian still convulsing in place. Such a prime opportunity could not be squandered. She lunged forward, aiming to deliver a fatal strike to the back of his neck. However, before she could bring her blade down, Sun Jian surged up, his limbs propelling him forward like a wild beast, a steel needle aimed directly at her throat. Chen Zimo could not allow him to succeed. He forcefully pulled back on the electric gun. Sun Jian and Appo's focus was entirely consumed by the enemy before him, nearly causing him to forget the tripwire still ensnaring his leg. With that sudden jerk, his movements became distorted, and the steel needle missed her throat, instead embedding itself in her shoulder. Blood flow cried out in pain, breaking free from the illusion, and swiftly dodged to the side. Sun Jian, in a frantic motion, shifted the steel needle, tearing her shoulder apart, and blood gushed forth. In a fit of fury, blood flow retaliated. Despite being severely injured from 2 strikes, she knew that prolonging the confrontation would only benefit Sun Jian. Ignoring the wound on her shoulder, she thrust her blade into Sun Jian and Appo's back. He let out a muffled grunt and lunged forward to create distance. Filled with frustration for failing to eliminate blood flow, the gaping wound on her shoulder appeared grave, but it was not life-threatening. With blood flow's level 2 synchronizer physique, she could staunch the bleeding within minutes. Conversely, the dagger lodged in his back was in a precarious position, leaving him unable to extract it on his own. The tripwire had severed some bone in his leg, impairing his agility, and the dagger and bullet within his body made every movement a source of pain. If his opponent had only been blood flow, he might have risked a fight, but with Chen Zimo involved, it was futile. He felt a surge of retreat. Damn it, this brat has thwarted me twice. If I ever catch you, I swear I'll flay your skin. After venting his frustrations, he grimaced in pain and quickly severed the tripwire from his leg, vanishing into the dense forest. Chase, blood flow commanded. With his current condition, what was the point of pursuing? Would he merely be offering his head? Chen Zimo pretended not to hear, brandishing his knife in anticipation of an imminent attack. Night Demon, I command you to pursue Sun Jian. I want and Appo's. Go. If you want to chase, do it yourself, Chen Zimo replied lazily. Fine, if you refuse to chase, I have my ways to make you. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo instinctively covered his head and leaned against a nearby tree. Isn't it just reciting a spell? Go ahead. The more you recite, the less inclined I am to go. Just as he prepared to confront blood flow with unwavering resolve, he heard her call out. Sun Jian, the ones I care for most are my grandparents. If you kill them, I swear by the Aurora, I will let you go today. With that, she cast a haughty glance at the young man beside her, as if to say, whether your grandparents survive today depends entirely on you. Damn, are you all insane? Chen Zimo exploded, his outburst not a reflection of his character, but rather an expression of his anger at having his limits tested. The flames of rage ignited within him. Contorting his expression into that of a ferocious wolf, the blade of his dagger aimed squarely at Bloodflow. His life was but a worthless thread. And with the remnants of his sanity intact, he had no idea how many years he could survive. Bloodflow's torment was one thing, but daring to implicate his grandparents was another. She was the first he would eliminate. Bloodflow, startled by his ferocity, stumbled back a step, caught off guard. This was a common tactic of the Aurora, yet she had not anticipated such an intense reaction from the young man. Just as she deliberated her next move, Sun Jian and Appo's voice resonated from the depths of the forest. Night Demon? It and Appo's indeed a fine name. I saw you at the Anomalous Bureau. You were the insider during the ambush, weren't you? Haha, well done. Those fools in the Federation deserved a wake-up call long ago. Sun Jian shifted his position, ensuring neither could pinpoint his location, and continued, rest assured, I despise killing, especially ordinary people. I have no interest in your family. Why not strike a bargain? If you eliminate that woman, you and I can coexist peacefully. Furthermore, I can keep your undercover status in the Federation a secret. How does that sound for a mutually beneficial arrangement? A glint of malice flickered in Chen Zimo and Appo's eyes. Had this been a few days prior, Sun Jian might have truly deceived him. However, after traversing the realm of synchronization, he had come to understand that lies, suspicion, and distrust were the norms among synchronizers. Once he began to view matters through a lens of skepticism, he quickly identified the flaws in Sun Jian's plan. The proposition of concealing his identity as a traitor sounded appealing, yet upon closer reflection, it became clear that the authority over such concealment rested solely with Sun Jian. Should he allow Sun Jian to escape, this help could easily transform into a leverage against him, akin to what Bloodflow was currently attempting. Chen Zimo's contemplation caused Bloodflow to panic. She feared he might genuinely acquiesce. Night Demon, he is deceiving you. I retract my previous statement. If you kill Sun Jian, I will give you the antidote. Sun Jian, unwilling to back down, retorted, Night Demon, the antidote is not a rare commodity within the organization. I can obtain it just as easily without her. Besides, I can provide you with another piece of intelligence. What intelligence? Chen Zimo inquired, intrigued. I cannot divulge it just yet, but I can assure you it pertains to your father. Night Demon, my standing within the Aurora is higher than Sun Jian's. I know more about your father's situation. Bloodflow was growing desperate. Sun Jian continued to raise the stakes. As long as you eliminate her, I will also provide you with an item. What item? A pair of shoes that enhances the user's speed. Bloodflow interjected hastily, he is deceiving you. He doesn't and Appo's possess such an item. Chen Zimo smirked, do not presume to know. Items can be stored in an inventory. How do you know he doesn't and Appo's have it? Bloodflow fell silent. Items were acquired in the realm of synchronization, and unless Sun Jian revealed them, she had no way of knowing what he possessed. Don't listen to him. I can also offer you an item. Before she could finish her sentence, a dagger pierced her chest. You traitor. Bloodflow gasped, struggling briefly before succumbing to stillness. Chapter 28. Solo Battle Haha. Splendid killing. Sun Jian exclaimed, witnessing the blood flow like a river. What about my tools? Chen Zimo inquired. They will be provided, but first, sever her head. I must confirm her demise. I'm merely a newly awakened synchronizer. I haven't even killed a fish. I cannot undertake such a task. You do it yourself. Just give me the tools first. Chen Zimo stepped back, distancing himself from the pool of blood. Very well. Sun Jian shrugged, acutely aware that killing was one matter, while beheading was entirely another, without formidable psychological resilience. Such tasks were arduous. He removed his shoes and hurled them toward Chen Zimo. The gear from the Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau is too conspicuous. I needed something to camouflage myself, so I swiftly acquired this outfit. These shoes were taken from a mall. Chen Zimo gazed at the prominent swoosh on the side of the sneakers, his lips twitching. Was Sun Jian attempting to fool him? Who in the synchronized world would possess branded goods? Noticing Chen Zimo's expression, Sun Jian clarified, these shoes have a unique function. They not only enhance the user's speed, but can also alter their appearance. If you dislike their current form, feel free to change them. Skeptical. Chen Zimo approached the sneakers, but just as he bent down to pick them up, a steel needle shot toward the back of his head. I knew it. Chen Zimo had never trusted Sun Jian. Practitioners of the dark arts seldom spoke the truth. Attack! He shouted, rolling away from the steel needle and Appo's trajectory. with her body pierced. Blood flow like a river opened her eyes wide and immediately launched the concealed Luro triangle, which resembled two cat ears from a small handbag. She realized Chen Zimo's intent even as the blade pierced her abdomen, not directly into her heart, but at an angle that, combined with the dim light, made it appear as though it had struck her heart. Their collaboration successfully bewildered Sun Jian, granting blood flow like a river the opportunity to counterattack. The cat ears were honed to a razor and amp, Oppos, S-edge, and their trajectory shimmered with reflected light, focused solely on ambushing Chen Zimo. Sun Jian failed to notice blood flow like a river and Oppos, S unusual state until the whistling wind drew near. By then, it was too late to evade. In a moment of haste, Chen Zimo observed Sun Jian halt abruptly, clutching his abdomen as he retreated into the dense forest. Quick, pursue him. Don't let him have a moment to retrieve his hidden weapon. Blood flow like a river urged, understanding that now was not the time for quarrels. Chen Zimo advanced to retrieve the short blade and followed into the woods. With the naked eye, it was challenging to discern the blood droplets on the ground amidst the darkness. However, equipped with data analysis glasses, Chen Zimo could clearly track Sun Jian and Oppos' movements. As the droplets diminished, he realized he might lose the trail. Although Sun Jian had not extracted the cat ears, his robust physique would allow him to staunch the bleeding soon. The vast park would make it difficult to locate him without the blood trail. Chen Zimo activated the data analysis feature, and to his surprise, he discovered that the glasses could indeed identify blood. Fresh blood and footprints detected, more than 3 blood data points and footprints identified. Big data analysis can be activated to ascertain the injured entity and amp, Oppos, as probable direction. Was big data analysis capable of such? Initiate the analysis immediately, Chen Zimo exclaimed, thrilled by this newfound functionality. Data analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Route marked. A red line promptly appeared on the ground, directing him deeper into the woods. How is this kid keeping up with me? Sun Jian pondered, startled by the sounds trailing closely behind him. In the pitch darkness, he struggled to navigate, yet Chen Zimo somehow managed to pursue him. Was he a dog, tracking by scent? Abruptly halting, Sun Jian pressed his hand against his abdomen, grimacing in pain. His vigorous movements exacerbated the damage from the cat ears within him. I can't keep running like this. He climbed a tall tree, letting some blood drip onto the ground below to create a rudimentary diversion. Then swung to another branch to conceal himself. He had to eliminate Chen Zimo swiftly, only then could he retrieve his hidden weapon, with the red line guiding him. Tracking Sun Jian became significantly easier, and Chen Zimo soon arrived at the base of the tall tree. The red line vanished ahead. Had he hidden in that tree? He refrained from approaching. With the data analysis glasses, he could activate the telescope mode for observation at any moment. The combination of low-light mode and 5-fold magnification rendered the tree and amp, Oppos, as texture distinctly visible. As Chen Zimo scrutinized the tree, he failed to notice a concealed figure stealthily moving above him. Die. Sun Jian lunged down, aiming the steel needle at the back of Chen Zimo and amp, Oppos' head. This was his final hidden weapon, and with Chen Zimo evading the projectiles consecutively, Sun Jian found his lethal intent thwarted. Sun Jian's speed was formidable. By the time Chen Zimo sensed the motion, the needle had already grazed his skin. Under such an onslaught, any ordinary person would have no chance to react. Yet, Sun Jian overlooked a critical detail. Chen Zimo was not traversing an ordinary synchronized world, but had transcended into the S-level world of the Happiness Hospital. A wealth of experience propelled him to level 1, and the upgrade conferred upon him qualities and perceptual abilities that surpassed those of ordinary humans. At the moment the needle pricked his skin, Chen Zimo and amp, Oppos' body reacted instinctively, his hair standing on end as he dodged unconsciously. With a sickening sound of steel penetrating flesh, the long needle pierced his shoulder, emerging beneath his collarbone, nearly causing him to lose consciousness from the pain. I cannot allow Sun Jian to wield a weapon any longer. Even injured, facing a level 2 synchronizer armed with a weapon would spell disaster for me. Ignoring the pain, Chen Zimo grasped the front end of the steel needle, attempting to wrest it from Sun Jian and Oppos' grip. Yet, the needle was slick with blood, rendering it difficult to secure. He managed to grasp the needle, but was unable to overpower Sun Jian. Feeling a void in his shoulder, he realized the needle had vanished from his grasp. Die! Sun Jian, straddling him, lunged again. Chen Zimo, refusing to allow him the upper hand, rolled onto the ground, employing a clumsy but effective technique, sending Sun Jian tumbling away. Sun Jian, regaining his balance midair, adjusted his posture and, upon landing, propelled himself toward Chen Zimo like a fierce tiger. How swift! Before Chen Zimo could rise, he saw a shadow pounce toward him. Alarmed, he quickly lowered his head, shielding his neck and heart with his arms. However, Sun Jian's target was not the vital points. Instead, he thrust the steel needle forward, piercing Chen Zimo's forearm and pinning his hand to his shoulder, effortlessly disarming him of the short blade. No wonder you could evade my projectiles. You've reached level 1. Through the sensation of the needle penetrating, Sun Jian quickly deduced that Chen Zimo had attained level 1 synchronizer status. He lamented. To ascend a level within a single world is remarkable. If you maintain such strength, you might ascend to high ranks within the Federation. Had you cooperated earlier, I might have spared your life. What a pity. With that, Sun Jian raised the short blade, poised to slice through Chen Zimo and Apos' throat. Chapter 29. Night Demon. A peculiar incident unfolded as Sun Jian found himself unable to initiate any form of attack, no matter how fervently he commanded his limbs, as if he were paralyzed. Prior to tracking Sun Jian, Chen Zimo had prepared a tranquilizer, intentionally allowing Sun Jian to pierce him during the defensive maneuver to seize the opportunity to administer the sedative. What have you done to me? Sun Jian exclaimed, a mixture of confusion and anger flooding his thoughts. Nothing much, merely administered a tranquilizer. It will wear off shortly, Chen Zimo replied coolly. Typically, medical sedatives would not affect him. The only means of subduing him was through specialized tools. A tempest of realization surged within Sun Jian. This young man possessed a controlling artifact. Wait, we can negotiate. Just let me go. Sun Jian and Apos' plea was abruptly cut short as his weapon was wrenched from his grasp. The tranquilizer's effects would last no longer than 12 seconds, and Chen Zimo had no intention of becoming a victim of excessive verbosity. A chill enveloped Sun Jian's neck, and he suddenly found himself gasping for breath. Amidst the hissing sound of escaping air, countless dark droplets of blood erupted forth, transforming the forest into a rain of rust-colored droplets. Ugh! Chen Zimo, standing opposite Sun Jian, was splattered with blood, his entire being drenched in the metallic scent that compelled him to retch violently. It was utterly revolting. On television, a throat slashing seemed instantaneous, yet here he was, surrounded by a veritable sea of blood. Once he regained composure, Chen Zimo retracted the tranquilizer and his data analysis glasses, hastening toward the pool of blood. Has Sun Jian fled? As the blood congealed, the wounds began to heal, and blood flow river. Observing Chen Zimo and Apos' blood-soaked appearance, held a gun defensively. He is dead. Remember your promise regarding the antidote. A brow raised, blood flow river queried. You killed him? Who else? You did it? Chen Zimo snapped, his patience wearing thin, unwilling to indulge in a power struggle. Mind your words, Midnight Demon, blood flow river countered, gripping her weapon tightly. Do not forget that I saved you. With a tight grip on her pistol, she commanded, take me to see Sun Jian and Apos' corpse. A sardonic smile crept across Chen Zimo and Apos' face, acknowledging the deceitful nature of these rogue practitioners, living in a world devoid of trust. He allowed the gun to remain trained on him as he strode deeper into the woods. The lingering scent of blood grew more oppressive, unsettling blood flow river. The intensity of the odor suggested that such a volume of blood could only be obtained by draining a person entirely. As they traversed further, the stench became nearly suffocating. Ahead, amidst a patch of blackened earth, a dark silhouette lay motionless. With a click, blood flow river aimed her weapon at the shadowy figure. And as the firing pin struck the primer with a sharp crack, Sun Jian's body shifted slightly under the impact of the bullet. Lift him up. I wish to see his face, she ordered. Chen Zimo sighed in exasperation. Had he known it would be such a hassle, he would have preferred to sever Sun Jian's head for easier transport. He paused, reflecting on why such thoughts had crossed his mind, suspecting the influence of these rogue practitioners. Shaking his head to dispel the creeping madness, he approached Sun Jian, silently wishing for this ordeal to end swiftly. After an entire night of watch, dawn broke. At last, Blood Flow River could discern the nature of the dark stains, the blood scattered across every inch of ground within a 5-meter radius. As Chen Zimo advanced, the rising sun cast golden rays upon the grass. The still wet blood on his body refracted the morning light, enveloping Blood Flow River and Apos' gaze in a cloak of scarlet, shimmering with golden hues. The sight was almost divine, leading her to feel that Chen Zimo was not approaching Sun Jian's lifeless form, but rather a sanctum of coronation. Gently, Chen Zimo propped up Sun Jian and Apos' corpse, twisting his head to face them. Behold, I have slain Sun Jian. Are you satisfied? Blood Flow River instinctively nodded. Parting ways. Chen Zimo evaded surveillance and swiftly made his way to the opposite end of the park, where he washed away the bloodstains in the river. What bad luck. My clothes are ruined. It seems I must remember to carry laundry detergent in the future. The blood on his skin washed away effortlessly. Yet the stains on his garment proved stubborn. After a few more attempts, he resigned himself. His monthly salary was substantial enough that the cost of a new shirt was negligible. Shedding his soiled attire, he tied it to a stone and cast it into the river, jogging along the riverside path back home. It was the height of summer, surely. It was reasonable for a young man to exercise shirtless at dawn. Upon returning home through the window, he paused outside his parents' and Appo's bedroom, listening intently. Satisfied that his grandparents had not yet risen, he gently opened the door and tiptoed out. Once safely in his own room, he sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and collapsed onto his bed. This was truly inconvenient. Returning home proved more exhausting than battling Sun Jian. Perhaps he could suggest to his grandmother that he switch bedrooms? Lying on his bed, he scrolled through his phone until he heard commotion coming from the kitchen. Feigning sleep as he opened his door. After breakfast, he quickly indulged in a brief nap, knowing he had to report to the Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau after lunch. Each day was indeed fulfilling. Chen Zimo angrily tossed aside the toothpick in his hand. No wonder I often hear news reports of people collapsing and dying from prolonged work hours. At this rate, I want to need to work long before I become an active member of the Sudden Death Brigade. Upon entering the Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Everyone was absorbed in their tasks. Even Gao Lei wore a grave expression as he scribbled notes. Brother Lei, what's going on today? Are you drafting a report? Come. Sit quickly, Gao Lei urged, pulling him down beside him. As Chen Zimo glanced at Gao Lei and Appo's notes, he observed an array of meticulously drawn circles filling the pages. Brother Lei, is this casual attitude truly acceptable? The captain will surely reprimand you. Gao Lei hushed him, gesturing for silence. I am not being negligent. This is a task assigned by Zilong. I must complete it by the end of the day. Zilong assigned you this? Chen Zimo was taken aback. Zilong was not the type to be idle. Yes, because the captain is in a foul mood and I fear provoking him. Is it related to the attack on the bureau yesterday? Chen Zimo understood. Anyone in the captain's shoes would be displeased under such circumstances. There may be some truth to that, but Zilong mentioned it was primarily due to another reason. A high-ranking leader from the Aurora cult came to negotiate. A leader? Indeed. This individual holds significant rank. Last night, he killed a level 2 synchronizer in the park with a single strike. The scene was horrifically bloody. Yet he left no trace behind, as if he were a phantom. Thus, I have assigned him the codename Night Demon. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Zimo. The level 2 synchronizer you mentioned. It wouldn't happen to be Sun Jian, would it? Gao Lei was taken aback. How did you know? Chapter 30. The Inverted Mischief Maker. How could I be unaware that it was I who slayed Sun Jian? And what is this ghastly moniker, Night Demon? Did you consider my feelings when you devised such a name? Am I truly that formidable? It was merely a single strike that felled Sun Jian. A single blow nearly claimed my life. Gao Lei is indeed underappreciated if he does not pursue storytelling. Chen Zimo whispered to Gao Lei. The only person capable of inciting the captain to compel the entire team to write reports must be the Zisson sword technique. Indeed, Gao Lei nodded. I heard from Zilong that even if the Zisson sword technique were to flee, it would not matter much. Your submission of the strategy is a significant contribution. He would merely be an afterthought. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arise, the captain will surely be reassigned, but now that he is dead, isn't death preferable? It is certainly better than fleeing, Chen Zimo mused, pondering that inflicting harm to 10 fingers is not as grievous as losing one. With Sun Jian and Appo's demise, it could be seen as a reduction in the ranks of the Aurora sect. Indeed, it is better than fleeing. Gao Lei scratched his head, seemingly expending considerable mental energy to elucidate this matter. But you see, with the Zisson sword technique gone, we now have a Night Demon. Chen Zimo understood his implication. Gao Lei was suggesting that the demise of a minor character had been supplanted by the emergence of a formidable antagonist. He sighed internally. Rest assured, your worries are unfounded. I'm not even worthy of being classified as a red-named elite monster. To be considered a boss is a gross exaggeration of my capabilities. One can only imagine the captain's reaction upon discovering that the Night Demon they fear is merely a novice who has completed a single synchronized world. Perhaps he would take it upon himself to personally sever my head. Chen Zimo shook his head with a bitter smile. The burden of being a double agent weighed heavily upon him. He must devise a plan to extricate himself swiftly. When will these trying days come to an end? I sincerely hope the captain can be reassigned soon. Gao Lei grumbled as he doodled circles. How long have we been stationed in this division? Chen Zimo queried. intrigued to find that everyone seemed aware of the captain and Apos' desire to leave. Not entirely clear, but it has been several years, Gao contemplated. Since I joined the division, he has been captain, so it should be about 4 years now. What level is the captain? He instinctively inquired. Level 3. He is the highest ranked in the division. Is that so low? For years and only level 3? One cannot even gain a level per year? Low? Gao looked at him quizzically. Oh, I almost forgot. Your first synchronized world was Happiness Hospital, where experiences in ordinary worlds are not abundant. My highest achievement was in a B-grade world, yielding a 15 experience reward. Most of the worlds I've entered are C-grade. I have only entered a B-grade world once. They all say I am fortunate, but I feel otherwise. Leveling up is painfully slow. What a remarkable mischief maker you are. Is there a difficulty and entry probability for synchronized worlds? Did you not consult the database? Oh right, I forgot you just arrived 2 days ago. Gao continued. The difficulty of synchronized worlds typically corresponds with their entry probabilities. C-grade worlds have a 70 completion rate, and when entering a synchronized world, there is also a 70 chance of selecting a C-grade. Chen Zimo encountered another knowledge gap and mentally noted it before asking. What is the experience gained from completing a C-grade world? About 5 to 8, Gao replied. It is indeed somewhat low. He clicked his tongue. This was not merely low but rather pitifully scant. No wonder leveling up was so sluggish. Completing a C-grade world requires multiple attempts to accumulate 100. However, Gao and Apos' luck was indeed remarkable, consistently achieving a 70 selection rate. It is worth noting that the completion rate for B-grade worlds is less than half, implying that more than half of those who enter do not emerge. Brother Lei, C-grade worlds are not so bad. At least they are safe, Chen Zimo offered in consolation. Gao scoffed. Of course they are safe. C-grade worlds are inherently not difficult. Anyone who studies the strategies can complete them. Within the Federation, no one has perished in a C-grade world. Then why is its completion rate only 70? That figure accounts for casualties incurred during initial explorations. It records the probability of completing a world without a strategy, Gao explained. This statement bore a certain finality. And Chen Zimo was taken aback by the astuteness of this seemingly rough individual. Setting aside other considerations, Gao merited commendation for articulating such a profound thought. Brother Lei, you are quite knowledgeable, he praised without reservation. It was all Zilong's teachings, Gao chuckled, scratching his head. No wonder. I had a feeling you could not possibly utter such sophisticated remarks. By the way, Brother Lei, is it possible to ascertain when we will enter the synchronized world next? Chen Zimo was keenly interested in this matter. There is no way to know. Gao shook his head. The timing of synchronized worlds is unpredictable. Some appear after a few days, while others may take months. However, I can say one thing with certainty. What? He was intrigued, knowing that there could not be many certainties in this world which Gao might assert. You will definitely not re-enter an S-grade world next time. Chen Zimo was astonished. How do you know? Gao raised a finger and shook his head. This was informed to me by Zilong. The number of high-difficulty worlds is limited, and their occurrence is rare. To date, no one in the Federation has entered the same difficulty level twice. Then I shall hold you to your word. If given the choice, I too would prefer to be among that 70. After all, if I have a golden spoon, why not relax and take it easy? With this thought, he promptly retrieved a notebook and, like Gao leaned over the table with intense concentration, engrossed in scribbling and drawing. However, Chen Zimo was an individual of ambition and lofty ideals. He was adaptable and would not merely replicate Gao work. Thus, his notebook featured not only perfect circles but also equilateral triangles and quadrilaterals, all adorned with firearms and ammunition, as he staged a grand conflict upon the page. Chen Zimo was so absorbed in his creative geometric world that he failed to notice the captain entering the building. Gao, ever vigilant, nudged him urgently. Flipping to a new page filled with neatly written text, Chen Zimo was taken aback. His shock comparable to that of a classmate who had failed an exam yet received full marks. Well, Gao, I did not expect someone with such prominent features to be a traitor. With no choice, he begrudgingly turned to another page and hastily scrawled a few words. The captain cast a glance at him before silently ascending to the second floor. Night Demon. He anxiously pinched his brow. The demise of the Zissin sword technique was a fortuitous event, yet the emergence of this mysterious synchronizer transformed a good occurrence into a troubling one. Li Shoudao, having personally investigated the scene, uncovered a staggering truth. The Zissin sword technique had been brutally slain. The assailant and Apos' strength was such that prior to the killing, they engaged in a cat-and-mouse game, and at the moment of execution, the Zishan sword technique lacked even the strength to struggle. From the serene expression on the Zishan sword technique's face, Li Shoudao could ascertain that he had not even noticed the approach of his foe. A heavy weight settled upon him. The ability to silently eliminate a level 2 synchronizer indicated that this enigmatic individual was undoubtedly as formidable as himself. The arrival of such a person from the Aurora sect could potentially ignite significant upheaval. I can no longer afford to err. This matter must be reported without delay. With that, Li Shoudao reclined into the synchronization chamber, swiftly entering the realm of order. Chapter 31. Reaping what one sows leadership. The sequence of events is as follows. I suspect that the Aurora sect may be planning some disturbances during the water delivery, Li Shoudao stated resolutely. Indeed. The circumstances surrounding the death of that Aurora sect bandit are quite suspicious. We must ascertain who is truly behind this as soon as possible. Shangwan Shengzheng emphasized the urgency in his tone. By the way, the Federation is quite pleased with the strategy regarding the Happiness Hospital. Your contribution to this matter has not gone unnoticed. The Federation has awarded your division a collective B-class merit and granted Ziyi Ru Mo an individual A-class merit. Shangwan paused momentarily. Upon hearing of the merit awards, Li Shoudao felt a twinge of regret. A collective B-class merit seems somewhat lacking. The Happiness Hospital is an Ultra S-class synchronized world, and historically, only 2 individuals have successfully completed it alive and authored a strategy. Is it truly impossible for us to secure at least an A-class collective merit? The Federation's decision to bestow a B-class merit upon you is certainly predicated on their considerations. However, Shangwan Shuzheng deliberately elongated his tone, slowly concluding, in light of your efforts, I have submitted a request to the Federation for them to approve a collective A-class merit. Li Shoudao and Appos' eyes brightened, and a smile broke across his face that he could hardly contain. He had lingered in the captaincy for quite some time, and his qualifications were more than sufficient. What he lacked most now was a collective A-class merit. Do not rush, however. The Federation has reservations regarding the merit. Some individuals believe your contributions are insufficient, and to attain a collective A-class merit, greater contributions will be required. Nonetheless, even if the application is denied, do not take it too much to heart. After all, you are still young, and the road ahead is long. Li Shoudao nodded hastily. What you say is true, leader. In terms of contributions, I indeed have areas to improve upon, and I shall strive to enhance my performance in the future. Once he exited the order and Appos' domain, Li Shoudao and Appos' expression darkened. That old fox had no shame. He promised to help me shoulder the burden, yet it turned out he was digging a pit for me. For the sake of his own achievements, he dared to suppress my A-class merit. Shangwan Shuzheng and Appos' words were quite explicit. The incident involving the demise of the Zishan sword technique had drawn the Federation and Appos' attention. If he could not make a significant contribution swiftly, the collective A-class merit would slip from his grasp. As for why he was so certain that it was Shangwan Shengzheng who suppressed his merit, the reason was straightforward. The old fellow had not yet cleared his own debts, so how could he muster the audacity to request merit on his behalf? Ultimately, the issue rested on contributions. It appeared that he needed to devise a method to bridge this gap quickly and expedite the departure of the pestilence that was Shangwan Shuzheng. Upon returning to his office, he summoned Zilong. Zilong, have we identified any suspects in the case of the Zishan sword technique's extermination? Not yet. Zilong replied with a troubled expression. The nearby surveillance is civilian grade, and the footage has long been erased. The only evidence we can rely on is the scene, which has already been compromised. The higher-ups have issued a strict directive for a thorough investigation. You must expedite the review of the surrounding surveillance. I refuse to believe he could erase all recordings in the area, and focus particularly on the intersection surveillance. Those are specialized devices that cannot be tampered with without the Federation's authorization. In response to this outsider attempting to instruct him, Zilong could only nod outwardly while inwardly wincing. The evil synchronizer was no fool. He was aware of the need to erase the park's surveillance. Did he really think to avoid the intersection cameras? The park was vast, with numerous surveillance units nearby, and reviewing even a single day's footage would require considerable time. Sighing, he reluctantly returned to his workstation. He had much to occupy himself with in the coming days. Zilong, you rascal, let me write while you sneakily watch television. Gale suddenly leaned in closer. What television? This is surveillance footage. The captain has instructed me to investigate the suspects behind the murder of the Zishan sword technique. Zilong replied. Chen Zimo, having caught the key phrase, perked up. approaching to see a screen filled only with an empty road and passing vehicles. Zilong. This seems to be a traffic camera, right? Yes, the surveillance in the park has been wiped, but these are specialized devices that remain unaffected. Chen Zimo nodded in satisfaction. The ability to flow blood like a river was indeed remarkably useful. Shall we assist you in reviewing this? It would expedite the process. No need. Zilong thought for a moment before choosing to decline. Gao Lei's impulsive nature meant he wouldn't be able to focus on the surveillance footage and Chen Zimo. His suspicions had yet to be entirely dispelled, making it unwise to place trust in him for now. Chen Zimo was not surprised by the rejection. He had always felt a degree of estrangement from the Abnormal Energy Investigation Bureau, aside from the bumbling giant beside him. Zilong, I have an idea that might assist you in locating the individual. Despite the rejection, he still endeavored to participate. Zilong found it quite challenging to locate the one who could flow blood like a river, but spotting him was relatively easy. No one would overlook a shirtless man jogging in the early morning. Moreover, Chen Zimo wanted to leverage the Federation's resources to eliminate the blood-flowing individual. What idea? Zilong inquired intently. It's rather simple, Chen Zimo began. We know that the evil synchronizer can erase surveillance footage, so in order to conceal his identity, he would erase all recordings along his path, correct? Yes, and so? Gao Lei asked, perplexed. I understand now. Zilong exclaimed suddenly. What? Gao Lei's eyes glazed over, his gaze darting between Chen Zimo and Zilong. What do you mean you understand? What are you two even discussing? Nothing much. Ziyi and Appo's insight is quite valuable. We can use this method to determine the direction of the individual and Appo's departure. Did he even provide any insight? Gao Lei was bewildered. The exchange between the two felt akin to a primary school student attempting to grasp advanced mathematics, armed with a method to locate the individual. Zilong's spirit soared as he patiently explained, the evil synchronizer will instinctively erase all surveillance footage along his route, creating a significant blind spot in surveillance wherever he has traveled. And what good does that do? We still can't see the person, Gao Lei replied, struggling to comprehend. True. We can't see the person, but by following the blind spot, we can ascertain the direction in which the evil synchronizer fled. He must have passed through a certain intersection, and at that time, we will be able to catch a glimpse of him. With a clap of his hands, Gao Lei seized Chen Zimo's shoulders and vigorously shook him. Ha ha, I see now. So that's how it is. Ziyi, you're quite clever to come up with such a brilliant idea. With a clear direction for their investigation, Zilong's work became considerably smoother, and he soon honed in on the pathway through the surveillance blind spot. As the water delivery occurred in a densely populated urban area with multiple major thoroughfares circling the city, the blood-flowing individual could not evade them. Before long, a figure fully disguised, obscuring their features, entered the collective view of the group. We found him, Zilong exclaimed with excitement. As Chen Zimo noticed that his focus had shifted, his previously tense heart began to relax. Blood flowing like a river, I have assisted you so many times, this time. I hope you will also exert yourself. Chapter 32. A not-so-difficult choice recently. Li Shoudao's countenance appeared rather grim. The incident surrounding Sun Jian and Appo's silencing had swiftly spread among the synchronizers, thanks to Gao Lei and Appo's loose lips. Although he had been cautioned against discussing the matter, Gao Lei had indeed refrained from speaking about it directly. Yet, he believed he had aptly and impressively dubbed the mysterious figure, and he had been broadcasting it far and wide. The existence of the night demon quickly became common knowledge among the federal synchronizers. Li Shoudao, infuriated, berated Gao Lei vehemently. In response, Shangguan Xinjiang hastily published an article urging against the spread of rumors, along with pertinent investigation materials to demonstrate that the act of slaying Sun Jian was a bloody affair. However, a single investigation report could not silence the multitude. While public questioning was prohibited, private discussions flourished unabated. It was through this opportunity that Chen Zimo discovered the existence of a group chat among the synchronizers. Brother Lei, have you completed your report? Still playing on your phone? He observed Gao Lei's earnest demeanor, unable to suppress his bemusement. Realizing that beneath this seemingly straightforward exterior lay a person with a penchant for gossip. Report? What report? Gao Lei, momentarily taken aback, his expression deflating. Zai. It's 10,000 words. I merely mentioned the night demon, and the captain demanded a 10,000-word report. I could barely fill 800 on my college entrance examination essay. And you're still here messing around? Chen Zimo marveled at his carefree attitude. If I can't write it, what else can I do? Gao Lei suddenly turned to him. By the way, Zai, did you graduate from high school? I graduated this year, was initially accepted into Jiaoshui University. But now I can't go, Chen Zimo replied casually. Jiaoshui University? I recall it ranks quite well in our area, probably in the top 5. Chen Zimo was puzzled by Gao Lei's sudden shift in topic, yet upon seeing Gao Lei's face more from sorrow to a grin of flattery, he sensed something amiss. That's impressive. Your Chinese must be excellent. How about helping me with the report? I'll add you to the group. No need. Wait, what group? Just as he was about to decline, he heard something that piqued his interest. It's a group for synchronizers, though not the federal one. There aren't too many rules here, and simple intel or transactions go unregulated. Chen Zimo felt a twinge of temptation, yet he was reluctant to write a report. Penning 10,000 words seemed a waste of time. Why not have Zilong help you? Yes, quite busy, Gao Lei replied vaguely. I think he is just scared of being dragged down by you, Chen Zimo remarked dryly, knowing that Gao Lei's proclamations about the night demon must have considerably increased Zilong's workload. In light of this, it appeared that Zilong was the sole capable individual in the entire anomalous distribution. Without him, the whole setup would collapse. Chen Zimo was keen to join that group chat. The archives of the Federal Order's domain were not accessible to all synchronizers. With his current standing, he could only consult strategies for A-grade worlds. To access strategies for higher-tier worlds, merit would not suffice. One had to apply to superiors. A process that was cumbersome and time-consuming. By the time approval was granted, opportunities would have passed, and crucially, one could only apply for one at a time. With no guarantee of acceptance, Chen Zimo understood this approach. The Federal aimed to fundamentally protect strategies from being easily pilfered. Furthermore, newly awakened synchronizers had little chance of entering higher worlds, typically being assigned to B-grade or lower to ensure their survival. Should they unfortunately be selected for a high-difficulty world, it could merely be chalked up to bad luck, as the Federal had never been short of fortunate souls. Unfortunately, Chen Zimo was one such unfortunate individual. He had submitted 3 applications to review strategies. Chen Zimo knew synchronizers rarely entered worlds of the same difficulty consecutively, and there had been no precedent for 2 consecutive entries into S-grade worlds. Thus, his 3 applications targeted A-grade worlds exclusively, and each had been unceremoniously rejected. Initially, he suspected his qualifications were insufficient, but after consulting Zilong, he learned that applications were submitted directly to superiors, bypassing the captain's approval. The rejections came from Shangguan Shuzhang. Higher officials often crushed those below, Chen Zimo mused, uncertain what had irked the old man, resigning himself to fate. He was in dire need of information. And Gao Lei's suggestion ignited a glimmer of hope. All right, I'll help you write the report. Really? That's fantastic. Just make sure it's 10,000 words. Gao Lei urged. Fear not, for I am capable of gaining admission to Jiaoshui University. Writing a mere 10,000-word report will be a breeze. Chen Zimo then requested a piece of paper that Gao Lei had written on, intending to quickly order a writing service online upon returning home. In this day and age, who still writes their own reports? Automated writing machines guarantee quality, with same-day service and remarkably low prices, costing less than 1% of his monthly salary. And they could even simulate handwriting. Gao Lei was profoundly moved. Wonderful. Zai, you're such a good person. Not only helping me with the report, but also imitating my handwriting. You've saved me the trouble of rewriting it. You're even more considerate than Zilong. Truly a living bodhisattva. Gao Lei promptly added him to the group. It was merely a group chat for lower-tier synchronizers. Anyone with even a modicum of ambition would issue it. Its primary function revolved around idle banter, with the most significant intel exchanges being little more than fabricated gossip. That such a trivial chat could yield a report? Gao Lei felt a twinge of guilt, resolving to be more attentive to Chen Zimo in the future to repay today's kindness. Meanwhile, Chen Zimo contemplated whether to invest in an automatic writing machine. Considering the speed at which Gao Lei created messes, it might evolve into a side business. Both parties were satisfied with their transaction, convinced of their mutual gain. The amiable exchange between the two was observed by Li Shoudao through the translucent glass window. What scheme is that sly fox concocting now? He recalled passing through the hall earlier and seeing the two diligently working on materials. Chen Zimo's focused expression had led him to believe the youth possessed potential, prompting him to glance over a few extra times. However, upon discerning the contents of their notebook were not materials, but rather geometric figures of combat, Li Shoudao's impression of him soured. Seeing him again today, grinning and carefree, coupled with the knowledge that Chen Zimo's A-grade merits had been issued while his collective merits were stalled, ignited an irritable fire within him. It's merely a matter of clearing a happiness hospital. How dare he act so high and mighty? Li Shoudao's expression darkened considerably. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking drew his gaze to the door, revealing Zilong standing there. Come in. Captain, I've completed the review of all surveillance along the route. We have results regarding the suspects in Sun Jian's assassination. Li Shoudao perked up. Did you discover who it is? Zilong shook his head. No visual capture. The individual was very cautious, disguising themselves even while traversing main thoroughfares. And the final hiding place? It's an abandoned building. I've checked. There are derelict pipes below. And their direction is unknown. All right, I understand. You may return to your duties. The interruption of leads left Li Shoudao dissatisfied. Losing this opportunity would make it difficult to achieve merits in the near term. However, seeking merit was not particularly challenging. As a wise scholar once remarked, there was originally no path in the world. As more tread it becomes a path. Losing an opportunity is not daunting. He could always forge his own. His gaze shifted to Chen Zimo, eyes narrowing slightly, as he resolved to make a choice that was not particularly difficult. Chapter 33. The prophetic dream. Chen Zimo, oblivious to the annotations of his gaze, spent a joyful afternoon engrossed in group chats. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he set off on his journey home, savoring the delightful sensation of having a steady job. Such days were truly irreplaceable, even by a deity. He inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air, and sighed in contentment. Did you enjoy your time at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau? The ominous voice of blood-flowing river suddenly echoed in his mind. Chen Zimo instinctively glanced around, yet found no one in sight. The longer he remained at the bureau, the more he yearned to shed the label of a traitor. But blood-flowing river was the sole barrier he had left within the Federation. Stop looking. I dare not be seen by the night demon. Blood-flowing river's tone was frigid. Is it amusing to mock me? Chen Zimo retorted, elongating his tone. With a disdainful snort, blood-flowing river replied, You must have informed the Anomaly Bureau of my whereabouts. Have you forgotten your own identity? Identity? Do you refer to being a traitor? Chen Zimo scoffed. I did not voluntarily join the Aurora sect from the outset. I was coerced into the role of a so-called free person. What do you want? I need you to assist me in extricating myself, he stated, weary of her prattle. Impossible, she shot back without hesitation. He had yet to earn the captain's trust, and Zilong had denied him even the privilege of reviewing surveillance footage. He was already at his wit and amp, Oppos, SN trying to clear his own name, let alone aid blood-flowing river. Do you not wish to learn of Qin Jiangwo and amp, Oppos, as whereabouts? Chen Zimo hesitated, weighing the pros and cons. Although news of his father was undeniably significant, after so long without any word, he had nearly abandoned hope. Besides, information could be sought later. Being backed by the Federation would likely enhance his chances of finding his father. Yet, if blood-flowing river survived this encounter, he would be in peril. Seeing his silence, blood-flowing river grew impatient. In the depths of midnight, you may choose to forego news of Chen Jiangwo, but allow me to remind you of one thing. Should I desire it, I can ruin your reputation at any moment. With a crack, Chen Zimo clenched his fist tightly. Was blood-flowing river courting death? Fine, I will find a way to help you extricate yourself. Remember your promise, and also procure some A-level dungeon strategies for me. Are you commanding me? She inquired. You may view it as such, however. I prefer to call it an equitable collaboration. Chen Zimo received no response from blood-flowing river. It seemed she had already departed. Lying in bed, for the first time, Chen Zimo found himself unable to sleep. How might he assist her in escaping? He tossed and turned, and by the time the moon hung high in the sky, he still had not devised an answer. Perhaps it was best to secure the intelligence first and address subsequent matters later. Casting aside the troubling thoughts, he soon drifted into a daze. In a hazy state, the bizarre dreams returned. Surrounding him was a suffocating darkness, and amidst the dim flicker of flames, distant, anguished cries sent shivers down his spine. Was this the synchronization world? The familiar sight tightened Chen Zimo's heart. He had become too complacent lately and was unprepared for the synchronization world. He had forgotten to wear even a vest before sleeping. The Tree Hollow village certainly lived up to its reputation. 2 had already perished on the first night, and the days ahead promised to be grim. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice emerged from nearby. He turned to look, but it was as though a veil of darkness obscured his view of the speaker. After the initial remark, several others chimed in. Those monsters are formidable, and their appearances lack any discernible pattern. Perhaps it is best to let them take the villagers. No, they will gain experience from that. The group soon erupted into quarrels. Listening to their conversation, it became clear they had been there for some time, unlike newcomers to the synchronization world. Chen Zimo attempted to move, only to realize he had again entered that cinematic first-person perspective, relegated to observing the surrounding world through the lens. So, it was merely a dream. He relaxed, relieved that it was and oppos. Ta venture into the synchronization world. At least he need not worry about his attire. He mentally noted to wear clothing while sleeping in the future. The squabble soon reached a conclusion, as a shadow approached. As it reached out, Chen Zimo's surroundings suddenly brightened. He had been wearing a thick hood all along. For individuals of varying forms came into view, their features indistinct, likely due to the dream. He could only discern that the one closest was a slender figure. To call him slender would be an understatement. Chopstick would be a more fitting moniker. What is the meaning of this? Have I been abducted? Just as confusion set in, the slender one hoisted him up with one hand and strode forward. The strength of this figure was remarkable. Surely, he was a synchronizer. Before long, they arrived at a vast, peculiar forest. Each tree bore a large hollow. The trunks hollowed out and dark as if leading straight to the earth's depths. I apologize, we were left with no choice. Chen Zimo overheard the slender one mumble before forcefully tossing him into the hollow. The sensation of rapid descent caused his legs to kick reflexively. And he opened his eyes in panic, realizing dawn had broken. This dream felt more vivid than before. Could it be the synchronization world? He muttered to himself. Tree Hollow Village, a rather simple name for this synchronization world. To allow synchronizers to lose 2 members in a single night suggests it is no ordinary realm. What am I even pondering? Suddenly, Chen Zimo slapped his forehead, forcibly pulling his thoughts back. Dreams are but figments of imagination. Even if he dreamed of the synchronization world, it could not possibly be real. Having enjoyed a full night's sleep, he felt invigorated. Lately, his shifts had been scheduled for the afternoon, and after breakfast, he eagerly returned home, intending to reward himself with a morning of gaming for the busy days ahead. However, upon opening his computer, he found himself staring blankly at the screen, his mind overwhelmed with thoughts of Tree Hollow Village. Perhaps it was best to clarify matters. After an hour of futile attempts to engage in any game, he ultimately resorted to his phone to open the group chat. Just as he was about to inquire with Gao Lei, he hesitated, knowing that with Gao Lei's loose lips, asking him would be akin to broadcasting to the entire world. With rhythmic taps, he contacted Blood Flowing River. Blood Flowing River, what is it? Have you heard of a synchronization world called Tree Hollow Village? Blood Flowing River. Chen Zimo almost forgot about this troublesome entity and quickly covered the screen. Blood Flowing River. I have heard of it. Is it real? Chen Zimo pressed on. What level is Tree Hollow Village? And please omit that peculiar suffix. Blood Flowing River disregarded the latter request. Blood Flowing River. It is an A-level world. Would you like the information? I can provide it. Chapter 34. The Tree Hollow Village. Does such a world truly exist? However, the response from Blood Flowing like a river instinctively made Chen Zimo feel dubious. Her generosity seemed out of character. Yet, unable to suppress his curiosity, he covered the screen, vowing to rid himself of this ghostly title. Do you possess intelligence regarding the A-level world? Blood Flowing like a river replied. While the confidentiality of other A-level worlds is stringent, Tree Hollow Village is an exception. Its information is widely known among synchronizers. Is it because the passage rate is quite high? Chen Zimo thought critically. If a synchronizing world's intelligence is common knowledge, it is bound to be less challenging. Indeed, Tree Hollow Village stands out as the only A-level world where someone succeeds in passing through every time. That simplifies matters, doesn't it? Blood Flowing like a river promptly responded. If you think that way, you're mistaken. Just because someone manages to pass does not mean its mortality rate is low. It is a multiplayer world. And each time it begins, 6 synchronizers are selected. Usually, only one survives, while the rest become nourishment for the Great Tree. A survival rate of 1 in 6 is certainly not high, but compared to the A-level worlds where complete annihilation is common, Tree Hollow Village is notably more forgiving. Just as Chen Zimo was about to conclude this topic, Blood Flowing like a river sent another message. Moreover, I can tell you how to pass Tree Hollow Village. What is it? He inquired. It is quite simple. Control everyone and throw them all into the Tree Hollow. He suddenly recalled a previous dream, in which he had been kidnapped and thrown into a Tree Hollow. Is the content of my dream something that truly occurred in Tree Hollow Village? Shutting the window, he opened the group chat again. Midnight Madness. Gao Lei, Brother Lei, I have applied numerous times to access the strategy, but have been denied. Do you know of any non-secret A-level strategies? Gao Lei, I am unaware. Perhaps you should ask Zilong. Chen Zimo did not harbor high expectations from him. His inquiry was merely to draw the attention of others in the group, especially the ever-teaching brother. Steel plate entry. I may not know about other synchronizing worlds, But I am aware of an A-level strategy. Would you like to hear it? Left-hand stabbing dragon. Come on, you haven't even reached level 3. How could you know the strategy for an A-level world? Steel-plate entry. This time, I am not boasting. This strategy is known to both you and me. Left-hand stabbing dragon. How would I know the strategy for an A-level world? Wait, are you talking about Tree Hollow Village? Gao Lei suddenly joined the conversation. Tree Hollow Village, I know about it too. Even you know? It seems blood flowing like a river was not lying. The intelligence regarding this A-level world is indeed widespread. Chen Zimo continued to extract information. Midnight Madness. Brother Lei knows too. Is Tree Hollow Village really that simple? Steel-plate entry. To say it is simple would not be incorrect. Its strategy is known to everyone. Just survive in the village for 10 hours to pass. Chen Zimo mused. That duration is quite long. Happy Hospital is an S-level world, but requires only 4 hours. Could it be that time is correlated with difficulty? The shorter the time, the greater the challenge? Midnight Madness. Steel-plate entry. Does the duration of synchronizing worlds correlate with their difficulty? Steel-plate entry. There is no such notion. Tree Hollow Village requires 10 hours due to its intrinsic mechanics. Mechanics? Indeed, according to the accounts of those who have passed, Tree Hollow Village is enveloped by a forest with large tree hollows present. Upon entering the synchronizing world, every hour, monsters emerge from the hollows, randomly abducting one person. After taking someone, the monster departs and will not reappear within that hour. With a total of 16 individuals in the village, 10 villagers, and 6 synchronizers, if all villagers are sacrificed to the Tree Hollow, the synchronizers can easily pass through. That seems rather simplistic. Are you certain this is an A-level world? C-level worlds are 100 times more challenging. Shouldn't its passage rate then be at 100%? Left-hand stabbing dragon. In theory, yes. But the most insidious aspect of Tree Hollow Village is that each villager contributes 10% to the total experience calculation. Chen Zimo's heart sank. With 10 individuals providing 100% experience, and considering the additional reward experience from passing an A-level world, saving all villagers could indeed allow one to level up. Steel-plate entry. So how about it? The opportunity to directly level up must be enticing. Indeed, he thought no one could resist such temptation. Steel-plate entry. The synchronizers think likewise. Furthermore, it adds fuel to the fire. For every villager taken, 10% of the experience is deducted during the calculation. And this deduction accumulates with the passage experience and your experience bar. What? A world that deducts experience points is truly a ripoff. Steel-plate entry. If all villagers are captured, the synchronizers will lose 100% of their experience. Moreover, the more villagers lost, the lower the passage rewards. Left-hand stabbing dragon. A-level world rewards are already limited. Previously, a few synchronizers chose to sacrifice all villagers, resulting in so many deaths that they received less than 10% experience upon passing. After deductions, they owed over 90%, plummeting from level 2 back to level 1. That is utterly tragic. Steel-plate entry. The tragedy does not end there. They merely experienced a level drop, retaining their synchronizer experience. Later, they entered a multiplayer world matched with high-level synchronizers. While others were at level 3, they remained at level 1, and soon after, they all perished. By the way, monsters can be defeated, but they do not die. They merely return to the Tree Hollow. Each time a monster is defeated, it becomes more familiar with your attacking patterns. Unless someone possesses overwhelming strength, the monster will soon overpower the synchronizer, easily abducting villagers. Chen Zimo nodded. Monsters that do not die and learn would indeed be a nightmare for everyone. Yet, he felt this world was not exceedingly difficult. If they could not defeat the monsters, they could simply hide the villagers and play a prolonged game of hide-and-seek until time expired. Left-hand stabbing dragon. Calculations have shown that maintaining 5 villagers can keep the experience balance steady, barely preserving the experience value without decline, allowing for basic A-level rewards. However, after experiencing Tree Hollow Village, no one is willing to accept the lack of significant experience gain. The more villagers preserved, the greater the experience post-passage, ultimately leading to infighting becoming the norm. Midnight Madness, ISN, and Oppos. This approach criminal? Does the Federation not intervene? Steel-plate entry, haha. There are no surveillance cameras in the synchronizing world, so there is no law to speak of. As long as you remain silent, who could discern which world you entered? As for teammates, it all depends on how you choose to fabricate your story. However, the Federation is also reluctant to witness such infighting, thus imposing a regulation that after every passage through a synchronizing world, experience must be reported. If a synchronizer experiences a sudden and significant increase in experience, They may be reasonably suspected of having entered Tree Hollow Village, prompting an investigation. Is it effective? Left-hand stabbing dragon. Of course, it has proven useful. Many who entered Tree Hollow Village and misreported their experience were uncovered. Upon hearing of the Federation and Appos' impending punishment, they fled to the dark side. Among them was one individual who managed to level up twice by unknown means, allowing the dark side to gain a level 4 synchronizer, much to their delight. They even sent an anonymous thank you letter to the Federation overnight, which greatly irritated the higher-ups. Subsequently, as long as the experience increase was not substantial, the Federation turned a blind eye. Chapter 35, The Perfect Strategy. The words of the left-handed dragon of the thorn struck Chen Zimo as absurd. However, upon further reflection, it became apparent that the Federation indeed lacked a superior countermeasure. Thank you, Brother Thorn. We must exercise caution regarding this Tree Hollow Village. After exiting the group chat, Chen Zimo reopened his search engine. The Happiness Hospital had once genuinely existed, and it was plausible that Tree Hollow Village was not merely a figment of imagination. He inputted keywords and clicked search. The longevity secrets of centenarians surprisingly linked to a mysterious Tree Hollow. Scientists discover the world's largest trees, within whose hollows lies a mountain village. For the first time, Chen Zimo found the advertisements of social media to be exceedingly irksome. After switching through several search engines, he was met with nothing but worthless data, compelling him to abandon his inquiry. After having lunch, he arrived at the Bureau of Anomalous Energy Investigation, ready for his shift. Upon entering the building, he sensed that something was amiss. Where did everyone go? The investigation bureau was unusually desolate today. The vast office contained only him. Li Shoudao and Zilong were absent, and without anyone to assign tasks, he soon found himself idling. The gentle afternoon breeze of July infused the air with a languid essence. I'm so tired, I'll just rest for a moment. Surely, no one will notice. Overcome by drowsiness, Chen Zimo yawned and murmured as he leaned on his workstation. Soon, the office was filled with heavy, drawn-out breaths. Just as he drifted into slumber, a shroud of black mist enveloped him. Almost immediately, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Confirmation of neural network uniqueness successful, synchronization value 100, entering the synchronized world. Specific world generation in progress. Adaptation of synchronizers Ida Tree Hollow Village complete. Type: Multiplayer Challenge World, Faction, Tree Hollow Village, Temporary Ability acquired, Blessing of the Insane. Main Quest 1. Hold the Tree Hollow Village for 10 hours. Main Quest 2. Protect the villagers. Each villager saved will enhance settlement rewards. Currently 10 villagers remaining. Introduction to Tree Hollow Village. Once a peaceful mountain settlement, until one day, a mysterious Tree Hollow was discovered. Suddenly, the voice shifted to a rhythm of peaks and valleys, oscillating between passionate exclamations and frenzied murmurs. It is a treasure hollow filled with riches. We are rich. We are rich. What treasure hollow? It is a man-eating pit of despair. Fill it up. To desecrate the divine tree is to desecrate the divine. Entomb it within the tree as a sacrifice to the great deity. The food and wealth that emerged from the hollow drove everyone mad. They sought to uncover more hollows to extract greater treasures, until one day they unearthed a monster. The murmur escalated into a cacophony of madness. No. Do not bring the monster back to the village. The frenzied whispers gradually receded, along with the darkness. What could this blessing of the insane possibly entail? And why did it linger? According to the Red Hourglass, the last sentence was likely a unique prompt from the synchronized world for the naturally born synchronizers. But what did it mean not to bring the monster back to the village? His contemplation was interrupted by the illumination around him. Before Chen Zimo materialized a dimly overcast sky, shrouded in clouds, where 5 figures, 2 women and 3 men, stood nearby, forming a circle. Upon awakening, the synchronizers recoiled, creating distance and watching one another warily. What was going on? The girl across from him inquired in confusion. And Chen Zimo noted she was the only synchronizer remaining in place. Nothing, it's just that we are in Tree Hollow Village, he replied. Is Tree Hollow Village particularly special? It and Appos' a bit complex to explain. To put it simply, only 2 of us can survive among this group. The girl and Appos' expression shifted to one of despair. Why is this world so difficult? In an A-grade world, the notion of simplicity was a fallacy. Before Chen Zimo could finish, one of the dispersing synchronizers declared, Fortune favors the bold. Since we are already in Tree Hollow Village, let us not dawdle and take action. Only one among us can soar to greatness. His provocation instantly heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Chen Zimo and the girl across from him appeared the weakest. Both garbed in student attire, while the remaining four subtly surrounded them. Please don't rush to violence. I happen to have a hypothesis that may assist you, Chen Zimo said calmly. As a comprehensive reinforcement-type synchronizer, he possessed merely 2 auxiliary items, placing him at a disadvantage in combat. His only course of action was to stabilize the situation. Don't waste our time. If you have any abilities, reveal them. I am a member of the Federation's Bureau of Anomalous Energy Investigation, Synchronizer Gao Lei, and I possess the latest strategy for conquering Tree Hollow Village. Do you not wish to hear it? Given the dangers of Tree Hollow Village and the sinister connotation of his synchronizer name, he opted to borrow Gao Lei and Amp, Oppo's identity temporarily. Rest assured, Brother Lei, I will not tarnish your reputation. When we return, I shall compose a few reports in your name. Really? Brother Gao Lei, my name is Liuli. Can we form a team? The girl opposite him asked eagerly. That's absurd. Who does not possess a strategy for clearing Tree Hollow Village? You would be better off trusting me than him, Chen Zimo interjected. Are you dreaming? If you kill us now, how many villagers can you possibly save on your own? Maintaining your experience points is already a challenge, and even if you barely level up, there are countless second-level synchronizers in the Federation. You wouldn't even qualify as a squad leader. The individual fell silent, anger flaring within him. Flattery will get you nowhere. You're certainly plotting something. Let us eliminate him first. Chen Zimo nearly laughed in exasperation. Engaging with someone so unreasonable was futile. He nodded. Very well, if you wish to act. Then let us see who prevails by skill. However, anyone who dares to strike me shall forfeit their share of this strategy. His composure rendered the others indecisive, causing them to hesitate. The mechanisms of Tree Hollow Village had predetermined the strategy for success, and Chen Zimo was likely deceiving them. Yet what if? What if someone had indeed discovered a flawless strategy? Killing him would be a considerable loss. Do not listen to his nonsense. He is merely stalling. There is no perfect strategy for Tree Hollow Village, the man sneered, his arms swelling with sudden strength. Recognizing the transformation, Chen Zimo identified the individual as a reinforcement-type synchronizer. Gao Lei possessed a similar technique, albeit he reinforced his entire upper body to a lesser degree. Chen Zimo discreetly gripped a tranquilizer. Aware that no one wished to engage in close combat with a strength-type synchronizer, himself included. If a battle was inevitable, he required a way to circumvent his opponent. Prepare yourselves, he said leisurely. Since you are all familiar with Tree Hollow Village, you must know of the infamous traitor synchronizer who ascended 2 levels relying on this world. To be frank, I acquired this strategy from him. What? That's impossible. You are not a member of the Federation. How could you collude with the sinister faction? Instinctively, they dismissed the notion, yet their preparations for attack came to a halt. The reason was simple. Chen Zimo's composure was unwavering. His expression remained unchanged, and his assured tone concealed any hint of deceit. This calm demeanor in the face of crisis was not something a mere fraud could exhibit. More importantly, he had precisely grasped the deepest desires of several synchronizers and transformed them into an attainable reality. Chen Zimo pointed to his head and spoke deliberately. You may choose not to believe it, but the strategy is right here. Will you engage in a fierce battle that leads to mutual destruction, thereby unwittingly creating opportunities for the monsters, or will you opt for a thoughtful discussion? The choice is yours. Chapter 36. Repelling the 5 times to attempt such childish tricks to deceive us. Gao Lei, you must be exceedingly naive, Chen Zimo remarked. It only makes you appear clever, yet you have already fallen for it. The power-type enhancer remained hostile, but the others had lowered their guard. Regardless of whether Chen Zimo and Amp, Oppo's strategy was genuine or not, engaging in battle was not the optimal choice at this moment. Since everyone had chosen to converse, let us express some sincerity. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Gao Lei, a member of the Federal Abnormal Energy Investigation Bureau. I am Liuli, also part of the Federation, though not within the Investigation Bureau. Brother Gao Lei, may we form a team? The girl opposite Chen Zimo spoke up eagerly. Certainly. Chen Zimo replied outwardly, though he remained vigilant within. The greatest danger in Tree Hollow Village did not stem from the monsters, but from the synchronizers. Trust in teammates should not be easily given, particularly with a girl who appeared so endearing. Reaching level 2 surely indicated she possessed exceptional capabilities. I am Sun Lin, a federal synchronizer. Another girl's expression remained concealed beneath her abundant hair, making it difficult to discern her features. Yet her voice seemed to suggest a cool and aloof demeanor. I am a Chai. I have no organization, so you can call me a Chai, Chai Gu, or simply Chai. The slender member of the quartet awkwardly scratched his nose. Chen Zimo shifted his gaze towards him, and the Federation. There were only two types of individuals without an organization, those who were monitored autonomous awakeners, and those of the evil path. He remained silent and continued to observe the others. I am Binghao, currently in the assessment period, so I suppose I am half a federal synchronizer. The group introduced themselves in a counterclockwise manner, but the one prior was the power-type synchronizer who had exchanged barbs with Chen Zimo. After waiting for a moment without hearing him speak, Chen Zimo took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, Binghao. Chen Zimo, aware of the reference, deliberately nodded at him. It's not Binghao, it's I, Binghao, he replied, a hint of fatigue in his voice. For convenience, may I be called Binghao Gu? Binghao Gu. That sounds rather unpleasant. How about just Binggu? Chen Zimo dismissed the concern. It was merely a nickname. You've asked your questions. So perhaps it's time to discuss strategies. The power-type synchronizer suddenly interjected. Chen Zimo turned to him, a look of confusion on his face. Excuse me, who are you? Is this a conversation you should be part of? You're asking for trouble. The power-type synchronizer's previously dissipated arm swelled again, ready to take action. Are you perhaps lacking in intelligence? Binghao retorted. While I do not know your identity, your constant provocation suggests you are not a federal synchronizer. You might very well be of the evil path. We are 4 federal synchronizers here, and it would be quite civil of us not to hold you accountable. Do you not comprehend the gravity of your situation? The man quickly scanned the faces of the group and realized that their expressions were far from friendly. A sense of dread washing over him. His intent to sow discord upon entering was to obliterate the possibility of their cooperation with the abundance of federal synchronizers. Once their identities were clarified and a common bond established, they would quickly ally, leaving him in a precarious predicament. Achai. You should be aware of the clearing mechanism in Tree Hollow Village. All 4 of them are Federation members, and once the villagers reach a critical number, the first to perish will undoubtedly be you. Upon hearing this, Achai retreated cautiously, distancing himself from the others. Do not be anxious. Our primary adversaries are the monsters of Tree Hollow Village. Each of us has struggled to become synchronizers, none wish for death. Cooperation remains our best option. If you fear we might harm you, you are free to leave, but then you shall not partake in the strategy discussion. Ultimately, Achai chose to stay. Such a cowardly individual. How did our evil path produce such a weakling? The man grumbled. Chen Zimo perceived his thoughts. Desist from your attempts at sowing discord. They will be futile. In truth, you need not resort to such tactics. Sacrificing all synchronizers will not yield greater experience points. Collaboration is the wisest choice. Bah. You self-righteous federal pigs, do not presume to know my thoughts. You aim to feign cooperation and then betray me. Do you think I would fall for your ruse? The man concluded, swiftly retreating into the woods. Chen Zimo found himself at a loss for words. This evil path practitioner appeared somewhat dim-witted, possessing a modicum of cleverness but lacking the cunning and ruthlessness that marked individuals like Sun Jian. Brother Gaolei, that evil path member has departed. Please enlighten us on the strategy, Lioli implored sweetly, her charming voice imbued with an irresistible appeal. Forming a 6-member team to clear the challenge is quite simple. Lacking even 1 member could complicate matters, and it is likely that we would not secure any experience points this time. Are you implying that if that evil path member had not left, we could have secured experience points? Binghao inquired, astonishment etched on his face. Indeed. And we could achieve this without sacrificing a synchronizer. How could this be possible? Achai began but quickly realized he had misspoken, hastily falling silent. His words drew a skeptical gaze from Sun Lin. Brother Gaolei, what method do you propose? Please, do share, Lioli's gentle voice chimed in once more. Ugh, having a suspicious icy queen is one thing, but adding a little green tea girl makes me feel this team is going to be challenging to manage. Chen Zimo pressed his hands down to calm the rising agitation among the group. In truth, it is rather straightforward. Everyone is somewhat aware of the mechanisms within Tree Hollow Village, and the most critical aspect is, Brother Gaolei, I am not very familiar with this. Could you explain it to me? Lioli raised her hand eagerly. I will elaborate shortly. After calming the group, Chen Zimo continued. The pivotal part lies in maintaining the number of villagers. Should the villagers fall below 5, the experience gain will be imbalanced. Not only will we forfeit the rewards of this world, but we will also lose a portion of our experience points, having spouted a load of nonsense. Do you possess a method to safeguard the villagers? Sun Lin interjected sharply. Simply put, repel the monsters. Sun Lin scoffed. I thought you might have a brilliant insight. Turns out you are merely posturing. Young man, is your strategy reliable? Binghao echoed her skepticism. Everyone knows those monsters cannot be killed, and each time they are repelled, They only grow stronger. With just the 5 of us, we might manage to repel it 3 times at most, and that would entail risking our lives. As impatience began to brew among the group, Chen Zimo raised his hands to signal for calm. Listen to me. Repelling the monsters is merely the outcome. The process is what truly matters. I possess a method to repel the monsters 5 times. The group gasped in disbelief. It seemed impossible. Chapter 37 The Soul Choice. Can you fend off the monsters 5 times? Are you confident in saving 5 villagers? Debing-I asked urgently. Indeed, Chen Zimo affirmed. If that power-type synchronizer who left earlier were still here, we could certainly save 5 villagers. But as it stands, we can protect at most 4. 4 is still impressive. Excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes. They had previously heard tales of how perilous Tree Hollow Village was, entering with the belief that death was inevitable. Now, however, a glimmer of hope had emerged, and how could one not feel elated? Brother Gaolei, what is your plan? Luli urged him sweetly. It's quite simple. He replied. Everyone knows that after a monster is defeated, it learns the attack patterns of synchronizers. To avoid being overpowered by the creature, the key lies in concealing our strategies from it. How do we achieve that? De Binghai inquired. For the first 2 hours, we will form pairs and strike sequentially, ensuring that those of the same enhancement type are grouped together. For individuals, we can suppress the monster twice. And after those 2 times? Sunling asked, expressing the most pressing concern. In the 3rd hour, the 4 who have attacked will combine into one team, doubling our numbers to overpower the monster. If all goes well, we should make it to the 4th hour. The 4th hour will be the most perilous, Chen Zimo continued. With only 5 of us, we cannot simply increase our numbers to win. Our only reliance will be on coordination, and the crucial element in that coordination is the 5th person. Luli leaned in. Curious. Why is the 5th person so vital? Chen Zimo explained, the monster will have learned the moves of the other 4 from their failures in the first 3 hours. Now, it can easily counter any attack from them. The only one still in its blind spot is the 5th person, who must confront the monster alone as the primary attacker. De Binghai gasped. So whoever becomes the 5th person must face the boss one-on-one. Chen Zimo smiled wryly. De Binghai was correct. By that time, the monster would be no different from a boss, having absorbed the combat experiences of 4 synchronizers. Its strength would be extraordinary, rendering typical strategies ineffective. Even with 4 assisting, victory was not guaranteed, especially considering. He glanced around at the pondering faces. The greatest danger in Tree Hollow Village was not the monster, but the synchronizers. Upon entering the synchronized world, a voice had mentioned that his faction was Tree Hollow Village, and protecting the villagers was likely a faction task. If there was a faction for Tree Hollow Village, was there also a faction for the monsters? If so, what would their task entail? Kidnapping all villagers or eliminating all synchronizers? Either way, the 4th hour would present the optimal moment for the monster faction synchronizers to turn against us. And it would also be the time when the 5th person might meet their demise. Who would take on the role of the 5th person became paramount. I'm just a power-type synchronizer without any items. I cannot be that crucial 5th person, De Binghai declared, raising his hand in surrender. I'm also a power-type synchronizer. Brother Gaolei, it seems we are fated not to team up, Luli said with a playful grin, her petite figure hardly befitting a power role. I am an agility-type synchronizer. Wei Tiao Chai lowered his head, resigned, aware that his voice held little weight here, only to be directed by others. I, too, am an agility-type synchronizer. Sun Ling joined Wei Tiao Chai. Chen Zimo blinked. Had he been isolated? I haven't to even mention my enhancement type. And you've already excluded me? He thought the speed of their betrayal was rather swift. Brother Gaolei, you mentioned that those of the same enhancement type should form a team. What type are you? Luli asked, seizing the moment. Composite type. Chen Zimo had foreseen the outcome. It seemed the 5th person had to be him. Upon hearing his enhancement type, the others reacted with either delight or schadenfreude. Except for Wei Tiao Chai, whose expression revealed a hint of pity. Brother Gaolei, your luck is truly unfortunate. Luli always wished to team up with you. What a pity, Luli said with a tone of regret, though her face betrayed delight. Spare me, you little schemer. He retorted. There is no cause for regret. Having me as the 5th person is indeed the best choice. He waved his hand dismissively and continued. Let us divide our tasks. Luli and De Binghai will engage the monster first. You two, as power types, possess the strength for a heavy assault. Once the monster is defeated the first time, it will undoubtedly take evasive action on the second. That's where Chai and Sun Ling's agility will shine, ensuring we can repel it without pressure. For the 3rd round, we all attack together. alternating strikes to deny the monster any chance to react. With our numerical advantage, it shouldn't be too arduous. I agree, De Binghai nodded. Since it's brother Gao Lei's plan, Luli has no objections, Luli added. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, Sun Ling declared, making her way into the village. I also. What Ai Tiao Chai began, but fell silent as he saw his teammates leaving, resigning himself to follow. The five of them paired off, leaving Chen Zimo isolated at the back. They had cast him aside as a pawn. Chen Zimo felt no anger. After experiencing the events at the Happiness Hospital and with Sun Jian, he understood that cold-heartedness was the norm in the synchronized world. As he turned to re-enter Tree Hollow Village, the prompt he had heard echoed in his mind. Perhaps being alone is not such a bad thing. Ignoring the attitudes of the others, he began to observe the village's structures, attempting to discern details related to the real world. It was a rudimentary little mountain village, so basic that it lacked even brick houses. The homes, mere mud sculptures mixed with straw, were haphazardly built on the hillside, surrounded by rampant weeds, giving the impression of abandonment for a long time. Chen Zimo paused. Mud sculpture homes? They appeared more primitive than the era of the Happiness Hospital. The Happiness Hospital was a product from decades past, yet it utilized some concrete. Here, there wasn't even a single brick, resembling something from a savage age. No. He shook his head. The Happiness Hospital was located in the city, and such structures were sturdier. Here, in a mountain village, even decades ago, there would have been mud homes. As he approached, Chen Zimo quickly discovered that the villagers had gathered in an open area, their expressions blank and seemingly devoid of intelligence. Among them were men, women, and children. Hello, little sister. May I ask where this is? He attempted to communicate with one of them. The little girl stood motionless, resembling a finely crafted mannequin. When Chen Zimo reached out to touch her, his fingers passed through her head, landing in emptiness. De Binghai, observing his actions, reached out to the villagers as well, but his hand met nothing but air. It's an illusion. The synchronized world prevents us from interacting with these villagers. Only the monsters can take them away. Chen Zimo had previously contemplated hiding the villagers and playing a game of hide-and-seek with the monsters. But it was clear that was not an option. To protect the villagers, defeating the monsters was the only choice. Chapter 38. The arrival of the oddity. Chen Zimo stood at the entrance of Tree Hollow Village, his gaze traversing the seemingly impoverished yet tranquil hamlet. With less than half an hour remaining before the monster's emergence, he resolved to meander through the village, hoping for some unforeseen discoveries. As he entered, he was flanked by lowly thatched cottages. The simplicity of these abodes was heart-wrenching. Devoid of electric lights, they lacked even a semblance of a proper bed. A few stones encircled to form a crude bedstead of logs served as their sleeping quarters. It was a far cry from the comforts of a sanctuary. Having found nothing of value, Chen Zimo opened the quest panel to assess the time remaining. Main quest 1. Hold the Tree Hollow Village for 10 hours. Time remaining, 9:02:23. Main quest 2. Protect the villagers. Each villager enhances the settlement reward. Currently 10 villagers remaining. With just 8 minutes until the monster's first attack, Chen Zimo hurried to the village entrance, awaiting the creature and Oppo's appearance. For synchronizers were poised for confrontation. Under the heavy hail, the atmosphere was grave, and Lioli's previously haughty demeanor had vanished. Sun Lin and I stood ready in the rear to provide support. It seemed promising, yet the longevity of this alliance was uncertain. From his position, Chen Zimo retrieved his data analysis glasses, preparing to document the monster's attack patterns. While the creature could absorb experience from its failures, he too could record its combat strategies to enhance his survival odds. 2 minutes swiftly elapsed. As the time neared the 8-hour mark, Chen Zimo sensed a dimming of the surroundings. Instinctively, he glanced skyward. It was no illusion. A familiar shroud of darkness had enveloped Tree Hollow Village. This black veil was reminiscent of something he had encountered before, appearing each time he entered the synchronized world. Just as he contemplated a closer inspection, an unsettling chill coursed through the village. Eyes turned towards the village entrance. From the fog-laden woods, a humanoid silhouette gradually approached. "Beware the ambush," Chen Zimo called out, his voice resonating with urgency. In fivefold magnification, he discerned every minute detail of the creature. It was a figure shrouded in black mist, which obscured its surface and features. Yet Chen Zimo could still perceive its blood-red eyes piercing through the darkness. Was it the dual-blade monster from the sanctuary? His gaze shifted to the creature's hands. Protruding from the sleeves were not swords, but rather ordinary fingers. The absence of visible weapons calmed Chen Zimo considerably. After all, it was merely a Class A world. Should they truly encounter the dual-blade creature from the sanctuary, it was likely that all 5 present would perish. Lioli and the heavy hail stood alert, watching the unfamiliar figure. It appeared as though a demon had emerged from the abyss, the swirling black mist consuming the surrounding light. Hey, Gaole, can this thing really attack with its hands? Heavy hail questioned, uncertainty evident in his voice. The mist-clad figure certainly did not exude a benevolent aura. Its inky blackness suggested potential curses. Chen Zimo lightly pushed the frame of his glasses with his index finger, simultaneously maintaining the zoom mode while switching to data analysis. Black mist creature, perpetual black mist, indiscernible. Concealed, special traits, perpetual black mist, indiscernible, concealed. Chen Zimo then directed his gaze skyward, analyzing the black fog above. Perpetual black mist, indiscernible. The black mist surrounding the creature likely served only to obscure. How do you know that? Heavy hail was clearly skeptical. If you don't want to engage, we can switch roles. I'll take the first wave, and you can be the 5th. Never mind, I'll handle it, he replied, fully aware that whoever took the 5th position was destined for demise. Before the shadow could close in, Heavy Hail shouted, muscles bulging as he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the creature's chest. His ability mirrored Gaolei's. Chen Zimo instantly recognized it as muscle enhancement, the hallmark of strength-based enhancers. Heavy Hail's punch came down with ferocity, heavy enough to crush anything in its path. However, its speed was lacking, akin to a clumsy giant, immensely powerful yet devoid of finesse. Fool, what good is such brute force? Lioli chided. Not only she, but the others also doubted the efficacy of this blow. It was too slow, easily evaded by a synchronizer. That guy's lucky, Chen Zimo remarked as he observed the unfolding battle through his glasses. The combination of 5-fold magnification and data analysis allowed him to capture every nuance of the confrontation. He keenly noted that, in response to Heavy Hail and Appo's punch, the creature did not even attempt to dodge. Boom. Following the resounding impact, the creature was sent flying backward, struck by the force of a single punch. Goodness, this creature is remarkably weak. At this rate, I could take on 10 of them. Be cautious, it's not dead yet, Chen Zimo cautioned. The creature emerged from the black mist, its movements no longer slow and stiff, as though it had been revitalized by the blow. Heavy Hail surged forward, closing the distance to engage the creature. Just as he prepared to strike, the creature suddenly advanced, raising its hand to deliver a blow to his chest. What do you think you're doing with such a sluggish punch? Heavy Hail scoffed, sidestepping the attack, raising his fists, and delivering a sweeping strike aimed at the creature's head. Boom. The creature was sent reeling once more. Looks like Lioli doesn't even need to intervene. I can handle this alone, Heavy Hail declared, stretching as if he had merely been warming up. Don't let your guard down. It's learning your moves. Stop testing it. You and Lioli must strike with full force to eliminate it swiftly. All of the creature's attacks were being documented by Chen Zimo's glasses. Before him appeared 2 virtual silhouettes maintaining their punching stances. One was the creature, and the other was Heavy Hail. When their movements overlapped, it became evident that the creature's actions mirrored Heavy Hail's precisely. Why the rush? With its learning ability, my stance could keep it busy for a year. Heavy Hail waved dismissively. Chen Zimo intended to further advise, but the creature provided no opportunity. In the blink of an eye, a shadow shot towards Heavy Hail at great speed. Here it comes, Heavy Hail shouted, crouching low and adopting a powerful stance, stepping forward to deliver a forceful punch at the creature. This blow was swift and powerful, even from a distance. Chen Zimo could distinctly hear the whoosh of air as Heavy Hail and Appo's fist sliced through. If this punch connected, the creature would likely meet its demise on the spot. However, in an unexpected turn of events, just as the fist was about to strike the creature, it suddenly vanished. Chapter 39, The Mystery of the Camps. The sudden turn of events left everyone in utter disbelief. De Binghao was momentarily stunned, his fist suspended in midair, his eyes filled with incredulity. Meanwhile, the strange figure appeared beside him like a specter, hands raised in a fighting stance, preparing to strike at De Binghao. Be careful. It's on your flank. Chen Zimo's warning had yet to fade when a figure dashed forward, positioning itself firmly in front of the shadow. The slight crouch of Lioli made her appear even more petite. A blinding flash erupted from the abdomen of the strange being, as if struck by an immense force, sending it flying. Such speed in her punches. Was that a prop she wielded? With his glasses on, he utilized big data analysis to observe Lioli's movements. The flash was not the result of a punch, but rather a decorative object she wore on her hand. Regrettably, the glasses lacked recording and slow-motion features. making it impossible to discern what it truly was. However, he could still utilize data analysis to directly read the statistics from Lioli's recent punches. Data analysis, 2 punches thrown. Peak speed, 90 km/h. The numbers reflected in his lenses astonished him. Not only had Lioli delivered 2 rapid punches in the blink of an eye, but her punch speed had also reached an astonishing 90 km/h, fast enough for a highway. The little girl was indeed a formidable female fighter. A single punch from her could incapacitate even the mightiest of foes. Panting, Lioli seemed to have exhausted considerable energy from her punch. She took a brief moment to recuperate before turning back. "You big pighead, this is an A-grade world. Do you want to get yourself killed?" De Binghao felt a chill run down his spine. Had the strange figure struck him, while he might not have lost his life, he would likely have sustained severe injuries, rendering him incapable of fighting for the next few hours. In this tree hollow village, losing one Indapos, S ability to fight could only lead to one fate, being tossed into a tree hollow by teammates. "Thank you," he expressed gratefully to Lioli. Though her words had a somewhat teasing tone, her character was genuinely commendable. Formalities could wait. The priority was to resolve the matter swiftly. Chen Zimo pointed towards the direction where the strange figure had been sent flying, noting a shadow rushing towards them, moving even faster than before. "Give it your all," Lioli commanded, donning 4 interconnected rings on her right hand. Chen Zimo finally discerned the nature of the prop. It was a golden knuckle duster. Big data analysis. Item name: Knuckle Duster. Type: Weapon. Function: increases attack power. Remarks: Copper Knuckle Duster. When worn, it can amplify the damage inflicted on the injured. The analysis yielded only trivial information. It appeared that for item-type props, the glass's functionality could not directly read their information without contact. Nevertheless, not being able to see it was inconsequential. He could still derive indirect data through analysis. Based on Lioli's performance, the knuckle duster likely augmented the user's speed, as it was unlikely she could have approached the strange figure so swiftly otherwise. Furthermore, a punch speed of 90 km/h was astonishing. No level 2 synchronizer could match such prowess. Wait, a level 2 synchronizer? Chen Zimo paused, his thoughts suddenly expanding. I am currently only a level 1 synchronizer. Why have I entered the Tree Hollow village? Shouldn't this be a level 2 world? No. The Federation's records had mentioned that the summons to synchronizer worlds were entirely random. Levels only pertain to the tier of entry into the world. Otherwise, he would not have been selected for the Happiness Hospital at level 0. If everyone were level 1 synchronizers, then Lioli's Knuckle Duster must also possess a strength augmentation function. His contemplation was interrupted by a small cheer. Chen Zimo turned his gaze to the center of the battlefield. The strange being had been vanquished by Lioli and De Binghao, its limp form dissipating into black mist above the Tree Hollow village. He slapped his cheeks, chastising himself for his wandering thoughts. He had missed the entire battle. The big data analysis glasses, lacking directives, had failed to activate their analysis function, collecting only basic positional data. It was of little consequence. Lioli's abilities and props had already been revealed in her attempt to save De Binghao. Acquiring additional data would hold little value. Focusing on the next encounter was paramount. Among them, Chen Zimo was most concerned about Sun Lin. He sensed an ominous aura emanating from this formidable woman. Moreover, the external threat was not limited to the strange figure. The whereabouts of the unknown synchronizer posed a significant risk. Stopping his train of thought, Chen Zimo approached the group. Since the battle has concluded, perhaps we should summarize our experiences. De Binghao shifted his gaze aside. You might as well directly name me for a critique session. Chen Zimo reassured him, I do not intend to cast blame. Everyone had witnessed how weak the strange figure had been at the outset. Carelessness was inevitable. This may very well be a crucial reason for the high mortality rate within the Tree Hollow village. Why do I say this? The strange figure possesses a strong learning ability, but it has not yet reached a point where it is incapable of engaging in combat, De Binghao remarked in confusion. Do not forget, our group battle strategy largely restricts the growth rate of the strange figure. If we swarm it and defeat it all at once, we will not be able to kill it in the next encounter. De Binghao fell silent. If they could not eliminate the strange figure, internal strife would be the only option left. After offering his reminder, Chen Zimo turned to Sun Lin, and I love a stick. I suggest we aim for a swift resolution in the next battle, denying the strange figure any time to learn. This is our only chance to secure victory in the third encounter. Heh, Sun Lin scoffed, winning the third battle. Just to give you an opportunity to eliminate us, is it? Are you so impatient? Chen Zimo shot her a glance. What do you mean by that? You know what I mean. If we engage in 3 consecutive battles, we will undoubtedly be exhausted, and you, as the pivotal fifth member, have yet to lift a finger. Your condition is likely stronger than all of us combined. As for the fourth battle, I suspect you will betray us. And even that rogue synchronizer who escaped earlier will return to assist you. At that point, you two will conspire to sacrifice us all to the Tree Hollow, leaving 7 villagers after 3 defeats of the strange figure. But I believe you will not spare even your accomplice, offering him to the Tree Hollow as well, thus securing a windfall of 80 of the experience points. Gao Lei, you truly are a master tactician. Sun Lin's words blew through the fragile trust between the others and Chen Zimo like a biting wind. The harmonious atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension, and the expressions of those present darkened. They slightly recoiled, maintaining a distance from Chen Zimo. He chose not to respond. He knew that arguing with Sun Lin would only exacerbate the awkwardness, and he was uncertain of her true intentions. Chapter 40. Volunteering. How is it? Your cunning scheme has been exposed, and now you find yourself at a loss for excuses? Sun Lin's voice carried a hint of triumph. Noticing Chen Zimo's silence, she continued, in my opinion, we should first eliminate this false federal synchronizer masquerading as a villain. Even without him, we can still fend off the monsters thrice when we join forces. Additionally, with another villain on our side, safeguarding 5 villagers should pose no issue. Although we would miss out on some experience points, it would relieve us of future concerns. As Sun Lin's words settled, the atmosphere dropped to a frigid silence. Luli tightened her grip on the metal claw in her hand, cautiously watching Chen Zimo. Yet the boy across the crowd stood expressionless, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. In truth, since entering Tree Hollow Village, I have been intrigued by one particular matter, he mused to himself. What matter? Sun Lin queried, perplexed by his cryptic remark. Disregarding her confusion, Chen Zimo pressed on. Perhaps no one has noticed, but after I bring it to your attention, you should soon grasp certain truths. Do you remember your factions? Factions? Are you referring to Tree Hollow Village? Lowering her gaze, De Binghale recalled the emotionless voice that had spoken before entering the synchronized world. Precisely, Chen Zimo affirmed. I found it curious that factions are inherently objective. Without comparison, their existence holds negligible value. Therefore, you mean there exists a faction of monsters? Before he could finish, Iai Tiao Chai eagerly interjected, clearly invested in the topic. Indeed, from a practical standpoint, if there is a faction called Tree Hollow Village, another faction of monsters must certainly exist. Do you remember the content of Main Quest 2? Protecting the villagers. Upon hearing this, Luli's expression shifted to one of realization. I understand now. Brother Gao Lei, you mean to say this quest is related to the factions, correct? When it suits you, I am Endopos, brother Endopos. When it does not, I am Endopos. Gao Lei, Endopos. How pragmatic of you, Chen Zimo thought, disregarding her teasing. Very astute. That Endopos. That's precisely what I intended to convey. Main Quest 2 is highly likely to be a faction-related task. Our mission is to safeguard the villagers, but what would the opposing faction's task entail? Though he did not voice it outright, the answer was clear. For the monster faction, their objective would undoubtedly be to sacrifice all the villagers or transform everyone but themselves into offerings. This was a cruel and stark reality, yet in this unknown world, anything was possible. Such eloquence. Sun Lin scoffed, preparing to counter, but Chen Zimo interrupted her. I am merely presenting a reasonable hypothesis. His tone remained calm and resolute. However, it appears there is something else that everyone has overlooked. What is it? De Binghale instinctively inquired, having begun to believe Chen Zimo's words. He now felt a deeper unease at the prospect of having missed something crucial. Tree Hollow Village has been explored numerous times, and the method of split battles should have been within the capacity of those with intellectual enhancements. Thus, the question arises, why is it that of the many synchronizers who enter Tree Hollow Village, only one person consistently survives? The moment those words were spoken, the group felt as if struck by lightning, shivering in unison, their minds converging on a singular realization. They had all been slain by synchronizers from the opposing faction. De Binghale murmured, no wonder. I wondered why Tree Hollow Village was merely an A-level world, yet so many had cleared it without discovering a perfect method of completion. It turns out this factor was at play. Those who succeeded couldn't all belong to the monster faction, could they? Not necessarily. Chen Zimo's voice was calm and profound. The mechanism of Tree Hollow Village is inherently brutal. Under the lure of substantial experience points, infighting is the norm. Trust among teammates is non-existent, and anyone may turn against their allies at any moment. Perhaps this is precisely why the secret of the factions has remained concealed. Am I right, Sun Lin? Sun Lin, who had been silent, felt a jolt of disbelief coursing through her. You suspect my faction is that of the monsters? Only you can answer that. Chen Zimo replied. But I wish to make one thing clear to everyone. Synchronizers from the monster faction certainly do not wish for us to complete our task smoothly. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Sun Lin, once the aggressor, now found herself on trial as the others, including Binghale, rapidly distanced themselves from her, as if fleeing from a plague. No, I am not. I haven't done anything. Her voice trembled with unprecedented panic and urgency as she pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Zimo. It's him. He is deliberately framing me. He is the synchronizer of the monster faction. Do not fall for his schemes. Frustrated, Sun Lin could not comprehend how the situation had turned against her so suddenly. Yet her desperate defense garnered nothing but cold, indifferent stares. Sun Lin, you initiated this matter. Why are you so agitated now? Is it that in this world, only you are permitted to slander me while I am not allowed to state the truth? Moreover, when did I ever claim you were a synchronizer of the monster faction? Chen Zimo mused inwardly. This alluring woman, seemingly composed, harbored an underlying timidity, or perhaps her acting skills had reached an extraordinary level. Binghale, utterly bewildered, interjected. Wait, what is happening right now? We only have a few minutes left until the second hour concludes. Can you please clarify what we should do? Chen Zimo withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from Sun Lin. Let us proceed according to the original plan. Brother Chai and Sun Lin will handle the monsters, this time. We must act swiftly to secure more rest, enabling us to defeat the monsters in the third hour. But what about the monster faction? Binghale hesitated. At present, we cannot ascertain who belongs to the monster faction or how many there are. However, one thing is certain. Anyone who betrays us during the assault on the monsters is undoubtedly the enemy. When that moment arrives, regardless of what anyone is doing, we must unite to eliminate that individual. The group exchanged grave glances, yet each nodded in agreement. Brother Galilei, what if that person is you? Sun Lin retorted. Then you shall kill me. Chen Zimo replied casually, clearly unconcerned by the weight of his words. How amusing. You are the last synchronizer to confront the monsters. By then, the monsters will likely be unbeatable. Even if you betray us, what can we do? Sun Lin's tone dripped with disdain and skepticism. To her, Chen Zimo's proposal seemed utterly worthless. If that is your perspective, then perhaps we should switch things up. Switch what? Sun Lin's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. Naturally, we shall exchange battle orders. You and Brother Chai will strike last. This time, I will face the monsters alone. Chapter 41. Facing the monster alone, have you lost your mind? Is this how you prove your innocence? Binghale's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood the monster and Appo's prowess better than anyone. Speed and strength were secondary. The key lay in its astonishing learning ability, which allowed it to steal all his techniques after just a few encounters. As the battle progressed, it seemed the monster could anticipate his every move, evading his attacks with uncanny precision, creating the bizarre illusion that he was fighting against himself. Moreover, the monster's resilience was formidable. What would be a fatal blow to a typical synchronizer barely phased it. If it weren't for Liu Li's astonishing tiger claw attack, which fortuitously broke the monster's neck, they might have been locked in a stalemate indefinitely. Is Gao Lei truly impressive, or merely foolish for challenging it alone? Sun Lin scoffed. Do you even realize what you're saying? You, a versatile synchronizer, are wagering your life? Even if you manage to halt the monster once, what about the next time? Your life may be inconsequential, but losing even one villager diminishes our collective experience and jeopardizes our plan. Can you bear that responsibility? Her words caused the others present to frown in unison. Wasn't this plan proposed by Chen Zimo? Why did it now sound as though she were the one in charge? Chen Zimo shrugged. If that won't work, then what do you propose? This is your dilemma. Why should I find a solution? Sun Lin retorted, visibly displeased. Fine, let us do it my way. You and Brother Chai will take the fourth hour. I'll support you during the next two encounters with the monster. If we fail to intercept it, we all perish together, she declared before striding forward, lost in her thoughts. Binghale hurried to catch up, softly advising, Gao Lei, are you really going to let her get to you? Our priority now is unity. Infighting only serves to aid the monster's camp. Chen Zimo patted him on the back, reassuringly, don't worry, I have my own methods to deal with the monster. Really? Binghale questioned, skeptical. Rest assured. Such tools are not exclusive to Sun Lin. I understand. Binghale gave a thumbs up, satisfied, and retreated to the back. In the brief interlude before the monster and Appo's return, Chen Zimo remained vigilant, scrutinizing the simulated footage of their previous encounters through his glasses. The desolate terrain was replaying their positions during the skirmish. He recalled Liuli and Apos' rapid punches, attempting to transpose them onto the monster and Apos' movements. Yet, there remained no similarities. This was a revelation he had just uncovered, although the monster could learn the techniques of synchronizers. It was incapable of mimicking the enhanced actions provided by tools, indicating a limitation to its power. Chen Zimo had previously been perplexed by the notion of a continuously evolving monster, particularly one that divided into factions. It seemed that the world favored synchronizers from the monster camp. Now, he understood the critical factor. Limitations were natural, otherwise the world would be excessively hostile to the synchronizers of the villager camp. He opened his inventory, glancing at the tranquilizer, shaking his head slightly. A mere 3 seconds of hard control seemed rather ordinary. Yet since his encounter with Sun Jian, he had come to appreciate the true potency of this previously overlooked item. For synchronizers, 3 seconds could determine life and death. The only drawback was the lengthy 72-hour cooldown. Using it against the monster would be wasteful, and he was reluctant to expend such a crucial trump card so soon. He hoped the data analysis glasses would prove useful. As the second hour approached its conclusion, the monster emerged once more from the fog-laden woods, seemingly oblivious to Chen Zimo standing in its path, making a beeline for the villager's small square. The monster was and Apos, attacking the synchronizers directly? Chen Zimo did not dwell on this, stepping directly into the monster's path. This time, it finally acknowledged him, swiping its hand as if to push him aside. He deftly evaded the simple gesture. The monster, realizing it could not pursue him, continued its advance toward the villagers. Has the monster changed its demeanor? De Binghale remarked in astonishment. Why was it so aggressive when fighting him, but now appeared as docile as an impatient elder? Chen Zimo stealthily approached the monster, which remained oblivious to his presence, until he unleashed a punch toward its neck. The monster finally crouched slightly, dodging his strike. This crouching posture mirrored Liuli's punching motion. Without thinking, he leaped to the side, just as the monster's fist whizzed past him. From afar, Liuli watched in disbelief. He actually dodged it. Is he truly a versatile enhancer? The monster imitating her technique didn't surprise her. What astonished her was that Chen Zimo could evade that punch. Although he lacked the tiger claw, the monster had replicated the moves to a remarkable degree. Even she might not have perfectly evaded it. Yet, Chen Zimo had succeeded, exhibiting a reaction speed comparable to agile enhancers. Phew, what incredible speed. Dodging the attack left him shaken. He nearly failed to grasp the monster and Apos' intent. Had he not reviewed battle simulations multiple times, he would have fallen victim by now. The monster showed no surprise at his successful evasion. It lunged forward, delivering a kick. The unfamiliar movement tightened Chen Zimo and Apos' chest. The monster had fought alongside De Binghale and Liuli thrice. However, his data analysis glasses had only captured the first 2 encounters. During the third, he had been distracted, thus missing any new techniques the monster had acquired. When it lifted its leg to kick, he had no time to ponder and swiftly retreated. This was bad. Gao Lei had been impressive earlier. Why was he now acting foolishly? De Binghale was in a state of panic. He had executed this kick before, after several encounters. The monster had learned to evade kicks. Unable to land a hit, he had to resort to trickery, transforming a kick into a stomp, which had allowed Liuli to seize the opportunity to break the monster and Apos' spine. However, De Binghale had not anticipated that this feint would confuse both the monster and his teammate. Liuli was equally perplexed. She had just begun to see potential in the boy, yet he suddenly seemed as clumsy as De Binghale. She intended to intervene, but it was too late. The monster had raised its knee, aiming a fierce stomp at Chen Zimo's leg. Damn, who uses this move? Why does it come with such speed? Chen Zimo cursed inwardly, furious at being put in such a predicament. There was no time to evade. He could only fall backward in the direction of the attack, landing on the ground and rolling to escape the monster and Apos' striking range. With a resounding crash, he looked back to see the monster had crushed a stone beneath its foot. If that stomp had landed on his knee, his leg would have surely shattered. Chapter 42. The anticipated betrayal. The peculiar figure missed a kick and immediately pursued. Chen Zimo had no time to evade and could only roll a few more times in a desperate attempt to get back on his feet. Continuing this way was too passive. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the creature and Apos' techniques. With such pitiful skills, you think you can take on the monster? How laughable, Sun Lin scoffed. Chai cast a disdainful glance in her direction. What else with that look? Sun Lin noticed his gaze and snapped back irritably. Nothing. He quickly redirected his attention to the battle. How can you think of helping him? A wild synchronizer should know their place, she retorted. What about it? Are you dissatisfied? Sun Lin rolled her eyes. Do you need me to remind you of the situation wild synchronizers face in the Federation? Sun Lin, enough. De Bing Hale interjected firmly. There exists a taboo among synchronizers regarding the term endopos, wild endopos. It is a derogatory label. Within the Federation, there are 3 types of synchronizers. The first is the official synchronizers, those who have recently exhibited awakening abilities and have been absorbed by the Federation. The second is the unorganized synchronizers, who, for various reasons, refuse the Federation's invitation and, after being monitored, become unorganized. The last category is the wild synchronizers, who intentionally conceal their abilities from the Federation. According to Federation documents, the majority of them harbor animosity towards the Federation, their hidden abilities aimed at undermining it for personal gain, ultimately becoming members of the Dark Path. The term wild is akin to an insult among synchronizers. Brother Chai, I apologize on behalf of Sun Lin, De Bing Hale stated candidly. Who needs your apology? Sun Lin exclaimed. Don't you want to gain experience points? De Bing Hale's words finally silenced Sun Lin. Regardless of whether Chen Zimo could defeat the creature, she had to cooperate with Iai Chai to protect more villagers. Angering him would only lead to worse outcomes. In the midst of their brief quarrel, the battle at the village entrance reached its climax. With the aid of data analysis glasses, Chen Zimo gradually deciphered the creature's learned techniques, even managing to attract its attacks with certain fixed movements. When the creature unleashed an assault, he deftly positioned himself to its side, placing himself in a precarious stance. Seeing this, the creature raised its hands high, swinging its fists horizontally. The creature was not particularly clever. Rather than being an enigma, it resembled a programmed automaton. After several probing attempts, Chen Zimo had deduced that at this distance and angle, the creature would execute the horizontal swing move it had used against De Bing Hale. Having observed this technique countless times through the glasses, he had already devised a countermeasure. As he retreated to evade the attack, he quickly maneuvered behind the creature. At that moment, the creature had exhausted its move, momentarily frozen in place, allowing Chen Zimo to deliver a powerful punch to the back of its neck. With a resounding crack, the creature collapsed, dissipating into black mist that gradually melded into the fog above the village. Not bad, although there were some setbacks. It was overall quite smooth, Chen Zimo mused, observing his fist with satisfaction. Yet, he sensed something was amiss. Turning his gaze toward the village, he noticed an unusual calm. De Bing Hale should have been shouting in celebration. Oh, they're arguing. Well, that's nothing to worry about. Upon returning to the village, he found the dispute had concluded and did not dwell on its cause. As time passed, this temporary alliance would increasingly become unstable, risking dissolution at any moment. The 3rd hour swiftly came to a close, and the monster emerged from the black mist once again. Let us finish this quickly, Chen Zimo commanded, charging toward the creature. The trio surrounded the monster, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. The rapid offensive proved effective, leaving the creature unable to retaliate. Just as Lu Li prepared to deliver a lethal blow with her claw, De Bing Hale, responsible for restraining the creature, encountered an unexpected turn of events. The creature broke free from its bonds, evading Lu Li's fatal strike. Grabbing her arm, it twisted forcefully, snapping her limb cleanly. Before she could regain her composure, De Bing Hale's muscles bulged, his hands slapping toward her head like a giant fan. Fortunately, he had never fully trusted anyone, always wary of the possibility of betrayal from his teammates. Sensing De Bing Hale's sudden movement, he heightened his vigilance and narrowly avoided the attack. So you're one of the monster and Oppos S allies. Haha, what a silly name. And Oppos, monster and Oppos S camp. And Oppos, we prefer and Oppos, demon camp. And Oppos, Sun Lin, take action. A small dagger pierced Iai Chai and Oppos S throat. Gurgle. Iai Chai attempted to speak, but could only produce sounds of blood gurgling as he opened and closed his mouth. I've long wanted to kill this wild scum. I merely wanted to insult you, yet you dared to glare at me. Sun Lin, having committed murder, was still not satisfied, viciously stepping on his face. You two are from the Federation. Don't you fear punishment for this? Lu Li, cradling her shattered arm, questioned. Punishment? De Bing Hale laughed. What right do those pigs have to punish us? Just because a few people died in the synchronized world? An A-level world has only a 10 clearance rate. Isn't it normal for people to die? But this is Tree Hollow Village. You killed a teammate. And an investigation will ensue. De Bing Hale blinked in confusion. Tree Hollow Village? What are you talking about? Sun Lin, when did we enter Tree Hollow Village? Isn't this a low difficulty S-level world? When did it become Tree Hollow Village? Sun Lin chuckled. Exactly. I've heard that experience rewards in S-level worlds far exceed those in ordinary worlds. We're quite fortunate. I happen to have applied for a strategy for this S-level world. Precisely. By controlling the experience gain, we can keep the experience in Tree Hollow Village comparable to that of an S-level world. Thus, as long as someone can testify, deceiving the authorities will be a simple task. You two despicable scoundrels, Luli exclaimed in outrage. De Bing Hale casually dug at his ear. Curse me all you want. I'm not interested in quarreling with a corpse. Sun Lin, let us take care of Gao Lei first. I think it'd be delightful to render this little girl helpless. You, what do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. I swear I won't let you off easily even in death. Luli shouted in panic. Yes, just like that. The more you resist, the more enjoyable it becomes, he said, an evil grin spreading across his face. Chen Zimo remained composed, stepping in front of her, and softly said, Luli, may I borrow your claws? Chapter 43. I will not kill you. Luli hesitated. Tools were essential for the survival of synchronizers, and she could not easily lend them to others. Rest assured, I shall return it shortly. If I am not mistaken, your claw should enhance your movement speed, correct? Luli nodded slightly. With her affirmation, he continued, Sun Lin is agile. Without your tool, I find it challenging to gain the upper hand against her. Hand me your claw, and I will ensure you leave Tree Hollow Village alive. Chen Zimo's resolute tone filled Luli with hope. Although she was initially reluctant to part with her tool, the dire circumstances forced her to reconsider. A moment's carelessness could lead to her demise, or worse. Trusting Chen Zimo was her only glimmer of hope. In a flash of gold, the claw was removed from her hand and placed into Chen Zimo's grasp. Item name, Devout Claw of the Ascetic. Type, Weapon, Function 1. Wearing the claw increases the user's attack power and movement speed by 30. Function 2. Wearing the claw reduces the user's defense and constitution by 30. Note 1. Devotion reflects my attitude towards faith. During the use of the claw, all other tools are forbidden. Note 2. In battles between men, no defense is required when a male wears it. A special effect is triggered during combat with another male. Note 3. You have only 3 minutes each day to prove you are a true man. Upon grasping the claw, Chen Zimo recognized it as a remarkable artifact, perfectly suited for strength-type synchronizers. The 30 dual enhancement may seem modest, yet it allows for precise suppression at the same level, significantly amplifying the combat abilities of strength-type synchronizers while compensating for their most significant shortfall, speed. The trade-off of reduced defense and constitution merely diminishes their advantages. For an ordinary strength-type synchronizer, they are akin to a high attack, high defense, slow-moving tank with the claw. They could transform into an offensive berserker. However, this seemingly innocuous side effect felt quite painful for Chen Zimo. As a versatile enhancer, his attributes grew uniformly with each upgrade, making him a jack of all trades, yet also a master of none. While an overall enhancement appears to lack weaknesses, it becomes evident that in areas where others excel, he is left wanting. In terms of attack and defense, he cannot compete with raw strength. In speed and evasion, he is outmatched by agility. The only adversaries he could contend with are intelligence-type enhancers, provided he remains wary of their skills. The claw's capabilities allowed him to embody a hybrid of strength and agility synchronizers, yet it also rendered his defense and constitution inferior to that of an ordinary person. Truly, it was a double-edged sword. He muttered as he secured the claw onto his hand. The first note's effect activated, and his data analysis glasses automatically retracted the item from his inventory. The moment he donned the claw, Chen Zimo felt a transformation within himself, accompanied by a countdown timer echoing in his ears. So, this is the meaning of 3 minutes of manhood, he mused, glancing at his unchanged companion with a slight sigh of relief. However, his primary concern lay with the second note. In battles between men, no defense is required. It ominously suggested, please do not reduce my defense to 0. That would render me incapable of fighting. Before long, he comprehended the effect of the second note. Die. Gao Lei. Become my experience swiftly. As the hulking figure of Ice Hail charged toward him, muscles bulging and straining against his clothing, Chen Zimo was unyielding, raising the claw to confront him. Yet, his true target was not Ice Hail, but rather Sun Lin, who hid behind him. Ice Hail had already activated his ability. With the claw's effect lasting but 3 minutes, eliminating him would be challenging with an agile synchronizer nearby. Only by vanquishing Sun Lin first could he hope for victory. With a swift movement, Chen Zimo broke away from Ice Hail, leveraging his superior speed to evade the attack and sprint towards Sun Lin. Bang! Bang! In the instant of contact, explosive sounds erupted from both combatants. Chen Zimo felt an inexplicable chill as he caught a glimpse of his tattered clothing. When had it been reduced to shreds? What on earth? My clothes exploded? He was at a loss for words. So this was the meaning of no defense required. What a ridiculous manifestation of the claw. And why must both of us, as men, experience this absurdity? Thankfully, there was no prospect of losing his trousers. As a man, whether his clothing exploded was of little consequence. His priority remained to eliminate Sun Lin. Don't come near me. A scream echoed ahead. Sun Lin, witnessing the simultaneous destruction of their garments, recoiled in terror, not understanding the bizarre situation Chen Zimo had created, but she was not prepared to expose herself publicly. Why are you running? Attack him. Isail urged, but the speed granted by the claw left him unable to catch up with Chen Zimo, trailing behind and incessantly pressing for action. Kill him if you must. The sight of their shredded clothing was too shocking for Sun Lin, who fled in a panic, showing no inclination to retaliate. Useless fool, Isail scolded, abandoning Sun Lin to return to the village. Unable to catch Chen Zimo, he hoped to pursue Liu Li instead. That fat idiot. Seeing Isail depart, Chen Zimo felt a surge of urgency. He had known that the man had a penchant for young girls. If left unchecked, Liu Li could be in grave danger. He pressed forward, determined to dispatch Sun Lin swiftly. As they raced, they soon reached the outskirts of the village. The area was shrouded in swirling black mist. If Sun Lin concealed herself within, locating her would prove exceedingly difficult. Just as he hesitated to continue the pursuit, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was the previously departed malevolent strength-type synchronizer. Chen Zimo's heart sank. Sun Lin was not fleeing aimlessly, but rather luring him into a trap. To face two opponents, both strength-type synchronizers, drastically reduced his chances of success. With the time remaining on the claw running short, he weighed his options and decided to retreat to the village to deal with Isail before reevaluating his strategy. Just as he resolved to leave, the man spoke. TSK, is this how your federation operates? Self-righteous and yet engaging in the same sordid acts of murder and thievery, and you dare to call us the wicked? Chen Zimo paused, realizing from his words that this man was not allied with Sun Lin. Taking a gamble, he shouted, "Stop that woman. She is one of the dark faction." The man hesitated for a moment but ultimately moved to block Sun Lin's escape. You seek death. Sun Lin, wary of engaging Chen Zimo due to the exploding clothes effect, saw the unarmed dark faction member as an opportunity. With a swift motion, she produced a small dagger, its gleaming blade aimed at the man's neck. Are all you Federation folks this ruthless? Quick to resort to murder? The dark faction member's arms suddenly thickened as he activated his enhancement ability, shielding his neck. Sun Lin's strike was a feint, seeing no opportunity for success. She quickly fled in another direction. Detain her, Chen Zimo urged urgently. I have my own plans, the dark faction member retorted, muscles dissipating as he propelled himself toward the direction Sun Lin had fled. Boom. After the thunderous sound, both individuals collapsed to the ground. The nefarious figure had only sustained minor injuries, but upon glancing at Sun Lin, it was evident that her arm and one side of her ribcage were broken. Her life appeared to be hanging by a thread. Chen Zimo's eyes twitched. Was this person a human cannonball? What vendetta drove him to seek the death of this woman? The nefarious figure brushed off the dust from his head and inquired, by the way, what do you mean by the amp? Oppos, evil faction and amp. Oppos, you just mentioned. Is that who I am supposed to kill? You were the one who acted first, remember? However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Chen Zimo hastily replied, we can discuss faction details later. For now, we are allies. Come with me to the village to save someone. Who are we saving? The nefarious figure regarded him warily. Luli. A look of confusion filled the nefarious figure's eyes. Who is that? The girl with the petite frame. Oh, now I see. He feigned enlightenment. Chen Zimo was exasperated. Feigning ignorance was not helpful. You don't need to ponder that. Just follow me to save her. Or else she may perish in the impending hailstorm. Who is this hailstorm? Forget about that. Just come with me. Why should I follow you? I am evil, you are righteous. We have been adversaries since time immemorial. Seriously? If you don't come with me, we'll just stand here chatting endlessly. Chen Zimo thought for a moment. Despite their current alliance, the nefarious figure still belonged to the evil faction. He stole a glance at the timer on the index tiger. It was nearing 1 minute. Every second of delay meant greater danger for Luli. He decided not to linger any longer and turned to hasten toward the village. Seeing him depart, the nefarious figure finally exhaled in relief and quickly returned to search for weapons near Sun Lin. He felt a sense of self-satisfaction. grateful that he had instinctively shielded Sun Lin earlier. Otherwise, with Chen Zimo's terrifying reflexes, he would have never been able to seize the items. It was essential to note that the weapon was a valuable tool that could be exchanged for substantial money and resources in reality. However, after rummaging through Sun Lin's belongings, he found no trace of a dagger. It turned out that Sun Lin had not been killed outright. She had managed to return the dagger to her inventory in her final moments. With the synchronizer's death, the item had vanished as well. He cast a resentful glare in Chen Zimo's direction. If that federated synchronizer hadn't been asking so many questions, he wouldn't have lost a valuable weapon. By the way, I didn't get to ask what a faction is. I need to inquire about that. He abruptly slapped his forehead and infused energy into his legs, leaping away like a grasshopper. A gust of wind rushed past him. Chen Zimo turned to see the nefarious figure had caught up. He sneered inwardly. A nefarious individual could never escape their murderous instincts. If he weren't so concerned for Lu Li's safety, he would have surely slain this man first. With determination, he attempted to shake off the nefarious figure. Wait, the nefarious figure was about to speak when Chen Zimo dashed away like the wind. He could only use his abilities to leap after him. Although the nefarious figure's pursuit methods were rudimentary, they proved effective. Had it not been for the Index Tiger's 3-minute effect still being active, Chen Zimo would have been uncertain of his ability to escape. Unbeknownst to him, the nefarious figure was exerting considerable effort to chase him. Strength-type synchronizers were typically not adept at speed, and the method he had employed to propel himself was only a temporary solution, not a means of travel. Observing Chen Zimo's composed demeanor, the nefarious figure repeatedly muttered to himself, "This guy doesn't seem like an agile type. How can he run so fast? I should have refrained from challenging him." After a while, Chen Zimo belatedly realized that the nefarious figure was not trying to kill him. Was this person actually here to assist me? He pondered, deciding to test the waters. By the way, I haven't asked your synchronizer name yet. Wait, how does this guy still have the energy to converse? The nefarious figure was astonished. He had leapt several times and was nearly out of breath, yet Chen Zimo seemed unfazed and even intended to chat. Ping Tu Gu. He struggled to catch his breath, finally managing to utter a word. Chen Zimo nonchalantly nodded. "I am Gao Lei." Ping Tu Gu responded with a slight nod, indicating he understood. Fortunately, they were not far from the village, and as the Index Tiger's countdown entered the 1-minute range, they successfully returned to the village. The village was eerily empty. Lu Li and the impending hailstorm were nowhere to be found, and one villager was missing from the entrance. "Didn't you say we were going to save someone? Where are they?" Ping Tu Gu inquired. "Split up and search. Lu Li is injured and cannot fend off the hailstorm. She must have fled." Chen Zimo hurriedly called out Lu Li's name as he dashed through the village. Yet the small village remained silent, devoid of any signs of life. As he ran, his body suddenly felt overwhelmingly heavy, and the Index Tiger slipped from his grasp. Just then, a sensation of dread washed over him. From the bushes, the impending hailstorm lunged at him with ferocity. The effect of the Index Tiger had worn off, and in his moment of disorientation, he could only hastily raise his hands to shield his chest and protect his vital organs. A colossal force struck him in that instant. Chen Zimo questioned whether he had been hit by a speeding dump truck. His arms and chest erupted in a cacophony of cracking sounds, the unmistakable noise of bones fracturing. He spat out a mouthful of blood, helplessly propelled backward. Without the Index Tiger, let us see what you can do now." "Oh. And I must thank you for eliminating Sun Lin. Otherwise, I would have had to expend considerable effort to kill her." Yet, curiously, despite the hailstorm's villainous speech, his expression remained eerily calm, devoid of his signature malevolent grin. He merely stood still as if having a casual conversation with Chen Zimo. Now, all he needed to do was step closer and crush Chen Zimo's life, but no matter how he urged himself, his body felt paralyzed. "What is happening? What have you done to me?" "Nothing, just helping you to calm down a bit." "Control items? You possess 2 items." The hailstorm had never anticipated that a level 1 synchronizer could wield 2 items. Realizing his fate was sealed, he resigned himself and closed his eyes. Chen Zimo did not respond. He struggled to sit up and gasped for breath. "Ping Tu Gu, he is also part of the evil faction. I can only control him for a few seconds." Seize this opportunity to incapacitate him. Although the hailstorm had been intent on his demise, Chen Zimo felt no need to kill someone so defenseless. "Are you truly part of the evil faction?" Ping Tu Gu asked. "And if I am? If you are, then I will not kill you." Chapter 44. A Pyrrhic victory under the torrential hail. I was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hope illuminating my gaze. "Are you also from the Dark faction?" I inquired. "I hail from the Tree Hollow village." His voice was laced with confusion, for were not the two factions meant to be adversaries? The bald man grinned broadly. A true man should not perish in humiliation. I wish to engage you in a fair fight. Chen Zimo was bewildered. Are you out of your mind? In this perilous synchronized world, you speak of fairness? Are you truly of the dark path? Just as I desire, let us engage in a fair battle, he declared, laughter resonating in his tone. In mere seconds, the effects of the tranquilizer dissipated, and the hail struck with stealth towards the bald man. Come at me, he roared, his muscular arms bracing for the incoming assault. The sheer size of his bulging muscles dwarfed that of the hail, forming a formidable barrier. What a resilient physique. Upon their initial clash, the hail realized this opponent was formidable. The sensation of impact was akin to striking a concrete wall, almost fracturing his wrist. The bald man, while blocking, exhibited a hint of satisfaction in his eyes as he swung his fist towards the hail, his attacks lacking any semblance of technique, reminiscent of a street brawl. Such a straightforward approach was unlikely to succeed. The bald man's strength was overwhelming. A hit from him could lead to severe injury or worse. The hail, unable to land a surprise attack, was compelled to alter his strategy, leveraging his superior agility to exploit the bald man's missed strikes. Swiftly maneuvering to his side and launching a sudden assault, the bald man's enhancements were concentrated in his arms. His overall defense was merely average. He hesitated to absorb the impending shoulder charge, but the hail's speed was too swift. With no time to evade, he could only retract his arms for protection. Boom! The bald man was sent crashing, collapsing a villager and amp, Oppo's thatched hut. What a mindless fool, thinking he could contend with me with such meager abilities. The hail disregarded the bald man and pivoted towards Chen Zimo. Hand over the items, and I shall spare your life. Chen Zimo forced a grim smile. Do you truly believe such childish threats? Then do not blame me for being impolite. Securing the items would be ideal, yet even in their absence, he was confident that his extensive experience would yield greater resources in the future. The hail indifferently lifted his leg, preparing to strike. The anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, he heard the hail's furious voice. You wretched woman! Luli appeared from nowhere, entangling herself with the hail. Curse you! Despite her arm still unhealed, she had regained her strength. Though petite, her legs danced like ethereal silk, engaging the hail in a spirited exchange. Who are you? And why do you interfere in my battle? The bald man emerged from the wreckage, gazing at Luli in bewilderment. This is Luli, just like us. A synchronizer from Tree Hollow Village. Oh, the bald man nodded. Then can you ask her to step aside? Chen Zimo was genuinely perplexed by this fellow's mindset. Why must you insist on a one-on-one? Because a true man's battle requires no third party. Chen Zimo suddenly felt an uncanny alignment with the tiger claws in his possession. Before he could ponder further, the bald man surged into the fray, seizing Luli by her collar and flinging her aside, re-engaging the hail. Having learned from his previous misstep, the bald man shifted to a defensive stance, his broad arms no longer initiating attacks, but instead guarding his torso and sides. The hail's attempts to flank him proved futile. Observing this, Chen Zimo felt some relief. It was fortunate this man was merely brash and not utterly foolish. If this continued, victory would ultimately belong to their side. Yet, as the battle raged on, he discerned that the conflict was far more complex than he initially believed. The hail's attacks, though fierce in appearance, were calculated. He was not exerting his full strength. Initially, Chen Zimo suspected he was wary of Luli, but soon realized through his analytical glasses that it was the bald man being led by the hail. The one deliberately stalling for time was, in fact, the hail. A sudden dread gripped him as he contemplated the implications. This is bad. The hail is stalling for the monster's arrival. Luli hurried to assist him. Luli's expression turned grave. The monster had already engaged in 3 battles, possessing combat experience far beyond their capabilities. Upon uncovering the hail scheme, she dashed forward, intent on teaming up with the bald man to vanquish him. Luli's enhancement was unknown, but her speed was remarkable. The hail, oblivious to her approach, continued his spirited combat with the bald man until a swift kick aimed for his head disrupted his focus. Smack! The foot was caught by a massive hand. What are you doing here? Get out of the way. The bald man thwarted Luli's attack, tossing her out of the battle. She landed awkwardly, clearly nursing an injury. Is he insane? I'm trying to help him, she exclaimed, feeling as if she had kicked a steel plate, glaring furiously at Chen Zimo. Bald man, the hail does not wish to fight you. He is buying time for the monster's arrival. Don't be deceived. Let us discuss the monster when it arrives. This is our battle now. Anyone who interferes will face my wrath. Chen Zimo was astounded by the bald man's reasoning, questioning how such a person was chosen by the dark path. Since assistance was unwelcome, he would devise another plan. A glimmer of gold sparkled in his hand as a pair of bronze tiger claws materialized. Here are the true claws of a man. Use them against him. A true man's battle cannot be sullied by props. It should be a contest of raw strength. The bald man bellowed with bravado. This isn't some over-the-top anime. Please, recognize the reality. We are in a synchronized world, a place that devours the unwary. Encountering such a fool, the Hale felt a surge of delight. Feigning combat while keeping a vigilant eye on the forest's edge. Before long, the sky dimmed slightly as a figure emerged from the mist-laden woods. Upon sighting the monster, the Hale's face broke into a sinister grin, feigning weakness and retreating towards the creature. The bald man, reveling in the fight, would not let him escape and pursued him fiercely until they stood before the monster. The Hale, having feigned vulnerability, suddenly slipped behind the monster. As the bald man prepared to unleash a punch, he miscalculated, striking the monster squarely in the face. The Hale reveled in triumph. It worked. The monster, having learned from 3 encounters, effortlessly dodged the bald man's attack and, crouching slightly, retaliated with a punch to his chest. Boom! With a resounding crash, the bald man was sent flying into a thatched hut. Both Chen Zimo and Lu Li and Appos, as expressions darkened. Their injuries were not yet healed. And if the Hale struggled against him, what chance did they stand against the monster? Isn't the taste of despair exquisite? The Hale smirked wickedly, addressing Chen Zimo. I shall repeat myself. Hand over the items, and I may yet grant you a chance at survival. Chen Zimo forced himself to stand, declaring, if you desire the props, it depends on whether you possess the ability to obtain them. Quite spirited. I hope you maintain such bravado when I shatter every bone in your body. He turned to Lioli, saying, Little sister, my previous promise to you still stands. Spend some time with me, and I shall ensure your safe departure from the Tree Hollow village. As he uttered these words, his expression was amiable, yet the malevolence in his gaze remained undiminished. Bah! You wretched fatso! Lioli retorted fiercely. You little Lolas seem to relish the notion of ignoring a toast only to receive punishment. Chen Zimo shook his head in resignation. Once I have dealt with this unreasonable fool, you shall come to understand the extraordinary capabilities of my enhanced physique. At that time, do not lament and plead for your master to be gentler. Disgusting. How can you call yourself a federal synchronizer when the evil path possesses more humanity than you? Lioli's eyes were icy. What of the Federation? What of humanity? Can it provide sustenance or allow me to toy with exquisite specimens like you? Chen Zimo's tone dripped with disdain. They are all mere pretenders, thinking I would ever wish to dwell in that wretched place. The evil path is 100 times superior. We of the evil path do not accept scum like you. A man with a flat head emerged from the ruins of a thatched hut. You are still alive? Chen Zimo exclaimed incredulously. The anomaly had become immensely powerful after 3 battles. That punch had struck directly at his chest. Had he not merely enhanced his arms, even someone like himself, with full body enhancements, would have perished on the spot. The flat-headed man rubbed his chest and grinned sheepishly. That monster's blows are indeed painful. If I had not temporarily switched my enhancement to my pectorals, I might have truly died. So your enhancements extend beyond just your arms and legs, Chen Zimo noted. Intrigued. You can enhance other parts as well? Chen Zimo's admiration was evident as he glanced at the flat-headed man, recognizing the potential of such enhancements. Don't get carried away. It and Appos. Es not merely muscle. The flat-headed man quickly interjected upon sensing Chen Zimo and Appos' gaze. It matters not. You are about to perish anyway. Just as he finished speaking, the monster searching for enemies spotted the flat-headed man and lunged at him. Flat-headed man, come and grab the props. Chen Zimo and Appos' heart raced. The monster was beyond the capabilities of a single person to defeat. Only with the use of a finger tiger might they have a chance to repel it. No. A true man's battle requires no props. The flat-headed man flexed his muscular arms, bracing himself to take the monster's punch, only to be sent flying once more. Fool! Chen Zimo scolded, turning his gaze toward the approaching Chen Zimo. This time, it truly is the end. His eyes darted to the finger tiger. He needed to devise a plan to get the flat-headed man to wear it. Flat-headed man, you always claim to be a true man, yet to me, you are nothing but a coward. I am not a coward. The flat-headed man and Appos' roar was deafening. Not a coward? Then why do you only dare to face one opponent at a time? If you are not a coward, why do you not don a weapon to protect your injured comrades? You are indeed a coward. a coward who fears for his life. A true man should be clad in armor to protect his domain. A true man should triumph over many with valor. He raised the finger tiger high and shouted, "Dare you wear it, and become a true man." With a thunderous crash, a pair of exaggeratedly muscular legs landed before Chen Zimo. The finger tiger was snatched away. "Very well, today I shall show you what it means to be a true man." As the finger tiger clasped around his hand, a surge of overwhelming power flowed from deep within his being. Item name: the devout finger tiger of the ascetic. Note 3. You have only 3 minutes each day to prove yourself as a true man. 3 minutes? That is sufficient. The flat-headed man's form vanished, reappearing before Chen Zimo. What is this? Before Chen Zimo could react, a colossal fist struck his chest with tremendous force. Boom. Boom. The two resounding impacts melded into one. As Chen Zimo was sent flying, the flat-headed man's clothing disintegrated into shreds. Note 2. In battles between men, no defense is required. Men who wear it will trigger special effects when engaging with other men. Feeling a chilling breeze, the flat-headed man glanced down, realizing his attire had vanished, casting a resentful glance at Chen Zimo. Aware of his own faults, he quickly shifted his focus to the monster. If you wish to be a true man, you must be prepared to pay a price. The monster's hatred was directed solely at the flat-headed man, who, seeing him unharmed, charged again. Let us fight with fervor. The 3-minute enhancement of true manhood imbued the flat-headed man with boundless energy as he bellowed and charged the monster. The devout finger tiger of the ascetic proved extraordinary. Facing the monster, the flat-headed man turned the tide, forcing the beast to retreat in disarray. The flat-headed man, with speed and strength on his side, dominated the monster, who was left unable to retaliate against his unprecedented fighting style. Within just over a minute, the monster was vanquished, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Haha, this fellow was nothing special. After defeating the monster, the flat-headed man stood proudly with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. However, Chen Zimo and Appo's expression remained far from relaxed. Thus far, they had only been in Tree Hollow Village for 4 hours, and the monster had already discerned all their combat capabilities. In the coming hour, they would face an invincible monster, helplessly watching as it abducted the villagers. With only 9 villagers remaining, if they allowed the monster to roam free, only 3 would remain by the time they left Tree Hollow Village, though they had one. It was a Pyrrhic victory. This finger tiger is truly remarkable. Had I possessed such a formidable weapon earlier, I would not have had to toil so hard. The flat-headed man handed the finger tiger to Chen Zimo, noticing his grim demeanor and asking, "What is wrong? You look as if you were on the brink of death." "I must deliver some unfortunate news. In this synchronized world, we may lose a significant amount of experience." Chapter 45, The Elusive Heart. What does it mean? Didn't I scare off all the monsters? The flat-headed guy scratched his head and asked, "Indeed, but this is only the 3rd time we have defeated him. How many times must we defeat him in total?" "At least 4 times, Lioli replied with a hint of dejection. "Let's give it another go. It should be simple enough." The flat-headed guy shrugged nonchalantly. "It's not as straightforward as you think. Each time the monster is defeated, it learns from the experience of battle. Unless you possess a powerful item, it is impossible to overcome him." "Then lend me your claw again." Chen Zimo shook his head. The flat-headed guy's strength was commendable, but if the claw could be used indefinitely, he could defeat the monster for the next 6 hours. However, the limitations stated in the claw and Appo's description made it clear that it could only be used for 3 minutes a day to prove oneself as a true man, meaning it had a cooldown period of 1 day. Relying on it to subdue the monster was out of the question. "Is there no other way to defeat the monster?" the flat-headed guy inquired. "There is." Chen Zimo's gaze shifted toward the direction where the fallen hail was sent flying. "There are 2 methods to dispel the monster. One is to directly defeat him, and the other is to offer sacrifices to him. For each synchronizer sacrificed, one can safely endure for an hour." This was the strategy he gleaned from the Federation, and it was also the primary reason for the high mortality rate in Tree Hollow Village. Human hearts are inscrutable, and the synchronized world is not governed by the law of the jungle. Synchronizers will go to great lengths for substantial experience rewards. Sacrificing synchronizers, isn't that simple? The flat-headed guy stepped forward, hoisting the fallen hail. The once vibrant rotund man now hung limply over his shoulder, resembling a large white sack with a black head dangling beneath it. As they approached, they could discern the changes that had befallen the fallen hail. The power of the claw was overwhelming. The 30 strength and agility boost brought the flat-headed guy's might dangerously close to that of a superior synchronizer, coupled with his uniquely enhanced attributes, allowing him to shatter the upper body bones of the fallen hail with a single punch. Indeed, Strength-type synchronizers are terrifying. That punch had more force than a steamroller. The flat-headed guy, still unsatisfied after retrieving a corpse, turned to approach another, his expression grave. Brother, I told you these Federation scoundrels are unreliable. You didn't believe me. Now, you must endure being a sacrifice. He returned to Chen Zimo's side, bearing 2 corpses. How do we make the sacrifice? Just toss them into the tree hollow outside the village. Chen Zimo watched the flat-headed guy depart, his face devoid of any relief. Suddenly, he recalled something. Before entering Tree Hollow Village, he had a dream about this place. I remember in the dream, I was thrown into the tree hollow. He turned to look at the villagers. 9 shadowy figures stood there, immobile, indifferent to the happenings around them. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up a stone and threw it at one of them. The stone struck the man's forehead, yet due to the villagers being projections, it passed right through, landing harmlessly on the ground behind. He then picked up some leaves, straw, and torn fabric from the shattered clothing, testing each against the villagers. Unsurprisingly, all these items easily penetrated them and fell to the ground. What are you doing? Lioli asked, confused. Chen Zimo did not respond. His thoughts had already expanded during the experiment. He no longer viewed that dream as a mere fantasy, but as a perception of information from the synchronized world, with even the dream and Apos' details potentially holding truth. In the dream, as a victim, he was thrown into the tree hollow, bound and possibly transported. However, the villagers could neither move nor be moved. Only the monster could carry them away. Thus, in the dream, he could only possess one identity, that of a synchronizer. Why would those hostile synchronizers go to such lengths to capture one? Under equal conditions, killing a synchronizer is far simpler than capturing one. What compelled them to capture him only to sacrifice him to the tree hollow? He recalled what Bloodflow said. The method to clear Tree Hollow Village is not difficult. One simply needs to control everyone and toss them into the hole. Control is key. Chen Zimo's eyes widened. The answer was becoming clear. The Tree Hollow only accepts living beings. This is troubling. To avoid losing experience points during the clearance, they must retain at least 5 villagers. 4 hours have passed, and with the failure of the 3rd defense, they lost 1 villager. If the corpses of the fallen synchronizers cannot be used for sacrifice, they must relinquish 6 villagers to clear the level. If they can only save 3 villagers. Chen Zimo calculated in his mind. After clearing, they would likely receive around -50 experience points. He was uncertain about the experience loss for Lioli and the flat-headed guy, but he would undoubtedly drop back to level 0. However, there was another way to ensure a safe clearance. His gaze shifted to Lioli and then back to the direction where the flat-headed guy had left. There were 2 living synchronizers present. They could replace 2 villagers. As long as they preserved 5 villagers, they could clear the level at the minimum standard, thus safeguarding their experience points. The ominous black mist above Tree Hollow Village seemed to thicken further, the heavy fog resembling low-hanging clouds that obscured the scant sunlight. Beneath the shroud of gloom, Chen Zimo's contemplative gaze remained remarkably bright. He continuously scanned the faces of his comrades, and after a moment of hesitation, he made his decision. Sacrificing teammates was simply out of the question. Although he had always scoffed at the loyalty and faith instilled by the Federation, his inner moral compass forbade him from stepping into the abyss. His father had taught him since childhood to be an upright person, a principle Chen Zimo had steadfastly upheld. But sacrificing teammates for experience points was no different from the actions of the fallen Hail, nor did it differ from those of the wicked. If he were to do so, could he still consider himself upright and honor his father and Apos' teachings? Father, are you truly wicked? Chen Zimo stroked the claw in his palm, its cold touch bringing him back to reality. Right. He handed the claw to Lioli. This claw is indeed a remarkable item. But next time you lend it to a man, remember to remind him to take off his clothes. Lioli's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, whispering, I didn't realize that note meant that. The girl's bashful expression always brought a sense of delight. Chen Zimo dispelled the gloom in his heart and said, Let us wait for the flat-headed guy to return. I have something important to tell you. After a brief interval, the flat-headed guy's figure reappeared at the village entrance. Why did you take so long? Chen Zimo inquired with curiosity. Tossing 2 corpses shouldn't take much time. It should have been easier for someone of his strength. The flat-headed guy looked a bit sheepish. I wanted to bring back that woman too, but the woods all look the same. And I couldn't and Apos' find her after wandering around for a long time. So you and Apos' a bit directionally challenged, I see. Gazing at the grove at the village entrance. It was not particularly vast, with a simple terrain and sparse vegetation. Were it not for the pervasive black mist and the eerie tree hollows scattered throughout, it could have even served as a whimsical spot for elementary school students on a spring outing. Yet, how could he have gotten lost? Nevertheless, Chen Zimo dismissed it, attributing the navigation mishap to the shortcomings of the flathead brother. After all, even the robust Gao Lei suffered from motion sickness. So it was not surprising that he would lose his way. Flathead brother, did you feel any changes after you tossed the body into the tree hollow? None, came the reply. Chen Zimo turned to the little girl. Luli, what about you? She too expressed a lack of awareness. Chen Zimo nodded. Let us take a break and hide. I have a hypothesis that needs testing. An hour swiftly passed, and after the classic thickening of the black mist, the strange figure emerged from the woods once more. This time, there were no synchronizers to hinder him, and he approached the villagers with ease, casually abducting a young girl. After the entity departed, the black mist reverted to its original state, leaving only 8 villagers behind. How could this happen? Luli exclaimed. Didn't we offer a sacrifice to the tree hollow? Why does the strange figure still appear? Indeed, Chen Zimo felt a heaviness in his heart. His suspicions were confirmed. The sacrifice must be living, which explained why he had been bound in his dreams. The tree hollow evidently did not accept the dead. The recent appearance of the figure validated a troubling hypothesis he had. What hypothesis? The tree hollow may only accept living sacrifices. His words elicited a flicker of panic on Lu Li's face. Are you suggesting living synchronizers? Yes, Chen Zimo replied, his voice strained. The strategy provided by the Federation cannot be false. The act of voluntary sacrifice must surely repel the strange figure, since the deceased synchronizers are ineffective. We are left with but one option, the living. How can this be? Lu Li's despair was palpable. So many have cleared the Tree Hollow village. Doesn't the Federation know this fundamental information? Chen Zimo sighed. The Federation likely knows, but their omission in the strategy might be deliberate. If they were to clearly state this matter, it could incite panic among synchronizers entering the Tree Hollow village, leading to distrust and chaos from the outset. Such a scenario would not only render the Tree Hollow village an even more perilous death trap, but also drastically erode the trust among Federation synchronizers. He paused, and Flathead Brother scoffed derisively. On the other hand, the Federation's incompetence is akin to a harlot wishing to maintain a facade of virtue. They fear that if this information leaks, it would tarnish their reputation. By providing erroneous guidance, they lead you into a trap where you discover the truth too late, leaving you powerless to change your fate. Even if you manage to survive, your experience points would plummet, and any excuse they concoct to detain you would delay your entry into the next world, resulting in your demise from level suppression before you even have time to react. Chen Zimo remained silent, recognizing the grim possibility in Flathead Brother's words. What shall we do now? Are we to wait idly? Luli was distraught, tears welling in her eyes. Perhaps this is the best course of action, Chen Zimo replied. But do not fret too much. We previously repelled the strange figure thrice, and during the tally, we had 3 villagers as a buffer. The experience deduction should not exceed 50. If our experience reserves are sufficient, we 1t lose a level. Luli's face turned pale. She had just leveled up and had barely 5 experience points left. Gao Lei, is there truly no other way? Flathead Brother interjected eagerly. Of course there is. We are 3 in number. As long as 2 of us willingly sacrifice ourselves, we can save the remaining villager from losing experience. Flathead Brother, although you are the least injured among us, you have just emerged from a fierce battle. Are you certain you can defeat us both together? Chen Zimo regarded him warily. I am a man of honor, not one to engage in petty schemes. If you wish to seek death, I shall not stop you. Should you act so heroically, I shall honor your memory annually. Chen Zimo harbored no doubts about him, although this fellow had instigated discord upon entering the Tree Hollow village. His attempts were so clumsy they barely warranted concern. Moreover, his recent act of returning the finger claw had further alleviated Chen Zimo's suspicions. Gao Lei, the strange figure 1t returned for an hour after abducting a villager. Perhaps we can venture into the woods to seek it out and eliminate it in advance. After a moment of sorrow, Luli suddenly proposed an idea. Chen Zimo had considered this possibility as well, but recalling previous encounters where the figure dissipated into black smoke, he surmised it would likely coalesce from smoke once more upon reemergence. However, Luli's pitiable expression made it difficult for him to dampen her spirits. There is still time. Let us explore together, he suggested. Yes. Gao Lei, you are truly kind. May I walk alongside you? Luli glanced at Flathead Brother, her eyes revealing her vigilance. Chen Zimo found her childlike innocence amusing and nodded in agreement. Under Lu Li and Appo's suggestion, the trio soon arrived at the grove. Within the mist-laden thicket lay many hidden dangers, the trees gaping with dark, cavernous mouths, as if poised to devour any unwary passerby. While the grove was not particularly large, it would still be challenging for the three of them to search it thoroughly. At Liu Li's urging, Chen Zimo and Flathead Brothers split up to search. Perhaps out of fear of strangers, the little girl timidly trailed behind Chen Zimo, casting a glance over his shoulder. He found himself enjoying the feeling of having a little sister by his side. Gale, do you think that strange figure might be hiding in one of the tree hollows? After wandering through the woods with no success, Liu Li suddenly pointed at the ubiquitous tree hollows. Chen Zimo mused as he surveyed the trees, some thick and others slender. The thinner ones were no wider than a tiger's mouth, while the thicker ones surpassed the embrace of two people. If the figure reappeared in human form after vanishing, it was indeed plausible. Moreover, with the variety of tree sizes, focusing only on the larger hollows that an adult could easily enter would significantly reduce their search time. Let us investigate the tree hollows, they agreed in unison. They gathered several branches to fashion 2 long sticks and approached the largest tree hollow nearby to probe inside. Despite Liu Li and Appo's strength-enhanced abilities, her injuries and petite stature meant that the laborious tasks fell to Chen Zimo. Gale, is there anything inside? It seems empty. Chen Zimo replied, his focus on the exploration, unaware of the sinister change in Liu Li's expression behind him. Suddenly, the golden light flickered in his grasp as he clamped the finger claw onto his hand, lunging forward to strike his back. Chapter 46. Answers and Returns. Chen Zimo had never anticipated that Liu Li would launch an attack against him. He was entirely unprepared. When she collided with him forcefully, he was thrown forward, teetering on the brink of falling into a tree hollow. In a split second, a dull thud echoed from behind him as the flat-headed brother's muscular legs surged forward, crashing into Liu Li and propelling her away while simultaneously saving Chen Zimo from a perilous fall. What a close call. The profound darkness of the tree hollow sent a shiver down his spine. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he turned his gaze toward Liu Li. The young girl, intent on ambushing him, had been caught off guard by the flat-headed brother and Appo's unexpected strike, leaving her momentarily dazed. Are all of you righteous folks so ruthless? The flat-headed brother regarded Liu Li with a hint of confusion. That is only because you have not witnessed the cruelty of the evil sect. Chen Zimo recalled his own harrowing experiences. Have you encountered other members of the evil sect? What are their affiliations called? Upon hearing the mention of the evil sect, the flat-headed brother's tone grew urgent. Of course, I have come across them. Why do you ask? He replied, slightly puzzled. Could you possibly share how I might locate them? What? You want their contact information? The flat-headed brother and Appo's face even bore a somewhat ingratiating grin. Do you seriously think I would give you their contact details? I am a federal synchronizer. You, being one of the evil sect, are inquiring about our contact information? And yet you seem to be acting as if you cannot find your own organization. Flat-headed brother, tell me the truth. Are you truly part of the evil sect? From the moment he entered the synchronized world, Chen Zimo had harbored doubts about this individual's identity. For his demeanor and mannerisms lacked even the slightest hint of the malevolence typically associated with the evil sect. Yes, he nodded vigorously. What is the name of your faction? Flat-headed Gang. The Flat-headed Gang. Surely, you must be its leader. Chen Zimo placed a hand on his forehead, as if uncovering the truth. The flat-headed brother expressed surprise. Oh, how did you guess? Was there any need for guessing? Who else would name their gang in such a manner? How many members does your gang have? Currently, just me. Chen Zimo inhaled sharply, astonished by the revelation of a solitary evil sect operation. He finally understood why the Federation had failed to locate them. This individual, who incessantly touted his affiliation with the evil sect, was dismissed as inconsequential. Would you like to join the gang? I can appoint you as the left guardian. I'm not interested. Chen Zimo decisively declined, unwilling to engage in such childish games. He took the finger tiger from Liu Li's hand. It was a valuable item and should not go to waste. Don't be too hasty in your refusal. Give it some thought. Rather than contemplating this, we should consider how to confront the strange entities we may encounter. She should still be alive. Let us try entering the tree hollow. The flat-headed brother suggested, pointing at Liu Li. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Chen Zimo nodded. This girl was far too cunning. One moment she could lend tools, and the next, she could turn against him for her own gain. Keeping her close could spell trouble. As her petite form plunged into the tree hollow, the surroundings immediately shifted. The black mist seemed to thicken. The flat-headed brother murmured to himself. Chen Zimo surveyed the area, noting that the fog had indeed intensified. The village that had been faintly visible through the gaps in the forest was now completely obscured, and even the light above had diminished significantly. It appears the sacrifice has taken effect. Strange. Chen Zimo mused, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the dense black mist. What is strange? The flat-headed brother inquired, seemingly indifferent, for to him, this was merely the expected outcome of the sacrifice. Do you recall the change in the mist when the strange entities first appeared? I didn't pay attention. The flat-headed brother attempted to recall the incident. But it seemed the light dimmed slightly. Indeed, that was due to the fog thickening. The black mist becomes denser each time the strange entities appear. I had previously assumed that the fog's density was linked to their emergence, but it seems the relationship is not so straightforward. As Chen Zimo spoke, he fell into contemplation. He had been mistaken from the outset. The density of the fog bore no connection to the appearance of the strange entities. So why did the fog thicken each time they emerged? Was it merely a natural phenomenon occurring every hour? Why dwell on such thoughts? Instead of worrying about the strange entities, you should be considering how we will find our way back. In such thick fog, we could easily become lost. Lost. An epiphany struck Chen Zimo, interrupting his wandering thoughts. He suddenly recalled that the flat-headed brother had been lurking in the woods all this time. Perhaps he had not hidden himself purposely, but had been lost all along. Flat-headed brother, tell me the truth. Were you deliberately hiding in the woods, or were you lost? I was deliberate. The flat-headed brother's gaze faltered. Are you certain? Chen Zimo scrutinized him intently. All right, there was a bit of getting lost involved. But primarily, I wanted to conceal myself in the woods. I'm a child of the forest. I enjoy being among the trees. Chen Zimo chose not to expose his lie, but instead asked, tell me about your experiences in the woods. The flat-headed brother, somewhat bewildered, began recounting, after I hid. I thought I would take a shortcut through the woods to find a place to conceal myself in the village and observe what your strategy was like. However, somehow, I ended up wandering further away from the village. Then, the black mist thickened several times over, and I lost my sense of direction. Chen Zimo surmised that was likely when the strange entities had manifested. Later, when the black mist dissipated, I could see the village again. Just as I was about to escape, the fog thickened once more. I thought I was close, so I continued onward, but despite walking straight, when the fog cleared, the village had somehow shifted behind me. Do you know that feeling? It was as though I had walked over the village, yet I had not seen it. Having failed to enter the village on 2 occasions, he concluded that it might be impossible to access it. So he decided to remain in the woods until time ran out, and then you arrived shortly thereafter. Chen Zimo found the flat-headed brother and Appo's misadventures rather absurd. What kind of extraordinary pathfinder could get lost in a small patch of woods 3 times? The flat-headed brother continued. Had I known the sacrifice would thicken the fog, I should have thrown it at the village entrance. That way, I could have found my way back. I'm utterly exasperated with this wretched place. Ah, really? Who was it that claimed to be a child of the forest and loved to dwell in the woods? Rest assured, I will lead you out this time. Chen Zimo vowed confidently. Really? That would be splendid. The flat-headed brother appeared exceptionally pleased. After walking for a considerable duration, the flat-headed brother inquired, are we nearly there? Chen Zimo wiped the sweat from his brow, almost, just 5 more minutes at most. You said that 5 minutes ago. Let us use this 5-minute mark as a reference. 5 minutes later, the flat-headed brother eagerly asked, are we close? Chen Zimo, why have you stopped speaking? In the instant the fog dissipated, the flat-headed brother astonishingly discovered the outline of the Tree Hollow village appearing behind them. I must say, Gao, your skills are lacking, he chuckled. Chen Zimo was equally astonished. I was clearly walking in a straight line. The primary reason individuals become lost in the woods is due to the repetitive scenery, which impairs spatial perception, preventing a straight path from being maintained. To counteract such influences is quite simple. Employing the most fundamental method of triangulation suffices. In the woods, that was precisely what Chen Zimo had done. At the outset of his journey, he would seek a prominent reference point in the direction of the village, and then identify a secondary reference point beside him. Upon reaching the first reference, he would adjust his course so that the first reference obscured the second. And this process would be repeated indefinitely, ensuring a straight path. However, this infallible method proved ineffective in the Tree Hollow village. Lost. A flicker of insight danced in Chen Zimo and Appo's mind, elusive and difficult to grasp. Despite the appearance of the village, he remained stationary, deep in contemplations, attempting to connect the dots. The flat-headed brother could lose his way, and even I, usually adept at navigation, found myself disoriented due to the thickening fog. The fog, notorious for intensifying before the appearance of the strange figure, raised a thought in his mind. Could it be that the strange figure also becomes lost? The fog's density was not a result of the creature's presence, but rather a barrier against it? No, he dismissed this notion, if that were the case. The creature should not be able to locate the village. Yet, it consistently appeared at the village and Apos' entrance, as if guided by an unseen hand. Suddenly, a memory struck him, his delirious mutterings upon entering Tree Hollow Village. Do not bring the monster back to the village. My goodness, he exclaimed, realizing that this phrase was not mere narrative but a warning. The flat-headed brother turned to him, puzzled by his astonishment. Although the forest was peculiar, his reaction seemed excessive. Chen Zimo shook his head vigorously and seized his companion and Apos' arm, urging, do not rush back to the village. I have discovered the perfect strategy for navigating Tree Hollow Village. What strategy? The flat-headed brother inquired. Stay here. In an hour, you'll understand. Time flew by, and soon the 5th hour came to an end, the fog thickening once more, enveloping the woods in silence. Crack, crack. A flurry of footsteps echoed ominously from the depths of the fog. Who? The flat-headed brother shouted. The response was a shadowy figure charging at them with alarming speed. The flat-headed brother's arms expanded as he braced for impact, absorbing the blow from the shadow, which sent him hurtling backward. A creature? How did it find its way here? His suspicions were confirmed. The creature had not sought out the villagers, but had instead launched an attack, with the synchronizer acting as its guide. You cannot fight it. Run, Chen Zimo urged. With the fog obscuring the village's location, the creature relentlessly pursued them, attempting to drive them into the village. The chase persisted for half an hour before culminating in their exhaustion, both collapsing onto the ground as the fog began to dissipate. In the 6th hour, they learned to separate and lure the creature, conserving their strength to the greatest extent possible. By the 7th hour, under Chen Zimo and Apos' guidance, they devised a relay method for luring the creature. By the 10th hour, the fog had cleared, and a dispassionate voice announced their separation from synchronization. As he listened to the notification, Chen Zimo felt a surge of anticipation for the experience rewards from this venture into Tree Hollow Village. The Federation's intelligence had indicated that different worlds offered varying foundational rewards. The more frequently a world appeared, the lesser the experience gained. In the lowest-tier C-grade worlds, one could expect only 3 to 5 experience. This explained why Gao Lei managed to clear levels successfully but advanced slowly. Leveling up in C-grade worlds required the accumulation of at least 20 completions for a single level gain. The time investment was staggering. Conversely, A-grade synchronized worlds had a lower probability of occurrence and thus offered increased foundational rewards. He pondered how much experience Tree Hollow Village might yield. Given that A-grade worlds typically granted between 15 to 30 experience. Having previously cleared an S-grade world and completed a hidden quest, he had amassed a significant amount of experience, currently sitting at 20. If this venture provided 20 foundational experience, it would suffice for him to reach level 2. He had entered this world with the expectation of acquiring a wealth of experience, especially since he had saved 8 villagers. According to his strategy, each villager could grant 10 experience, totaling 80. If the foundational experience was 20, it would be enough for his level advancement. Chen Zimo eagerly anticipated this upgrade. The Federation's welfare system categorized individuals by level. Level 1 represented entry-level employees, while only Level 2 signified a member of the productive workforce, accompanied by a significant salary increase. It was well known that both Gao Lei and Zilong earned over 10,000 a month. Ding! Congratulations on completing the challenge in Tree Hollow Village. Main Task 1 completed. Defend Tree Hollow Village for 10 hours. Reward: 15 experience. Main Task 2 completed. Protect the villagers. Each villager enhances the settlement reward. Currently, 8 villagers remain, granting a total experience of 80. Detected that 2 villagers were taken by malevolent forces, deducting 20 experience. What? Chen Zimo was completely taken aback. How was the foundational experience only 15? He had safeguarded 8 villagers. The reward seemed woefully inadequate. After the deduction for the 2 villagers lost to the evil forces, he ultimately received 75 experience, combined with the remaining 20 from before, leaving him just 5 shy of leveling up. Was it truly necessary to be so stingy? Could they not add just 5 more? The emotionless voice continued. Settlement task completed. Repel the evil forces. Number of repulsions: 3. Reward: 6 experience. Total experience reward: 81. You have leveled up. Current experience: 1. Items obtained: Monk and Apos' Devout Claw, Enshrouding Black Mist, added to inventory. Separating from synchronization. My goodness! Chen Zimo shouted in exhilaration. Indeed, Tree Hollow Village, with its life and death stakes, offered rewards exceeding those of the Happiness Hospital in Foundational Experience. 81 experience and 2 items. What a windfall. Subsequently, he felt his heart racing, a surge of warmth flooding his mind, cleansing his entire being. His muscles and bones trembled involuntarily, evolving and enhancing into a higher form of life in rhythm with the flow of warmth. A phenomenon known as a talent skill emerged instinctively within him. Potential activation. Active temporarily activate all potential, significantly enhancing all attributes for 600 seconds. Upon conclusion, enter a state of lethargy for 3 hours. Note, this skill can be used twice within 24 hours. Chen Zimo perceived the specific function of potential activation through his mental faculties. Based on the description, it was an excellent counterattack skill, capable of compensating for certain shortcomings of synchronizers. However, when applied to a comprehensive enhancer, the outcome would differ significantly. A substantial boost to overall capabilities would result in a dramatic escalation in combat prowess, transforming him into a versatile powerhouse for the duration. As he absorbed the implications of potential activation, a question arose within him. Thus, it appeared that comprehensive enhancers were not entirely ineffectual. Why then? Did they possess such a poor reputation within the Federation? Was it a lack of successors or a conspiracy? Chen Zimo could not ascertain. Chapter 47. Shocked to both sides, raising his head from his workstation, Chen Zimo felt a surreal sense of detachment upon realizing he had to continue his shift. Just a moment ago, he had been entangled in a convoluted exchange with a peculiar individual, and now he was to sit in the office on duty. It seemed utterly absurd. The atmosphere in the office remained languid, yet he no longer harbored any intention of dozing off again. Instead, he began to examine the newly acquired item. Item name: Lingering Black Mist. Type: Accessory. Function 1. Lingering. Wearing this grants the wearer a state of concealment, during which all information regarding the synchronizer remains unobservable. Function 2. Diffusion. Actively releases black mist for a duration of 120 seconds, allowing it to permeate within a 30-meter radius. During this time, all information enveloped by the mist remains unobservable, while the user maintains the lingering state. Note 1. The black mist cannot be reclaimed. It requires 6 hours to regenerate after each release. Note 2. Its master will always accompany you. His master? Upon reading this phrase, Chen Zimo was momentarily taken aback, recalling the figure shrouded in black mist from the Tree Hole village, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Was the previous owner of this item that strange individual? If that were the case, he had unwittingly drawn the ire of a formidable foe. However, he soon felt a sense of relief. Synchronizers do not traverse the same world repeatedly, as long as he did not enter the Tree Hole village. The peculiar individual would not be able to emerge to attack him. Entering the restroom, he retrieved the item and adorned himself with it. In an instant, a figure with glowing red eyes, enveloped in black mist, appeared in the mirror. Startled, Chen Zimo stumbled backward, only to remember that he was no longer in the synchronized world. Rubbing his cheeks, he found that as he wiped away the mist, new tendrils of black fog emerged, as though conjured from his very being. The mist danced like supple hair when blown by the wind, an eerie spectacle. He pressed his hand against the mirror's surface. Human skin, especially on the hands, carries a slight oiliness, leaving traces upon contact. Yet, when he withdrew his fingers, there were no remnants visible on the glass. This black mist was remarkable. With it, he could not only appear unnoticed by certain cameras but also evade the disclosure of biological information. I wonder if the big data analysis glasses can see through it. With this thought in mind, he donned the glasses. The black mist enveloped them seamlessly, presenting no visible alterations. Gazing ahead, he noticed a message. Item name: Mirror, Reflection. Only basic information about the mirror was displayed. Was it impossible to see through the mirror? He directed his gaze to his palm and activated the big data analysis. Object enveloped by black mist. Visibility obscured. What a marvelous item, capable of evading scrutiny from other tools. Just as he contemplated conducting further experiments, the voice of the captain echoed from the office. Is there no one on duty today? Startled, he hastily removed the glasses and the black mist, splashed some water on his face, and exited the restroom. Captain, I'm on duty today. I was feeling quite drowsy, so I want to wash my face. Li Shoudao, momentarily puzzled, observed that as a level 3 synchronizer, he could hear the sounds within the restroom. If Chen Zimo was washing his face, why had he not heard the continuous sound of running water? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, as he noticed a significant change in the young man and Appo's demeanor compared to yesterday. This transformation was not merely superficial. something essential had shifted, intensifying the sense of threat he posed. Have you reached level 2? Li Shoudao inquired in astonishment. Yes, Captain. I accidentally fell asleep during my shift and was subsequently selected for the synchronized world. What was the name of the synchronized world? He pressed. Chen Zimo revealed that his first experience was in the S-level world, the Happy Hospital, where he had received substantial rewards, elevating him to level 1 with 20 of the experience still remaining. Could it be that this encounter was yet another S-level world? Indeed, it must be so. Li Shoudao was acutely aware that only S-level worlds offered base rewards ranging from 50 to 70. Coupled with certain task completions, leveling up was entirely plausible. Yet, he harbored a reluctance for this to be true. Few synchronizers had cleared S-level worlds consecutively throughout the history of the Federation. If Chen Zimo could achieve such a feat, his value would skyrocket, drawing the attention of the Federation and Oppos as higher echelons, making it difficult for Li Shoudao to utilize him thereafter. The synchronized world is called the Tree Hole Village. Tree Hole Village? Li Shoudao exhaled in relief. So it was Tree Hole Village. There was indeed a glimmer of hope. He adopted a serious tone. In Tree Hole Village, did you partake in the slaughter among synchronizers? Chen Zimo hurriedly shook his head in denial. Not at all? Then how did you acquire such high experience? Tree Hole Village was no longer a secret. Li Shoudao understood its intricacies well. To gain substantial experience, synchronizers had to be sacrificed within the village. His gaze turned icy at the thought. Perhaps you are unaware, but Tree Hole Village actually features a hidden faction challenge. Faction. Li Shoudao searched his mind for any information pertaining to Tree Hole Village. This term had never surfaced before. Chen Zimo seized the opportunity to elaborate. The factions are divided into two camps, one representing Tree Hole Village and the other the malevolent entities. The peculiar individual's appearance is closely linked to the synchronizers. This was information Li Shoudao had never encountered. Elaborate. A thick layer of mist envelopes the periphery of Tree Hole Village, resembling a labyrinth that obstructs the malevolent entities. The synchronizers act like beacons, continuously guiding them. As long as synchronizers remain within the village, the malevolent entities can easily abduct the villagers. The objective of the Tree Hole Village faction is to protect the villagers, while the malevolent faction's goal is precisely the opposite. So, Tree Hole Village does not necessitate mutual slaughter. It can transform into a battleground for factional conflict. By defeating the malevolent faction's synchronizers and hiding within the woods, the malevolent entities would be unable to locate the village, allowing for ample experience to be gained effortlessly. I see. If what Chen Zimo claimed was true, with proper maneuvering, the synchronizers in the Tree Hole Village faction could enjoy 100 of the experience, leveling up by 1 in a single instance. Li Shoudao felt a surge of excitement, yearning for his next instance to be Tree Hole Village. Nodding in satisfaction, he patted Chen Zimo on the shoulder. Well done. You have made significant contributions in this matter. I will report this to the higher-ups. I shall personally write this strategy and grant you 3 days off. Go home and rest well. Thank you, Captain. Chen Zimo was elated by the captain's praise, and the prospect of a 3-day leave thrilled him. After supplementing many details about Tree Hole Village, he embarked on his journey home. As night fell, the newly crafted strategy for Tree Hole Village was submitted to the archives. Shortly thereafter, a figure materialized from thin air. Extracting it for review. Experiencer Zai, compiler Li Shoudao? They have actually obtained the true strategy for Tree Hole Village. These two synchronizers possess some skill, alas. The figure's owner flicked their fingers, causing the document to disintegrate into the air and vanish. How could the master allow the flock to glimpse their taboos? Sai, what kind of demise should I arrange for you this time? The figure's owner seemed to peruse something, suddenly breaking into a laugh before vanishing again. Zai, you appear rather unwell. Did the captain reprimand you? Gao Lei, arriving for the night shift, inquired humorously upon seeing Chen Zimo's dejected demeanor. The Zisen sword technique has been saved, and the emergence of a night demon in Jiaxue City has left the captain in a foul mood these past few days. Including Zilong, they have already faced reprimands over a dozen times. The only solace for Gao Lei is that these admonishments do not require a written report. Reflecting on this, Gao Lei clapped Chen Zimo and Oppos as shoulder heartily. Brother, that previous self-critique was truly commendable. The captain didn't even send it back for a rewrite. In the future, if I need a critique, I'll come to you. No problem. Chen Zimo replied weakly. I'm just too exhausted. I'm heading home. What is the matter with you? Gao Lei inquired curiously. Have you had your yang energy drained? Rolling his eyes, Chen Zimo retorted, You're the one who was drained. I accidentally fell asleep while on duty and ended up in an A-class synchronized world, and it lasted for 10 hours. You ended up in Tree Hollow Village? How did you know? Chen Zimo was taken aback. Only Tree Hollow Village in the A-class synchronized world requires a mandatory stay of 10 hours. As he spoke, Gale mischievously pulled him aside. Tell me, did you have to eliminate a few synchronizers to protect the villagers? Not a single one. Gale was taken aback, his face filled with regret. You've downgraded? Fortunately, you were only at level 1 then, so even a downgrade wouldn't have a significant impact on your future. I didn't downgrade. Oh, just lost a bit of experience then? That's nothing. Who doesn't lose some experience in Tree Hollow Village if they don't indiscriminately kill innocents? How much experience do you have left? Chen Zimo thought. If I say only 1, he'd be overjoyed. I have 1 left. Gale pretended to wipe sweat from his brow. His face lit up with excitement as he laughed heartily, slapping Chen Zimo's shoulder. Wow, that was close. Your luck is pretty decent. You're just a tad better than me. Chen Zimo revealed a sly smile. It's level 2 plus 1 remaining experience. Gale froze, turning his head mechanically. His eyes wide as saucers. What did you say? I gained 81 experience in Tree Hollow Village, plus the remaining 20 from the previous Super S-Class world, Happiness Hospital. That totals 101 experience, so naturally, I leveled up. Gale was at a loss. He had struggled through dozens of worlds and barely accumulated 80 experience. While this fellow casually breezed through 1 world and amassed a mountain of experience. What the hell? Why can you level up from just 1 world? Chen Zimo pondered for a moment. Perhaps reality wants you to recognize the disparity between genius and the ordinary. Wait, hold on. Gale spotted a discrepancy. The clearing mechanism in Tree Hollow Village is unique. How did you acquire so much experience without sacrificing synchronizers? Oh, that's because I discovered a previously overlooked key detail and unexpectedly found the perfect strategy to clear Tree Hollow Village. What? You actually found the perfect clearing strategy. I'm so envious. What is the strategy? Tell me. Given your current level, I can't disclose the perfect strategy for A-class worlds. But I can tell you that it's a factional combat type world. Just a few days ago, he was merely a newcomer. And now he had transformed into a figure of higher secrecy than Gale himself. Gale was consumed with jealousy. After Chen Zimo departed, he immediately pulled out his phone and opened the group chat. Brothers, I have monumental news. Just now, as I cleared Tree Hollow Village. Left-hand stabbing dragon. What is so monumental? Many have cleared Tree Hollow Village. Entering steel plate. Did he downgrade? If he didn't downgrade, it's not interesting. Gale, no downgrade, but he accidentally obtained the perfect strategy for Tree Hollow Village. Left-hand stabbing dragon. Holy crap. Entering steel plate. That's impossible. Hurry up and tell us. Gale sent a smug emoji. Given your levels of secrecy, I can't divulge the strategy for A-class worlds. But I can tell you that Tree Hollow Village is a factional combat world. Left-hand stabbing dragon. That's impossible. Entering steel plate. Holy crap. Gale looked at the words on the screen, puzzled. Were these two playing a game of symmetry? Both left-hand stabbing dragon and entering steel plate were astonished. Tree Hollow Village had long been classified by the Federation as a chaotic slaughter-type world, yet according to Zai, it was actually a factional combat world. If this is true, then the newly added Zai in their group chat is extraordinarily impressive. The Federation had previously gathered countless experiences from those who cleared Tree Hollow Village, and countless synchronizers had perished there. However, even so, they had never discovered the perfect strategy. Zai had entered Tree Hollow Village for the first time, not only uncovering overlooked details, but also successfully analyzing the perfect strategy and utilizing it to clear the village. Such intelligence and adaptability were nothing short of terrifying. The two could only think one thing. Zai is a genius. Equally astonished was the flat-headed brother who had exited the synchronized world. In a dilapidated slum, the flat-headed brother suddenly opened his eyes wide, bewildered as he muttered to himself. Am I already at level 2? He sat on the bed, staring at the rapidly increasing experience after leveling up, unsure of how to proceed, having never fought such a prosperous battle in his life. After a long while, he recalled that Tree Hollow Village had indeed granted him an 81 experience boost. Gale from Jiaoshui City is quite a character. I'll remember you, flat-headed brother. Leaving the narrow single bed, he pushed the door open and entered a shabby living room, where 2 young men lounged on the sofa watching television. Flat-headed brother. Sleeping in broad daylight, are you suffering from kidney deficiency? One of the youths, slurping instant noodles, mocked. These were the followers of the evil path, ever since he awakened. The Federation had been pursuing him, and to evade them, he could only temporarily mingle with these individuals. The youth's mockery elicited displeasure from the flat-headed brother, who reached out to the corner of the wall, squeezing a chunk of cement with slight force, flicking it at the youth. With a loud crash, the instant noodle container was pierced, and its oily broth splattered all over him. What the hell? You're at level 2. The youth was about to curse, but noticed the flat-headed brother's calm demeanor, his sleeve showing no sign of bulging, and he quickly bit his tongue. A level 1 strength-type synchronizer has limited power and must activate their ability to crush cement, but a level 2 synchronizer has experienced a fundamental enhancement in strength. Even without strengthening their physique, cement is no different from a slightly hard piece of chocolate to them. Flat-headed brother, from now on, watch your mouth, or next time I'll be smashing your head. All right, you two can argue later. The organization has a mission this time. Another youth, unperturbed by the dispute, said calmly, prepare yourselves. We depart for Jiaxue City tomorrow night. The organization wants us to negotiate a significant deal. A significant deal? How significant? The other youth inquired, tossing aside his instant noodles. The strategy for the Super S-Class World Happiness Hospital. Just how significant do you think that is? Chapter 48. Undercurrents for Zhao Qiulian. Today's life remained as dreary as ever. She found herself profoundly dissatisfied with her current existence. When she married Chen Zimo, it was primarily due to his influential father. She had hoped to gain significantly from the union. To her dismay, however, the elder turned out to be an incorruptible official, an unexpected twist of fate. Afterward, she exerted considerable effort to entangle herself with the cadre, only to discover that someone had leaked her intentions. Left with no choice, she plunged into the business world. And over the years, she achieved modest success. Yet, Zhao Qiulian soon realized that her painstaking efforts over the past decade had yielded less value than half of a dilapidated house casually purchased by Chen Zimo. How could she reconcile this disparity within herself? She had never divorced. They remained legally married, and thus, she felt entitled to her share of that house. Today marked another day for Zhao Qiulian to demand her dues. She applied a makeup that accentuated her weariness, preparing to adopt a pitiful demeanor to collect her debts when, unexpectedly, her phone vibrated with a new message. To her astonishment, a sum of 10,000 yuan had been deposited into one of her bank accounts. What was happening? Had someone made an error in the transaction? As she pondered this anomaly, an unknown caller rang through. Hello, may I ask who you are? She answered cautiously. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I require your assistance with a task, and that money is yours. What kind of task? I must clarify that I will not engage in anything illegal, Zhao Qiulian replied immediately. You need not worry on that front. Shortly, I will send you a message. Upon receipt, simply forward the content verbatim to a few specified websites, and upon completion, I will transfer another 10,000 to you. Zhao Qiulian's heart raced at the thought of acquiring 20,000 so easily. I must see the message's content first to decide if I will assist you. Suit yourself, the caller said before abruptly hanging up, leaving a new message to arrive on her phone. After examining it carefully, she found nothing amiss and proceeded to log onto her computer. Captain, we have a situation. Zilong suddenly appeared outside the office. What is it? Speak in detail. Messages regarding the midnight passage to the Happiness Hospital have surfaced on forums frequently visited by our synchronizers. Similar reports have emerged through channels that the Federation cannot monitor, suggesting that the dark forces have also caught wind of the situation. Li Shoudao was taken aback by this sudden development. He had yet to act. So how had the news leaked? Have you identified the source of the information breach? Not yet. Then expedite the investigation, he commanded angrily. The telephone rang sharply in the office, piercing the tension. Li Shoudao glanced at the caller ID and answered before the second ring. Hello, sir. Before he could finish, an authoritative voice interrupted from the other end. Li Shoudao, how have you managed your confidentiality protocols? Sir, I did not anticipate this occurrence. Do not waste my time with excuses. Identify the leak immediately and ensure severe repercussions for the perpetrator. Otherwise, prepare for your dismissal. The call ended abruptly, leaving Li Shoudao contemplating the unusual undertones in his superior's tone. Only punishing the leaker. I understand now, he muttered. Zilong, request assistance. We have a significant case on our hands. The news of the Happiness Hospital strategy becoming public quickly sent shockwaves through the synchronizer community, reaching Chen Zimo as well. He stared gravely at his phone, the intelligence from blood flow like rivers revealing his precarious situation. I'm already on the Dark Forces bounty list? Indeed. Other sects may be unaware, but you rank 93rd on the Aurora Sect's list. 93rd? That is not a particularly high rank. The Aurora Sect's bounty list only contains 100 names. Are you not a member of the Aurora sect? Why then are you on the bounty list? Am I? Blood flow like rivers countered. If you are, why not simply submit the strategy? Chen Zimo sighed, realizing he could not hand over the strategy to the Aurora sect. The Happiness Hospital strategy was unique. Only he and the Federation S archives possessed it. All Super S-level strategies in the archives were guarded closely, making theft impossible. If a strategy regarding the Happiness Hospital emerged externally, it could only be traced back to him, revealing his status as a traitor to the Federation. Does the Aurora sect have any plans regarding me? Blood flow like rivers replied. For now, 2 synchronizers intend to come and investigate, one at level 2 and another, a leader, at level 3 in a few days. Only level 2? Such a low rank suggests the Aurora sect is not taking this matter seriously enough. Level 2 is not insignificant. The current Aurora is not what it once was. The Federation's repeated incursions have severely depleted our forces. A level 2 synchronizer is now a vital asset. Moreover, over the years, many false reports have circulated about the Happiness Hospital, leading many to suspect it as a trap. These individuals are merely testing the waters. Is this true for other sects as well? Chen Zimo inquired. Pretty much. The dark forces lack the strength to confront the Federation directly. They will not act without concrete evidence. Indeed, as long as blood flow like rivers remains silent, the dark forces cannot ascertain the veracity of the Happiness Hospital information. A thought struck him, and he asked, "You mentioned a level 3 synchronizer would lead the operation. Is he also your superior?" Blood flow like rivers rolled her eyes at the screen. In the dark forces, strength dictates respect. Naturally, he leads me. Chen Zimo smiled with satisfaction. Then, do you wish to take his place? Blood flow like rivers paused, quickly typing. What do you mean? Literally, let us join forces. You help me evade the dark forces and Oppos, pursuit. And I will assist you in attaining greater power. Just based on you? Blood flow like rivers suppressed a fleeting moment of intrigue, mocking him. Of course, I cannot do it alone, but the people behind me can certainly help. Realization washed over her. She had almost forgotten that he was not merely a traitor but was backed by the Federation, the most formidable entity on this planet. All right, I will assist you. Blood flow like rivers resolved on the spot. I do not know the level 2 synchronizer coming from Aurora. I am uncertain of their abilities. The level 3 synchronizer, however, is known as the 100 Wisdom Demon Lord. He has had close interactions with your father. This was the first time Chen Zimo had heard information about his father within the Aurora sect. Is my father's death connected to him? Blood flow like rivers responded. I cannot say. The hierarchy within Aurora is stringent. As a low-ranking member, I lack the authority to inquire about higher-level movements. However, I can confirm that the mission your father was engaged in prior to his disappearance was alongside the 100 Wisdom Demon Lord. Chen Zimo finally had a name linked to his father's demise. 100 Wisdom Demon Lord? I must meet you in person. Keep an eye on the movements of other dark sects and inform me immediately if there is any intelligence from the Aurora sect. He pressed the lock screen on his phone, ending the communication. Blood flow like rivers stared at the darkened screen. Does this brat think of me as his servant? Though somewhat dissatisfied, she swiftly turned her attention to gathering intelligence on the dark forces. The dark forces had their own channels. And soon blood flow like rivers contacted her organization through Aurora's sect's clandestine communication methods. As the person responsible for the water exchange division within the Aurora sect, she held a certain degree of influence and thus was aware that the 100 Wisdom Demon Lord was to lead the operation. Blood flow like rivers. What brings you to contact the organization this time? A line of cold text floated across the screen. Who is the person coordinating with my actions? Why do you ask this? The organization has yet to reach a conclusion regarding Sun Jian and Oppos' matter. You have overstepped your boundaries. Overstepped? Blood flow river let out a cold laugh and continued writing. Sun Jian's demise is entirely of his own making. At the outset, you dispatched him with utmost cooperation. Yet he acted on his own volition during every mission, even betraying the Aurora. At the very least, I wish to know who my companion is this time. I have no desire to stumble into another anomalous bureau. The screen fell silent for a moment. The organization also disapproves of Sun Jian and Oppos' actions. It is permissible to inform you. Your teammate this time is Rin Beishan. So it is him. She had collaborated with Rin Beishan once. His madness was rare even within the ranks of the Aurora. His task completion rate was extraordinarily high, yet his methods were exceedingly cruel. The majority of captured targets would inevitably face brutal torture, and one could argue that half of the Aurora's reputation had been tarnished by his actions. Moreover, his prowess was remarkable. Having become a synchronizer for merely 2 years, he had already ascended to level 2. Not only was he bloodthirsty, but his intellect was also agile. He had successfully ambushed and killed a level 2 synchronizer while still at level 1. Now, at level 2, he was likely invincible within the same realm. During the Federal assault, he was the first target aimed at, and Bloodflow River had thought him dead. Only to discover he was now allied with the 100 Wisdom Demon Lord. The organization's decision to send him here might not solely be for the conquest of the Happiness Hospital, but perhaps to unleash this madman upon the Federation for some delightful chaos. After receiving the answer, Bloodflow River terminated the communication and contacted a black market informant, purchasing a plethora of intel from several other sects at a premium. The information was a mix of truth and falsehood, requiring her discernment. Within a mere 2 hours, she spent tens of thousands. And even Bloodflow River felt a pang of regret. I hope this proves to be worth the cost, she thought, as midnight descends into madness. Chen Zimo continued his daily life, but upon arriving at the Anomalous Energy Investigation Bureau the following day, he stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. The individual who leaked my information is Zhao Qiulian? Zilong nodded, saying, indeed. Although she accessed a highly secure website, it was still no match for the Federation's technological prowess. Do you know her? Chen Zimo was taken aback, thinking, the Federation's technology is not as infallible as they claim. They couldn't even discover that Zhao Qiulian is my biological mother? She is, in fact, my mother. Now it was Zilong's turn to be bewildered. Zhao Qiulian is your mother? Biologically, yes, but we haven't been in contact for over a decade. Gale scratched his head nearby. Aren't you only in your teens? She left home when you were in elementary school. Recently, she's expressed interest in our house and has come knocking. Chen Zimo had always harbored disdain for his mother. She had brought nothing but chaos to their lives. He had hoped that after their last confrontation, she would tone down her antics. However, just days later, she had once again created a significant mess. Just as he finished his workday, Chen Zimo received a message from Bloodflow River. Midnight descends into madness. The evil faction has confirmed intelligence that the one who released the information about the Happiness Hospital is indeed your mother, Zhao Qiulian. She is under surveillance by the malevolent organization. Your family's information has been exposed, and to my knowledge, some influential parties have decided to take action against your grandparents. Exercise utmost caution. Chen Zimo stood frozen, hastily inquiring, how did my grandparents and Appos' information get exposed? I thought I had signed a confidentiality agreement with the Federation. Their personal details should have been modified accordingly. He vividly recalled that such a promise was embedded within the confidentiality agreement. Bloodflow River responded swiftly, I checked just now. Your grandparents' information was indeed concealed at one point, but for reasons unknown, the concealment was revoked. Damn, those bastards in the Federation. Chen Zimo felt a surge of fury. He realized he had been turned into bait. All right. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a word. If you show no mercy, I shan't be bound by righteousness. Can you trace who revoked the concealment? No, but I know that such matters are beyond the squad leader and Appos. As authority, at the very least, a centurion must be involved. Suddenly, Chen Zimo recalled a name, Shangwan Shengzhong, the superior centurion. All synchronizers in Jiaoshui City were subject to his orders. This matter was likely his doing. I understand. Help me spread the word that I have been frequently meeting with Zhao Qiulian to discuss matters. Bloodflow River naturally complied without hesitation. After pressing the lock screen key to end the communication, he was consumed by rage and kicked a nearby tree, causing its canopy to tremble and countless leaves to fall. His family had always been his bottom line. If the Federation dared to threaten Zhao Qiulian, he would be pleased. However, if they endangered his grandparents, he would not hesitate to become a true double agent, ensuring they both suffered. He purchased a fine outfit and some upscale gifts, then made his way to Zhao Qiulian's residence, donning a cheerful facade as he knocked on the door. Zhao Qiulian opened it, puzzled to see your son. Mom, I've come to see you. What? What do you want? Her first reaction was not joy, but fear. Worried that Chen Zimo had devised yet another way to torment her, Chen Zimo pressed the gifts into her hands. Mom, I've come to a realization. Although you haven't been by my side all these years, you are still my mother, and we are family. Blood is thicker than water. I shouldn't treat you so harshly. His words filled Zhao Qiulian with elation. Her soft persuasion had indeed borne fruit. This boy had finally relented. Oh, that is wonderful. The rent here isn't cheap. Could you let me move back home? Chen Zimo shook his head. While I've accepted you, that house belongs to my grandparents for their retirement. It cannot be sold. You child. Zhao Qiulian began to retort, but Chen Zimo interjected, Mom, don't rush. I can't give you the house, but I can offer you money. Chapter 49, Taking the initiative upon hearing the mention of money, Zhao Qiulian's expression instantly soured. Previously, those two old codgers had attempted to dismiss her with mere cash. Who would covet a paltry sum of over 100,000 when the house was worth more than 2 million? Selling it would easily yield her over 1 million. Discussing money between mother and son felt so disheartening. Be good, let mother return home, she implored. With crocodile tears streaming down her face, Zhao Qiulian invoked a wave of nausea in Chen Zimo. The audacity of her request was astounding. Returning home was out of the question, and the house would not be sold. However, as compensation, he could offer her 10,000 a month. 10,000? Mo, it's not that I underestimate you. But do you realize how long it takes to earn that amount fresh out of high school? With a swift motion, a thick stack of cash was slapped against Zhao Qiulian's face, the solid weight and pungent scent of ink confirming its authenticity. She hastily grasped it, ensuring it was not counterfeit. Zhao Qiulian felt as though she were struck senseless by joy. Just days ago, she had earned 20,000 from a few messages. And now her son was presenting her with 10,000. Was fortune finally smiling upon her? Where did you acquire such a sum? You Haven and Oppos, T engaged in any illicit dealings. Have you? Cradling the cash, Zhao Qiulian suddenly clutched it to her chest, her eyes glinting with suspicion as she furtively scanned the surroundings before she spoke. I don't care how you obtained this money. You ought to honor me with it. Should any trouble arise, it must not fall upon me. From now on, deposit it into my account. With that, she slammed the door, shutting Chen Zimo out. Unperturbed, he left with a bemused smile, hoping Zhao Qiulian would divert the attention of those nefarious individuals. Using one's mother as bait, was this not the customary approach of the federal synchronizers? The mocking voice of blood-flowing river echoed in his mind. She could hardly be considered my mother, and given her status, she was hardly worthy of being a decoy. Chen Zimo shifted the conversation. How many cameras can you control at once? Only one at a time for observation, but I can monitor up to 6. Is that a skill or an item? Blood-flowing river scoffed. Do you honestly believe I would divulge that to you? Gazing at the setting sun, Chen Zimo sighed. Our relationship could be more amicable. After a brief silence, the voice within his mind spoke again. Have you discerned the truth? Indeed, since I leveled up to level 2. You Haven T employed that restrictive spell on me, have you? Restrictive spell. It is indeed an apt term, blood-flowing riverside. Once we reached the same level, the efficacy of my mental suppression diminished, yet the effects of the drug remain. Without the antidote, you too will perish. Rather than resorting to threats, perhaps collaboration would serve as a more beneficial arrangement. You, a mere level 2 synchronizer, wish to discuss partnership? How laughable. Why not? Do you not share a mutual disdain for Aurora? You. Blood-flowing river suddenly fell silent. Are you surprised that I have seen through your intentions? Chen Zimo continued. From the moment you concealed your identity from me, I sensed something amiss, particularly after I grasped the immense value of the happiness hospital strategy. Your actions became even more perplexing. That is an unprecedented super S-level world strategy. If you were to submit it to Aurora, even after layers of exploitation, it would still amount to a fortune in your hands. Yet, what do you do instead? Chen Zimo pondered aloud. Not only did you fail to submit it, but you also willingly handed me over to the Federation. Is that not a form of betrayal to Aurora? That was merely a means to secure a greater reward. Blood-flowing river hurriedly retorted. Such self-deceiving lies are merely excuses you crafted for yourself. You previously mentioned that Aurora intended to send 2 synchronizers to Jiashui City, and that the Baiji Yaojun presumably holds significant status. If you were indeed grooming me as a spy, he would surely be aware of my identity, correct? Once Baiji Yaojun arrives in Jiashui, will you facilitate a meeting between us? Blood-flowing river was rendered speechless. She certainly would not do so, for that would only allow Baiji Yaojun to seize Chen Zimo. Admit it, you do not harbor the affection for Aurora that you profess. Cooperation is the optimal choice. I require your capabilities to navigate this crisis, and with my assistance, you can ascend higher within Aurora. A long intake of breath filled the air, as if blood-flowing river had made a resolute decision. You are right. I do not genuinely like Aurora as I claim. I harbor nothing but hatred for it. She spat through gritted teeth. I loathe it, wishing to dismantle it at every moment, be it Aurora, the Federation, or this world. I desire to see it all drenched in blood. Chen Zimo was taken aback by the true meaning behind her synchronizer name, remaining silent for a while before asking, why? Why? Because this world is beyond redemption. Destruction is the only remedy left. What do you mean by saying this world is irreparable? Blood-flowing river's emotions shifted rapidly, transforming from fury to utter disappointment. She changed the subject. You will understand in due time. I accept your proposal for cooperation, rather than deliberating on this matter. Perhaps you should focus on evading tonight's first assassination attempt. Shouldn't it be a capture instead? He recalled that he was the only individual, aside from the Federation's Order of the City Archives, who was privy to the Super S-level world strategy. Such a high-value target would not simply be exterminated. Did these nefarious individuals possess any sense? Typically, capture would be the primary objective, but the nefarious factions cannot ascertain whether you are merely bait. The operatives dispatched this time are generally of low rank, and have you forgotten about the brain machine? Chen Zimo was struck dumb. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could the brain machine be used even if one were deceased? Indeed, as long as the brain remains intact and the time of death does not exceed 24 hours, the brain machine can extract all memories. Those sent to execute the task do not require you to be alive. They only need your brain to be functional. Her description sent chills down his spine. If only the brain were alive, would he still be himself? Blood-flowing river, can you monitor the movements of those nefarious factions? Not possible. Jiaoshui City is too vast. Those individuals are like rats in the sewers. Without considerable manpower and resources, tracking their movements is exceedingly difficult, unless what? Chen Zimo pressed, sensing she had a solution. By imposing martial law across the entire city, the nefarious factions would undoubtedly expose their whereabouts. A spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. This could prove to be an excellent strategy. He grinned, revealing a somewhat audacious smile. Then let us impose martial law throughout the city. An intriguing idea. Blood-flowing river acknowledged. However, enforcing martial law across a city is no simple feat. We cannot achieve it with just the two of us. How would we know without giving it a try? Besides, we are not limited to just the two of us. You have found other allies? Blood-flowing river was astonished. This individual had only recently become a synchronizer and already had subordinates at his disposal. Have you forgotten about Night Demon? Chen Zimo replied with a grin. Night Demon. Are you jesting? Blood-flowing river responded incredulously. Isn't that you? Moreover, that moniker was given by the individuals from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Do you intend to invoke a non-existent synchronizer to instill panic within the Federation? Have you lost your mind? Chen Zimo shrugged, saying, as long as you do not speak of it, who can discern the truth of the Night Demon? Once the Night Demon reemerges, the Federation cannot remain indifferent. This might indeed be a feasible approach. At least, blood flow into the river could not conceive of a better idea at present. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, if the Night Demon merely appears, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau would only dispatch a few investigators to track you. To instigate a state of emergency, you must incite sufficient panic. How great must that panic be? Chen Zimo inquired. At a minimum, you would need to demolish a building. Absolutely not. Chen Zimo promptly dismissed the suggestion. He appreciated everything the Anomaly Investigation Bureau had done for him and would not permit himself to resort to methods that jeopardize public welfare. If he were to proceed in such a manner, how would he differ from the senior officials within the Bureau? Is there truly no other way? If you were a level 3 synchronizer, there would indeed be alternative methods. The Federation teams are composed of level 3 synchronizers as captains, with level 2 and level 1 synchronizers as members. According to the information I have disseminated, the Night Demon is an eccentric individual nearing level 4, harboring deep animosity towards the Federation and could strike against members of the Bureau at any moment. Unfortunately, your level is too low. Even with my assistance, you would stand no chance against a level 3 captain. Level 3? Chen Zimo recalled the devout finger claws of the ascetic monk, now a level 2 synchronizer. With a speed enhancement of 30, he was no slower than a level 3 synchronizer, provided he did not encounter an agile captain. He asked, how much do you know about the captains of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau in Jiaoshui? Blood flow into the river was somewhat taken aback. You are a member of the Bureau, yet you are unaware of the internal circumstances? I have only been with the Bureau for a month and do not even know where the other branches are located. Given that you have been rivals for years, you must be well acquainted with their configurations. Are there any strength or intelligence type captains? Yes, there are 3 divisions in Jiaoshui, and none of the captains are agile types. The captain of the North Division is named Wenzongshan, a strength type enhancer. The Aurora sect has faced him once and suffered a crushing defeat. The nature of his enhancements remains a mystery. The captain of the Central Division is named Hua Long, also a strength type enhancer, with the enhancement characteristic of artillery limbs. Capable of launching any object at supersonic speeds, excelling in close combat. The captain of the South Division, Li Shoudao, is an intelligence type enhancer, with the characteristic of telekinetic control. able to manipulate unconscious objects weighing up to 3 times his own weight, with distance limitations currently unknown. The Aurora sect assesses his threat level as lower than Hua Long. Li Shoudao is surprisingly the weakest among the 3. Chen Zimo expressed his astonishment. He is by no means weak, blood flow into the river quickly warned. His close combat ability depends on the number of objects around him. If fighting in an urban environment, Li Shoudao is the most formidable of the 3. One must engage him in a completely open and hard terrain to have a chance. Blood flow into the river's description reminded him of a parking lot, which was indeed a hard, open space. Keep an eye on Li Shoudao's route for any parking lots and inform me immediately. A parking lot. Blood flow into the river suddenly realized his intent. What are you planning? Do you really think as a level 2 synchronizer you can attack a level 3 captain? Have you lost your mind? If you wish to court death, that is your choice, but do not involve me. Chen Zimo replied calmly, I forgot to mention. I obtained an attack-enhancing item in Tree Hollow Village that boosts my attack power and movement speed by 30. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a woman's calm voice and his mind turn into a scream. 30. Blood flow into the river felt utterly dismayed, as she was acutely aware of the implications of such an enhancement. Synchronizers experience a fixed growth rate with each upgrade. Different enhancement types yield approximately a 40 increase in corresponding attributes, while other attribute increases remain relatively low, typically not exceeding 20. Thus, a strength-type synchronizer would gain a 35 increase in strength and a 25 increase in other attributes with each upgrade. However, composite-type enhancers are distinct. They receive a 30 enhancement with each upgrade, which is distributed evenly among all attributes. When considering individual attribute values, the strength of composite-type synchronizers does not compare favorably to those with specific enhancement characteristics. Yet, with that attack-enhancing item, the situation changes dramatically. A 30 increase in attack power could enable Chen Zimo to match the attack power of a level 3 composite-type synchronizer. Although his attack power alone would not suffice to rival a strength-type synchronizer, the additional 30 boost in movement speed would transform him, granting him the attributes of a level 3 synchronizer, with a 90 increase in both attack power and speed. In contrast, while strength-type enhancers boast a foundational strength increase of up to 105, their movement speed is limited to 75. Upon equipping the item, Chen Zimo could leverage his speed to create a 15 advantage over strength-type synchronizers, thus securing an invincible position. Blood flow into the river was envious, wishing to seize that item immediately. Li Shoudao's movements were quite predictable. He returned to his residence in the city every night, situated in a densely populated residential area, leaving no suitable combat locations nearby. Li Shoudao and Appo's residence must have been deliberately chosen, as synchronizers cannot indiscriminately harm innocents, or their synchronization values would suffer significantly. The more ordinary people surrounding a combat zone, the more restricted a synchronizer's actions would be. Chen Zimo inquired, are there any open spaces along Li Shoudao's route home? None. Jiaoshui is highly urbanized, and aside from the outskirts, there are virtually no open areas. The only relatively open space is one location, the Jiaoshui Bridge. Chen Zimo also thought of that place. Yes, the Jiaoshui Bridge was recently expanded to feature 8 lanes in both directions, with pedestrian pathways on either side nearly 40 meters wide. Without the central barrier, it would qualify as an open space. What about the surveillance cameras? The Jiaoshui Bridge is not particularly long. On either side, there are 3 sets of 2 cameras each, totaling 12. Can we erase the recordings? That is not possible. Those cameras are specialized federal equipment. I can only overwrite 6 of the cameras, rendering them incapable of capturing footage. Even if the 2 sets of cameras at the entrances and exits fail to capture the bridge's interior, 2 will remain operational. When the time comes, I will destroy the remaining cameras and hunt Li Shoudao tonight. Chapter 50. The captain under attack. The Federation's emergency response capabilities are notably lacking, as evidenced by the previous blood-soaked assault on the Anomaly Bureau. Years of tranquility have stripped this colossal entity of its vigilance. Although Chen Zimo's Anomaly Bureau has since applied for a more sophisticated defense system, no adjustments or precautions have been made regarding personnel protection. This time, Chen Zimo targeted Captain Li Shoudao. Had he chosen the more familiar Zi Long or Gao Lei, the chances of success would have been significantly higher. However, he refrained from doing so. The persona of the Night Demon is exceedingly flamboyant, and as a member of the Aurora sect, he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Federation. Should Zi Long or Gao Lei be ambushed, it would necessitate their elimination, a scenario Chen Zimo wishes to avoid. Only an attack on a captain-level target would ensure that the Night Demon character maintains a higher degree of authenticity without harming the innocent. As summer waned, the night breeze carried a hint of desolation. Li Shoudao returned home as usual. The Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau operates with utmost discretion, and his government-issued sedan had reached the venerable age of over a decade, despite being relatively clean. Its outdated design and utterly pedestrian license plate rendered it indistinguishable amidst the bustling sea of vehicles, lacking any semblance of novelty. Today's journey seemed unusually smooth. Gripping the steering wheel, Li Shoudao pondered the sparsely populated road ahead. While the Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau is indeed located on the outskirts, it lies not far from the center of Jiaoshui City. For safety, he typically opts to return home after the evening rush hour, ensuring sufficient innocent bystanders are present while allowing for a smooth drive. Yet, for reasons unknown, the traffic appeared particularly light this evening, especially upon crossing the Jiaoshui Bridge, which usually thrummed with lively activity. He glanced at the clock on the dashboard, 22:34. How could this be? Li Shoudao jolted. He distinctly recalled that when he left the office, the electronic clock on the wall read 9:30 p.m. Was the dashboard malfunctioning, running an hour fast? He muttered to himself, it's to be expected. This old relic is over a decade old. Damn this Federation for being so miserly. As a captain, I deserve a decent vehicle. As he grumbled, he instinctively checked his wristwatch. 22:34. Li Shoudao froze. A wristwatch has always been a symbol of status. As a captain, he never needed to verify the time through it, nor did he pay much attention to the watch itself. In fact, the time on the watch had not been calibrated for months. However, when he purchased it, the sales representative had touted its high price as justified by its ability to self-calibrate through the energy of the wearer, requiring no manual adjustment. While the dashboard's malfunction could be attributed to its old age, his wristwatch, worth as much as his car, would never commit such a blunder. A chill enveloped his heart. He suddenly realized that the time on the Bureau's electronic clock had been deliberately altered. This could very well be an assassination attempt against him. He intended to flee the bridge at the fastest possible speed. Amidst the illuminated roadway, a pair of blood-red eyes, shrouded in black mist, appeared directly in front of him. With a deafening roar, he slammed the accelerator, propelling the decade-old sedan forward at an unprecedented velocity. Li Shoudao harbored a singular thought, to ram the shadow ahead. The bridge was too open. There was nothing to leverage his abilities against. He needed to return to the city, where only there could he truly engage in combat. He barely caught a glimpse of the shadow flickering momentarily before an overwhelming silence engulfed him, followed by a thunderous explosion piercing his skull, resonating from the right and exiting his left ear. In the next instant, a shrill ringing filled his world. Explosives. Li Shoudao, experienced as he was, recognized the sound as that of directional explosives detonating. After a dizzying spin, his 10-year-old car finally crumpled to the ground, its parts scattering, rendering it irreparable. He swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt, crushed his phone, and kicked the car door open to escape. Who dares to assault a Federation official? Do you wish to be placed on the Federation's wanted list? He shouted defiantly. Oh, Captain Li, after investigating me for so long, you still don't know who I am? That's rather disappointing. Isn't it? The shadow replied, elongating its tone in a mocking manner. The words reminded Li Shoudao of the Zisen sword technique, for the individual he had been investigating was someone who had never appeared before. Night Demon? He managed to choke out. Correct. A flash of red light, and the shadow lunged forward with astonishing speed. Li Shoudao pressed the car door, which shattered into countless fragments, sending twisted metal and shards of glass raining forward. Detected a large number of fragments, action trajectory marked. The data analysis glasses overlaid his vision with a myriad of red lines, the extensive coverage almost engulfing the entire bridge. What a terrifying attack range. Chen Zimo marveled inwardly. Indeed, telekinesis is formidable. Even with only a nearly totaled vehicle at his disposal, he could wreak such havoc. One could only imagine the chaos he could cause in a more complex urban environment. Yet, relying solely on speed was insufficient. He needed to unleash his potential. A surge of newfound energy coursed through him, and with a powerful push, he leaped into the air, the sound of air rushing beneath him. Well dodged. Li Shoudao exclaimed inwardly, having intentionally created large gaps in the airborne debris to force his opponent into the air. With no leverage available, barring special abilities, anyone else would be a sitting duck. With a swift motion, he launched the shards of glass concealed in his hand, their crystalline glint becoming lethal knives in the dim night. The shadow curled its hands, its acrobatic body pausing mid-air, and under the streetlight, Li Shoudao noticed a slender steel wire had been ensnared around it. Not good. He feigned an attack, realizing he had fallen into a trap. He swiftly dodged behind the sedan. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the shadow crouch, using the wire's tension to propel itself towards him. What agility! Is he an agile-type synchronizer? This was troubling news. As an intellect-boosted synchronizer, Lishodo despised facing agile opponents against their superior speed. His only recourse was to employ wide-area attacks to prevent their approach, for once they closed in, his telekinesis would struggle to find its footing. Surveying the surroundings, the desolate bridge offered only pristine guardrails and fixed iron chains. There were no projectiles to wield, not even a stone at his feet. Li Shoudao immediately attempted to harness his abilities upon the guardrails, only to receive a disappointing response. They had been firmly anchored to the ground. His heart seethed with rage as he bellowed, "Damn the city planners! Who told you to nail the guardrails to the ground? If I survive this, you all will pay." Not far from the Jiaoshui Bridge, in a dim alley, Bloodflow was wide-eyed, gaping at the footage captured by the cameras under her control. 6 cameras documented the duel from various angles. Her original intent was to glean insights into Li Shoudao's weaknesses and Chen Zimo's fighting style, paving the way for future encounters. Yet, she had miscalculated. What is the nature of that ominous black mist? Why is it that even the Federal's specialized cameras cannot penetrate its depths? In such a critical transit location as the bridge, the Federal forces have deployed an array of specialized equipment. Equipped not only with night vision capabilities but also with various advanced technologies, including thermal imaging. Yet, all these innovations falter before the black mist. Bloodflow River's expression turned grave, for she realized that this black mist was yet another prop. The Tree Hollow village is notoriously impoverished, yielding little in the way of useful items apart from high experience rewards. Chen Zimo had previously mentioned possessing an offensive item, and now revealing the black mist only confirmed that these artifacts had been seized by him in the synchronized world. Such decisiveness at merely level 2, I have unwittingly sent a wolf into the Federal den. The sense of crisis felt by Bloodflow River echoed the sentiments of Li Shoudao. He had never encountered a synchronized individual with such ferocious agility. The shadow's erratic movements were more terrifying than a specter. His attempts to repulse the figure with fragments of the car had all been in vain, resulting instead in the shadow drawing ever closer. Damn it, what is Hualong doing? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Before leaping from the vehicle, he had shattered his phone, aware that the captain's device contained an automatic notification system for other captains upon destruction. Hualong, who was nearest, was the one he relied upon. With the fragments exhausted, he had only the heavy car body left. As the shadow pressed forward relentlessly, Li Shoudao tore off a sheet of metal from the car, using his abilities to envelop himself in it. Is this Transformers? Chen Zimo, shrouded in black mist, was taken aback. He had never anticipated the potential of psychokinesis being employed in such a manner. Utilizing psychokinesis to manipulate armor and fortify oneself was a common strategy against agile synchronized beings. While agile synchronized individuals possess remarkable flexibility, their physical strength often pales in comparison. Without a suitable weapon, penetrating armor compressed through psychokinesis is quite a challenge. If he could just hold on a little longer, Hualong would arrive. Unbeknownst to Chen Zimo, the activation of potential lasts only 600 seconds. 10 minutes is hardly a long duration, especially when he must account for the time required to escape. After all, Jiaoshui City is the Federal stronghold, granting him at most 300 seconds of combat time. He had initially been reluctant to resort to that tactic. With a sigh, he softly uttered, "Diffuse." The black mist around him suddenly expanded, and simultaneously, a pair of brass knuckles materialized in his hands. In the original plan, he did not intend to utilize the second ability of the black mist. He believed that the activation of potential would sufficiently level the speed disparity between them, allowing him to inflict some wounds on Li Shoudao before fleeing. However, the emergence of the psychokinetic armor rendered this plan obsolete. Devotion is my attitude toward faith. While wearing the knuckles, the use of any items is prohibited. The swirling black mist was also a form of prop, as long as he wore the knuckles. The mist would not take effect. However, the diffused state of the black mist would be classified as part of the environment, and the knuckles would not forcibly disperse it. Once the knuckles were donned, Chen Zimo gained a 3-minute boost of masculine prowess, heightening his already stimulated potential. His attack power and movement speed surged by 30, enabling him to transcend the limits of a level 3 synchronized individual and attain the qualities of a pseudo-level 4. At that moment, Li Shoudao was utterly astonished. The sudden appearance of the black mist robbed him of his vision. In the pitch darkness, he could not even discern the location of his own fingers. He must not engage that shadow in the mist. With a flurry of motions, he launched the remaining fragments hidden upon his person forward and quickly retreated. After activating the diffuse ability, Chen Zimo found himself rooted in place. This ability was not as he had envisioned. The black mist not only obscured the enemy's sight, but also rendered him unable to perceive his surroundings, effectively creating a skill that blurred the lines between friend and foe. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the sound of a piercing weapon whistled through the air. Scarlet Eye skimmed the ground as he narrowly evaded the fragments fired by Li Shoudao, propelling himself forcefully against the ground, leaving a deep indentation in the solid asphalt. Chen Zimo shot forth like an arrow piercing through the night sky, arriving before Li Shoudao in an instant, delivering a devastating punch. Crack! The sound of shattering steel echoed, and the explosive effect activated, causing Li Shoudao's psychokinetic armor to disintegrate completely, sending him sprawling and spitting blood. For a moment, the black mist enveloping Chen Zimo was also dispersed. In battles between men, no defense is required. When men engage, the knuckles trigger a special effect. Li Shoudao was left in a state of sheer terror. Such terrifying offensive power. His punch shattered my psychokinetic armor in one blow. As he landed his strike, he was astonished to find that Li Shoudao's suit had not been destroyed. Was that armor considered an additional layer of clothing? You are not an agile synchronized being. Who exactly are you? He struggled to ask. Night Demon. Chen Zimo raised his fist, gazing at the blood-red eyes flickering within the black mist. Li Shoudao felt a chill run down his spine. The terrifying mobility far surpassed his own offensive capability. What manner of formidable opponent was this Night Demon? Just as he believed he was on the brink of losing his life, a tremendous explosion resonated from afar, almost simultaneously accompanied by the thunderous sound of something heavy crashing to the ground nearby. Peering cautiously, he found it was a crumpled barrel, its twisted metallic shell bearing the markings of the Jiaoshui Sanitation Department. Chen Zimo recalled a name mentioned earlier by Bloodflow River, Hualong, the captain of the division with artillery arm capabilities. Hualong, stop him. Indeed, upon catching sight of the trash bin, Li Shoudao's eyes gleamed with hope. Taking advantage of the Night Demon's momentary distraction, he quickly manipulated the remaining metal fragments around him with psychokinesis, forming a swirling metal storm that surged forward. With the 3-minute effect of the knuckles nearing its end, he, who had never intended to kill, withdrew, jumping into the river under the cover of the black mist. Amidst the relentless sounds of explosions, a multitude of concrete fragments were hurled into the water, the result of Hualong attacking him from a distance. Chen Zimo held his breath, seizing the opportunity before the effects of the knuckles and the activation of potential faded, swimming close to the riverbed toward the distance. As Chen Zimo departed, the diffused black mist gradually dissipated, revealing the disheveled figure of Li Shoudao. How badly are you injured? Hualong inquired. A few ribs are broken. I should recover by tomorrow. I never expected you, who are usually so cautious, to be ambushed. That individual possesses considerable strength. It's rare to encounter a high-level malevolent entity with a grudge against you, Hualong remarked teasingly. Li Shoudao spat a mouthful of blood. He is the Night Demon. Chapter 51. The Night Demon strikes the Night Demon? Hualong expressed evident confusion at the name. Judging by the opponent's skills, he was at least a level 3 synchronizer. Hualong had dealt with the dark arts before, but he had never encountered this term. You must be aware of the incident regarding the Zisen sword technique. Li Shoudao reminded him. The manner of death was particularly gruesome. He endured prolonged tracking and torment before his demise. Hualong replied, You know I dislike reading reports. So, the Zisen sword technique was killed by the Night Demon? It's not that simple, Li Shoudao paused. The most crucial point is that the Zisen sword technique clearly attempted to fight back before calmly losing his head. Calmly? Hualong inquired. Indeed. I personally investigated the scene. That individual bore no contorted expression on his face. Although it may sound somewhat inappropriate, it was as if he had passed away in his sleep. Is this Night Demon truly that formidable? Hualong stroked his chin, although he had not directly confronted the Night Demon. The evasive maneuvers exhibited earlier were not vastly superior to Li Shoudao's. I had my doubts before, but just now, that individual shattered my psychic armor with a single punch. Hualong gazed in astonishment at the fragments strewn across the ground. Is the Night Demon an intellect-based enhancer? He was well aware of Li Shoudao and Appo's capabilities. While psychic armor sounded impressive, its strength was merely adequate. He himself could easily destroy it by hurling random objects. However, destruction and shattering were not synonymous. Without a similar counter to psychic forces, it would be quite challenging to completely break down Li Shoudao's protective armor. No. During our confrontation, The Night Demon's speed far surpassed mine. He is likely an agility type. As for shattering the psychic armor, it may be due to his item abilities. Hualong was not particularly interested in how the Night Demon had shattered the psychic armor. Rather, he was more concerned about the nature of the black mist enveloping him. If he was not mistaken, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the fog found within the synchronization realm. As the two deliberated strategies, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the depths of the riverbank, observing their movements. What are Hualong and Li Shoudao up to? He murmured to himself. They have left the bridge but have not yet vacated the scene. The sound of flowing blood resonated ominously in his mind. Chen Zimo nodded. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. During their encounter, he had injured Li Shoudao. Considering the safety of a team leader, Hualong would remain vigilant until the arrival of the emergency response team. It was time to surprise Hualong with something extra. He climbed ashore, shook off the river water, and ran towards the location of the branch office of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau. As he passed through an intersection, Chen Zimo halted, his gaze drawn to the neatly parked shared bicycles along the roadside. Approaching 11 at night, the city of Jiaoshui lay in temporary silence, save for a few nocturnal establishments. The broad road lacked the daytime bustle, with the streetlights casting a gentle, tranquil glow amidst the starry sky. However, this night was distinctly different. Goodness, aliens? Did you just see that? A monster is flying close to the ground. Pedestrians were momentarily stunned. For those who had just concluded a long day of work, this night marked a genuine nightmare. The driver, seated at the wheel, slapped his face vigorously. Yes, I just confirmed I am awake and driving on the city's main thoroughfare at a reasonable speed of 70 kilometers per hour. But why is there a shared bicycle next to my window? The driver was bewildered. Who on earth rides a shared bike at 70 kilometers per hour? And what is that shadowy figure effortlessly maneuvering above? Such a powerful creature, its legs almost appearing as glowing wheels, yet it is pedaling while seated. Chen Zimo noticed a vehicle merging from the side. He turned his head, crimson eyes blurring into two long streaks of red against the rapid pace, giving the driver a thumbs up as he leaned slightly forward. The shared bicycle, amidst the creaking sound of disintegration, sped past the car, leaving it in a cloud of dust. Standing while pedaling is indeed faster. Li Shoudao's injuries were not severe. For a level 3 synchronizer, a broken bone could heal in a matter of hours. Nevertheless, to avoid further attacks, he followed protocol and contacted members of the Southern Division of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau, namely Zilong and Gao Lei, for assistance. The waiting period was monotonous. Unable to tolerate the tedium, Hualong began to appreciate the rare beauty of the Jiaoshui night. Suddenly, he noticed a thick cloud of smoke rising from a distant spot along the riverbank. Is there a fire somewhere? Oh dear, how unfortunate. Hualong stuffed his hands into his pockets, adopting a stance of detached amusement. Based on the location, it seems to be in the suburbs. I don't recall any buildings there, Li Shoudao interjected. Li Shoudao had a rather poor relationship with all team leaders. Their encounters were often devoid of extra conversation. He sighed, wishing that the fire was closer so he could find some entertainment. Captain Li, when will your team members arrive? I am utterly bored. If the fire were here, at least there would be something to watch. Hualong's impatient demeanor and mocking tone incensed Li Shoudao, who was about to retort when the ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts. Hualong retrieved his phone. It was a call from one of his team members. He displayed the screen to Li Shoudao, saying, "Look, Captain Li, I've only been out for a few minutes, and my team is already trying to contact me. How are your team members trained? It's been ages since they finished their call, and not a single one has shown up." With that, he answered the call, pressing the speakerphone button. "Captain, it's bad. Our place has been blown up." As soon as he pressed the speakerphone button, a panicked shout erupted from the speaker. "What? Repeat that. Whose place has been blown up?" "Captain, our place, the Anomaly Regulation Bureau, has been blown up." Hualong's expression soured. Just moments ago, he felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing the spectacle. Now, it had unexpectedly turned into his own misfortune. Li Shoudao couldn't contain his laughter, collapsing to the ground. Clutching his chest in amusement, Hualong, ignoring him, bellowed angrily, "Who did this?" The voice from the speaker continued, "I don't know." The perpetrator was disguised and unrecognizable. Just a shadowy figure with blood-red eyes. Hualong's hands trembled. "The Night Demon. That fiend has bombed my own division." He threw down the phone, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "The Night Demon. Such a brilliant scheme, to have even calculated my presence here, to bomb my division. This enmity shall not go unavenged." Bloodflow swore she had never encountered anyone so formidable. Attacking Li Shoudao was one thing, that individual was hardly liked throughout the Federation, and being killed would only serve as comic relief for others. But daring to blow up the Jiaxue branch of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau was a blatant affront to the Federation. Of course, the consequences of bombing a division were not overly severe. The Aurora sect had done it before, and they had targeted even higher-level headquarters. But one shouldn't ride a shared bicycle to commit such an act, right? That seemed a tad too brazen. Bloodflow was thoroughly impressed. Compared to Chen Zimo, she felt like a mere novice. The tasks she had completed over the years paled in comparison to what he had accomplished in a single night. Hualong gazed at the surveillance screen, his expression grim. Have we traced his whereabouts? Last night, the division was bombed, and he had tirelessly scrutinized the surrounding monitors, ultimately discovering that the night demon had brazenly arrived on a shared bicycle. Moreover, the bicycle remained, defiantly parked at the entrance of the division, a blatant provocation. The trail had gone cold. After the adversary departed, he vanished into an area devoid of surveillance. What about the cameras surrounding that desolate place? They had already been filtered by the scanning system, and as of now, there were no signs of any personnel entering or exiting. The scanning system, of course, could not detect Chen Zimo's presence. That desolate land had been deliberately chosen for its blood-soaked history, and the surveillance was civilian-grade, easily overshadowed by the chaos. Damn it. Issue a wanted notice. Mobilize a citywide manhunt for the night demon. Hualong declared in fury, then added, I shall pay a visit to Li Shoudao. You all expedite the restoration of the division's facilities. In the Southern Division of the Abnormal Energy Investigation Bureau, Chen Zimo trudged into the office, weariness etched on his face. The recent shift had been altered to mornings, and after a night of intense exertion, he felt he could easily doze off while standing. You look like you were out stealing cattle last night, Gao Lei remarked, leaning in. I was up late playing games, Chen Zimo yawned, his gaze drifting toward the captain and Oppo's office. Who is that guy? I and Oppo's. V never seen him before. Is he a new employee? He is Hualong, the captain of the Central Division. Chen Zimo recalled the garbage can that had been hurled at him the previous night. The sheer force of the assault was terrifying. Had he not jumped into the river with sufficient speed, escaping would have been far from simple. What brings him to our division? Gao Lei smiled with enthusiasm. You wouldn't know, but the Central Division was bombed by the Night Demon last night. Chen Zimo was taken aback. Are you truly a member of the Federation? Why are you so pleased that the division was bombed? Moreover, your information is outdated. I'm aware that the Night Demon arrived on a shared bicycle to detonate the Central Division. And what does that have to do with Hualong coming to our division? It has everything to do with it. The explosion caused some issues with the Central Division's neural network. They can't access the Order Realm and must come here to borrow the synchronization chamber. Gao Lei's words left Chen Zimo momentarily stunned. The Order Realm was a facet of the synchronized world. Could a mere explosion disrupt such a realm? Just as his thoughts began to wander, he was nudged. Aren't you also somewhat regretful? Regretful about what? He was puzzled by Gao Lei's statement. He mumbled, of course, it's because our division wasn't bombed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to work in the Order Realm. I haven't had a vacation in ages. I truly envy Zhuo Shoutzilong and the others. Wait, Zhuo Shoutzilong is from the Central Division? Indeed, and Ruchuan Gangban as well. They informed me about the neural network issues in the Central Division. Chen Zimo reflected on his actions from the previous night. Had he truly inflicted harm on his group friends? Fortunately, when the bomb was thrown, it was only into the courtyard walls. Were they injured? No, the explosion occurred in the courtyard. It wasn't serious. Just check the group chat, Gao Lei replied. Chen Zimo opened his phone to glance at the messages. Zhuo Shoutzilong. It's so easy without the captain around. The neural network is down. So we won't have to work overtime these days. Ruchuan Gangban. Yeah, I wish such explosions could happen every month. The Night Demon? I owe him a big thanks. Gao Lei, you two lucky dogs. Why wasn't our Southern Division bombed? I even named that guy. Chen Zimo responded, all right, with your words. Next time I'll just bomb my own house. In the Order Realm, Hualong reported the events of the previous night. Shangguan Shengzheng pondered for a moment and said, I will issue an electronic martial law order. Starting today, we will cross-reference all individuals entering Jiaxue City. Any unregistered non-federal members must be apprehended immediately. Once Hualong departed, a sly smile crept across Shangguan Shengzheng's face. The big fish was about to enter the fray. Outside Jiaxue City, a slow-moving traffic jam left a young man in the passenger seat restless. What on earth was happening in Jiaxue City? Why was it taking so long to enter? No wonder the organization only dispatched a blood flow river. The man behind the wheel adjusted his glasses, the prescription lenses causing him discomfort. Be patient. I don't know what transpired in Jiaxue last night, but it prompted that old fox Shangguan to issue an electronic martial law. With the martial law in effect, changing identities will be quite challenging. After we enter the city, do not act rashly. If you jeopardize the plan, I will be the first to eliminate you." The young man nodded, exasperated. "I know, you've repeated it over a dozen times, Your Excellency Demon Lord." After a while, the vehicle passed through an electronic eye and smoothly entered a remote area on the outskirts of the city. The wise Demon Lord halted the vehicle and, with practiced efficiency, dug a pit nearby, dragging 2 faceless corpses from the trunk and tossing them into the hole before covering them with earth. The wise Demon Lord observed him finish the task. This identity has a legitimate stay of only 3 days in Jiaoshui. For these 3 days, you must remain discreet and not reveal your identity. Contact Bloodflow River as soon as possible. We must locate the whereabouts of the Happiness Hospital's challenger within 3 days. And if we find them, naturally, it would be splendid to gather strategies. If not, the Aurora would rather illuminate your corpse. "I understand. The man who kills will die," replied. In contrast to the wise Demon Lord and the man who kills will die, the experience of Ping Tugu entering the city was fraught with challenges. "Boss, can't we choose a better route?" complained the leading young man as he squeezed through a narrow opening. "Something big must have happened in Jiaoshui City recently. The entire city is under electronic martial law. The underground sewer is now the safest route." Ping Tugu had no major objections to the sewer's environment. He had endured worse. His greater concern lay with another issue. How do we conceal our identities once we enter Jiaoshui City? The leader, without turning back, replied, "No need to hide. Once we enter the city, someone will naturally assist us. When the time comes, we just need to do our job and get paid." "Do our job and get paid?" The young man ahead inquired curiously. "Have you taken on a side job, boss?" A smack on the head followed. "What side job?" The bounty was issued by the wise Demon Lord himself. You know his style. As long as the task is accomplished, not only will we receive a hefty sum, but we'll also keep whatever we can seize. Many shared the same thoughts as the one referred to as boss. Chapter 52. The Lord of Wisdom and Deception in the Stillness of the Night. A message unexpectedly lit up Chen Zimo's phone screen, revealing a communication from Blood-Flowing River. The enigmatic Lord of Wisdom had made his presence known. Has the Federation failed to track their movements? Chen Zimo pondered. Knowing that the Lord of Wisdom's methods were shrouded in secrecy even within the Aurora sect, his visage had never been seen, let alone his whereabouts. The Federation's surveillance equipment was only capable of monitoring ordinary individuals. A heaviness settled in Chen Zimo's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. A figure of such magnitude had infiltrated the city of Jiaoshui, and it was directed at him. "Do you have any insight into the Lord of Wisdom's intentions?" "I do not," came the reply. "I am merely a low-ranking member of the Aurora sect, unworthy of direct communication with him. The one who approached me is capable of causing death, and their sole objective is to locate the whereabouts of the synchronicity practitioner from Happiness Hospital. Have they discovered my identity?" Chen Zimo's heart raced. "Not yet. Your grandparents and Appo's information was unmasked, but as a federal synchronicity practitioner, your personal details have been completely erased. They will find it far from simple to locate you." Blood-Flowing River hesitated before continuing. "However, the one who causes death seeks to share their general plan with me, though I am unaware of how they acquired their intelligence." The news regarding the Happiness Hospital's practitioner being absorbed by the Anomaly Bureau in Jiaoshui has already leaked. The Lord of Wisdom need not verify your identity. He need only identify all synchronicity practitioners within the Anomaly Bureau of Jiaoshui and compare them one by one to discover who the newcomers are. Chen Zimo could hardly contain his astonishment at the Lord of Wisdom's prowess. "Could I not simply remain hidden and avoid detection? Should you truly manage to do so, you might remain undetected. However, to mobilize all members of the Anomaly Bureau, the Lord of Wisdom has decided to enact a diversion." The term diversion filled him with a foreboding sense of dread. The message on the screen updated once more. This diversion entails issuing a bounty, inciting the lower-tier nefarious practitioners to invade the city, unleashing a series of malevolent incidents that will inevitably lead to chaos. A thunderclap echoed in Chen Zimo's mind. If those wicked practitioners succeeded in instigating turmoil, the Anomaly Bureau would undoubtedly intervene to restore order. How could he then remain unscathed? The Lord of Wisdom was indeed worthy of his title. His mind was consumed with one singular thought. He must not allow those malevolent practitioners to succeed. Does the Federation remain oblivious to this? Blood-Flowing River replied. The situation has yet to unfold. They are, of course, unaware. What if I were to send an anonymous tip? Let us not overlook the fact that the Anomaly Bureau is a clandestine organization and lacks any form of anonymous submission. Moreover, ordinary citizens are entirely oblivious to the existence of synchronicity practitioners. Reporting anonymously would only draw suspicion towards you. Chen Zimo's expression darkened. The Federation, a colossal entity, was far too sluggish in its actions. Knock, knock. A gentle voice, belonging to his grandmother, called from outside his door. Xiaomo, come out for dinner. Understood. I will be right there, he responded, shutting the chat and heading to the living room. On the modest dining table lay 3 simple dishes and a bowl of rice soup. The soup was slightly hot, and his grandmother had thoughtfully prepared some refreshing cold dishes to accompany it, ensuring a more pleasant dining experience. As Chen Zimo's gaze drifted beyond the table towards the window, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft crimson hue that enveloped everything in a tranquil dusk. The once bustling Jiaoshui River now appeared significantly more serene. Xiaomo, what are you thinking about? Eat while it's hot, or else it will get cold, his grandmother urged softly from her armchair, gently fanning herself. Understood. I will eat now. He gazed at the peaceful scene before him, his fists clenched tightly beneath the table, then relaxed. Yet deep down, he knew that by dawn, this place would likely transform into something entirely different. Lord of Wisdom, you truly deserve your fate. After hastily finishing his dinner, Chen Zimo declared, Grandmother, school is about to begin. My classmates from high school plan to gather a few times. Otherwise, it will be difficult to meet again after we go our separate ways. I want to be home for dinner in the coming days. His grandmother paused in her fanning. In my day, I had many classmates as well. But after so many years without contact, I no longer know where they reside. While it is good to gather, do not overexert yourself. Rest assured, Grandmother. When we say gathering, it is merely an outing with friends. There will be no issues. After washing the dishes and storing them away, he reached out to blood-flowing river once more. Are you able to track the movements of those wicked practitioners? I can make rough estimations. What do you wish to do? Chen Zimo narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at his grandmother who was admiring the sunset's beauty in the living room. A gentle smile graced his lips. What the Federation could not accomplish, he would undertake. The peace that the Federation could not protect, he would safeguard. All who dared to disrupt his tranquil life deserved to perish. They must all die. Chen Zimo opened his inventory, staring intently at the item named Lingering Black Mist. From this day forth, he would become the Night Demon, tracking the movements of all lowly wicked practitioners. This midnight venture had indeed bestowed upon him a monumental task. Blood-flowing river rubbed his sore shoulders, refocusing on the monitor. Following the trail of nefarious practitioners was not overly difficult. The challenge lay in uncovering their identities. Fortunately, Chen Zimo's recent upheaval in Jiaoshui, coupled with the issuance of an electronic lockdown, had effectively curtailed the wicked practitioners' access to the city through conventional means. Saving valuable time in her investigation, the monitor displayed a series of surveillance windows, each fixed on the entry and exit points of the city's waterways, as well as the seldom-trodden forested outskirts. However, the Federation's oversight in these areas was lax, making them favored routes for the wicked to infiltrate the city, especially the latter, where the lengthy forest line provided an optimal path for entry. Found it. The monitor flickered as figures swiftly darted through the electronic ice field of vision, vanishing into the concrete jungle of the city. Entering Jiaoshui meant stepping into blood-flowing river's domain. The surveillance footage shifted continuously. Yet those few infiltrators remained firmly within her grasp, ultimately coming to rest at a certain location within Jiaoshui. As the target ceased moving, blood-flowing river's phone on the table began to automatically record. 3 infiltrators detected at Jiaoshui number 13 kindergarten, 1 male on the rooftop of the Southern District Jiaoshui branch, 2 synchronicity practitioners of unknown gender. Monitoring footage of the solitary male has been sent. Understood. After confirming the location, Chen Zimo locked his screen and, enveloped in the lingering black mist, mounted his bicycle towards the destination. This night promised to be one of unrest. He intended to declare to all wicked practitioners in the city that this was the territory of the Night Demon. The night air was cool, and the millionaire hiding in the number 13 kindergarten could not suppress a shiver. Since becoming a synchronicity practitioner, his life had undergone a dramatic upheaval. Born in the slums and first encountering the wicked practitioners, the Federation had automatically labeled him a wanted criminal, unwittingly thrust into the role of a fugitive. The brutality and bloodshed of the synchronicity world soon warped his psyche. The Federation's relentless pursuit not only turned him into a hunted animal, but also brought ruin upon his family. His wife abandoned him, and his sole remaining elder, his mother, succumbed to a heart attack in a rage. When he returned home in secret, he discovered that his son had starved to death in their home. He harbored an intense loathing for the Federation. Damn the Federation! The predicament I find myself in today is all they're doing. And I shall make them pay in blood for their transgressions. As a synchronizer, his mind had become notably sharper, and upon receiving the mission from the wise demon lord, he promptly devised a plan for vengeance. With only a level 1 status, his combat prowess was limited. Thus, he could only target the most vulnerable. And schools were among them. The 13th kindergarten, despite its seemingly lower rank, boasted the finest teaching resources in the entire Jiaoshui city. Many officials from the Federation sent their children to study there. The millionaire and Apos' plan was to unleash chaos in this very place, making those bureaucratic dogs of the Federation experience the agony of losing a child. The bounty was of no concern to him. After navigating through several synchronized worlds, he had come to accept that he would inevitably meet his demise in that enigmatic realm. Having the chance to wreak havoc beforehand was a rather exhilarating prospect. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate to have joined the dark path. Otherwise, he would not have been able to indulge in such gratifying acts of retribution. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the expansive schoolyard, startling the millionaire. He scrutinized his surroundings but found nothing amiss. Have I misjudged the situation? Perhaps it's my first operation at the school that's making me overly anxious. Their movements are too clandestine for anyone to know I am here. Rubbing his eyes, he decided to find a more concealed spot to rest for a while, hoping to eliminate a few more students the next day. 2 crimson glimmers emerged from the shadows, shooting directly towards him. The millionaire quickly prepared to defend himself, yet the shadow seemed to anticipate his thoughts, swiftly altering its attack direction. Following a dull thud, he lay on the ground, clutching his chest. So weak, is he truly only level 1? Chen Zimo lowered his fist, having refrained from utilizing his potential burst or finger tiger technique, and with his sheer physicality, he shattered the opponent's ribcage. The data analysis capabilities had become increasingly reliable, and now he could predict his adversary's next moves through his glasses. Without them, perhaps the millionaire could have endured a couple more strikes. He lifted his foot, poised to crush the opponent's throat, yet halted mid-air. To attack the military, I could still respect you as a man. To assault a kindergarten, you were even lower than scum. Such a person deserved a fate worse than death. He broke every intact bone in the millionaire's body and discarded him on the rooftop to fend for himself. The injury of fractures would take a level 1 synchronizer several days to heal, a fitting end for such filth. He slightly bowed his head, his right hand's index finger gently brushing upwards along his cheek in a distinctly feminine manner as he adjusted his glasses, before making his way to another neighborhood. Once again, the same shadow, this time accompanied by a familiar shared bicycle. 2 figures plummeted from the rooftop of a bank, kicking up a cloud of dust upon impact. Chen Zimo stood at the edge of the rooftop, opening his phone. One at level 1, another at level 0. Is this the caliber of synchronizers the wise demon lord could muster? The screen displayed a deluge of blood. Level 1 is hardly low. Do you think everyone levels up as easily as you? Moreover, high-level synchronizers have invariably taken lives. They are not easily deceived. It dawned on Chen Zimo that indiscriminately killing would lower one's synchronization value. Only these low-tier synchronizers were likely unaware of this fact. How many remain of the dark faction infiltrating Jiaoshui? The 2 you just eliminated were the last. Jiaoshui City is vast. My capabilities are limited to monitoring the southern region. There may still be others in different areas. That suffices. There are only 2 of us with blood flow. We cannot oversee the entire city. Protecting the South and my family is already a monumental task. Any remaining matters must rely on the Federation's emergency response capabilities. With an electronic martial law in effect, it was unlikely that anything major would occur. With the aid of blood flow, Chen Zimo made his way back to his neighborhood, dispelling the lingering dark mist as he climbed through the window back into his bedroom. He needed rest promptly, for he was scheduled to report to the Adjustment Bureau the following morning. Just as he drifted into slumber, a shadowy figure surveyed the hiding spots of the dark faction, confirming their demise before quietly departing. The Lord Demon is indeed perceptive. All the insignificant fish we gathered have been eliminated. Those who were killed, what regions did they come from? Indeterminate. The entire southern area has been cleared. They lack the strength to fight back. It is likely the Federation's doing. The wise demon lord shook his head. The Federation would not intervene. Why not? People who are killed simply die, he remarked. This is the Federation's territory, under electronic martial law. Those lowly beings can be easily detected. You are thinking too simplistically. The Federation will not notice them until after the fact. How is that possible? Is the electronic martial law a mere ruse? It is indeed real. The wise demon lord shifted the topic. Do you know where the information regarding the Happiness Hospital's challengers came from? I do not, the figure replied. The intelligence network of the Aurora Church is extensive. As a mere level 2 synchronizer, I lack the qualifications to access such sources. The wise demon lord dropped a bombshell. It was the Federation that informed us. How can that be? He stammered, utterly taken aback. The Federation and the Aurora Church had always been at odds. Their last encounter had nearly resulted in total annihilation for the Church. How could they possibly divulge such crucial information? Surprised? This is merely the Federation's customary practice. Some among them seek to eliminate certain elements detrimental to themselves by using our hands. The ones who killed those lowly beings were not the Federation, but rather individuals connected to the Happiness Hospital's challengers. Are we truly being utilized by the Federation, Lord Demon? Have we not also been leveraging them? The wise demon lord pivoted the conversation. What news from Bloodflow? The signal has been sent. No response yet. I suspect that woman is attempting to betray the Aurora. Do not concern yourself with her. Since the lowly beings in the southern region have been eliminated, those associated with the Happiness Hospital must be nearby. Change of plans. You need not conceal your identity any longer. Tomorrow, I will lure away the captain of the Adjustment Bureau's Southern Division. At that time, you shall create a ruckus and flush out all the members of the Southern Division. I shall do so with great satisfaction. Thank you, Lord Demon. Chapter 53. The outbreak of evil forces as the nascent sun cast its golden rays upon the streets of Jiaoshui. A cacophony of residual sounds eclipsed the bustling voices of the city. Dense smoke and shrill alarms erupted throughout the urban landscape, shattering the long-standing tranquility of Jiaoshui. Captain, the electronic surveillance has detected a substantial presence of malevolent forces. Numerous facilities in the city have been compromised. What? Where did these ruffians emerge from? Huolong exclaimed, observing the chaotic scenes captured by the surveillance cameras. Mobilize the local departments immediately. We must contain these evil forces without delay. The turmoil was not confined to the central district of Jiaoshui. The northern sector was even more severely affected, with disorganized factions of malefactors running rampant. When Zongxing had only 3 subordinates at his disposal and felt as though he might tear himself in two to manage the chaos. In contrast, Li Shoudao from the Southern Division found himself considerably less burdened. An outbreak of malevolent forces? Leaning back in his office chair, he adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. Continuing to monitor the computer screen, the images displayed scenes of devastation across Jiaoshui, yet peculiarly, all the assaults were concentrated in the central and northern parts. His southern district had not witnessed a single incident. Just as Li Shoudao reveled in his good fortune, a knock at the glass door interrupted him, revealing Zilong. Come in. He beckoned, redirecting his gaze. Captain, I have an anonymous letter addressed to you. Li Shoudao furrowed his brow. Such correspondence was usually discarded without a second thought. The Bureau of Anomalous Energy Investigation operated directly under the federal authorities, and an anonymous letter held little significance. Zilong, being a trusted subordinate, would not act so thoughtlessly unless the contents of the letter warranted attention. What is the matter? He inquired in a low tone. This anonymous letter is from the Baiji Yaojun, Zilong replied, sliding a folded piece of paper across the table. Baiji Yaojun, a remnant of the Aurorian sect? Li Shoudao seized the letter promptly. Captain Li, it has been a while since our last encounter during the joint operation. I trust you are well. I have heard that the Federation has located a gateway individual from the Happiness Hospital in Jiaoshui. I wonder if you would be interested in negotiating a transaction regarding the first hospital, with further details to be discussed. Yours sincerely, Baiji Yaojun. Give me the first hospital at once. Li Shoudao exclaimed, crumpling the letter in his fist. Zilong was already prepared. The surveillance feed immediately appeared on his monitor. The first hospital, one of the largest medical facilities in Jiaoshui, had expanded its premises to occupy half a city block after several renovations. It was a bustling hub of patients and visitors, yet at this moment, the hospital appeared desolate on screen, save for a solitary figure standing before the entrance. As the image zoomed in, Baiji Yaojun smiled and waved at the camera. Listen, Baiji Yaojun, I care not for your intentions. Spare the innocent civilians. Unjust slaughter will avail you nothing, and you surely do not desire to see the synchronization value drop to 0. Li Shoudao warned. Rest assured, Captain, I do not indulge in the indiscriminate killing of innocents. Surrender the gateway individual from the Happiness Hospital, and I guarantee their safety. Otherwise, Baiji Yaojun casually raised his arm, and a spark erupted in the distance as power lines snapped in two. Indeed, he did not engage in wanton slaughter. He merely disrupted some electrical equipment. The fate of the patients within the hospital post-blackout was of little concern to him. Li Shoudao fell silent. Baiji Yaojun had not directly taken lives. And given the considerable distance from the hospital wards, any fatalities would have minimal repercussions for him. Do not be alarmed, Captain Li, Baiji Yaojun reassured. Hospitals have backup power sources. A brief outage will not have any significant impact. As long as you deliver the gateway individual from the Happiness Hospital, I shall depart without incident. Of course, should you refuse to cooperate, I shall be left with no choice but to detonate explosives, destroying the generators of several hospitals. Li Shoudao's eyelids twitched. I require some time to deliberate. 10 minutes, Captain. Do not attempt any tricks. If I do not see the gateway individual from the Happiness Hospital within that time, I shall detonate the explosives. Ending his conversation with Baiji Yaojun, Li Shoudao promptly contacted Huolong. Captain Li, if you have something to say it directly. I am rather busy today and lack time for idle chit-chat. Huolong responded brusquely. Baiji Yaojun just contacted me. Who? The cacophony of sonic booms ceased abruptly on Huolong's end. A level 3 acolyte of the Aurorian sect. He was the one who unraveled our strategy during the last operation against them. Where is he? Baiji Yaojun was a source of great distress for every captain in Jiaoshui. During the Federation's large-scale crackdown on the Aurorian sect, they had made significant gains across the Federation. Yet, Jiaoshui had managed to apprehend not a single high-ranking acolyte, leaving the 3 captains utterly humiliated, with Baiji Yaojun as the primary culprit. We have only 10 minutes until then first hospital, Huolong observed, glancing around him. I'll delay him. You notify Wen Zongxing. We cannot allow Baiji Yaojun to leave Jiaoshui alive today. With their rival in sight, the 3 captains acted with remarkable swiftness, hastening toward the first hospital. Shortly after Li Shoudao's departure, Zilong suddenly stood up. We have detected the presence of a synchronizer near the Southern Joy Shopping Center. Likely a former subordinate of Baiji Yaojun. A level 2 synchronizer, their demise would result in their death. Chen Zimo's heart raced. The Southern Joy Shopping Center lay just across the Jiaoshui River, less than 2 kilometers from his residential area. It was a relatively secluded place, primarily a wholesale shopping venue, with a significant footfall spawning numerous small markets nearby. His grandmother often frequented that area for shopping. He was about to urge Zilong to set off when Gao Lei interjected. Zilong, shall we not take action? Wait, allow me to consult the captain first. Zilong, adhering to protocol, dialed the captain and amp. Oppo's S number, yet for reasons unknown, Li Shoudao was unresponsive. Chen Zimo anxiously paced. Zilong, the captain, and the others may already be engaged in combat and cannot hear the phone. This situation is urgent. We cannot permit the malevolent forces to wreak havoc. Gao Lei nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zilong, they are merely a level 2 synchronizer. We 3 are also level 2. Why should we fear them? Even if we cannot defeat them, we can at least buy some time until the captain returns to assist us. Zilong considered this. While capturing the adversary may prove challenging in a 3-on-1 scenario, delaying them seemed rather straightforward. Very well, Gao Lei, you and Zai advance first. I shall send the structural diagram of the Southern Joy Shopping Center to your helmet terminal shortly. Move swiftly. After assigning the mission, Zilong left a note for Li Shoudao and hurried back to his workstation to operate the computer. Gao Lei led Chen Zimo to the garage adjacent to the first floor, flinging open the door to reveal several sleek motorcycles basking in the sunlight. Alongside them lay several black, elongated objects, which upon closer inspection were revealed to be armored suits. Gao Lei stepped toward one of the suits, which automatically wrapped around him, transforming into metallic armor, and he donned a helmet. This is synchronizing armor, capable of adapting to the user's physique, providing defense against most bullets and explosive impacts. Put on a suit, and we shall depart immediately. Chen Zimo had seen this armor before. It was worn by the Anomalous Energy Investigation Bureau during their apprehension of Sun Jian. However, he had never fathomed that the true form of the armor was merely a strip. Approaching the strip, he imitated Gao Lei's actions, placing his arm upon it. The strips came to life, coiling around his arm and rapidly enveloping his entire body. He felt akin to a black mummy. Recalling the mummification process he had once witnessed, it bore an uncanny resemblance. However, the tension of the straps was just right, causing no discomfort. With a slight movement of his limbs, he discovered that his body seemed to have become more agile than before. This was yet another capability of the synchronous armor, which could directly adhere to the surface of the body and enhance muscle strength. Gao Lei tossed a helmet to him, roaring as he rode his motorcycle alongside Chen Zimo. As the helmet clicked into place on his head, the synchronous armor and helmet melded seamlessly. His field of vision expanded significantly. the scenery becoming clear and bright without being blinding, allowing his eyes to even catch glimpses of images behind him. Hold on tight. We're setting off. Before he could voice any questions, Gao Lei's voice resonated through the helmet, followed by a tremendous thrust from the front, and the surroundings blurred as they departed from the Anomaly Bureau. Such incredible speed. The shortcut to the Joy Shopping Center was marked, guiding them along the navigational route. As Zilong's voice emerged, a prominent dashed line appeared before them, extending across the road into the distance. Understood. Gao Lei twisted the throttle, redirecting the motorcycle sideways. Wait. That's... Chen Zimo's initial curiosity morphed into dread. If memory served him correctly, the shortcut led to a tributary of the Jiaoshui River. The engine roared as the vehicle soared over the guardrail, crashing directly into the water's surface. He thought to himself that it was all over. He hadn't even saved himself and was already doomed. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as the two-person motorcycle surprisingly hovered a few centimeters above the water's surface, speeding along the tributary towards the supermarket. This is the synchronous battle vehicle developed by the Federation, capable of momentarily harnessing the powers of the synchronous world, allowing it to exist in a state between the synchronous and the real world, thus achieving a weightless hover, Zilong explained just in time. Momentarily harnessing the powers of the synchronous world. Had the Federation's technology advanced to such frightening heights? Chen Zimo pondered, if that were the case. Humanity's technological accumulation should be sufficient to spark the next technological revolution. Yet why were there no signs of it among the populace? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the vehicle came to a sudden halt, the expansive sign of the Southern Joy Shopping Center looming above them, with a faint purple mist enveloping the open square before them all. During the peak of the morning rush, the shopping center, which should have been bustling, felt eerily lifeless. There wasn't even a single vendor selling vegetables nearby, which was decidedly unusual. Gao Lei, the mist here might be toxic. Do not remove your helmet. The synchronous armor is equipped with a filtration system that functions even in highly toxic environments, Zilong cautioned. The structural diagram has been transmitted to your terminal. You two should cautiously explore the periphery while I make my way there. A holographic image of the layout of the Joy Shopping Center appeared to the side of their vision. Gao Lei drew his gun and turned to him. Go take a look. I'll follow behind you. Chen Zimo felt a surge of gratitude. Having a human shield by his side was reassuring. The outskirts of the shopping center revealed little of note. The empty square was laid bare before them. And aside from the pale purple mist, there was nothing else. After completing half a circle without any findings, Zilong arrived just in time on his motorcycle. The three convened and, under Gao Lei's lead, entered through the shopping center's grand entrance. There were no ambushes. The spacious interior of the shopping center was devoid of life. The store doors flung wide open, yet not a single soul was in sight. In the long corridor, several escalators led to the upper floors, while an expansive area connected the basement level and rooftop. The power had been cut, and the dim light filtering through the glass dome cast a somber shadow over the shopping center. Despite being so close to home, Chen Zimo had never visited this place. He instinctively glanced downward, sensing that something lurked in the darkness at the end of the first floor. The big data analysis glasses. He silently chanted, and the glasses materialized on his face. Habitually, he tilted his head to adjust the frames with his fingertip, only to be thwarted by the helmet. He paused for a moment, reflecting, why did he feel the need to perform such an unnecessary gesture? Activating the light shadow mode, he zoomed in fivefold, allowing him to discern that the object was indeed a human figure. In the shadow at the end of the first floor, it seemed there was a person. Zilong decisively raised his rifle, resting it on the railing, aiming at the shadow, eager to take a closer look. Suddenly, the sound of electrics crackled, and lights throughout the shopping center flickered to life, abruptly illuminating the dim space and revealing the three federal synchronizers. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Ah! You three have kept us waiting for quite some time. The lights unveiled the true appearance of the shadow, with gaunt cheeks and bulging eyes. It was unmistakably the figure known as he who dies when killed. This was the only subordinate of the wicked sage, slowly approaching while clapping his hands. I presume you are the entire team from the Southern Division of the Anomaly Bureau. It took us quite some effort to gather you all. I only require the one who can pass through the Happiness Hospital. Hand him over, and the other two may leave at their discretion. Before he could finish, gunfire interrupted. Two deafening shots ringing out from Zilong's direction. The mall's enclosed design amplified the sounds to a thunderous roar. Debris scattered, and through the glass's fivefold zoom, Chen Zimo clearly saw he who dies when killed dodge the bullets. He had evaded. Chen Zimo was taken aback. Zilong wielded a rifle, with bullets exiting at speeds of around 800 meters per second, and yet he managed to escape? Was he an agile synchronizer? He who dies when killed seemed reluctant to confront firearms head-on, hiding behind a massive pillar while arrogantly declaring, "It appears you refuse to cooperate. That and Oppos. That's fine. Killing you will conveniently replenish the substantial loss of my synchronous energy." Amidst a series of muffled explosions, the bright lights of the mall suddenly extinguished, and heavy fire doors slammed shut, plunging the entire space into darkness. The rapid transition from light to darkness momentarily disoriented their vision. Although the helmet of the synchronous armor offered some protective features, its effectiveness was limited. Chen Zimo quickly activated the glasses light shadow mode, vigilantly watching the shadows for any potential attacks. Click, click, click. A series of rapid sounds emanated from all directions, resembling enormous centipedes scuttling across the ground. "It's coming from those shops." Gallet discerned the source of the sound, raising his gun to shoot. "Don't shoot." Chen Zimo's warning came too late. The gun's muzzle flared as the bullet burst forth, briefly illuminating the objects within the shadows. They were several individuals controlled by an unknown force, their eyes vacant, even when struck by bullets. They staggered towards the three like puppets, yet after only a few steps, they collapsed, convulsing on the ground from excessive blood loss. Chapter 54. The chaos of ambush. Do not fire recklessly. Those are merely ordinary individuals under control. The source of this control is likely the ominous purple mist. The synchronization world will not differentiate whether you kill an ordinary person intentionally or accidentally. Even an unintentional death will result in a decrease in synchronization value. Gallet's expression turned grave. Had it not been for Chen Zimo's timely warning, a barrage of bullets would have plunged their synchronization value into the negatives. To kill a person is to end a life. You cowardly insect, manipulating ordinary people is no true skill. Have the courage to face me in a fair fight. A mocking laugh echoed. "Do you believe I am one of those self-righteous beings from your federation? Charge at them, my minions." As soon as the words were uttered, the throng of controlled individuals surged forward. "Zilong, what should we do?" "Hold them off. Buy me some time." Zilong stood firm, his hands slightly coming together as if preparing for something. Chen Zimo immediately understood his intent. Previously, when they ambushed Sun Jian, Zilong had used a clapping method to stun him. Now he intended to employ the same tactic to halt these individuals. Without hesitation, Chen Zimo dived into the crowd, using both hands and feet to bring them down. Gao Lei comprehended Zilong and Oppos' strategy and positioned himself on one side, ensuring Zilong remained unaffected by the crowd. Moments later, two resounding claps reverberated through the mall, leaving Chen Zimo momentarily dazed even through his helmet, while the ordinary individuals collapsed, struggling yet unable to rise. Impressive, Chen Zimo thought, genuinely admiring the scene. Truly, Zilong was an intellect-based synchronizer. His area control skill was effortlessly executed. For Chen Zimo, while killing these individuals would be easy, incapacitating them would require considerable effort. The death of a person will summon those wandering residents. Their numbers are overwhelming, and my ability cannot sustain for long. We must swiftly break the control. Zilong panted, revealing the immense toll this ability had taken on him. He was on the second floor. Chen Zimo remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on their movements. To prevent a surprise attack, he had activated his big data analysis capability early on, marking the trajectory of the death of a person clearly within his field of vision. The three ascended the stairs quickly. Upon reaching the second floor, Gallet activated his ability, stomping his foot down to shatter the sturdy railing, then tossing a half-section down to the ground floor. Even if the controlled individuals regained consciousness, they would struggle to pursue them for a while. After the thunderous crash of the heavy object landing, silence enveloped them all. Suddenly, heavy footsteps broke the stillness, and a towering silhouette emerged from the dark ahead. His body was a mass of bulging muscles, twisted veins resembling vines covering his surface, and a layer of triangular red scales adorned his robust physique. The hands that once belonged to a human had vanished, replaced by four thick claws, the black, hooked talons glimmering with the unique luster of high density. Or, is that a cyborg? Gao Lei and Oppos' face paled, a chill evident in his voice. What in the world is that? Chen Zimo could sense Gao Lei's overwhelming dread and quickly inquired. That is a synchronizer injected with genetic modification serum. While they retain a human form at the genetic level, they have transformed into an entirely different species, Zilong explained rapidly. What should we do? Gao Lei, usually headstrong, posed such a question for the first time. Retreat. The lizard man is characterized by agility as a modified being, and with the presence of the death of a person, we stand no chance. Zilong replied, raising his weapon and firing 3 shots at the lizardman. Amid the gunfire, the lizardman's head snapped back momentarily but quickly returned to normal, wiping his face as the flattened copper bullets clinked to the tiled floor. Such terrifying defensive capabilities. Chen Zimo's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Is this lizardman made of copper and iron? The bullets can't penetrate. Since you are here, why rush to leave? Come, let my servant entertain you. The taunts of the death of a person echoed with arrogant laughter as he charged alongside the lizard man towards the trio. In the first hospital of Jiaoshui City, Hualong stood before the empty entrance, his brow furrowed. When Zongxing confirmed the power outage, yet no fluctuations from synchronizers were detected. Are you certain that Baizhi Yaojun is here? Beside him stood Li Shoudao, clad in a black suit. Baizhi Yaojun contacted me voluntarily. I had my subordinates review the hospital's surveillance, and during our conversation, I indeed saw him sabotage the nearby electrical facilities. Hualong glanced at him, exhaling in exasperation. Baizhi Yaojun is an intellect-based enhancer. Do you think he would communicate through cameras? When Zongxing responded, we've fallen into a trap. Baizhi Yaojun intentionally lured us here. But what is his true aim? Is it merely to wreak havoc in Jiaoshui City? Li Shoudao and Appo's expression shifted drastically as he contemplated a possibility and promptly contacted Zilong and the others. Just as he retrieved his phone, he noticed a message from them. Nanfang Happy Shopping Center. Hualong, come quickly. Something major has happened. Hualong felt a twinge of confusion. Li Shoudao was notoriously profit-driven, and for him to display such anxiety indicated the situation was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Chen Zimo found himself in a state of escalating tension. If there were only one evil synchronizer, even a level 3-1, with their combined efforts, they could put up a fight. With Gao Lei acting as a human shield and clad in synchronized armor, they might even have a reasonable chance of victory. However, facing 2 formidable foes was an entirely different matter, especially with the lizardman's defense exceeding conventional limits. The outcome was uncertain. Chen Zimo remained cautious, stealthily moving closer to Zilong. As the only mage-like figure in the team possessing control skills, he was the most susceptible to ambush. He held 2 trump cards that could potentially save Zilong in a critical moment, as long as he retained control. There remained a glimmer of hope for victory. Gao Lei, you are a strength-based synchronizer. Use the advantage of your synchronized armor to entangle the lizard man. Do not let him breach our defenses. Zai, you and I must locate the death of a person. The genetically modified beings have a fatal flaw. They require someone to control them to unleash their full power. Otherwise, they are mere beasts. We must swiftly find the controller to secure our odds. Understood. The lizardman's formidable defense rendered conventional firearms ineffective. Gao Lei discarded his weapon, bellowing as he unleashed his power. This was the first time Chen Zimo witnessed Gao Lei fully employ his abilities. His muscles swelled, transforming him into a veritable giant, his exaggerated build surpassing even that of the lizard man. Chen Zimo noted how Gao Lei's muscles expanded without tearing the form-fitting synchronized armor, merely making it appear even more snug. Such remarkable armor. Zai, focus. Zilong's voice snapped Chen Zimo back to reality. He inwardly chided himself. His tendency to drift during battles could prove lethal. In the instant he regained his composure, Gao Lei had already engaged the lizard man, using his brute strength to collide into the creature, unleashing a flurry of punches. The heavy blows landed on the lizardman's throat and heart, and amidst the fierce impact, Chen Zimo witnessed sparks flying from what were once critical strike points. The lizardman bellowed in pain, wrapping his arms around Gao Lei and delivering a crushing headbutt. A shattering sound echoed above as Gao Lei's sturdy helmet cracked, the wide goggles shattering into fragments. The lizardman then delivered a powerful kick to Gao Lei's abdomen, sending him crashing against a massive concrete pillar, the floor trembling beneath him. It is not that Gao Lei is deficient in strength, but rather that there exists a disparity in speed. This genetically modified lizard man possesses remarkable enhancements in both swiftness and defensive capabilities. Its speed is astonishing, and Zilong seeks a means to restrain it. The deformed helmeted Gao Lei appears quite disheveled, yet his robust voice suggests that his injuries are not too severe. Rising from the ground, he charges once more towards the lizard man. Zilong and he have collaborated for a lengthy period, developing a deep understanding of one another. At the moment of attacking the lizard man, Zilong swiftly claps his hands together, activating his ability. Chen Zimo finds it peculiar that this time, when Zilong employs his ability, he does not experience the usual dizziness. The lizard man is momentarily immobilized, and Gao Lei's relentless assault culminates in his iron fist striking the creature's heart. A series of cracking sounds reverberate as fissures erupt across its chest. The lizard man feels a searing pain in its heart. The series of intense attacks has finally overwhelmed its scales. With a hiss, the lizard man stumbles back, its amber eyes glaring menacingly at Zilong. Though the lizardman's intelligence is limited, it instinctively understands that the strange condition it just experienced was orchestrated by the figure behind it, and it lunges towards Zilong with ferocity. Gao, unwilling to allow such an advance, positions himself and engages in a fierce struggle with the lizardman once more. Chen Zimo stands calmly beside Zilong, observing their surroundings with keen attention. His data analysis glasses are already activated, yet he cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the individual known as human killed will die. The adversary and Oppo's objective is clear, to force them to reveal the identity of the passers of the Happiness Hospital. This seemingly simple phrase conceals a crucial piece of information. The passers of the Happiness Hospital are among the three of them. How could this be? He has only recently arrived in the city. How could anyone know that the passers of the Happiness Hospital are within the jurisdiction of the Southern Division? It must be the result of a betrayal, but Chen Zimo instinctively dismisses this notion. If Bloodflow had any grasp of his real-world intelligence, the cunning demon lord would have already sought him out. It must be that the Federation leaked the information, yet that seems unlikely. His dossier is classified information. And if that were to be compromised, it would speak volumes about the Federation's defenses. Suddenly, a realization strikes him, and he glances at the lizard man, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. It is him. Chen Zimo recalls the figure, his pupils dilating. The lizardman's visage has contorted beyond recognition, devoid of any human traits, and his eyes are filled with the ferocity unique to a wild beast. Yet he still recognizes him. This is the same individual he encountered last night atop the 13th kindergarten, the one whose bones he fractured. A curse escapes his lips as he realizes the source of the problem. Blood flow and Oppo's ability is limited. Last night, he only cleared out the hidden evil forces in the southern region. Those evil forces had come to Jiaoshui City with a singular purpose: to locate the passers of the Happiness Hospital. Inexplicably, before the Federation acted, these malevolent beings were wiped out overnight, suggesting foul play. Chen Zimo had hoped that by eliminating these lurking threats, the chaos in Jiaoshui City would diminish. However, it seems that the cunning demon lord has traced his movements through these subtle clues. Indeed, the reputation of the demon lord is well-deserved. Previously, Bloodflow had analyzed the evil force's attitude towards him. Capturing him alive would be ideal, but eliminating him outright is also a viable option. Observing the human killed will die phenomenon, the former option appears more probable. With this understanding, Chen Zimo formulates a strategy. Even with a monstrous lizard man present, their odds remain unfavorable at 2 against 3. Thus, devising a reasonable tactic is their only recourse. Do not panic. If I were him, what would I do? He expands his thoughts, immersing himself in the mindset of human killed will die, swiftly analyzing the situation. Gao serves as both the team's output and bulwark. Such individuals are the most challenging to breach in any circumstance, and human killed will die would certainly not target him. Conversely, he himself is an outsider, having yet to reveal any abilities. There is an unspoken rule in combat: strike the familiar, not the unfamiliar. Engaging an unknown opponent can lead to unforeseen consequences, allowing him to temporarily eliminate himself from suspicion. Thus, the only remaining target is Zilong. The control-type synchronizer's capabilities are evident to all. Eliminating Zilong equates to winning half the battle. Moreover, Zilong has already declared himself an intellect-based synchronizer through his 2 previous uses of abilities. And the enhancement characteristic of human killed will die directly counters him. The next target is all too apparent. Zilong, how many more times can you use your ability? Chen Zimo inquires. I can still use it twice in quick succession, but the lizard man has undergone genetic modification, rendering its effects increasingly diminished. That is sufficient. We cannot afford to be timid. Human killed will die will not reveal his hiding place. Prolonging this will only worsen our situation. We must strike together and eliminate the lizard man first. Zilong concurs with his assessment. The lizardman's strength is somewhat lacking, yet its claws are exceptionally sharp, capable of penetrating even synchronizer armor designed to withstand bullets. Its astonishing speed has left Gao Lei's armor in tatters after just a few skirmishes. Very well, let us first deal with the lizard man, Zilong declares, preparing to activate his ability. Wait, do not use single target control. Activate a wide area ability, Chen Zimo cautions. Zilong, being astute, instantly comprehends his intention. The 2 of them swiftly flank the lizard man, and as Zilong's hands come together in preparation to unleash his ability, Chen Zimo stealthily attacks the lizardman's side. Now, just as Chen Zimo lunges towards the lizardman, a figure descends from the ceiling. Human killed will die has utilized some ability to remain concealed above them, eluding detection by the data analysis glasses. A pair of sharp sounds echoes as a violent wave of dizziness envelopes everyone present. Human killed will die is caught off guard, stumbling past Zilong and crashing to the ground, shaking off the control of the ability. In a swift motion, he rolls onto the ground, drawing a dark red long knife aimed at Zilong and Appo's legs. Chapter 55. All cards on the table. Late support. As Chen Zimo landed, he immediately raised his gun to fire, intent on using Zilong as bait to draw out the enemy. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets shot forth, striking the arm of the enemy, who recoiled as if kicked hard. The long, blood-red blade veered off course and plunged deep into the ground. Zilong emitted a muffled groan, clutching his abdomen as he stumbled sideways. Chen Zimo wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had inadvertently harmed his ally. My apologies, Brother Zilong. I swear I will practice my marksmanship diligently upon my return. He aimed at the figure on the ground, pulling the trigger again. Sparks flew, and the sound of shells clattering echoed, yet all the bullets missed their target. Chen Zimo exclaimed in disbelief. No way, can the bullets really be dodged? Not so exaggerated, Zilong cautioned. He has anticipated your shooting direction and evaded it in advance. Engage him closely. I will cover you. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo clenched his fists, activating the Tiger Claw technique for 3 minutes of true masculinity. With a 30-speed boost, he became a whirlwind, swiftly reaching the enemy's front, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the wrist. The blood-red blade, capable of slicing through concrete, was a formidable item from the synchronized world that needed to be disposed of swiftly. What incredible speed! The enemy was taken aback, being an agile synchronizer himself. He was surprised that this federal synchronizer was even faster. He twisted his wrist, using the hilt of the knife to block the incoming attack. The clash of metal rang out, the 30 power increase exceeding the enemy's limits, sending the blood-red blade flying from his grasp. The enemy and Appo's mind raced. Isn't this guy an agile synchronizer? How can he possess such strength as well? What manner of monster is he? The blood-red blade couldn't be discarded. He needed to eliminate the intellectual synchronizer first. With a determined step, he lunged forward, seizing the hilt of the blade. Charging toward Zilong, a shadow flashed by, revealing the armored federal synchronizer, who had mysteriously appeared at his side. With a horizontal slash of the blood-red blade, the enemy redirected his attack toward Chen Zimo. In a critical moment, Zilong clapped his hands together, halting the blood-red blade in its tracks. Chen Zimo seized the opportunity, advancing a step, and struck the enemy's chest with his brass knuckles. The sound of cracking bones reverberated through the cavernous shopping center, followed by 2 explosive thuds as fragments of clothing scattered in the wind. This could be fatal. I forgot this brass knuckle has a destructive property. I shouldn't and Appo's have used it. The synchronizer, with remarkable vitality, endured a shattered heart, but did not succumb immediately, gasping out a series of strange syllables. As his voice faded, the battle between Gao Lei and the lizardman intensified. He has enraged the lizardman. We must assist. Before Zilong could finish, Chen Zimo suddenly spotted a shadow darting past, crashing into the store behind him. Gao Lei, now in his giant form. What is happening? Is Gao Lei unable to withstand the lizardman's assault? Though he had struggled before, he shouldn't be losing so quickly. I've been poisoned. Gao Lei staggered out from the shop, his inflated body shrinking noticeably, appearing quite feeble. It was the faint purple mist. The lizardman had shattered his helmet, rendering the gas filtration system ineffective. Chen Zimo supported Gao Lei, intent on retreating. But the lizardman would not grant him that opportunity, roaring as it lunged for him. The lizardman moved too swiftly. There was no time to evade, and he was caught by its claws, which pierced through his synchronized armor, simultaneously tearing into his shoulder. Damn, it's the negative effect of the brass knuckles. The devout brass knuckles possessed 2 adverse effects, reducing both physical constitution and defense by 30, leaving his attributes at a mere level 1. Had he not donned the synchronized armor, that claw would have surely shattered his bones. In that moment, Chen Zimo's wits kicked in, and he crouched down, ducking behind Gao Lei, using his arm as a shield against the lizardman's follow-up attack. The enraged lizardman unleashed a flurry of strikes, but Chen Zimo, nimble as a monkey, utilized Gao Lei as a shield, with the ferocious claws landing solely on his companion. Hey, you're being a bit excessive, Gao Lei remarked weakly. Bloodied all over. Being a level 2 strength synchronizer, the lizardman's attacks were not lethal, but the blood loss and pain were overwhelming. Brother Lei, I'm truly at a loss. I'll write you a free apology next time. You better. Gao Lei's spirit revived as he began to assist in blocking attacks. No way, do you detest writing apologies that much? I should have promised you a free one next time. With Gao Lei's support, the pressure on Chen Zimo lessened considerably. Utilizing his comparable speed to the lizard man, after a series of entangled strikes, he landed several blows to the creature's core. The 30 power boost rendered his attacks nearly as effective as Gao Lei's enhanced abilities, and after a few punches, the lizard man's scale shattered, leading to its demise. Both breathed a sigh of relief. This crisis had finally been averted. Just as Chen Zimo intended to call Zilong to leave the shopping center, he suddenly noticed Zilong lying on the ground, a pool of blood pooling beneath him. The spot where the enemy had fallen was now empty, along with the blood-red blade that had vanished. That guy was merely feigning death. Alarm bells rang in Chen Zimo's mind as he instinctively looked up. From the depths of the shadows above, a blood-red glow descended like a meteor, hurtling toward them. Potential activated. He immediately employed his only active skill, drastically enhancing his physical attributes, forcefully pushing Gao Lei away while propelling himself backward. As they separated, the blood-red meteor grazed past him, embedding itself into the ground. The enemy, now devoid of human rationality, bore a savage expression, his eyes glowing red, mirroring the hue of the blade. Chen Zimo realized the enemy had activated a certain skill of the long blade. Die. The enemy roared, unleashing a rising arc of blade light that shot from the earth, aimed directly at Chen Zimo. He tightened his core, twisting his body just enough to narrowly evade the blade's edge. The blood-red flash swept by, and the synchronized armor, which could withstand bullets, was sliced away as if it were mere tofu. If this continues, it's only I who will perish. No longer hesitating, he opened his inventory to retrieve a nebulous black object. Seeing the item, the enemy drew his blade defensively, eyeing him warily. Chen Zimo met his gaze with a dangerous smile. Would you like to experience the sensation of being enveloped by darkness? Without waiting for a response, he raised his arm and cast forth the black mist, softly uttering, "Permeate." The enemy suddenly realized that the once dim shopping center had transformed into an impenetrable darkness, as if all sources of light had vanished in that instant. A pair of crimson eyes appeared before him. The enemy gasped, swinging the blood-red blade downward, attempting to cleave those eyes in two. Within his perception, the thick black mist harbored an enormous, eerie, and terrifying presence, a sensation he had only encountered once before. That of the Baiji Demon Lord, the oppressive aura of a high-level synchronizer. The fear of death exploded within him, and with a swift strike, the enemy swung down, but Chen Zimo, a mere level 2 synchronizer, turned and fled, not knowing if he had struck his foe. He was gravely injured and knew he could not contend with a superior synchronizer, even with the blood-red blade in hand. Moreover, the adversary was a creature endowed with both speed and strength. In the enveloping black mist, direction became a mere illusion. Relying on memory, he sprinted toward the nearby storefront, which lay perilously close to the outer wall, hoping to escape the shopping center by shattering the glass. Just as he surged forward, he abruptly swung his blade in a horizontal arc, but those crimson eyes vanished into the thick fog. The fear of death compelled him to flee, and he leapt away into the distance. Beyond the railing lay a vast space connecting the upper floors to the depths below, the expansive terrain of the first basement favoring him. Yet, those red eyes re-emerged before him. He struck out with his weapon, attempting to evade, but regardless of his choice, those crimson orbs remained visible. The oppressive black mist closed in, surrounded by flickering red dots. The terror of death consumed him as he glanced frantically about. Regret washed over him. He yearned to escape, yet no path to survival presented itself, as those omnipresent eyes remained fixed upon him. His heart raced violently. The surging blood coursing through him carried the primal fear to every corner of his being. The earlier cruelty, arrogance, treachery, and brutality he had exhibited dissipated in the gaze of those eyes, leaving only a singular emotion, sheer, unadulterated fear. He broke down, screaming in panic, wildly brandishing the long knife in his grasp, desperately trying to ward off those eyes, but it was a futile struggle. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder as a syringe plunged into him. He attempted to remove it, but a serene calm enveloped him, causing the long knife to clatter to the ground, extinguishing all desire for action. Retracting his claws, he picked up the long knife and plunged it into his own jaw, twisting it with force, watching as his pupils dilated rapidly. Chen Zimo exhaled a breath of relief. He was dead. Having lost control over the terror of death, the lizardman's berserk state automatically subsided, the limits of its genetic modifications and frenzy exhausted, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. After 120 seconds, the pervasive black mist began to dissipate, and it was only at this moment that Chen Zimo confirmed that no further surprises awaited in this battle. Gao Lei lay weakly at a distance, hearing only the intermittent footsteps and cries of agony echoing through the mist, unaware of the unfolding events. He wished to assist, yet the strange toxin rendered him utterly powerless. Since being pushed aside by Chen Zimo, he had lost the strength to stand, relying on Zilong's protection. Zilong paced anxiously outside, eager to help but unable to see through the dense fog, fearing his presence would only complicate matters further, thus he waited patiently. As the mist cleared, the three beheld the bloody long knife clutched in a hand, initially believing Chen Zimo had lost, even preparing to pen his last words. Upon seeing the figure wielding the knife clad in synchronized armor, an overwhelming sense of joy washed over them, compelling them to exclaim. Zilong felt both relief and admiration, thinking to himself that it was no surprise a synchronizer who had conquered two exceptionally challenging realms could perform so remarkably at merely level 2. Coughing, Gao Lei's cheer turned into labored breaths, while Chen Zimo hastily checked the attributes of the long knife before stowing it away and assisting Gao Lei to his feet. Your armor has sustained damage and may be affected by the toxin. We must vacate this place first before contacting for aid. Chen Zimo nodded, and together with Zilong, they assisted Gao Lei toward the exit. The three shared a singular purpose to escape, none noticing the pair of eyes observing them from the edge of the glass dome of the shopping center. So, you are the night demon, the conqueror of the happiness hospital. The wise demon lord revealed a satisfied smile, vanishing from the rooftop. Before the trio could reach the window, a tremendous crash resonated from the first floor, the sound of the fire door being breached. Hualong burst through the entrance, followed closely by the impeccably dressed Li Shoudao. The captain has arrived, Zilong exclaimed in delight, waving to them. The two captains leaped to the second floor. Hualong and Appo's gaze sweeping over the lizard man and the figure associated with the terror of death, before whistling in astonishment. All dead, Captain Li, your subordinates are quite formidable, even capable of defeating genetically modified beings. What is the casualty report? Li Shoudao approached, noting Gao Lei and Appo's frail state. He has been poisoned, but the situation is not severe. With some rest, he should recover. Hualong moved to the lizard man, kicking it over with a raised eyebrow. An agile type of modified being, no fatal injuries. Among you three, only one is a strength-type synchronizer. How did you manage to kill it? Zilong shook his head. It died of its own accord. Genetically modified beings are inherently flawed. And during the battle, it went berserk, exhausting its life force. Once the master perished, naturally, so did it. Hualong nodded, moving to the other side to turn over the fallen synchronizer. The terror of death? Upon seeing the familiar face, Hualong was momentarily stunned. The last time they escaped the ambush, not only had the wise demon lord made it, but this individual was among them as well. Hualong knew him well. As an agile-type synchronizer, he possessed remarkable agility, and that bloody long knife enhanced his attributes, despite being only level 2. His ability to flee rivaled that of a level 3. The last time, all three captains had failed to apprehend him, and although the wise demon lord had intervened, it underscored the opponent's exceptional prowess. Yet, this time he had been defeated by 3 level 2 synchronizers, a fact that gnawed at Hualong's pride. How did you manage to kill him? Zilong glanced sideways. It wasn't us. It was Zimo who defeated him alone. Who is Zimo? Hualong, unfamiliar with the personnel arrangements of the Anomaly Bureau, inquired. His synchronizer name is Zyromo, a recent addition to the Investigation Bureau, and the only synchronizer to have conquered the Happiness Hospital and survived. Hualong understood, although he didn't know the name. He was well aware of the news regarding an SSS-level realm conqueror that Li Shoudao had picked up. He had flaunted his prowess before their very eyes. What type of enhancer is this, Sai? A comprehensive type, Zilong replied candidly, as such information was not a secret to those of captain rank. Comprehensive? Hualong exclaimed in surprise. Is a level 2 comprehensive type that powerful? That lad has barely been in the field for 2 months. And yet, he has been scooped up by Li Shoudao. What a waste of a promising talent. Chapter 56. Identity exposed. Li Shoudao paid no heed to the mockery in Hualong and Appo's words, instead directing his full attention to the lifeless body before him. A person who has been murdered inevitably meets their demise. The mark of a sharp blade piercing through the jawline was evident, confirming the cause of death. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. It was the calm expression on the deceased and Appo's face that instilled a sense of caution within Li Shoudao. The tranquility with which he had departed this world was striking, there was not a trace of fear upon his visage, if one were to insist. It could even be described as serene. Particularly poignant were those desireless eyes, which reminded the captain of an individual he had encountered not long ago. The practitioner of the ancestor sword technique. During his personal investigation of the park scene, the head, bereft of its body, had rested in the shadows of the trees, quietly basking in the warm morning sunlight, its expression one of peculiar enjoyment. Had it not been for the horrific sight of bloodshed surrounding it, he might have doubted the death of the ancestor sword practitioner, suspecting instead that it was merely playing a cruel jest with him. Now, such a serene countenance reappeared on the face of one who had met a violent end. Night Demon, Li Shoudao murmured softly, his gaze narrowing dangerously upon Chen Zimo. However, to assert that he was indeed the Night Demon was beyond Li Shoudao's belief at the time of Sun Jian's death. Chen Zimo had only possessed level 1 capabilities, rendering him incapable of slaughtering a level 2 synchronizer. The more plausible explanation was that the Night Demon had lent him its tools or had previously utilized his own. Regardless, Chen Zimo's identity appeared far more complex than he currently exhibited. I see that the victim died from a stab wound. You acquired his weapon? Li Shoudao inquired, edging closer. Indeed, I have obtained his weapon, Chen Zimo replied. Li Shoudao responded with gravity. The Federation mandates that any tools of malevolent origin must be submitted for inspection, after which a decision will be made regarding their retention by individuals. This is for your own safety, as certain tools can possess potent side effects, potentially inflicting irreversible consequences upon synchronizers if mishandled. All tools acquired in combat must be reported, a regulation that, regrettably, few adhere to, even those obtained within the synchronized realm. Given Chen Zimo's connection to the Night Demon, Li Shoudao reiterated this regulation primarily to prevent the weapon from falling into the Night Demon's grasp. Chen Zimo felt no objection and opened his inventory to retrieve the bloodthirsty longsword. Only then did he observe the detailed attributes of the blade. Item name: Bloodthirsty Soul-Sucking Blade. Type: Weapon. Function 1. Blood drain. Each strike on an enemy siphons one of their vitality. Function 2. Soul capture. Souls of synchronizers slain by the blade are absorbed and transformed into sword spirits. Each sword spirit increases the wielder's movement speed by 0.5. Current spirits, 42. Remark: each sword spirit watches you, waits for you, influences you. Wielder, you will ultimately become one of us. This blade had evidently claimed the lives of 42 synchronizers. Translated into sword spirits, the bloodthirsty soul-sucking blade could grant its wielder an additional 21 increase in movement speed. It was no wonder that during his earlier encounter with the victim, Chen Zimo felt a sense of speed that nearly matched his own. As a level 2 agile synchronizer, after acquiring the bloodthirsty soul-sucking blade, his overall speed surged by 96, a terrifying enhancement that approached level 3 capabilities. He was only slightly slower than Chen Zimo, who had activated his latent potential and transformed into a true man for 3 minutes. The first function of the bloodthirsty soul-sucking blade instilled a sense of dread within him. Vitality for synchronizers was not merely a measure of life force. It encompassed a broader concept that included stamina and various other factors. A reduction of 1 in vitality would not only diminish life force but also impair strength and speed. Thankfully, they had not engaged in a direct confrontation. Otherwise, a few strikes could have led to his defeat, even with the protection of the dark mist, as his attributes would have plummeted overall. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated to relinquish the longsword to Li Shoudao. The allure of the bloodthirsty soul-sucking blade was intoxicating, although its stats paled in comparison to the pious claw of the ascetic. The key lay in the blade's capacity for growth. Each synchronizer slain by it would enhance its wielder's speed. If it could achieve a 100 increase in speed after killing 200 synchronizers, what might it become after slaying 2,000, 20,000? Or even all synchronizers in the world? Would he not then be invincible? Suddenly, his grasp on the bloodthirsty soul-sucking blade was severed as Li Shoudao took it from him. Regaining his composure, Chen Zimo shivered. How could he entertain such thoughts? He recalled the remark: each sword spirit watches you, waits for you, influences you. Wielder, you will ultimately become one of us. Each sword spirit exerted its influence. That was the true meaning of the remark. No wonder the victim had been driven to madness. Just by holding the bloodthirsty soul-sucking blade for a brief moment, his mind had been swayed. With over 40 sword spirits, such terrifying power was apparent. If it were to reach 100, could the wielder truly maintain their sense of self? Li Shoudao, upon receiving the bloodthirsty soul-sucking blade, momentarily stiffened, greed igniting within him. What a splendid weapon! His elevated intelligence prevented him from being ensnared by the sword spirits. Upon reading the attributes of the blade, he discerned its true worth. Due to its side effects, the weapon offered minimal enhancement for lower-tier synchronizers, however, in the hands of higher-tier synchronizers. As long as the number of sword spirits remained manageable, this blade would become a divine weapon, enabling the user to surpass their peers in combat. The effect would become increasingly pronounced with higher levels. Nonchalantly, he stored the bloodthirsty soul-sucking blade in his inventory and patted Chen Zimo's shoulder amiably. Thanks to you, this crisis has been averted. As a level 2 synchronizer, you performed admirably. I will advocate for your merits to the Federation. Once again, the notion of merit was raised. He already possessed an A-level commendation, yet he wondered when this ephemeral recognition would manifest as tangible rewards. With 2 captains present, safety was considerably bolstered. Chen Zimo and Apos' armor remained relatively intact, and alongside Zilong and Hualong, they set off to trace the source of the faint purple mist. The trio moved with impressive efficiency. Swiftly locating the source of the mist, a large vehicle parked in the underground garage, from which numerous gas canisters emanated the fog. Such a thick layer of dust. Chen Zimo noted, observing a coat of dust that had settled on the vehicle's windshield, indicating it had been stationary for several days. Had the water distribution begun laying its groundwork even before the electronic lockdown? Once the source was severed, the faint purple mist dissipated rapidly. Li Shoudao inquired about the battle experiences of Zilong and Gao Lei. Regrettably, the shopping center had been devoid of lighting, and they remained uncertain as to who had released the dark mist. With no answers forthcoming, Li Shoudao had no choice but to conclude the investigation and return to the Bureau of Anomalous Energy. From a distance atop a skyscraper, the 100-wise demon lord retracted his high-powered binoculars, savoring the conversation he had just overheard. Through the lip movements of the 3, he gleaned valuable information. Li Shoudao appeared deeply concerned about the dark mist, seemingly unaware that the synchronizer among his ranks was indeed the night demon. The unease etched upon his countenance was evident. After pondering for a moment, the 100-wise demon lord suddenly recalled the electronic lockdown order. Could this lockdown have been orchestrated by the night demon? Indeed. The electronic lockdown possessed a formidable constraining effect within the Federation, second only to physical lockdowns. The requisites to initiate such a measure were stringent. The Federation would only activate it upon sensing a significant threat. In this era of global federation, where information flowed freely, the occurrence of sudden assaults or warfare within major nations was virtually non-existent. The only means to compel the water distribution to enact an electronic lockdown was through a singular method. The sage demon adorned his visage with a smile laden with significance. This night demon indeed possessed an intellect bordering on the supernatural. Upon his arrival in the city of Jiashui, he was met with news of the captain's ambush and the destruction of the Central Anomaly Bureau. An attack on the Anomaly Bureau, executed by a member of the quasi-evil faction, was, in the eyes of the Federation, no different from an outright provocation, making the issuance of an electronic curfew a foregone conclusion. This decree disrupted all his subsequent plans and instilled in him a newfound admiration for this night demon. How audacious to attack his own team leader! Chen Zimo's actions earned the sage demon's profound respect. Such boldness was extraordinary. Were he in the same position, he would not dare to act so recklessly. Yet, there remained a question lingering in his mind. How did this individual uncover the elusive fish that had escaped the net? According to the information he had just perused, the night demon had only recently infiltrated the Anomaly Bureau, and as a newcomer, he lacked the authority to peruse the Federation and Apos' surveillance footage. Furthermore, the scattered minions were too widespread for one individual to monitor effectively. The night demon's swift eradication of the concealed lower-tier evildoers suggested the presence of additional support behind him. The sage demon pinpointed a familiar figure, Bloodstream River. This woman had the ability to manipulate electronic devices, aligning seamlessly with the night demon's operations. He had first heard of the night demon 2 months prior when news from Jiashui reported that the descendant of the sword technique had betrayed Aurora, opting to collaborate with the Federation only to be slain by Bloodstream River. However, an alternate narrative suggested that it was not Bloodstream River who had dealt the fatal blow, but rather a malevolent individual known as the Night Demon. The sage demon had not witnessed the scene and could not render judgment. Yet he understood that Bloodstream River's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the descendant of the sword technique. Even an ambush could easily lead to her becoming prey. Thus, the true slayer of the descendant must be someone else. As various threads of evidence converged, the truth became increasingly apparent. The Night Demon was the gatekeeper of the Happiness Hospital and the one responsible for the death of the descendant of the sword technique. No wonder the coded message had gone unanswered for so long. Bloodstream River, Have you also betrayed Aurora? The sage demon's gaze grew icy. Those who betray the organization must meet their demise. However, he had no time to deal with Bloodstream River now. His focus lay squarely on the Night Demon. The official synchronizers had formidable protective measures in place. Mere knowledge of the Night Demon's presence in the Southern Division of the Anomaly Bureau was insufficient. He needed to devise a method to isolate him. The Sage Demon retrieved his phone once more to review the information from the organization. And the name Zhao Qiulian caught his attention. This message had been disseminated by someone within the Federation, suggesting that Zhao Qiulian was a clue intentionally left behind by the opposition. With only 2 days remaining on his current identity, he needed to find a breakthrough through Zhao Qiulian within this time frame. Closing his phone, the Sage Demon departed the rooftop with an air of composure. When he reappeared, he was clad in a suitable casual outfit, his utterly unremarkable visage rendering him forgettable to all who laid eyes upon him. Guided by his memory, he soon found himself near the residential complex where Zhao Qiulian resided. After purchasing some food at a convenience store, he settled on the stone steps of the garden beneath the complex to eat. His appearance as an ordinary worker failed to pique the interest of the passing residents. Did you see? That woman Zhao's son came to visit her, bringing a heap of gifts. I didn't see. But I heard from Sister Zhang on the second floor that her son has been frightened and said he would give her 10,000 a month to keep that woman from bothering their family. The Sage Demon had intentionally chosen a spot frequented by a gathering of older women, as they served as a unique intelligence network within every community, privy to even the slightest disturbance in their vicinity. How pitiful. I heard that Zhao Qiulian has been quite promiscuous. She just had a son not long ago. And I don't know if she finds her male partner as family too poor or what. But she abandoned her son and ran off with a young businessman to the south to conduct business. After so many years, she hasn't made any progress. Instead, she has just grown old and worn. The young businessman cast her aside, and since they weren't married, she didn't even secure any assets. Guess what? She didn't achieve anything. But the man she left behind seems to have struck it lucky. He bought a house near Jiaoshui Bridge. The other women gasped. Isn't that the most expensive area in Jiaoshui? It's not the absolute most expensive, but it ranks among the top 3. I heard a unit there costs several million. The initial woman continued. Yes, and coincidentally, that man of Zhao Qiulian suddenly passed away not long ago. Now the house is only occupied by the elderly couple and their son. That woman has finalized her divorce yet and is just thinking of selling the house to divide the inheritance. After months of fussing, they still haven't paid her any mind. The Sage Demon nodded, slowing his pace of consumption, preparing to glean any further details. However, as the conversation progressed, the women shifted topics to gossip about which woman in the complex had become another man's mistress. With no more critical information forthcoming, the Sage Demon hastily finished his meal. Sauntering out of the complex, after circling around, he re-entered through the side gate, now attired in a well-fitted casual suit. The pristine white cuffs, exquisite shirt buttons, gold-rimmed glasses, and the confident smile gracing his face evoked a perception among onlookers that he was surely an accomplished individual. With a leisurely gait, he approached the group of older women he had encountered earlier. Hello, could you kindly direct me to which building Ms. Zhao Qiulian resides in? The women's eyes brightened. Such a dashing young man was a rare sight. They not only provided directions but also eagerly offered to introduce him to the unmarried women within the community. After politely declining their offers amidst their praises, he arrived at the building where Zhao Qiulian resided. Ding dong. Upon ringing the doorbell, a woman's voice emanated from the visual intercom system. Who are you? Greetings, Ms. Zhao. I am Bai Ji, a distinguished lawyer from the Baisheng law firm. What brings you here? Zhao Qiulian inquired cautiously. The Sage Demon responded with a smile. Our firm specializes in high success rate cases, and we are particularly interested in the estate dispute between you and your late husband. After some research, we believe we have discovered a surefire strategy to ensure you legally and justly obtain your late husband's inheritance. Is what you say true? Upon hearing the word surefire, Zhao Qiulian became instantly animated. Certainly, our firm would never tarnish its reputation. The Sage Demon paused, leaving the commission details unspoken. The door clicked open. Let us discuss the commission inside. Chapter 57. An unexpected encounter in the Bureau of Abnormal Energy Investigation. Li Shoudao sat solemnly before the computer, intently observing the display screen. The footage revealed Chen Zimo and his companions departing from the Bureau and arriving at the Joy Shopping Center. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head thoughtfully. The operational route revealed no suspicious locations, and all the surveillance cameras at the shopping center had been vandalized. otherwise. They could have ascertained whether the night demon was lurking nearby. The night demon was a thorn in Li Shoudao and Apos' side. A captain had been attacked by the sinister faction within the city and had narrowly escaped death. Such news would be a tremendous embarrassment, not only leaving an impression of his inadequacy on the leadership, but also raising doubts about his capabilities, which would be the gravest concern of all. Never mind, this was not the time for such thoughts. Manipulating the mouse, he switched the display to a common residential area. The temporary abode of Zhao Qiulian. Following the discovery that she had leaked information about the Happiness Hospital, the Bureau had placed Zhao Qiulian under covert surveillance. This task had originally been assigned to Zilong, but once Li Shoudao began to harbor suspicions about Chen Zimo, he took it upon himself. The surveillance footage played rapidly, and in increased speed, an unfamiliar figure entered Zhao Qiulian and Apos' home. As expected, there was a problem. Li Shoudao deftly adjusted the playback speed and activated the audio. The Federation had established a comprehensive monitoring system near Zhao Qiulian's residence, ensuring that her every move was under scrutiny. Moreover, given that the individual interacting with Zhao Qiulian was a synchronizer, the Federation employed the latest remote surveillance technology, utilizing environmental light refraction to monitor indoor activities and analyze sound. As the sound of a door closing echoed, a bespectacled gentleman appeared in the footage, conversing amiably with Zhao Qiulian. The mention of Bishing law firm piqued Li Shoudao's interest. He had previously reviewed Zhao Qiulian's background. This woman had sought numerous lawyers for property disputes, but all her cases had ended in failure due to lack of merit. Why was this firm now willing to engage with her? He quickly searched for information on Bishing law firm. Indeed, such a firm existed in the city, boasting a high success rate in the cases it handled, yet the lawyer named by Ji was not a seasoned professional but rather a newcomer. However, it was common practice to embellish one's credentials for business purposes, so Li Shoudao did not dwell on it too long. He instructed Zilong, investigate the current whereabouts of Bai Shi from Bishing law firm. After issuing the command, he continued listening to the conversation between Zhao Qiulian and the lawyer. Bai Shi and Apos' competence seemed commendable. He quickly identified several crucial points regarding the inheritance dispute from the information Zhao Qiulian provided. Ms. Zhao, your decision not to divorce Chen Zhangwo is indeed prudent. This will serve as a strong basis for your inheritance claims. Furthermore, you have been consistently concerned about your family over the years and have regularly sent alimony to your husband, correct? Is that so? Ah, yes, I've always sent alimony, but... However, you prefer to use cash, and as for where that cash has gone in your husband's hands, who can say? Exactly, Lawyer Bai, you are absolutely right. That is indeed the situation. Very well, please provide me with your husband's address so I can gather more information for further assessment. Of course. Zhao Qiulian readily provided the address, then shifted the conversation. By the way, Lawyer Bai, I recently received some money from my son. That shouldn't be an issue, right? Bai Ji inquired for details, and Zhao Qiulian recounted the circumstances. Suddenly, he has a job, and he can pull together 10,000 yuan? Bai Ji fell into contemplation. He was well aware of the Federation's current state. It was rare for companies to hire high school graduates, let alone offer them such a generous salary. Excluding certain illicit businesses, it was implausible for someone of that age to earn over 10,000 a month. Zhao Qiulian's son must be a synchronizer. May I inquire? When did your son become so affluent? Not long ago. Just before the summer break, he was quite poor. It must have been just within the last couple of months. 2 months? Bai Ji echoed, surprised. He had some understanding of the salary tiers for synchronizers. A salary of 10,000 required a level 2 synchronizer-s credentials, yet according to Zhao Qiulian, her son had been an ordinary person just 2 months prior. Even if he were to navigate an S-class world repeatedly, it was impossible to ascend to level 2 in such a short time. Could I be mistaken? Perhaps Zhao Qiulian is merely an unwitting pawn. No, there might be another possibility. Bai Shi recalled his former partner, Chen Zhangwo, whose advancement had been extraordinarily rapid. Even more so than this youth. When they first met, both were level 1 synchronizers, yet when Bai Shi reached level 3, Chen Zhangwo had already brushed against level 6. It was then he learned that not all synchronizers were created equal. Some were naturally gifted, born as synchronizers. Chen Zhangwo was one such individual. Alas, in the end. Bai Shi sighed softly, curiosity piqued regarding Zhao Qiulian's son. Such prodigious talent was a rarity in the world of synchronization. May I ask, what is your husband's name? His name is Chen Zhangwo, Zhao Qiulian replied nonchalantly. I understand. We will expedite your case, and please await good news from Bishing law firm. After bidding farewell to Zhao Qiulian, Bai Shi stepped outside, his smile abruptly fading. No wonder his advancement was so swift. It turns out you are also a naturally gifted synchronizer. Captain, the investigation results are in. Zilong knocked on the glass door of the office. Speak. There is indeed a lawyer named Bai Ji at Bixing Law Firm, a newcomer who started at the beginning of the year and is currently on duty at the firm, not out on assignment. Excellent. Continue your work. Li Shoudao gazed intently at the screen, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. It has been a long time. Bai Shi, since you have ventured into my domain, I must extend a modicum of hospitality. As he spoke to himself, a smile crept across his face. The cult leader who had once caused him great distress had finally exposed his vulnerabilities. As he reached for his phone to contact the other two captains, his finger hovered in midair. There was only one Bai Ji, and this meager achievement would hardly suffice to be evenly divided among 3 captains. After a moment of contemplation, he crafted a message and sent it out, then promptly tidied his attire and departed the investigation bureau, heading toward the residential area where Chen Zimo resided. Ping Tu Ge and 2 young men from the sinister faction had been holed up in the sewer for a day and a half. Even for someone accustomed to filth as he was, the environment was becoming intolerable. Just as he was about to step outside for some fresh air, buzz. The phone of the leading young man from the sinister faction vibrated unexpectedly. As the light flashed, the young man pressed the power button to silence the screen. There's new information this afternoon at the Left Bank residential area. I told you, Tian Ge, is your information reliable? You said something big was coming. Yet we've been cooped up in this stinking ditch all day, seeing nothing but filth. I'm about to starve. The leader, referred to as Tian Ge, shot him a sidelong glance. You're so fussy. I'll get you a bucket of instant noodles once we're out. All right, but you're paying. Ping Tu Ge looked at the two with a sense of resignation. Tian Ge was the leader of this small organization. A level 2 agile synchronizer known as Tian Buing. Another youth, who was hungry, was a subordinate of Tian Ge, and he called himself Noodle. A level 2 power-type synchronizer, he had joined Tian Ji's ranks earlier and often sought to assert his seniority over Ping Tu Ge, hoping to make him call him Grandpa. However, Ping Tu Ji's temperament could not tolerate anyone standing above him. He preferred instant noodles, thus Noodle earned the nickname Bowl Noodle, which made their relationship rather strained. In the past, when they were both at level 1, Noodle could still hold his ground against Ping Tu Ge, but after the events in Tree Hollow Village, Ping Tu Ji's overall strength had subtly surpassed his own, leaving Noodle quite discontented. Tian Ge, what is our mission this time? Ping Tu Ge asked proactively. Tian Ge cast a surprised glance at this usually taciturn fellow. It was rare for him to inquire about their tasks. It's related to the Happy Hospital's challengers. Our mission is to attract the Federation's attention by blowing up the Left Bank community. What? I'm out. Ping Tu Ge immediately declared his stance. He was indeed a rogue. But not to the extent of engaging in such reckless acts of explosion. Such deeds were unbecoming of a true man. Why are you so agitated? Tian Ge shrugged. Do we look like we have explosives around us? You fool. It's just a FAA. Can't you understand that? Noodle scoffed. You are the fool. I reckon you're itching for a fight. If you're a man, let us practice. Practice is fine. Do I fear you? Enough. Stop the bickering. Tian Ge interrupted their squabble with a low shout. If you want to fight, finish the mission first. We need to familiarize ourselves with the terrain around the Left Bank community. Otherwise, when the Federation arrives, we might earn money but lose our lives in the process. Ping Tu Ge rubbed his bald head and pondered. Are the Federation's synchronizers really that terrible? Ever since he reached level 2, he had contemplated leaving Tian Ji's organization. But Tian Ge had just received a mission to head to the sewer, which was why Ping Tu Ge continued to follow them. The battle at Tree Hollow Village had left a deep impression on him, revealing that not all Federation synchronizers were as antagonistic as rumored. Noodle spat. Whether they're bad or not, I don't know. All I know is that my whole family was killed by the Federation. Tian Ji's mood also darkened considerably. While ordinary people in the Federation might be innocent, those from the Anomaly Bureau deserved no mercy. We want to engage in blowing up residential buildings. But if one day I get the chance to blow up the Anomaly Bureau, I would willingly risk my life for it. Hey, Tian Ge, that's quite bold. But if we're going to blow something up, let us target the Federation's headquarters and wipe out those bastards. Tian Ge chuckled. What level are you? You're already thinking of blowing up the Federation's headquarters? Think realistically. Then I want to eat chicken and mushroom-flavored instant noodles later. Look at your aspirations. Half an hour later, Ping Tu Ge and his companions arrived at the Left Bank community. In the spacious garden below, each held a bucket of instant noodles. Ping Tu Ge remarked, I must say, this chicken and mushroom-flavored instant noodle is quite delicious. The three, engrossed in their meal, completely overlooked the fact that Li Shoudao had cast a deep gaze at them while leaving the community. Grandma, I'm back. As Chen Zimo entered the house, he was greeted by the savory aroma of meat wafting through the air. He hurried into the kitchen. Is that smell coming from stewed chicken? Grandma deftly turned the meat in the pot with her long chopsticks. Something must have happened at the shopping center today. They put up a seal. I wandered around the nearby market and found some fresh chicken, so today you'll have chicken stew with mushrooms. Though it wasn't the authentic chicken and mushroom dish. Grandma and Appo's excellent culinary skills rendered the chicken tender and succulent, drenched in the richly flavored broth from the long-simmered mushrooms, the mouth-watering scent permeating every corner of the kitchen. As Chen Zimo reached out to take a taste, a pair of wooden chopsticks precisely struck his hand. Wash your hands first, Grandma admonished sternly. Understood, Your Majesty. Chen Zimo quickly washed his hands and brought the chicken stew to his nose for a careful sniff before heading to the dining room. Though the food smelled delightful, he was not yet ravenous enough to rush. That small act of stealing a taste was one of the few joyful interactions he shared with his grandmother. Meals are best enjoyed together to create a sense of home. Placing the aromatic chicken stew on the dining table, he opened the window to call Grandpa home. Scanning the chess tables nearby, he saw no sign of Grandpa, but did spot a familiar face. Ping Tu Ge? What is he doing here? During the Tree Hollow Village incident, Chen Zimo had used a false name, so it was unlikely that the other party would know he resided there. Moreover, Ping Tu Ge was a member of the rogue faction. Now that the sewer was under electronic surveillance, were they not afraid of being discovered? Noticing the group in conversation, Chen Zimo took out his data analysis glasses, activating the magnification feature to observe. The glasses' analytical function automatically translated the lip movements of the nearby individuals into text. Tiangu. Which building are we going to blow up? Chen Zimo was taken aback by the contents of the youth's speech and nearly pulled out his phone to call for support. Blow up what? Tiangu slapped the back of his head. I told you, we're just a distraction. Our task is to draw the Federation's attention. I just wanted to make it look realistic. You're so troublesome. Hurry and check which building is closest to the sewer. It'll be easier to run later. Their conversation eased Chen Zimo's tension. As long as it wasn't a real attack, he decided to inform Zilong and the others. While pondering, his gaze shifted and landed on a familiar figure. Despite the distance, the 5x zoom of his glasses allowed him to recognize the person. He instinctively called out, Captain? The figure was none other than Li Shoudao. I knew it. With the electronic surveillance order in effect, how could these rogue actions go unnoticed? It turns out the captain has been monitoring them all along. Li Shoudao's appearance relieved him of his last bit of apprehension, with a level 3 synchronizer present. The rogues posed no threat. Click. As the lock clicked, the anti-theft door swung open, and the familiar sound of Grandpa and Appo's footsteps echoed at the entrance. A smile spread across Chen Zimo's face as he prepared to greet Grandpa, only to be met with the sight of an unfamiliar figure standing at the door. Before he could react, that person raised a finger to their lips, signaling for silence. In that instant, Chen Zimo felt his entire body stiffen, as if he had become a marionette. Grandma and Grandpa mechanically walked to the restroom and sat on the floor. The stranger politely bowed slightly to the three of them, standing in the center of the living room. Hello, I am the Baiji Yaoquan. Chapter 58. The soul sample. Feeling the immense constraints binding him, Chen Zimo struggled with great difficulty. Aren't you a level 3 synchronizer? This is the territory of the Federation. I have no need to risk my life. I have but one request. Spare my family. Don't be alarmed. Not all of us in the Dark Path are fond of indiscriminate slaughter, especially of ordinary people. The 100 Wisdom Demon King winked at him. Moreover, I will not only spare your family, but I will also let you go. Let me go? Why? Chen Zimo found the Demon King's words perplexing. Isn't your mission from Aurora to kill me? Aurora? A derisive laugh interrupted Chen Zimo's response. Aurora is currently struggling for survival. How could they possibly go to such lengths to send me to assassinate you for a strategy already seized by the Federation? The ones who wish to eliminate you are, from the very beginning, the Federation. Impossible. Chen Zimo dismissed the insinuations, confident in his accomplishments of clearing 2 high-difficulty worlds, submitting detailed strategies, and even receiving an A-rank merit. What reason would the Federation have to eliminate him? Believe it or not. The 100 Wisdom Demon King shrugged and continued. Now you have 2 choices. Either become my target or become my subordinate. You want me to join Aurora? No. Aurora is no longer what it once was. Since your father's death, it has betrayed its original ideals, becoming a mere plaything for a group of power-obsessed old fools. and its destruction is merely a matter of time. The implications of the Demon King's words left Chen Zimo stunned. He had always believed that his father was coerced into joining Aurora and played the role of a mere pawn. Yet, the recent revelation indicated that his father's status had been significant, even affecting the sect upon his demise. My father was a prominent member of Aurora? Your understanding is not incorrect. After all, as the captain of the Aurora operation, being called a leader is not unwarranted. What is the Aurora operation? Before Chen Zimo could receive an answer, the 100 Wisdom Demon King ambled to the window. The Federation's self-directed spectacle is about to commence. Won't you come and see? He cautiously approached the window, and even without data analysis glasses, he could perceive the commotion at the entrance of the community. It was the group led by Ping Tu Ge. Tian Ge is shouting something. His voice boomed through the glass into the room. Tell the Federation's Anomaly Bureau that if they do not deliver the clearers from the Happiness Hospital within an hour, I will blow up this community. Yes, blow up the entire community. While Wan Mian supplemented the threat, he waved his phone. Chen Zimo noticed a missing manhole cover in the green space behind them. Ping Tu Ge was guarding it. Is this the spectacle you mentioned? He scoffed. Fully aware of Tian Ji's plan, it was merely a ruse to attract the Federation's attention. The time is almost upon us. As his words faded, Li Shoudao emerged from the street corner, hastily approaching. I am Li Shoudao, captain of the Southern Bureau for the investigation of anomalous energy. I will comply with any of your demands. Please put down the detonator and do not gamble with the safety of the people. Li Shoudao's impassioned address elicited righteous expressions from the onlookers, many of whom pulled out their phones to record the scene. Only Chen Zimo noted that Li Shoudao was alone. Accompanied solely by ordinary law enforcement officers, Zilong and Gao Lei were absent. This was highly unusual. The Anomaly Bureau typically deployed as a unit during emergencies and would never act alone. Moreover, the captain had been lying in ambush here. Why did he not act sooner to apprehend them? Don and Apos, waste my time. I know your thoughts better than you do. Hand over the clearers from Happiness Hospital. Prepare 1 million in cash and a helicopter, or I will blow it up. Tian Ge threatened. Wan Mian whispered to Tian Ge. We are about to blow up the building. ISN and AMP. Apos. T1 million a bit too little? A helicopter alone costs 1 million, right? Tian Ge, infuriated, nearly slapped him. We're in the midst of an assault, and you bring this up now? I just think it seems a bit illogical. It makes us appear petty. Shut up. Tian Ge pointed at the left bank community. Clearers, and 5 million in cash, deliver it now, or I will blow it up. He felt a twinge of uncertainty. The mission was to draw some of the Federation's combat strength, but he had not anticipated attracting a captain directly. The captains of the Anomaly Bureau were all level 3 synchronizers, and he had no idea how many items they possessed. Even if he and Wan Mian teamed up, they might not stand a chance. Casting a glance towards the manhole, he contemplated whether to flee early. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook violently, and a cloud of dust rose behind him. Tian Ge turned to see that the left bank community had exploded. What the hell, Tian Ge? You actually did it? Wan Mian was in a panic, his eyes wide as if he had been startled like a frightened bull. On the Federation and Apos, as territory. Under the very eyes of the captain of the Anomaly Bureau, they had blown up the city's most expensive property. Would they not be skinned alive? Tian Ji's throat bobbed uncomfortably. He knew he had been set up. Run, quick! He shouted, like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards the manhole. The tremors of the building left Chen Zimo in a daze. These individuals truly dared to blow up the community. No, that was impossible. They had only just arrived. There was no way they had enough time to plant explosives. He turned his gaze towards the 100 Wisdom Demon King. You did this. Don't accuse without evidence. I may be a dark path practitioner, but I am not so deranged, and what benefit would blowing this place up bring me? The 100 Wisdom Demon King was correct. Synchronizers bore the consequences of their actions, and a decrease in synchronization value would lead to more perilous situations in future synchronized worlds. He produced a pair of binoculars and handed them to Chen Zimo. Take a look at your dear captain. I have my own. Chen Zimo declined, instead donning the data analysis glasses. The fivefold zoom allowed him to observe Li Shoudao's actions clearly. He saw Li Shoudao subtly manipulating something in his pocket. And with several explosions, the ground shook once more. Only then did he realize that the attackers were not from the dark path, but rather this usually serious captain of the Anomaly Bureau. Moreover, the building that was being demolished was the very one where he resided. Li Shoudao looked up towards the floor of Chen Zimo's balcony, his sharp gaze locking onto the 100 Wisdom Demon King, a provocative smile spreading across his face. 100 Wisdom Demon King, this time, where will you escape to? A sudden rush of anxiety washed over him. An explosion more violent than before erupted nearby, and Chen Zimo instinctively crouched down to evade the shockwave. But his body was pressed to the ground by someone else. A powerful impact surged from the kitchen, followed by a deafening roar that shattered his eardrums. When he regained his senses, he found the 100 Wisdom Demon King shielding him, his back a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Grandfather, grandmother, shaking his dazed head. He pushed past the 100 Wisdom Demon King and dashed towards the bathroom, where the two elderly individuals had previously been held. As Chen Zimo burst from the living room, he abruptly halted. A fissure extended from the entrance, slicing through half the room and leading directly to his father and Appo's bedroom. The entire half of the house, including the bathroom and kitchen, was obliterated, and from the vast void, he could even glimpse the brilliant blue sky above. The refreshing breeze from the Jiaoshui River surged in, dispersing the last remnants of the fragrant chicken and mushroom stew that lingered in the air. Grandfather, grandmother, gazing at the vacant space. Chen Zimo collapsed helplessly to the ground. Let's go, hurry. The wise demon lord, a level 4 synchronizer, remarkably endured the explosion without succumbing. Pulling Chen Zimo and leaping into the community garden, racing towards a nearby drain with urgency. Chen Zimo and Appo's mind was a blank slate, mechanically moving his feet, allowing himself to be led. The assailants had already fled, and law enforcement quickly mobilized, sealing off every possible entry and exit, particularly drains, to ensure their capture. Li Shoudao, witnessing the wise demon lord jump into the garden, barked orders before pursuing. However, being only a level 3, he could not keep pace, soon losing track of his quarry in the dimly lit sewer. Frustrated, Li Shoudao kicked a wall in the empty drain. What is the purpose of constructing such a vast sewer for these troublemakers? Lock down the entire underground network of Jiaoshui City immediately. Not a single rat must escape. Time passed, and an overwhelming stench invaded Chen Zimo's nostrils, jolting him from his sorrow. Li Shoudao, I wish you a miserable end. In that instant of clarity, he sprang up, ready to confront Li Shoudao. But in the next moment, sturdy hands pinned him to the ground. The pale visage of the wise demon lord appeared before him. Calm down. I understand your desire to kill him, but he is the captain of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau and a level 3 synchronizer. You stand no chance. I am also a member of the Bureau, which allows me to approach him and... Before he could finish, the wise demon lord interrupted. Are you suggesting to kill him using your identity as the Night Demon? How did you know I am the Night Demon? Releasing his grip, the wise demon lord gestured to his head. Think about it. He clearly had more opportunities to capture me. Why go through such elaborate means to kill me in your home? Chen Zimo fell silent. The rationale was simple. Li Shoudao intended to eliminate him as well. Why help me? He rasped. To seek an answer. What answer? What did your father ultimately discover? The wise demon lord leaned against the sewer wall, exhausted. After becoming a synchronizer, you must have realized your father's death was suspicious, correct? Bloodstream once mentioned that his final mission was executed alongside you. That woman is quite well informed. He chuckled softly before continuing, however, that mission did not involve just your father and me. All members of the Aurora Project were aboard the ship at that time. What transpired then? The events were convoluted. We were investigating some anomalous occurrences when your father first stumbled upon some peculiarities. We were about to relay the information when it became apparent that several members had long been spies for the Aurora Project. The ensuing chaos resulted in your father tragically falling overboard and disappearing. This answer did not satisfy Chen Zimo. You frequently mention the Aurora Project. What is it? And what did my father discover? Cough, cough. The wise demon lord coughed, spitting out blood. Appearing significantly relieved, the Aurora Project is the beginning of everything and should also mark its end. Perhaps you won't believe it, but the organization that first proposed this plan was the Federal Council. The 5 leaders of the Aurora sect are all members of the Federation. Your father was the former captain of the Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau, as well as the leader of the Aurora Project, while I was a former researcher for the Bureau. Chen Zimo was overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. The relationship between the Federation and the Aurora sect had long since escalated to irreconcilable hostility, even going so far as to expend substantial resources to eradicate the remnants of Aurora. How could it have possibly been established under the Federation and Appo's auspices? That is inconceivable. Chen Zimo scoffed. If that were the case, why would the Federation seek to annihilate you? There are no impossibilities in this world. You have witnessed it. The Federation is not as virtuous as it appears, especially upon discovering the synchronization world. Cough, cough. The wise demon lord began to cough violently. spewing more blood with dark red fragments. Chen Zimo regarded him with concern. He had many unanswered questions and did not wish for this individual to perish just yet. Do not worry. This is merely the result of my lungs being ruptured by the explosion. The fragments will naturally shed as the tissue heals. Now, where were we? Ah yes, the discovery of the synchronization world. Once your father realized that the synchronization world could be artificially manipulated, we split into two factions. One faction believed this would herald a new era and sought to immediately report to the Federation, while your father contended that interfering with the synchronization world would bring calamity. Chen Zimo noted the change in his choice of words. And you belong to the former. Indeed, I am part of the former group. The wise demon lord admitted candidly, a hint of excitement in his voice. Controlling the synchronization world is the key to unlocking the future. Who wouldn't aspire to be the leader guiding humanity into a new epoch? Naturally, your father's views were met with opposition from all of us. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes, so you drove him into the sea. Of course not. The wise demon lord quickly refuted. Then a flash of regret crossed his face. We would never discard the only specimen into the ocean. What do you mean by the only specimen? Chen Zimo seized him by the collar. Despite being a level 4 synchronizer, the wise demon lord showed no signs of resistance, allowing Chen Zimo to lift him. Of course. He is the only human successfully influencing the synchronization world, your father, Chen Zhangwo. Chapter 59, Secrets and Originals in the subsequent narrative by the wise demon lord restored the events of that year. Humanity had discovered the existence of the synchronistic world long ago, so far back that it could be traced to the previous epoch or even earlier civilizations. Are you suggesting that there were other civilizations before us? Chen Zimo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed. Initially, practitioners referred to them as secret realms or caves. With the demise of the era of cultivation, new civilizations began to call them extraordinary relics or traits, and later, some referred to them as sacred lands or divine domains. And eventually, they transformed into what we now term the synchronistic world. These civilizations recognized the existence of this mysterious phenomenon and sought to harness it, yet invariably. It culminated in their ruin. This is the true reason your father sought to halt the Aurora Project. So you killed him to annihilate the world? Chen Zimo scoffed. The wise demon lord shook his head regretfully. At the time, we had not contemplated such far-reaching consequences. We merely believed that controlling the synchronistic world would serve as a ladder for humanity to ascend to a higher plane of existence. To this day, no one can definitively ascertain the origins of the synchronistic world. It has always manifested in a semi-fixed form within certain regions. We initially dubbed it the synchronistic area, which attracted individuals deemed worthy, influencing their thoughts and compelling them to undertake unfathomable tasks. Those who succeeded could obtain items or elevate their levels of existence. In the struggle for these synchronistic areas, humanity waged several large-scale wars until the initiation of the Aurora Project. Wait a moment. Chen Zimo interrupted his monologue. Wasn't the Aurora Project initiated by the Federation? Correct, the wise demon lord affirmed. However, the Federation did not emerge overnight, initially. Only a handful of nations were willing to join, gradually expanding to include the globe. I understand, much like the various alliances in history textbooks, which began with few participants and later coalesced due to mutual interests. The Federation convened a Supreme Council to investigate the nature of the synchronistic world, deciding to implement the Aurora Project and selecting a team of the youngest and most gifted synchronizers to lead our group of researchers in a clandestine quest for complete control over the synchronistic areas. So this was the origin of the Aurora Project. Was it then that you discovered my father was a natural synchronizer? It was not so straightforward. The wise demon lord countered. Humanity has only truly understood the synchronistic world for a mere century, and we do not even know how many synchronistic areas exist. How could we possibly uncover the truth in such a short time? Chen Zimo pressed on. Then how did you discover the secret of my father? The wise demon lord fell into reminiscence. The Aurora Project spanned many years. I once believed I would achieve nothing before my demise. Yet, as the number of missions into the synchronistic area increased, I began to sense something was amiss with your father. His unusual nature made Chen Zimo anxious. Indeed, his father had always been peculiar. From his childhood, his father was ever present, often adorned with a cheerful smile. Yet, as work consumed him, he became increasingly enigmatic and somber, speaking little even at home. At that time, he assumed his father was simply busy, unaware that he was engaged in the Aurora Project. What specifically was it? Chen Zimo inquired. The wise demon lord shook his head. I cannot specify, at that time, I was only at level 1 and had not yet accessed the core circle. I was merely a talented researcher fortunate enough to be selected for the project. However, one thing I distinctly recall, your father advanced far too rapidly. It was as if he possessed extraordinary abilities. Not only could he accurately locate synchronistic areas unseen by anyone before, but he also leveled up almost every time he entered one, reaching level 7 in just a year. Level 7 in a year? Chen Zimo marveled internally. When the Aurora project was executed, the synchronistic world had not yet materialized. His father needed to locate the synchronistic areas before entering them, and to progress so swiftly while exploring and completing tasks was indeed formidable. Your father was exceptionally gifted, as the membership of the Aurora project changed repeatedly. He remained steadfast on the front lines. We all grew accustomed to his talent, yet the Federation began to feel trepidation. You cannot fathom the terror of a level 7 synchronizer. Under your father's guidance, we conducted several experiments, and he was no longer human at that time. He could withstand artillery and explosives with nothing but his physical form, while his items could withstand even nuclear explosions. However, this was not the reason the Federation sought to eliminate your father. A powerful and utterly loyal individual is something all those in power desire. But the problem was that your father represented a glimmer of hope. Hope? What hope? In response to Chen Zimo and Appo's perplexed gaze, the wise demon lord revealed the final answer. The Federation and Appo's Supreme Council was intrigued by your father and Appo's rapid advancements and successful completions, leading them to conduct a thorough investigation. Ultimately, they discovered what set your father apart from other synchronizers. Each time he entered the synchronistic world, he received a unique prompt, allowing him to perceive certain hidden aspects of that realm. The Federation referred to this type of synchronizer as a natural synchronizer. According to your father's accounts, natural synchronizers could briefly interact with certain NPCs within the synchronistic world, occasionally receiving their assistance. During one such interaction, these NPCs revealed to your father that they were also natural synchronizers, albeit trapped in the synchronistic world for various reasons. The wise demon lord's words suddenly reminded Chen Zimo of the happiness hospital. He had always felt those vibrant lives seemed too authentic to be mere constructs. Yet, it appeared that Gang Dang and his companions were oblivious to their true nature, with only the red hourglass possessing complete self-awareness. Perhaps the red hourglass's warning was but a fleeting interaction with the synchronizers who remained trapped in the synchronistic world. But what did this have to do with hope? The wise demon lord's next words struck him like thunder, awakening him from his reverie. To remain forever in the synchronistic world is, in another sense, a form of immortality. Immortality, he finally comprehended. Throughout history, which exalted emperor did not yearn for eternal life? Which ruler had not sought the enigma of immortality? Now, this opportunity lay before the upper echelons of the Federation. Those who lusted for power would not let it slip away easily. Chen Zimo nodded in realization. He had finally identified his target for vengeance. Was the order to kill my father issued by the Federation's Supreme Council? We did not truly kill him. Do you recall my mention of your father being the sole original? He has passed, yet has not genuinely died. More precisely, his brain or consciousness transformed into another form. What form? You have encountered it. Every Federation synchronizer has. We call it the neural network. The neural network is composed of my father's brain. Chen Zimo's voice escalated, disbelief coursing through him, wishing the wise demon lord's words were merely a fabrication to win his allegiance. Yet he could not deny it. The logic of the wise demon lord's tale was too impeccable to be a mere lie. In response to his inquiry, the wise demon lord provided another answer. Your father is merely a part of it. To be precise, the neural network resembles a vast computer, with much of its hardware composed of various elements. Your father's brain can be likened to the fundamental core program of this machine. Without him, the machine cannot be activated. A flicker of hope ignites within. Does this mean my father is still alive? It is not entirely erroneous to think so. His brain remains alive, and his consciousness still exists, albeit in diminished capacity. The Sage of Wisdom shifts the conversation. The first synchronized world you experienced was the Hospital of Happiness. Do you recall the prompt that accompanied your entry into that synchronized world? Chen Zimo falls silent. That occurred several months ago, and he indeed lacks a vivid recollection. Perhaps it was something about the generation of a specific world, having created for me the comprehensive challenge world of Hospital of Happiness. Why do you inquire about this? The Sage of Wisdom refrains from directly answering his question. Typically, the first world entered by a synchronizer is related to their capability system classification. It is a realm with minimal life-threatening risks. Subsequent synchronized worlds will assign them fixed types of synchronizers based on their performance, much like how strength-type synchronizers are often robust, while agility-type ones appear nimble. However, there exists a unique category, the innate synchronizers. These individuals do not enter the trait identification world. Instead, they directly become comprehensive enhancers, allocated to a fixed death-type world, which is the hospital of happiness. What? Chen Zimo is once again astonished. Are all innate synchronizers the same? Yes, of course. Ordinary synchronizers may also have a chance of entering the hospital of happiness, but the first world for innate synchronizers upon awakening must inevitably be this one. Why? Because this is your father's will, and it serves as the basis for my conjecture that his brain remains alive. Wait a moment. Chen Zimo feels a bit bewildered. He cannot comprehend how this matter is intertwined with his father's consciousness. According to the Sage of Wisdom, the synchronized world has existed for numerous epochs, each representing the birth and demise of a civilization. His father is merely a level 7 synchronizer. How could he exert his will to influence such an ancient and mysterious entity? Could it be that the Federation is controlling the synchronized world through my father's will? The Sage of Wisdom chuckles. If that were the case, things would be simpler. If your father and Appos, as well, were merely a bit stronger, he could obliterate all synchronized worlds. The Federation merely transformed him into a device for locating synchronized worlds. Do you recall the concept of a computer? Your father's brain functions as a core signal searcher, enabling precise localization of each randomly appearing synchronized world. However, its search range is limited. Without relay stations, one must traverse the globe to seek them out with the searcher. A flash of realization strikes Chen Zimo. Thus, the current Federation emerged. Precisely, the Sage of Wisdom commends him. You must have encountered the synchronization pods, which serve as relay stations. Albeit they bridge the signals of the ordered realm. The true large-scale relay stations that seek synchronized worlds are situated in the capitals of each nation. Moreover, the various branches of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs act as individual relay stations. Once a relay station detects the signal of a synchronized world, it transmits the thoughts of qualified individuals into that world. Chen Zimo identifies a concerning issue. Does this mean every synchronizer is under the scrutiny of the Federation? If it involves electronic signals, indeed, the Federation could monitor each individual. However, just like your father, those relay stations are brains endowed with self-awareness, the living brains of synchronizers. Even the current Federation cannot manipulate an individual's will, thus allowing your father's will the opportunity to send all innate synchronizers into high-difficulty worlds, potentially leading to their demise. I believe I grasp your reasoning. Yet why would my father, or rather, his will, wish to eliminate these innate synchronizers? Is it simply because those high-ranking officials of the Federation desire to attain immortality? Must the innate synchronizers perish? Could there not be an alternative to safeguard them? The Sage of Wisdom responds. This leads us to the revelation your father made shortly before his demise. After extensive investigation, he discerned the cause behind the emergence of synchronized worlds. What is it? The thoughts of humanity. Thoughts? Or rather, persistent and intense emotions accumulate gradually. Once they reach a critical threshold, they may trigger the arrival of a synchronized world. There is no other method. By the way, I wonder if you have ever watched an animated film titled Monsters Incorporated? Chen Zimo shakes his head. As a diligent high school student, he seldom possesses the time to focus on watching an entire movie. The Sage of Wisdom extends a clenched fist before him. The film depicts a power plant operated by monsters, with human screams serving as the energy source. Two methods exist to procure these screams. He raises one finger. The first method involves monsters visiting human homes at night to frighten children, thereby extracting a plethora of screams. Alternatively, he extends his second finger. The second method allows monsters to don clown personas, utilizing performances and jokes to elicit laughter from children, thus generating energy. He lowers his hand and gazes intently into the boy's eyes. Would you care to guess which method the Federation currently employs to accumulate emotional thresholds and summon synchronized worlds, the first or the second? Under his penetrating gaze, Chen Zimo retreats half a step. The Federation should not resort to such actions. It is inconceivable. The Sage of Wisdom poses a rhetorical question. Have you not noticed that ever since the establishment of the Global Federation, life has undergone a series of malignant transformations? The relentless financial struggles, where even minor regional disputes can plunge numerous nations into economic downturns. The myriad social media platforms continuously disseminate articles that manipulate public sentiment. And even with a workload that could extend to 72 hours a day, one can never seem to complete it, even during breaks. one is confronted with an endless array of troubles. Have you considered how long it has been since the Federation's members enjoyed a moment of genuine rest? What depths of resentment must reside within their hearts? The Sage of Wisdom exhales deeply. Your father was right. Those high-ranking officials in the Federation Parliament are utterly unworthy of immortality. Even if the opportunity for eternal life were bestowed upon a mere dog, it must not be granted to them, for their existence constitutes the gravest sin against humanity. Chapter 60. An unexpected encounter. Chen Zimo understood why. Following the establishment of the Federation, the overall living environment had improved, yet discontent had proliferated. It was all a deliberate fabrication by the Federation, aimed at increasing the frequency of occurrences in the synchronized world. But why did you kill him in the first place? The Demon Lord of Wisdom asked with a bitter smile. Because we were once sufficiently ignorant, naive enough to believe the Federation's empty promises of leading humanity towards a brighter future. Nonetheless, there is still a glimmer of hope. I find solace in the fact that the Aurora sect, those cunning manipulators of power, arranged for me to deliver water. If they hadn't sought to eliminate me, I would never have had the chance to meet you. The Demon Lord of Wisdom opened his inventory and produced an utterly unremarkable key, handing it to Chen Zimo. Item name: key of the door. Type: functional item. Function: opens a door. Note 1. The door is an object that separates different spaces. Serving as a bridge that connects them, it can reveal the other side of the door. Note 2. Do not forget the location of that door. This is the key of the door. I have concealed a specially designed synchronization chamber within that door, which can activate the unique neural network in your mind. What will happen after activation? I cannot say. That device was originally developed by the Federation to control your father's brain, and it has no effect on ordinary synchronizers. However, a natural synchronizer should be able to sense the location of your father's brain upon entering. Chen Zimo felt a surge of vigilance. The matter of his father and Amp, Appo's brain was a core secret of the Federation. If that were the case, even an abandoned synchronization chamber should have been disposed of properly. How could it have fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord of Wisdom? How did you obtain it? The key reason the Aurora sect is being pursued by the Federation lies here. I stole that synchronization chamber, though others merely suspect, but cannot confirm it was me. Chen Zimo thought to himself, no wonder the old-timers of the Aurora sect wanted you dead. Your survival until now is a testament to their magnanimity. He noted the information in Note 2. Does this key only open a door in a specific location? Yes and no. This key can open any door in the world, but it can only be used once. Once the door is opened, an independent space will emerge, and until you eliminate that space, this key cannot open any other doors. Chen Zimo nodded in understanding. The utility of this key seemed rather redundant. A question soon arose. What if that door is destroyed? It matters not. The door is merely a bridge. If the bridge collapses, it can be repaired and will still serve its purpose. As long as you can locate the corresponding space, you can place another door, and it will open just the same. Is it truly so? His perspective on the key shifted. Thus, aside from the holder's intention, that space would remain unaffected. Very well, where is that door? The Federation headquarters. What? Chen Zimo exclaimed. Did you not say you stole it? Why is it still at the Federation headquarters? Let me clarify. I mentioned I stole it, not that I removed it. The Demon Lord of Wisdom continued. The Federation is heavily guarded. Stealing something as large as the synchronization chamber is exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I used the key to open another space on the door that stored the synchronization chamber. Chen Zimo was taken aback. Indeed, the Demon Lord of Wisdom was aptly named. Adept at ensnaring both the Federation and his own kind. How am I to retrieve it? The Demon Lord of Wisdom shrugged. That is no concern of mine. I shan't survive today. The secret of your father must be sought by you alone. Seeing the change in Chen Zimo's expression, he elaborated, to find me. The Federation will spare no effort. The water delivery is now under lockdown, and until they capture me, the blockade will not be lifted. You cannot escape. Though he was an intelligence-enhanced individual and a level 4 synchronizer, his recovery was remarkable. After a period of rest, he had fully restored from the shock of the explosion. Rising, he moved towards the sewer exit. This passage leads down towards the Jiaoshui River. I will divert the Federation's forces to the northern region, allowing you to escape through the river while their guards are occupied. However, once I reveal myself, not only will the 3 captains of the Anomaly Bureau come after me, but I cannot hold them off for long. You must leave Jiaoshui City at once. Chen Zimo grew anxious. The Demon Lord of Wisdom was the only one who understood his father, and he had many more questions to ask. He did not wish to part ways just yet. Moreover, he He felt that the Demon Lord of Wisdom was not an evil individual. Compared to the methods of the Federation, he could even be deemed a good person. He did not want a good person to perish. The Demon Lord of Wisdom patted his shoulder. "Do not fret. I have long overstayed my welcome. I should have died when I extracted your father's brain from that vessel. I have lingered this long. It is time to contribute to the world. Is there truly no other way?" The Demon Lord of Wisdom shook his head regretfully. "Shangguan Shuzheng has lost everything after failing to capture me. Now that I have surfaced, he will not relent in his pursuit. The terrain here may seem intricate enough to play a game of hide and seek for a while. But if the Federation is pushed to the brink, they may resort to more drastic measures. In the confines of this sewer, it is ideal for injecting gas. As a level 4 synchronizer still within the realm of humanity, I need not poison. Merely filling it with carbon dioxide would suffice to end my life." Chen Zimo lowered his head, knowing the truth of the Demon Lord of Wisdom's words. By the way, the device that manipulates electronic equipment, blood-flowing river, is not her ability, but rather an item. If you get the chance, retrieve it. It will be pivotal for your infiltration into the Federation headquarters. Before seeking answers from the Federation, you must first visit the Northern Aurora Sect headquarters, where I have replicated an initial synchronization chamber in my laboratory. It possesses some additional effects for natural synchronizers, which you can use to enhance your strength. With that, the Demon Lord of Wisdom vanished from his sight. With a snap, a manhole cover opened in the middle of Jiashui City, and the Demon Lord of Wisdom emerged, blending into the bustling crowd moving northward. "Captain, the electronic eye has detected someone emerging from underground and has initiated active tracking," the voice of Zilong echoed from the helmet. Li Shoudao adjusted his synchronizing armor, feeling discomfort in his joints. "Excellent. Transmit the target's movement route to the terminal. Until the target's identity is confirmed, maintain surveillance over all underground pipeline entrances and exits." "Understood." In the dark sewer, Chen Zimo hurried towards the Jiaoshui River. He had to seize the opportunity created by the Demon Lord of Wisdom to escape Jiaoshui City. Unlike the surface roads, the sewers, despite the intricate drainage systems above, had only a few large drainage pipes deep beneath the earth. The damp ground amplified Chen Zimo and Appo's footsteps, and as he ran, he quickly heard the sound of rushing water from a leaking pipe. Just as he was about to survey the external environment, a shadow plummeted from above. The shadow descended swiftly and abruptly, reaching Chen Zimo's head in an instant, a sharp blade aimed directly at his throat. Chen Zimo was no longer the person he once was. Having endured numerous battles, he had developed a keen sense of awareness in unfamiliar surroundings. The moment the shadow fell, he activated his latent potential, causing his physical abilities to surge as he ducked and rolled away from the blade. Chen Zimo's footsteps had been heavy, leading Tiangu to believe he was a low-level synchronizer dispatched by the Federation to search for him. He had anticipated that a single strike would suffice to eliminate his opponent, only to find that this adversary was nearly as swift as himself. It seemed he was facing a level 2 synchronizer. However, fortunately, he was not of the agile type, or it would have truly posed a challenge. With a newfound determination, Tiangu drew a second short blade, his body trembling as he activated his ability. In the dimness, Chen Zimo noticed his arms had elongated significantly, the fingertips hanging low enough to surpass his knees, and the blade in his hand nearly grazing the ground. As an agile synchronizer, he was aware that, even at the same level, his speed lagged behind that of his agile counterpart by 10, a disparity that would only widen upon activation of abilities. Chen Zimo refrained from overestimating himself. He accessed his inventory and retrieved the data analysis glasses. He had no intention of deploying the ascetic's sacred finger as his sole powerful asset so readily. Lowering his head slightly, he adjusted the frame of his glasses with a delicately feminine gesture, and the world around him became strikingly clear. Upon activation, the glasses would automatically detect and analyze specified objects within his field of vision. Observing Chen Zimo's subtle movement, Tiangu, though unsure of his actions, recognized this as a prime opportunity to strike. In a flash, he closed the distance, thrusting his two blades toward Chen Zimo. The right blade aimed for his throat, appearing lethal, yet it was merely a feint. The true attack came from the left, targeting his side. This was one of Tiangu's signature moves, a deceptive assault where most would focus on the apparent threat to the neck, unwittingly exposing themselves to the fatal strike at their lower back. However, to Chen Zimo, this meticulously crafted trap was transformed. Within the data analysis glasses, two lines extended from Tiangu's hands, one directed at his throat, the other prominently marked in bold red, indicating the threat to his lower back. Tianji's intentions lay bare. Like a well-scripted play, Chen Zimo ducked to evade the blade slicing toward his neck, bending low and driving his elbow into Tianji's abdomen. As Tianji's weapon slipped from his grasp, he realized the peril too late. Before he could retract his left hand for a lethal thrust, a searing pain shot through his midsection, propelling him backward. "Get back here," roared the returning bowl of noodles. Witnessing the scene, his already imposing figure swelled further in the shadows as he charged forward. With the data analysis glasses in place, Chen Zimo recognized that these two were associates of Ping Tu Gu. Although he did not know Tian Gu or bowl noodles well, he trusted Ping Tu Gu's character. Despite their dubious affiliations, their friendship with him suggested they were not irredeemably wicked. Just as he was about to assert his stance, a glint of cold steel shot toward his chest as Tian Gu hurled a short blade upon landing. Bowl noodles, evidently well coordinated with Tian Gu, struck as Chen Zimo narrowly avoided the blade. "Damn it, let me speak," he internally screamed, maintaining his evasive maneuvers as he arched backward, forming a perfect bridge with his body. Supporting himself with his hands, he coiled and then sprang forth like a tightly wound spring. Bowl noodles perceived a swift shadow darting toward him, followed by patterned saws crashing against his jaw. The jaw is one of the human body's critical weak points. Acting as a lever with the cervical spine as the fulcrum, any impact here could cause significant disorientation and potentially a severe concussion. Chen Zimo, in a state of potential activation, possessed formidable strength, and bowl noodles felt the world spinning around him. "Hold on. Let us all attack together. He must be a federal synchronizer. Don't give him a chance to signal for help." Bowl noodles barely managed to think this as Tian Gu, recovering from the blow, roared and joined the fray. As a strength-type synchronizer, bowl noodles' robust physique quickly dispelled his dizziness, and he embraced Chen Zimo, attempting to restrain him. This gang of rogues. Chen Zimo felt a surge of frustration. Even with the glasses, he stood no chance against two. Cursing his misfortune, he stowed the glasses away and clenched his fists, the brass knuckles now adorning his fingers. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted in the eyes of his opponents. A profound sense of danger emanated from him, the unique pressure of facing a superior synchronizer. Empowered by dual enhancements, he possessed a speed and strength that transcended levels. He deftly avoided bowl noodles' grasp and delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. The clash of metal and the ensuing sparks illuminated Tian Gu and Amp Apos' horrified expression as the short blade was rendered immobile by the brass knuckles. As an agile synchronizer, he was taken aback by being thwarted in a surprise attack by sheer speed. Realizing the gravity of his miscalculation, Tian Gu retreated. Regretting his initial decision to ambush Chen Zimo, this individual was not one they could defeat together. Just as his regret surfaced, he felt an iron grip around his ankle, his clothing tearing as his balance faltered, crashing onto the ground. Cough, cough. The impact was brutal and swift, nearly displacing his organs. "I'll say it again. Hold on." Bowl noodles stumbled back, gathering himself for another attack, his right hand swinging in a wide arc, aiming a punch toward Chen Zimo's head. "Damn it. Can I just get a word in?" Chen Zimo couldn't afford to explain. He relinquished Tian Gu and, with the brass knuckles firmly positioned against bowl noodles' elbow, executed a powerful shoulder throw. A sharp crack echoed as bowl noodles dislocated his arm, crashing into Tian Gu, both letting out cries of agony. "Let us not act hastily. I am." At last, Chen Zimo found a moment to speak, but before he could finish, another rush of air announced yet another attack from behind. What now? He was on the verge of breaking down. With little time left in his enhanced state, he knew that once the effects wore off, facing three opponents would be a certain death. He could hold back no longer. With a flash of resolve, he bent his knees and unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 61. Hidden Danger. The two fists collided. The solid impact from the finger tiger made Chen Zimo feel as though he had struck a concrete wall. He thought to himself, how formidable. This person is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. With the activation of his potential and the enhancement from the finger tiger, he felt invincible among his peers for the time being. The fact that his opponent could withstand a punch and remain unscathed suggested that they might be a level 3 synchronizer. A sense of retreat began to form in his mind, while he could contend with a level 3 synchronizer in his initial skirmish. The enhancement provided by the gloves was about to wane, making continued combat an exceedingly unwise choice. As he rolled over to leap away, preparing to escape through the swirling black mist, a familiar voice reached his ears. Gao? His experiences in Shudong village had instilled a deep respect for Chen Zimo. Believing that the seemingly frail synchronizer was a true man, he recalled that the individual had introduced himself as Gao, a member of the Water Regulation Bureau. Although the forces of good and evil do not coexist, Ping Tu-ge believed that it was possible to forge a friendship with him. However, upon arriving in Jiaoshui City, before he could even set out to find Gao Lei, Tian-gu had fallen victim to a scheme, resulting in the explosion of the residential building in the Left Bank district, forcing the three of them to flee into the sewers. For reasons unknown, the electronic lockdown had swiftly escalated into a genuine crackdown, with the entire Jiaoshui River sealed off, trapping the three of them in the sewers. With control forces ahead and pursuers behind, they had no choice but to split up in search of alternative escape routes, designating this location as their rendezvous point. Upon reaching the designated meeting spot, Ping Tu-ge found that a scuffle had already broken out among the others. Although Tian-gu and Wan Mian operated differently than he did, they were all in the same boat now. After all, it was a true man's duty to assist those in need. With a surge of energy, Ping Tu-ge propelled himself towards the shadow like a cannonball, his inflated leg muscles retracting as his arms grew robust. This was a new ability he had acquired after reaching level 2, allowing him to swiftly enhance different parts of his body. Both Tian-gu and Wan Mian possessed considerable abilities, able to engage in combat with remarkable speed. His opponents were anything but ordinary, and this ability provided him the confidence to confront them head-on. However, upon engaging in combat, Ping Tu-ge sensed something was amiss. It was not that his opponents were exceptionally powerful, rather, there was a chilling familiarity in the moment, as if he had encountered this sensation before. Gao Lei? Chen Zimo was taken aback. This person knew Gao Lei? No, Gao Lei's towering physique was vastly different, and anyone who had seen him could not be mistaken. Moreover, that voice. Suddenly, he remembered that Tianji's group originally consisted of 3 members, and he tentatively asked, Ping Tu-ge, is that really you? The hidden threat in the darkness transformed into a powerful embrace, yet the absence of fabric between them allowed Chen Zimo to feel the others sweat against him, creating an awkward moment as he pushed Ping Tu-ge away. What are you doing here? Tian-gu explained that he had received a mission to create chaos in Jiaoshui, but was subsequently set up, with the explosion in the Left Bank district landing on their heads. Now, the Federation had sealed off Jiaoshui and was actively pursuing them. Ping Tu-ge slapped his forehead, recalling, right? I remember you are a member of the Bureau. Why don't you help us explain? The moment he mentioned the Bureau, the already cautious Tian-gu and Wan Mian immediately took up an offensive stance. Chen Zimo awkwardly stated, actually, I have my own issues. I am also being pursued by the Federation. You were framed too? The situation was becoming more complex, but his interpretation was not entirely incorrect. Ping Tu-ge clapped Chen Zimo's shoulder heartily. Then it's fine. Since we're all fugitives, come join my crew. The name of this gang. Please allow me to decline once more. I plan to drift down the Jiaoshui River. Would you like to join me? Chen Zimo shifted the topic. The Federation suspects we might escape via the Jiaoshui River, and now the river and Appos' surface is completely sealed off. Earlier, we split up to find an exit. But I have had no luck. Ping Tu-ge turned to the others. Tian-gu, what about you? No results. Both Tian-gu and Wan Mian shook their heads. Chen Zimo thought similarly. Although the drainage system in Jiaoshui City had undergone several renovations, most of the improvements were to surface drainage pipes, and the number of underground passages suitable for human passage had not increased significantly. He reassured Ping Tu-ge, do not worry, at the right moment. Someone will draw the Bureau's forces towards the northern part of the city, and the defenses on the river will weaken, allowing us to escape. Tian-gu suddenly scoffed, distrust evident in his tone. Just because you say you're not one of them doesn't mean it's true. Who knows if you're a spy sent by them to lead us into a trap? Wan Mian looked taken aback, realizing this perspective could indeed be valid, and quickly echoed. Yes, what Tian-gu said. No, Gao Lei is not like that. Ping Tu-ge waved his hand dismissively. He is a true man. I trust him. And you can trust him too. Chen Zimo felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Ping Tu-ge had placed so much faith in him. Yet he had not even shared his true name. Actually, I am not Gao Lei. My synchronizer name is Zai Romo. Ping Tu-ge was taken aback. What? You told me your real name back then? Brother Zai, you truly are a real man. I admire you. Everyone calls me Ping Tu-ge. No. Don't do that. Chen Zimo felt even more embarrassed. Zai Romo? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Tian-gu suddenly recalled. Isn't that the target from their previous operation? He exclaimed. You are the one who cleared the Happiness Hospital? What is the Happiness Hospital? Ping Tu-ge was completely baffled. It is an S-level world, Tian-gu explained. Oh, then you were quite impressive. He turned to Chen Zimo and praised, I have never entered an S-level world. I have always been in A-level. Tiangu interjected urgently, it's not just impressive, although the Happiness Hospital is classified as S-level. Its difficulty far exceeds that of ordinary S-level worlds. It is the most notorious among the Federation's 8 high-difficulty worlds, and to date, there have only been 2 clearers. One died in the chaos fighting over him, and the other is Zai Romo. Wow! Both Ping Tugu and Wan Mian exclaimed in unison. Brother Zai, I had no idea you were this strong. Just lucky, Chen Zimo replied. Now is not the time for discussions. We should focus on how to get out of here. He approached the drainage pipe's exit and peered outside, observing numerous large drones whizzing past and several unmanned vessels patrolling back and forth. These were the Federation's basic reconnaissance devices, equipped with electronic eyes and underwater detection equipment. During a lockdown, these devices would be armed, and venturing outside now would likely lead to immediate gunfire. If blood flowed freely, one could control these unmanned devices, making escape much simpler. For now, they could only wait for news from Baiji Yaoquan. In the midst of his thoughts, all the unmanned devices suddenly surged in unison towards a specific direction, leaving only a few circling in place. Chen Zimo understood that Baiji Yaoquan was engaged in a confrontation with members of the Bureau. Now's our chance, quickly. Seeing a gap in the river's defenses, Chen Zimo shouted and leapt out of the drainage exit. His potential activation and full state had not yet dissipated, and he gracefully arced into the river, his perfect leap creating not even a ripple. If not for Ping Tugu knowing he had jumped, one might have mistaken it for a large plastic bag being swept into the river. Chen Zimo's agility left Tiangu, an adept synchronizer, in profound admiration. The fluidity of his movements was beyond what he believed he could replicate. In their recent confrontation, he conceded that his defeat was justifiable. Observing Brother Pingtu heading towards the exit, he hesitated, voicing his concern. Are you truly set on leaving with him? What if he is a federal agent sent to lure us? I trust him, Brother Pingtu replied before leaping into the river, following the current. Their acquaintance had begun back in Tree Hollow Village, where Tiangu recognized Chen Zimo's foresight and capabilities were far beyond his own comprehension. In the synchronizing realm, Chen Zimo had the opportunity to eliminate him and monopolize the substantial experience points, yet he chose not to. This decision reflected his character as a man of honor and loyalty. What harm could there be in trusting him just this once? Tiangu, what shall we do? Wan Mian inquired, observing both men plunge into the river, uncertain of their next move. Tiangu clenched his jaw. After all, the Jianshui River was federal territory, and there were limited sewer routes. In a confined environment, locating the two would be effortless. What other choice did they have? Staying put meant certain death. Together, they leaped into the Jianshui River, sending splashes of water flying. In the northern part of Jianshui City, the sound of gunfire echoed through the streets. The 100 Wisdom Demon Lord concealed himself behind a building, hastily wielding a dagger to collect bloodied shrapnel, launching them into the air amidst his agile maneuvers. Following him, drones erupted in brilliant flames, exploding and raining sparks upon the ground. With his level 4 physique, ordinary bullets could no longer inflict significant harm. The drones were armed with specialized ammunition that not only traveled at high velocity but also possessed enhanced penetration and detonated upon impact, creating small-scale explosions. Even he dared not face the barrage of bullets head-on. Reflecting on his previous escape route, the shops and structures lay in ruins. The ominous hum of approaching threats buzzed from the side, compelling him to abandon contemplation and sprint towards another hiding place. Meanwhile, in the most densely populated area of Jianshui City, a composed middle-aged man reclined leisurely in his office chair, intently observing a large screen displaying a map of the city. A blinking red dot was slowly advancing towards the northern mountainous region, indicating the location of the 100 Wisdom Demon Lord. Lord Centurion. The northern outskirts of the city have been evacuated, confirming no remaining civilians. The target is merely 2 kilometers from the edge of the electronic surveillance zone. Poised to escape our monitoring, reported a subordinate. Shangguan Shuzheng waved him off and connected to the mental network of the synchronized armor, stating, I trust the 3 captains will not disappoint me in capturing the 100 Wisdom Demon Lord. Additionally, ensure comprehensive data collection on the weaponry. It is a directive from above and must be executed diligently. Unbeknownst to the 100 Wisdom Demon Lord, the 3 captains, clad in synchronized armor and wielding technologically advanced firearms, positioned themselves strategically in the northern outskirts, seemingly awaiting an event. Shangguan Shenzheng's gaze fixated on the red dot, his face suddenly breaking into a sinister smile. 100 Wisdom Demon Lord, Let us see who truly embodies the essence of a demon lord this time. As the three captains raised their weapons, the entire northern outskirts trembled violently. Was it an earthquake? The intense shaking triggered a sense of alarm in the 100-wisdom demon lord, who abruptly halted his sprint towards the skyscrapers and instead dashed into an open area. Braving the artillery fire, the tremors intensified, shaking everything in his sight. The trees swayed, the towers rocked, and even the ground quaked. Amidst this chaos, the 100-wisdom demon lord made a startling realization. This disturbance was not the random shaking of an earthquake, but a rhythmic and purposeful resonance. A wave of terror surged within him. This was no earthquake, it was resonance. During his days as a researcher, he had heard whispers of the federal government's experiments with resonance weaponry, but he had never witnessed it firsthand, believing the research to have failed. Yet, here he was, experiencing it in reality. With a resounding crack, numerous fissures appeared on the surfaces of skyscrapers and asphalt roads, as if the world had transformed into a fragile mirror, shattered by a single blow. There was no thunderous roar, no explosive shattering of stone. Rather, the world collapsed into chaos, enveloped in silence as dust swirled around him. Hot streams of perspiration trickled down his temples, and he finally comprehended that it was not the world that had gone silent. It was his ears that had been shattered by the weapon's power. So, I am deaf, he mused bitterly, reflecting on how he had anticipated a profound silence before death. The muffled thuds of explosions reverberated faintly as the 100-wisdom demon lord succumbed to the ground, his internal organs crushed, extinguishing the last flicker of thought within him. Did these federal lackeys truly care nothing for the lives of ordinary people? The deafening roar rendered even Li Shoudao, who had activated his helmet's noise-canceling function, uncomfortable. Shaking his head to dispel the lingering dizziness, he surveyed the transformed landscape below, where a once-dense steel forest had become a desolate wasteland. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, he reported in as calm a tone as possible, "Lord Centurion, the weapon test is complete. The entire northern region has been reduced to a blank slate. No signs of the target's movement have been detected, and we are preparing to search the area where the target was last located. Well done. I will say this only once. I want to see the 100-wisdom demon lord alive or dead." Understood. Li Shoudao thought to himself that the weapon's power was indeed formidable, but its range was limited, and it could only be fired once. Otherwise, they would have easily eradicated the demonic presence. He set his weapon down and leaped from the high building, racing towards the previous location of the 100-wisdom demon lord. The tremendous tremors reverberated throughout Jiaxue City, reaching the southern region where Chen Zimo and his companions were submerged in the river. He abruptly turned to gaze towards the north. The terrifying force behind the tremors signaled that the 100-wisdom demon lord was in grave peril. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he forcefully propelled himself towards the next air pocket, drifting downstream to conserve time. Remarkably, the four encountered no obstacles and swiftly arrived at the semi-wild forest park downstream. Upon sighting the towering trees and dense underbrush, Tiangu and his companions exhaled in relief, having finally escaped that harrowing place. Yet, before they could revel in their relief, several figures clad in synchronized armor emerged from the tree line. Chapter 62. Surrounding the enemy, the midnight operation was executed with commendable precision. These individuals are undoubtedly members of the sinister faction. We must seize them all at once, declared the tallest among the opposing group. The familiar physique and tone of voice revealed to Chen Zimo that this person was none other than Gao Lei. Tiangu stepped back, adopting a defensive stance, and exclaimed, "I knew the federal scum could not be trusted. Ping Tu Gu, is this what you call a true man? How utterly ridiculous." Wan Mian, wearing a vigilant expression, retreated closer to Tiangu. There were 4 armored adversaries before them, and with Zai having succumbed to madness and being a traitor, the odds of winning a 3-against-5 confrontation were dismally low. "Gao Lei, why have you chosen this path?" Ping Tu Gu questioned, his face etched with disbelief. His experiences in Shudong village told him that he was certainly not a treacherous scoundrel. "Do you know me?" Gao Lei, hearing his name called, looked at him with confusion, unable to recall ever having met this person. Tiangu grew exasperated. "You, Ping Tu Gu, I never imagined you, with your rugged features and brute strength, could also be a federal informant. You are the informant. Your entire family are federal informants." Ping Tu Gu retorted. "If you were not an informant, how could you recognize federal synchronizers? How could I possibly know federal personnel?" "Isn't Gao Lei his name?" Ping Tu Gu pointed at Chen Zimo, raising his voice. Chen Zimo, filled with regret, raised his hand. "Allow me to clarify. During my time in Shudong village, I assumed the identity of Brother Gao Lei, which led to this misunderstanding. Enough of this. The synchronizer beside Gao Lei interjected, and Chen Zimo soon realized he was Zilong. These malevolent beings detonated the left bank residential area. They are irredeemable villains. We must apprehend them together. If we cannot, we shall eliminate them. The Northern Front is still engaged in combat. We must resolve this swiftly and provide support. Wait. Chen Zimo hastily interjected, blocking their advance. The left bank residential area was not destroyed by them. Zai, I am unaware of your entanglements with this malevolent faction. But the fact that they blew up the left bank is known to all. Do not mislead yourself. I am not misleading myself. His tone was resolute. I witnessed it with my own eyes. My home is in the left bank residential area. They have been under my surveillance since their appearance, leaving no time to plant explosives. Zilong chuckled. These three malevolent beings brazenly declared they would blow up the residential area unless the passers-by from the Happiness Hospital were surrendered, and shortly thereafter, the area was indeed bombed. If they did not detonate it, then who did? I shall reveal to you who it was. A hint of sorrow crept into Chen Zimo's eyes. The ones who destroyed my home were your captain, Li Shoudao. What? Gao Lei exclaimed in disbelief. Zilong astutely noted the shift in Chen Zimo and Appo's stance. As a member of the Anomalous Energy Investigation Bureau, he was their adversary and should have referred to Li Shoudao as our rather than your. With his intellect as a synchronizer, he sensed something amiss. Calmingly gesturing for everyone to remain composed, Gao Lei said, let us not forget, without evidence. You cannot prove the residential area was destroyed by the captain. Besides, as the captain of the Investigation Bureau and a level 3 synchronizer, his killing of ordinary citizens would affect his synchronization value, making it improbable for him to act in such a manner. Want evidence? Chen Zimo sneered. I shall show you. He produced a pair of data analysis glasses for all to see. While observing from the window alongside by Baiji, he had worn the glasses, recording the actions of Ping Tu Gu and Li Shoudao, which could be replayed. Though lacking projection capabilities, the others, aided by their visual acuity and synchronization helmets, could discern everything that transpired within the small lenses, complemented by translated subtitles of their lip movements. Tian Gu threatened, surrender the passers-by from the Happiness Hospital, prepare 1 million in cash, and provide a helicopter, or I shall blow it up. Wan Mian leaned closer to Tian Gu, whispering, Tian Gu, we're about to blow up the building, and we're only asking for 1 million? Isn't that a bit paltry, considering a helicopter alone costs 1 million? Tian Gu shot him a glare. We're in the midst of an assault. Is this really the time for such concerns? Wan Mian replied. I just thought it seemed illogical. It makes us appear quite petty. Silence. Tian Gu pointed toward the left bank residential area, adding, the passers-by. And an additional 5 million in cash must be delivered immediately, or I will detonate it. Gao Lei felt a flush of embarrassment as he observed the events through the glasses. This was hardly an attack. It felt more like a child's game. The glasses captured Tian Gu frequently glancing toward the greenbelt, where Ping Tu Gu was lurking by a nearby sewer, seemingly debating whether to make a hasty retreat. Suddenly, the imagery within the glasses jolted, as clouds of dust erupted from the edges of the frame. This was the first explosion at the left bank residential area. Tian Gu and Wan Mian turned to witness the scene, subtitles appearing automatically. Wah, Tian Gu, you're serious, it really exploded. Wan Mian exclaimed. What nonsense. Do you have any explosives? We've been set up, run. Someone nearby seemed to point in a direction, and the imagery shifted, freezing on an area surrounded by law enforcement, where they spotted a familiar face, Li Shoudao. He gazed upward toward the floor where Chen Zimo's balcony was located, his sharp gaze seemingly colliding with that of the person beside the glasses, a taunting smile gracing his face. His hand, tucked in his pocket, appeared to press something, and subtitles appeared, by Baiji, let us see where you can escape this time. Immediately thereafter, the glasses owner was violently thrust to the ground, and a powerful blast wave surged forth, rapidly altering the once orderly scene into a cavernous void. The 4 armored synchronizers fell silent, unable to fathom the veracity of what transpired within the glasses, and unwilling to accept that their captain was responsible for the destruction of the left bank residential area. Do not be swayed by the imagery in those glasses, Zilong suddenly interjected. Those glasses are devices from the synchronizer realm. The visuals can undoubtedly be manipulated to align with the user's desires. Do not trust everything you see. Zaya succumbed to madness and allied with the malevolent faction. We can always submit them to the organization for detailed investigation later. Zilong's words provided clarity to the hesitating individuals. Indeed, as long as it was true that Li Shoudao was responsible for the explosion at the left bank, they could hand the glasses over to the organization, which would certainly investigate thoroughly. Moreover, these malevolent beings were irredeemable scoundrels. Even if they had not destroyed the residential area, they had undoubtedly committed other heinous acts. Capturing them was the most righteous course of action. Gao Lei, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, activated his abilities, transforming from an ordinary tall man into a towering giant. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward. You, left hand and steel plate, flank them from both sides. Do not let them escape by land. Gao Lei, hold the front. I will coordinate the unmanned fire devices. Zilong swiftly laid out the battle plan and retreated to the second line to establish contact with the unmanned equipment. Observing the two armored men approaching from either side, Chen Zimo realized they were the left hand of the Central Division and Steel Plate. He had quite the history with them, having previously bombed their division and now preparing for yet another confrontation. The colossal Gao Lei exuded an immense pressure, and the exaggerated attributes of his synchronized abilities made him resemble a human tank. Meanwhile, on Chen Zimo's side, the effect of the ascetic monk's pious finger had expired, and the potential activation had dwindled to just over 2 minutes. With their own morale low and the adversary fully armed, the odds of victory in a 4-against-4 scenario were nearly non-existent. He had yet to devise a strategy when the buzzcut man let out a low growl, his muscular arms inflating like balloons. He charged forward and collided violently with Gao Lei. A thunderous sound echoed as the small giant Gao Lei was unexpectedly sent flying, crashing against a large tree before barely stabilizing himself. What a thrill! Such immense strength, bring it on! Gao Lei exclaimed joyfully. Ever since he joined the Anomaly Energy Investigation Bureau, he had always been used as a human shield, never given the chance to be the main attacker. His usual role was to endure blows to create opportunities for Zilong's offense. He had longed for a proper fight, and now, facing an evenly matched opponent, he could hardly contain his excitement. With pounding footsteps, Gao Lei charged again at the buzzcut man. The buzzcut man threw a punch, only to realize he had underestimated the strength of the Federation's armor. As a partial limb-enhanced synchronizer, his physical power and defense were superior to that of his peers when his abilities were activated. Yet the aching sensation in his fist revealed that his metacarpals had sustained fractures. He dared not attack with his hands again, redirecting his strength to his legs instead. Aiming at the oncoming Gao Lei, he executed a whip kick, sending Gao Lei flying once more. However, after retracting his leg, he could only gingerly place his foot on the ground, too afraid to exert any force, for his right leg had also fractured. Cursing inwardly, he lamented the absurdity of the situation, suffering such injuries after just 2 moves. Though his physical constitution was exceptional, fractures like these were mere minor injuries that would heal in a matter of minutes. But now, would Gao Lei grant him those precious minutes to recover? Even if he had 2 more arms, it wouldn't suffice. The buzzcut man was not the only one in distress. Tiangu and Wan Mian had also been driven to a corner. The left-handed Ji Long and Ru Chuan Gangban, one an agile synchronizer and the other a strength-type synchronizer, used their armor and Oppo's advantages to sandwich them, leaving no room for retaliation. Just hold on a little longer. Support will arrive shortly, Zilong suddenly shouted. The two managed to retreat to the banks of the Jiaoshui River, just as they prepared to leap into the water. Suddenly, the buzzing of a swarm of mosquitoes echoed from across the river. After such prolonged conflict with the Federation, how could Tiangu not recognize that distinctive noise, characteristic of a multitude of drones in flight? The sound of gunfire erupted in a chaotic symphony, splashing countless droplets into the air above the river's surface. The drone's firepower had arrived. Tiangu dared not jump into the water, pulling Wan Mian back to the riverbank. While bullets underwater were not fatal due to the density of the water, which would limit their penetration to merely a meter, instilling only a sense of deterrence, Tiangu was more concerned about the unmanned boats. With drones in the air, the boats would not be far behind, and they were equipped with torpedoes. What do we do, Tiangu? Wan Mian asked urgently, deflecting Ru Chuan Gangban's attacks. I have no idea. Let's get to the shore first. The buzzcut man repelled Gao Lei once more, now having only one leg intact. His expression was grave. Zai, think of something. If this continues, we are doomed. Chen Zimo was indecisive. Gao Lei and Zilong were comrades he had spent 2 months with, while the buzzcut man and Tiangu were morally ambiguous figures. Having done little more than incite panic, he sought a solution that would serve both parties. Amid the roar of engines, several dark figures broke through the waves on the river's surface. The arrival of the unmanned vessels left them with no option for retreat. Everyone, fall back. Spread out and secure the tree line. Do not let a single one of those rogues escape. Zilong's ruthless voice echoed from within his helmet. Zai, though you have allied with the rogues, as a member of the Investigation Bureau, we still wish to believe you can reform. Surrender the artifact glasses and we will apply for a special investigation to verify your claims. Trust in the organization's fairness. We will not wrong any innocent person. Chen Zimo sighed. Had he not encountered the 100-wise demon lord, he might have considered surrendering the glasses upon hearing Zilong's words. However, having learned the true nature of the Federation from the enemy, how could he believe in fairness? He retreated slightly to join the three. I have a plan, but I cannot guarantee its success. I knew you would have an idea. Speak quickly, the buzzcut man urged in a hushed tone. What plan? A self-sabotage tactic? Wan Mian scoffed. Tian shot him a glare, signaling him to be silent. He still harbored doubts about Chen Zimo. Yet it seemed there was some conflict between him and the synchronizers of the Anomaly Bureau. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Let us hear it. If you intend to surrender, I'll kill you first, he warned. Chen Zimo shook his head. I have donned the synchronizing armor. It greatly enhances my capabilities. In direct combat, we are no match for them. Our only chance lies in luring them into a distance where we can exploit a numerical advantage. That is preposterous. Tian scoffed. The skies are filled with drones. By the time we create distance, we'd be shredded to bits. The buzzcut man was also skeptical of this proposal. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the firepower of so many drones. I have my methods, Chen Zimo replied with resolute conviction. He gestured towards Zilong. The one in armor behind is an intelligence-type synchronizer. He dictates the tactical arrangements and controls the unmanned devices. If we can neutralize him, we may have a slim chance of survival. That sounds easy. You think you can just control him? You don't even know his abilities. Are you willing to risk your life? Tian retorted. I know. His name is Zilong, a member of the Southern Division of the Anomaly Bureau. His ability is akin to sound wave manipulation, capable of briefly disorienting individuals. His area of effect is limited, and he can only use it 3 times for group control. Group control abilities. Tian pondered, realizing that such powers were exceedingly rare among synchronizers. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable individual would possess such a troublesome capability. What is the range? Chen Zimo recalled the battle at the Southern Joy Shopping Center, approximately 7 to 10 meters. When he activates his control, he performs a clapping motion. But you want to see that part. Chapter 63. Each with their own calculations. Wan Mian was taken aback. Can't see? Indeed. Soon. I shall employ an artifact that will render everything within a 30-meter radius invisible. That will be our opportunity to ambush Zilong. The artifact lasts only 120 seconds, and we must incapacitate him within that time. Ah, so you have a trump card. This makes things much easier. Wan Mian nodded, satisfied, and bumped fists. When the time comes, you activate the artifact, and we all attack together to take him down. Fool, it's not as simple as you think. Tian shot him a glance. Even if we obscure his line of sight, Zilong cannot utilize single target control, but he still possesses 3 area control abilities. If we all rush in at once, we will fall into his trap. We must deceive him into using those abilities one at a time. Indeed, Tian, as the team leader, struck at the heart of their strategy, his wisdom and foresight far surpassed those strength-based synchronizers who relied solely on brute force. Chen Zimo nodded in agreement. Thus, the order of our attacks is crucial. Tian first, then Ping Tu followed by you, and I shall go last. Tian quickly delineated the attack sequence. No, a dissenting voice drew everyone's attention. I have no objections regarding the first choice, but the subsequent selections must be altered. Chen Zimo corrected him. I should be second, Tian third, and Ping Tu last. Why? Wan Mian protested, pointing at Ping Tu. Is he stronger than me? Tian shot him an exasperated glare. Be quiet. This is how it will be arranged. The reason Wan Mian was not chosen as the last attacker was because Tian deemed him unreliable. Chen Zimo then briefed Ping Tu on some specific details. Having established their action plan, the 4 dispersed, charging towards several federal synchronizers. Consolidate the defensive line and prepare to support our allies at a moment's notice. Zilong commanded as he observed their offensive movement. Gallet and the others understood he was the core of this operation, quickly moving closer to him to prevent Zilong from being ambushed. However, before they could act, a layer of black mist silently enveloped the entire battlefield. Diffusion. Once the swirling black mist was unleashed, the entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in darkness. Both Zilong and Ru Chuan were taken aback, since becoming synchronizers. They had never experienced such impenetrable darkness. No, this was more than mere darkness. It was an overwhelming void that obscured all sight. Diffusing black mist cannot peer through. Even the data analysis glasses could not penetrate the dense darkness, and a semi-transparent alert hung before their eyes. What a nuisance. Can't this thing stop displaying? As he thought this, the alert vanished. An idea suddenly struck him. He realized another use for the glasses. He wore them not for navigation, but to analyze sound feedback data to ascertain Zilong's position. Only then could he accurately track his movements in the dark. Die. Wan Mian bellowed, activating his ability. His muscles swelled as he leaped high towards Zilong, embodying the typical enhanced form of a strength-type synchronizer. Wan Mian and Appo's attack method was so unique that Zilong had never anticipated someone would employ such a glaringly flawed offensive strategy after becoming a synchronizer. The rush of wind above him came too swiftly, and he could not gauge the opponent's position. Everyone, stop drawing closer to me, to avoid harming his allies. He communicated through the helmet's comm device. He then swiftly clapped his hands to activate his ability, though he heard no loud noise. Wan Mian felt as if a firecracker had detonated in his ears. The sudden impact not only rendered him momentarily deaf, but also left him disoriented, causing him to crash to the ground upon landing. Temporarily incapacitated, Wan Mian was unable to seize the moment. However, Zilong, wary of overextending, quickly turned and fled in another direction, aware that he was the primary target of the malevolent force. The emergence of the black mist had both advantages and disadvantages. While he could not see his opponent, the opponent could not see him either. Only by continually moving could he evade subsequent attacks. As the visual obstruction magnified auditory perception, Chen Zimo swiftly turned to the direction of the footsteps, where the data analysis glasses displayed a monochromatic environmental map constructed from data. This was a method he had just conceived. If the glasses could replay character movements, then surely they could replay the scenery as well. Through the sound-induced data feedback, Chen Zimo quickly saw Zilong. What a coincidence. The black mist has deprived him of directional judgment, and his movement is heading straight for me. Chen Zimo nearly chuckled aloud. Zilong, you cannot blame me for this. Blame your unfortunate luck. He crouched low, holding his breath, patiently awaiting his adversary's approach. The infinite emptiness of the darkness amplified humanity's perception of time. Tian gusted tense, feeling as if a millennium had passed. To prevent his position from being exposed and drawing attacks, he dared not move until he received the signal to act. Why is there no movement? That guy wouldn't he have fled, would he? I told you these Federals were untrustworthy. I should have never believed them. Engage. Just as his anxiety peaked, a soft command accompanied the sound of hands clapping. In the darkness, not a sound could be heard, yet suddenly, someone seized his legs, causing Zilong to jump in fright, believing he had encountered a ghost. As an intellect-type synchronizer, being approached meant certain death. Without a second thought, he clapped his hands to activate his ability. Feeling the grip around his legs loosen, his racing heart began to steady. With two of his opponents eliminated, Zilong knew this round was secured. Everyone report your locations, maintain a 10-meter distance, converge towards the center, and prepare for the final confrontation. Before making this decision, Zilong had engaged in thorough contemplation. In the darkness, where visibility was compromised, blindly exposing their locations would only obstruct his ability to maneuver and plunge everyone into peril, allowing the malevolent forces to exploit any openings. Now that he had incapacitated two adversaries, including the most troublesome Chen Zimo, their chances of victory had significantly improved. By having his team report their positions, Zilong could easily conceal himself within the protective circle they formed. The distance of 10 meters was precisely calculated by him, marking the limit of his capabilities. Within this range, thanks to the unique structure of triangles, he could swiftly support any allied forces under attack. However, just as Gao Lei and his companions began to reposition themselves, and before Zilong could take action, a lightning-quick figure surged toward him from the depths of the mist. Ah, splendid, Zilong thought with a sense of triumph. As he had anticipated, these nefarious foes would undoubtedly exploit the black fog to undermine his area control abilities. With a traitor like Ziyi among them, the specifics of his powers had surely been compromised. His extensive range abilities could only be deployed 3 times in a short span, leading his opponents to utilize the fog's obscurity to dispatch 3 different types of synchronizers against him, anticipating that he would exhaust his abilities in a panic amidst the darkness. This would leave him vulnerable to a swift, agile synchronizer and Appo's assault, eliminating any chance for him to retaliate. I have already deciphered your intentions. Zilong smiled confidently and clapped his hands thrice. Prepared for this encounter, he swiftly activated his small-scale control abilities 3 times, generating shockwaves at predicted positions around him. Moving so quickly that ordinary synchronizers had no means to evade. Yet, this time, he had underestimated his opponent. The agile synchronizer, Tian-Gu, evaded Zilong's capabilities in a mere instant, his short blade slicing through several vital areas on Zilong's body. The resistance felt by Tian-Gu's blade indicated that the strikes had not pierced flesh, thanks to the protective synchronizing armor that saved Zilong's life. Fortunately, Tian-Gu's aim was not to eliminate Zilong directly. In the darkness, he could not see the objects around him. He could only discern Zilong's position by sound. Unable to identify his weaknesses, this flurry of slashes was not without purpose. It was a tactical maneuver to gauge Zilong's current posture and the vulnerabilities of his armor. As he withdrew his blade, Tian-Gu devised a plan, reversing the grip on his short knife and thrusting it toward Zilong's abdomen. Having detected that the armor there was the most susceptible, trapped, Zilong thought in alarm, not anticipating that they would dispatch an agile synchronizer so soon. Regroup quickly. Before he could finish his command, a chilling pain shot through his waist, the unmistakable sensation of a blade piercing his skin. Tian-Gu and Appos. S strike was executed with precision and ferocity, reflecting his dissatisfaction with the situation. He felt somewhat aggrieved. ISN and Appos. He merely an intellect-based synchronizer? How formidable could he truly be? Why go through such elaborate tactics and allow me to act as a shield for the third person? Humph. Even if I were the first to engage, I could easily bring him down. But in the next moment, his chaotic thoughts were obliterated by a deafening explosion. Tian-Gu felt as though a supersonic fighter jet had swept past him, the overwhelming speed shattering the sound barrier, transforming the world's cacophony into a thunderous sonic boom in his ears. Zilong finally unleashed his final large-scale control ability. As Tian-Gu teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a singular thought consumed him. This power is truly formidable. Quickly, report your positions and regroup. Zilong instructed urgently through his helmet. He reflected on how cunningly these nefarious foes had strategized, employing an agile synchronizer as the third individual, compelling him to reveal all his trump cards, leaving him devoid of any means to retaliate. Even if the opposing team still possessed a strength-based synchronizer, he might struggle against even an ordinary person. Fortunately, he had Gao Lei and the others. With them present, he had little to fear from any potential upheaval. Everything is just as Brother Ziyi predicted. Standing amidst the mist, Ping Tugu was in awe of Chen Zimo. Before the operation, Chen Zimo had entrusted him with the pious finger tiger of a monk, instructing him that he need not follow Tian-Gu into the fray. After Zilong had utilized his control abilities twice, he would surely call out their positions. And Ping Tugu's sole task was to swiftly dismantle them, while Zilong was occupied with Tian-Gu. Initially skeptical, Ping Tugu believed that the mist obscured vision, rendering sound as mere beacons. How could an intellect-based enhancer be so foolish? Yet, when Gao Lei and the others cried out their positions, Ping Tugu realized how gravely he had erred. Even a strength-based synchronizer like him could grasp the folly of such a tactic. Yet the enemy had indeed acted as Ziyi had predicted. Confounded, he could not fathom why such a foolish strategy would be employed by an intellect-based synchronizer. He struck the copper finger tiger on his fist, pushing off forcefully toward the direction of the most boisterous roar. Gao Lei, wasn't it? You previously shattered my leg and arms with your armor. Now I shall repay you in kind. As Tian-Gu's blade slashed across Zilong's body, a powerful fist also connected with Gao Lei, tearing through his clothing. Amidst the chaos, Gao Lei was swiftly overwhelmed. Tian-Gu retaliated with a thrust that could penetrate steel, effectively quelling the assault. With the sound of clapping hands, Zilong fell into unconsciousness. With his orders given, Zilong finally exhaled a sigh of relief as he withdrew the knife embedded in his waist. He had reacted swiftly, for had he been a moment later, his insides would have been shredded. Where are Gao Lei and the others? After waiting for a while without any sign of support, Zilong grew perplexed. He had heard their roars earlier. They were not far from him, so why the prolonged silence? Something felt amiss. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped him. It was too quiet. A chill of dread washed over him. Not only had he not seen them, but he also could not hear their shouts reporting their positions. 120 seconds had slipped by, and the encroaching black mist dissipated rapidly. It was only then he noticed that Gao Lei and the others lay on the ground, their armor shattered, their powerless forms indicating they had been unconscious for quite some time. The only one still standing amidst the chaos was the last remaining figure from the nefarious faction, Ping Tugu. Upon seeing Zilong emerge, Ping 2Ge's gaze hardened as he stowed away his copper finger tiger. Let us engage in a true duel between men. Okay, I will refine the provided text to remove irrelevant information, correct errors, and elevate the language. Here's the enhanced version. Chapter 64. Upon receiving the news and arriving at the southern sector of Jiaoshui City, Li Shoudao discovered that Chen Zimo and his companions had vanished into the vast wilderness. Years of sustained reforestation had transformed the mountains, cultivating increasingly expansive woodlands. In the unpopulated areas, vestiges of a primordial landscape had begun to emerge. The dense thickets offered substantial concealment for the fugitives, yet Chen Zimo dared not decelerate his pace, pressing urgently towards the northern territories. His unique status precluded him from gambling on the Federation's disposition. The Federation's present inaction did not guarantee its future stance. He was, for now, merely an inconsequential fugitive. However, should his identity as a born synchronizer become known, the Federation would immediately deploy a swarm of unmanned aerial vehicles to scour the mountains. Against such advanced technology, the forest's protective embrace would prove futile. The northern territories, however, presented a different prospect, a place of exception. Within the northern territories existed the world and Apos, largest enclave that had never acceded to the Federation, devoid of a stable governing body. This region scarcely qualified as a nation. Perpetual strife had rendered it a haven for disorder, the wellspring of various nefarious cults, including the Aurora Order, Chen Zimo's intended destination. Night Demon, esteemed comrade, might I prevail upon you to exhibit your black mist artifact once again? The obsequious tone severed Chen Zimo's wandering thoughts as Wan Mian approached, his face radiant with adoration. Since the deployment of the black mist, Chen Zimo's identity as the Night Demon was no longer a secret amongst the quartet. He had not anticipated that Wan Mian would possess such knowledge. From whence did you glean the moniker and amp? Apos, Night Demon and amp, Apos. Heh, Wan Mian chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Though we are not Federation synchronizers, we possess means of communication. Regular perusal of such channels reveals the latest intelligence concerning synchronizers. Such a thing exists? Wan Mian and Apos' revelation piqued Chen Zimo and Apos' curiosity. Indeed, it was there that I first encountered the legend of the Night Demon. Wan Mian and Apos' eyes sparkled with admiration. The Battle of Jiaoshui Bridge against the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs Captain, followed by the nocturnal demolition of the Bureau's central branch, a feat many a depraved cultist has dreamt of but never achieved. Did you happen to see any reports of the Night Demon eliminating members of nefarious cults? Wan Mian shrugged dismissively. I did. But it is generally accepted that Jiaoshui is your domain. Their transgressions within your territory warranted their demise. Chen Zimo was taken aback. Is that truly the prevailing interpretation? Wan Mian elucidated, we may be members of nefarious cults, but we still exist within the Federation's sphere of influence. A surge of depraved activity in a region invites heightened scrutiny from the Federation, which is exceedingly inconvenient. Were I in your position, I would endeavor to eliminate them as well. Through what channels do you procure this information? Since the global implementation of Federation rule, all electronic devices were subject to surveillance. Any individual disseminating information pertaining to synchronizers via communication devices was promptly apprehended by Federation enforcers. He had long been perplexed as to how these cults managed to disseminate information. Today presented an opportune moment to inquire. This method has been in practice for many years. As a former Federation synchronizer, you would naturally be unaware. I myself only discovered it through Tiange's revelation. It is, in essence, the gossip columns. Wan Mian's explanation was interrupted by a series of emphatic coughs from Tiange. Since Chen Zimo had joined forces with him against the Federation, Tiange and Apos' attitude toward him had softened considerably. However, the lingering wariness was evident in their relative positions, a testament to Chen Zimo's past affiliation with the Federation. Tiange, there is no need for such apprehension. A return to the Federation is no longer an option for me, Chen Zimo stated candidly. You claim it is not an option? Who is to say? Tiange retorted coolly. Perhaps your collaboration with those Federation synchronizers was merely a charade, designed to infiltrate our ranks before orchestrating our downfall. A charade? A somber shadow descended upon Chen Zimo's countenance. Would anyone orchestrate a charade that resulted in the demise of their kin at the hands of their superiors? Tiange faltered, stammering. Who can ascertain the veracity of your claims? The truth is of no consequence to you. He cast a frigid gaze upon Tiange. You believe I would seek to infiltrate your ranks before orchestrating your downfall? Consider your own capabilities. Do you possess the wherewithal to pose such a threat? I Tiange bristled with indignation, advancing several steps as if to strike. Am I mistaken? Chen Zimo stood his ground, undaunted. Even without the reemergence of the swirling black mist, his mastery of potential activation and the analytical prowess of his data-driven spectacles ensured his invincibility. Tiange, enough, Wan Mian interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Wan Mian was acutely aware of their respective abilities. Despite the imposing facade of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, it comprised a mere 3 individuals, including the volatile Mad Dog. Their purported benefactors were purely illusory. The proposition to seek out the Aurora Order in the Northern Territories originated with me. No one compelled you to accompany me. If you harbor reservations, we may part ways here and now. Your destinations are your own concern, Chen Zimo declared, before turning to leave. I shall accompany you, Mad Dog exclaimed, immediately trailing after him. Tiange. Wan Mian was torn. He and Tiange had shared a long and amicable history. He was loath to abandon him. However, the preceding battle had instilled in him a sense of confidence in Chen Zimo. Moreover, their assault on the Federation synchronizers had rendered all member states inaccessible, leaving the Northern Territories as their sole recourse. Let us go. Tiange gritted his teeth in silent fury, vowing to make Chen Zimo pay. Ziyi Ruimo is the night demon? Li Shoudao mused, absorbing the information from Zilong's report. No wonder the Bureau's chronometers malfunctioned, and our forces were so disadvantaged during the Battle of Jiashui Bridge. It appears we have been harboring a traitor within our ranks. This Chen Zimo is far more cunning than we had anticipated. A faint smile played upon his lips within the synchronization helmet. The lingering remorse for having demolished Chen Zimo and Amp, Oppo's residence vanished completely. That house, its destruction was justified, indeed. He immediately regretted not having deployed more explosives, given the limited time. He could have eliminated a threat to the Federation. I have been remiss in my duties. I must never leave any potential threats unaddressed. No, not even potential threats. Reflecting on Chen Zimo and Oppo's awakened synchronization type, Li Shoudao remained unconcerned. A mere comprehensive synchronizer. Bereft of the Federation's support, what can he achieve? Without access to the strategy database, he may not even survive his next foray into another world. He nodded slightly. Your mission's failure is understandable, given the unforeseen treachery of Ziyi Ruimo Zilong. Compile all the information pertaining to his betrayal of the Federation and submit it to me. This matter involves the 100-brain demon sovereign, and I shall personally report it to the organization. Understood. Zilong acknowledged, then inquired, what of his family? Li Shoudao paused in contemplation. Fabricate a plausible accident. I recall he has a mother who divulged Federation secrets. Arrange for her to be eliminated as well. His casual tone suggested he was not arranging the deaths of 3 individuals, but merely swatting 3 insects. Understood. A flicker of contemplation crossed Zilong's eyes. Upon returning to the Bureau of Anomalous Energy Investigation, Zilong compiled the requested documents and delivered them to his captain, concurrently drafting a directive to be disseminated to the subordinate civil institutions. Soon, a tragic incident caused by aging pipelines leading to a gas explosion, resulting in multiple fatalities, made headlines. Since the federalization, such occurrences had become rare, and the news sparked widespread outrage among netizens, who directed their ire towards the gas company. That very afternoon, the company's executives were collectively dismissed, effectively bringing the matter to a close from an official standpoint. As for the destruction of the Water North City, it inexplicably failed to stir any significant reaction online. With their frustrations unaddressed, netizens began to investigate the cause of the explosion. They quickly uncovered that Zhao Qiulian had previously caused a ruckus at Chen's home, even handcuffing herself to the kitchen gas pipeline, thus designating her as the principal culprit behind the explosion. The explosion at the Left Bank community was severe, with Chen Zimo and Amp, Oppo's residents among those completely devastated. The structure rendered unsafe and uninhabitable. Residents were left homeless with no recourse for compensation. Upon hearing the news, a furious mob surrounded Zhao Qiulian and Oppo's home, demanding accountability for the millions lost in damages. Zhao Qiulian, confronted by hundreds, was terrified. She had never anticipated accruing such monumental debt before even acquiring the house. She hastily clarified her lack of connection to Chen Zhangwo. However, the enraged crowd was not swayed by her pleas. Her words could not quell their fury. As tensions escalated, Zhao Qiulian, not one to back down, brandished a kitchen knife in an attempt to disperse the crowd, which only incited further rage. Before she could react, the knife was wrested from her grasp, and she was met with a brutal beating. By the time law enforcement received the emergency call, it was too late. She had been fatally assaulted. Li Shoudao received the report the following day. After vanquishing the 100 Wisdom Demon, he felt invigorated as he entered his office, habitually checking the latest news. Immediately, he stumbled upon reports of the gas leak explosion at Left Bank Community and the subsequent death of Zhao Qiuyan. Closing the webpage, he leaned back in his chair, stretching contentedly. This was fortuitous. All of Chen Zimo's relatives were now deceased. All he needed to do was to conceal the escape for a while, and once his accolades for defeating the 100 Wisdom Demon were acknowledged, he could extricate himself from the murky waters of Zhashui and embrace a new beginning. Li Shoudao promptly contacted Guan Shizheng. Upon entering the Order and Appos S domain, he relayed the news of the 100 Wisdom Demon's demise. Leader, under your command, we have finally slain the 100 Wisdom Demon. We have dealt a significant blow to the Aurora sect. Your contributions to this operation are monumental. The federal old-timers have no justification to oppose you now. It's unfortunate we couldn't capture a live specimen. Otherwise, we could have eradicated the Aurora sect entirely. Guan Shizheng smiled inscrutably. The fate of the 100 Wisdom Demon is inconsequential. We have already severely weakened the Aurora sect with our previous strikes. Those remaining remnants will struggle to make waves in the short term. What is of greater importance is the data concerning the resonance weapon. Please share the details of what you observed. Li Shoudao promptly detailed the situation. Was the 100 Wisdom Demon's body autopsied? Is there any data on the cause and manner of death? The autopsy was conducted that very day. His internal organs were shattered. Aside from his skin, nothing was intact. Not even the bones remained whole. It's safe to say that even a level 5 synchronizer would not have survived such an environment. The 100 Wisdom Demon was already at level 4? Yes, we discovered this while examining his body. His skin's resilience allowed us to make that inference. Guan Shengzheng nodded. Compile the resonance weapon data promptly. The federal government is taking this matter seriously, and I wish to review it personally. Understood, leader. Once Li Shoudao departed, Guan Shizheng's expression darkened significantly. The original plan had been for him to engage the 100 Wisdom Demon directly and use the resonance weapon to weaken the adversary before capturing him. However, he deemed direct confrontation unnecessary. As a centurion, it would be unbecoming to personally engage in battle with a rogue. Ironically, this concern for appearances had inadvertently spared his life. He had not expected that. After all these years, the federal old-timers still harbored resentment for his past actions. Nevertheless, this turn of events could be advantageous. The resonance weapon was experimental, and the incomplete data could be utilized to his benefit, while Guan Shizheng was preoccupied with refining the data sources. And Li Shoudao failed to report back. Chen Zimo and his companions found their journey surprisingly smooth. Over the next half-month, the four had traversed into the territory of the Northern Forces, the largest region globally that had not aligned with the federal government. The North, situated near the polar circle, experienced frigid temperatures year-round. However, for these synchronizers, such conditions were hardly daunting. He and the Bingtu brother felt only a slight chill as they strode forward, bare-armed. The Bingtu brother dramatically inhaled the crisp air and was about to speak when, suddenly, a few small dark figures burst forth from the snow-covered woods nearby. Chen Zimo retrieved his data analysis glasses, adjusting them to activate the zoom function. They were a group of individuals riding snowmobiles. I think you should refrain from wearing those glasses in the future. They make you look effeminate, the Bingtu brother remarked disdainfully. Do they? Chen Zimo frowned, reflecting on any changes since acquiring the glasses and finding none. Before he could ponder further, the figures had approached. The riders, all northerners, waved various firearms and began speaking to the group. The Bingtu brother, unable to comprehend, remarked, "What are they yelling about?" Chen Zimo also found their words unintelligible but, thanks to his glasses, was able to translate. They're here to rob us. They demand we surrender all our money and clothes, or they will shoot us. The Bingtu brother chuckled, puffing out his chest and smacking it confidently. Come on, aim for here.